donates a lot of money, and he also spent millions on gas masks to give Antifa before they would go riot,
Sure.
loot, and fucking blow
That,
shit
that's
up.
not that's not
So
my
Sora,
point.
Wait, can
so
It's
someone
to
show me
Soros
this
is,
refute the
research though?
point.
That research would be really
and he
interesting. This is like a
also, yeah, he
deal.
donated a bunch of money to Democrats across the nation in local politics and just tried to destroy the country from the ground up, starting at the very bottom level.
So does Donald
Being
Trump.
my mayor was
So
No,
funded by
does
Donald
George
Trump's
Soros.
yeah.
awesome.
So the idea that donating money doesn't necessarily make you a good person. Just because
No,
you're
it
donating
the
to a
cause
cause
definitely
does not,
matters.
Did you
despite
use
the
the word
cause.
necessarily, right? I mean, I just
No,
take it
the
to be the case that on average Christians are like normally good people, and when
no,
you have a bunch
Chief
of good
Hand. I was
people,
trying to
Not,
tell you before
when
he
you have a bunch of
now
like
he
you're being
people.
interrupted. Chief Hand.
pedantic. Yeah, now
No,
you're
Chief
I'm
Hand.
being
not.
I was
You're the
trying
one
to
pedantic.
that. You're the one that.
Chief
No,
Hand.
Yeah,
you're the one
Trick
being. No, hold
Trick
on,
is
wait.
being
Let me.
pedantic.
I'm not being
Trick.
pedantic.
Trick.
Let me.
Yeah,
Can
you
you not
are.
interrupt? Can I not get
No,
interrupted by multiple
no,
people?
no, Trick, because you were interrupting me. I was talking to Chief.
Okay, finish, and then I would like to
Chief,
respond to Chief
I
as
was
well.
just saying. I was just saying that I agree with you. Donating money doesn't inherently like make you
Yeah,
a good person,
I
right?
completely agree. And
Because
my go ahead.
because that you are donating to can determine whether you are doing a good thing as a good person or a bad thing, right? Like
Yeah,
if we
sure.
donate, like for people who donated, if you donate money to somebody that's as bad as Hitler, for example, like that wouldn't be a good thing. Although you donated, donating is a noble act, but it can be corrupted just like anything else.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with
everybody
you on
knows this.
that. Yeah,
And when I said, "Hey,"
yeah.
like when you ask me why is it that the Catholic Church does this, and I say because I think it's filled with a bunch of good people, that doesn't mean that I think it's necessarily the case that anyone who does donations is good people.
Okay.
It's the fact that
Then
when
I
we
can
have a
show you
bunch of
another example that
may I
people who
please
follow God are a lot more successful.
may I please finish? Can you, dude? You do this thing where you complain so much about people interrupting you, but you do it every single sentence that I
Well,
utter.
you
That's
didn't like my
ridiculous.
first example. I thought I could
It's
give you
absolute.
another one so that
No,
way we don't
I
have to
do
Okay,
waste
like your
time
first.
on
okay,
it.
hold on. Hold
I
on.
do like your first example, but you're just
There's
not
a
letting me
point that
finish.
needs to be made.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
go
I'm
ahead
just
and
gonna get
make the
double
point.
interrupted. Is there any moderator in here? This is
That
Yeah,
ridiculous.
that's what
I
I'm
am.
trying to do is help let the point be made.
Yeah. So, if anyone with two brain cells understands that when I say, "Hey, this church is filled with good people," I'm saying like when we have a community of people who have common values come together, lots of good things happen, and that's what churches do. So it's not surprising that the biggest church in America donates the most amount of money. That's not surprising at all. That's honestly something I would expect to see.
May I inquire as to what you conceive as the biggest church in America?
Is Catholics not the biggest?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and he said that the
Okay.
Catholic Church
What
donates the
what
most.
what are they donating to?
We was talking about. We were specifically
Yeah,
talking about like
what are
mental
they
health.
donating to?
Uh, he he brought up their
It's
donation
actually
towards.
What are they donating to, sir?
Okay, hold on. I'll tell you.
By all means, take your time.
Illegal aliens, probably.
China.
Ooh.
China.
AI is a gift among men provided by God. What are they donating to, sir? What's the first search result you get?
whenever I search
Yeah, so
what
the
does
first search
Catholic.
result I got is aid networks. They have over 5,000 hospitals, 14,000 clinics,
Beautiful.
1,500 homes for elderly, and 8,000 orphanages that they donate to worldwide as the Catholic Church. And then the
Praise
second
be to
thing that
the Lord.
comes up is U.S. charitable activities. The Catholic
Praise be to the
Church in
Lord.
the U.S. alone spends an
Okay.
estimated 170 billion annually on charitable activities, like
Praise
food
be to the Lord.
drives. Yeah.
What's wrong with donating to the elderly and the
Absolutely nothing.
unfortunate?
There's zero
Oh
zero things
yeah,
wrong with it.
also pregnancy resource centers, family support programs, counseling services, pro-life family initiatives. They
Amen.
donate a lot of money there. Yeah. So also, so
I'm not even
That was an
Catholic.
example that
I think
that was
that's
an
good.
example that you agreed with, so that's cool. Let me give you another example. It could be the fact that are you a Christian yourself?
You asking him?
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Wait, you are a Christian?
Yeah.
You're a Christian, you think trans women are women?
Yeah.
I knew you were going to say
Holy
that.
shit.
I'm not a
Is
Christian and
cursing
I
a
don't
sin?
believe trans women are women.
You're a
Holy
Christian and you're
what
literally
the?
like are you putting on the armor of God to defend the LGBTQ community every time you hop in the server? Or what
Bet
kind
he
of
was a
armor are you
Mormon.
putting on?
I mean, I think that if you read the Bible, you would come away with similar positions as me.
No.
Like I think that
No.
your position would be
No.
significantly
No.
altered, maybe not identical to mine, but that's okay.
No.
No?
No, you are fundamentally wrong. Are
Oh,
you
really?
do
Where
you
does the
do you
Bible
actually
say, where
yeah,
does the Bible
so when
where does
you
the Bible refer to
understand
gender?
when you actually take something from your interpretation of the Bible, are you actually using some apostolic understanding of that said Bible?
I can give you like biblical
No,
like
so it's your
am I allowed to
interpretation,
answer
right?
your
Yeah,
It's
question
tell
or
me
your
can I
for
interpretation
your
of said Bible.
for your
am I
interpret
allowed to answer your question, or when I start the
Yeah, go
answer you're
ahead.
gonna
Is it
immediately
your
interrupt me?
give me
Is it your
no,
No,
his
interpretation of the
I was
Bible?
answering
interpretation of
you.
the
I was
Bible.
saying that
Hold
I
up. I
use
want to
that
hear his
I was
interpretation of the Bible because mine would be a lot
Jesus
different than
Christ,
his. Because
dude.
for
Hey,
me,
look, I'm
Yeah,
I'm
for
about I'm
me,
about tired of this.
let him
I'm
give
about
his
tired of me
interpretation.
being unable to
Yeah,
answer questions.
let
So
him give his
I'm gonna answer this
interpretation
last one, and then I'm just gonna actually mute and go find all of the other things that I
by
said I
all
would
means.
find because you guys are
okay,
incapable
Yes,
yeah, go
sir.
ahead.
of letting people speak, and
Yes, sir.
it's actually such a problem. We need better moderation in this room ASAP.
Okay, let him speak. Let him
Um,
Can
speak.
somebody cue the
yeah.
clip where
So
like the
Let's
girl is
make
I
debating
can.
Trey.
with herself and
Hey,
Charlie's
let's
just
make
waiting for
Trey
her
You're
to
doing it
talk?
moderator.
again.
Let's do
It's
that.
crazy. It's crazy
Rick,
how
go
when I
ahead and talk.
complain, why is it that when I complain, you guys shut up, but when I try and say the substantive
We don't
part
want
that's
you to complain.
important,
We
you
want you to
interrupt?
explain your interpretation of
Okay,
the
if you don't
Bible.
want me to complain, interrupt me when I complain, and don't interrupt me when I say the
That's what I
substance. Like
just
right now,
did.
you're not
Explain
interrupting.
your interpretation of the Bible.
Incorrect. That's not what you did.
Settle
No,
down,
so
I
Chief.
just did it.
Let him talk. Let him
my
talk.
interpretation is going to be grounded out and like
Trick, you want me to mute
hermeneutical.
everybody in the room? I could do that for you.
No, I
Everybody?
want you to let me finish now that they're not interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
I'm going to use some type of like source with like biblical historians that are Protestant, and they come to the similar conclusions as me, which I can give you, where they say where they have interpretations where when we are told not to judge people, that we can take that and then ground that out in some type of like supporting factor for people who are trans, or when we are told to love everybody, including our enemy, that means that we can be supportive of trans people or the gay people or the gay community. So all of these things I can ground out in biblical historians or some type of hermeneutical source in the Protestant church. And you guys can refer to some other church that like disagrees. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and judge that church either. I'm just going to respectfully decline their position and say that my position, from my perspective, is more pro God.
Beefies mean more than the actual
Are you
church
done?
fathers.
Okay.
I'm not
All
talking
right.
about my
So
feelings.
you did okay. So can you
Yeah.
reference some scripture in your interpretation of the Bible? Like for me, I could reference Leviticus twice. I could Romans. We talk about First Corinthians.
But you're cherry picking
Talk about
Leviticus because you don't support Leviticus in its entirety.
No, he didn't. He didn't even quote a single piece of scripture. You cannot say he's cherry picking. Go
Well,
ahead.
wait, no.
By all
Yeah,
means, keep
I can
going.
say he's cherry picking, and I'll explain why. So in Leviticus, it outlines certain laws, and he's saying that these certain laws I use to support my position that
wait. I
Christianity
thought
does
you're a
not
Christian though
support.
too, so you wouldn't be against the Old Testament, would you?
Okay, thank you for interrupting me. So he just said that he's using Leviticus as some type of supporting metric or factor to say that either gay or trans people is inconsistent with the Bible.
Yes, it
And in
is.
Leviticus
He made
and
a
if he's going
point.
to do that and
So,
be
Trick.
consistent, if he's going to do that and be consistent and not cherry pick, he's also going to say that people who wear similar that wear two types
Yeah,
of
so
clothing
Trick, you made a point.
woven from
I
different
think.
Chief,
fat.
let him
Wait,
Stop
hold
talk.
up.
interrupting me.
Well, hold
Look,
on.
actually, you know what? I'm just done. Okay, you're
Well,
Okay.
incapable. I tried to join back and have a
There.
I
conversation. After I said I
figure
Trick,
wouldn't,
he's
I should stick
muted.
to
here's the
my word.
problem,
Have a good day.
Trick.
He's muted.
Okay, he just went on mute. All right,
Well,
whatever.
I stand by that. Have a good day. Fuck you.
All right.
Okay, you're
Yeah,
done.
All
All
right.
right.
Later.
I need to mute you. Sorry that I was
Real
such a
quick.
bad moderator, Trick.
That's a real Christian man right there. I figured that since I was debating
Hello.
this with a fellow
Hey,
Christian,
hello.
he wouldn't
Don't
be
say
discussing the
fellow.
Bible as if he wouldn't be discussing the Bible or the Old Testament as if even though it was a fallen world that God's words meant nothing and we shouldn't adhere to them still. But clearly you're maybe you go to a multicultural church. You know,
Hello, I just joined.
but
Do you think if somebody wears two pieces
Hey,
of clothing made from different fabrics that they should die?
Do you
This
think
is in
somebody should
Leviticus
So am
die
I
19:19.
because of their
unmuted?
opinion?
Can I contend with this point?
makes a good
Well,
point.
I'm asking, make America Charlie Kirk again or whatever. If
Yeah.
he thinks that
Yeah.
because
So
Leviticus says that if you wear two pieces of clothing made from different fabrics, that you should die. If we should kill people that wear two different types of fabrics, yes or
yeah,
no?
what's the context in that?
It's in Leviticus. It's a law.
yeah,
The
what is the
same way that you're
context?
quoting Leviticus.
What is the
Yeah, what's
context?
the context in like
Okay, here I'll get
which
it.
it was used? Yeah, thank you.
Well, which is Leviticus. Yeah,
Here's a
Leviticus.
Christian, by the way, guys, taking the Bible out of
No,
context
Leviticus.
to literally defeat the purpose of the Bible.
Leviticus.
Good job,
What do
Trick.
you think? What do you think about Leviticus, though? What do you
And
think about
ask him
Leviticus?
why he's been lying to
Shut up.
you.
What do you think about Leviticus?
Who are you
I
talking
don't
to?
understand what you're
You.
saying, but
You.
You're talking to me?
That's fine. But the understanding that we ultimately have of our interpretation of the Bible is that we are to refer to
Okay.
our church fathers to
Sure.
actually help us interpret the Bible.
Sure.
When it comes, when it comes
okay.
to
Oh,
the
it's so
idea of
sad, so sad.
Leviticus
Oh, it's so sad,
and
so sad,
interpreting
so sad. Yeah, go for it.
when it
You try it.
when it comes to the understanding of interpreting
Okay.
Leviticus,
I
we
agree.
ultimately
let
have
him
to
talk.
understand.
Yo, just mute Karki. He's a fucking troll.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
he's
agreeing.
When it
There you
comes to
go.
no,
Watch, he won't
let
stick
him,
around anymore.
no, go ahead, let him.
No, he's a troll.
That's fine.
He's like
I can
he's
deal with them.
no, he's literally
I can
just
deal with them. I
interrupting
do
like
this
as
in
a joke.
leftist servers all the time. It's fine.
There we go.
Well. Y'all
We'll just
about
keep
to
Karki on
slap
mute. Hey,
around.
Karki, you can get a front row seat and maybe learn something while you're on mute. Trick, now, was you looking into the Bible? Did did you open your Bible or did you Google it?
Yeah, I put in the side chat Leviticus 19:19, and then I put the
Oh, okay.
context from 19:15 to 22, where where we're given clear decrees. Do not mate different animals, do not plant fields of two kinds of seed, and do not wear woven clothes of two different kinds of material. And the punishment for said stuff, in the passage later on, which is death, by the way. And for some reason, you don't support these decrees made by God, but you support other decrees, right? Which
No,
I'm showing you that you're
I definitely do
inconsistency.
support them at the time in which it was. And if you know anything about the Old Testament, it was a fallen world, right? It was before Jesus
Okay, so
came
wait, why
back.
can't I make the same argument when you're referring to Leviticus to be like anti-gay or anti-trans? Why is it that this carries over to the New Testament? Give me a New Testament reference instead of Leviticus then. Like I just make the same argument you are. That's my entire point. Like whatever
Okay, gotcha.
argument you
Yeah,
give
I
me
would
to
love to.
say that this isn't something that we should follow anymore, I can give the identical argument because you're using the same source.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
love. Okay, I would love to tell you something in the New Testament. Can you be quiet for a second? Can you go ahead and open your Bible with me real quick? Let me know when you got it.
Yeah, where do you want me to go?
All right, I'd like you to go to um, 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verses 9 through 10, and read that aloud with me.
I'm not going to be reading aloud, but you can feel free if you want to.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you want to read it
And
aloud, you can. I'm
okay,
just
sure,
going to read
yeah.
it first.
I'll do it for you, and then I'll let you concede after. Cool. 1 Corinthians 6, 9 through 10 says, "Or do you not know that the wrongdoers will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who have sex with men, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor slanderers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God." Can you concede that point now? That even in a world where Jesus had came back and fulfilled that it is wrong to have sex with a man as a man? There you go. Rest in silence. I'll take that as a
He
concession.
has been delivered. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Yeah.
That's
So,
fine. Eh,
I mean,
Can you
I'm just trying to
concede?
figure out how I want.
Can you
No,
concede?
can I respond?
No. No, you can't
Why are you
respond until you can
pigeonholing me?
concede. If you can't admit your own
Well,
faults,
no, I'm gonna explain to you why I don't agree with what you're saying. Am I able to do that? Amazing. Okay, he got muted. Perfect. Um, So people from my position of this are going to emphasize that in the original Greek, that this translation for men who have sex with other men could be referring to specific practices like exploitation and abusive relationships, rather than simply consensual ones. Which you're not going to be able to give me any type of contextual argumentation inside of this passage that that excludes that type of understanding.
notice how he didn't address that I gave him what he asked for, and then he was like, "Oh, let's just turn away from that." Are you denying the word of God right now?
I don't think the Bible's the inherent word of God.
Oh, then yeah. Well, then you can't claim to be a Christian.
Wait, so you
What
think
kind
that
of
there was
well,
a wait?
what kind
Wait,
of
okay.
Christian are you
If
then?
the Bible is the inherent word of God, that means you think there was a literal flood. You think the earth was created in 7 literal days, and you think that we live on a planet
Yes.
that's younger than 10,000 years. Do you believe in dinosaurs? Do you believe in dinosaurs? I'm just going to ask again and again until you say no.
Do you see how it is to have somebody dance around and not respond to
I
things
did
that you
respond. I
said?
told you that the scholars that I follow argue based on based on the Greek, right, the original writing of this passage, that what this is saying when it says men who have sex with men is an interpretation that traditionally was referring to specific types of abusive and exploitative relationships. So people who abuse and exploit people sexually will go to jail, like prostitution. So people who sell their body for money, that's a man and has sex with other men, go to hell, which I agree with those types of scholars. Now that I've sufficiently answered your question, make America Charlie Kirk again. Do you believe in dinosaurs?
Yes, as most do other Christians.
So you deny the word of God?
No,
How could dinosaurs have existed if the earth is younger than 10,000 years?
most
Where does
Christians do believe in most Christians do believe in dinosaurs.
where does
Just by
fossil
the
fuel
way,
come from? Where does petroleum come from? How do we have gas if we live on an earth younger than 10,000 years? You can't
can you?
answer these questions.
So before I engage in this conversation with you, can you admit that you're not a Christian and that you just said that?
I am a Christian. I'm not someone that thinks the Bible's the literal word of God. I think it's divinely inspired and written by man.
So like you're socially Christian, you're not like actually Christian.
What are you talking about? I believe that Jesus was a literal person that actually existed.
Do you believe he died and he rose from the dead?
Yeah, after 3 days.
Okay, gotcha. So that's easy for you to believe, but when describing all of the other, you know, science-based things that you're bringing up in this argument, you
Yeah.
can't believe those, but you can believe that someone can rise from the
Yeah,
dead.
I don't believe that there was a global flood because there's nothing scientifically that indicates that that happened in that time period that it was claimed to have. We have nothing but reliable things that indicate that the Earth is older than 10,000
Do you
years,
believe
which
that
is
Jesus could
inconsistent.
perform miracles? Do you believe that
Yes.
Jesus? Okay, like walking on water.
From that.
Yes.
Okay, what scientifically shows that someone could have walked on water?
I'm not saying Jesus did that scientifically.
But you just said that you believe that he did it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But-
maybe I can believe that God did everything that you're talking about non-scientifically. Thank
Yeah,
you.
but then
I
why is
rest my
God
case.
deceiving us then? Like all of the like you're saying God made the earth in a way that when we do scientific test, like there's nothing in science
Hey, the
that
Bible
says
says that there are
Jesus
things that will
couldn't
be
walk.
unknown to man. The Bible says multiple times that there will be things that will be unknown to man.
But these things aren't
Like you haven't
this
read a
isn't
Bible
something
ever in
unknown.
your life.
Wait, this isn't
Name
something
me,
unknown.
name me.
This
Hey,
isn't something
name me.
unknown. You're
Na-
just
do me a
look,
favor,
you're
Christian. Hey,
quoting
Christian.
scripture that you've
Name
read
me
one
10
time
books
to
in the
me.
Bible. Name me 10 books in the Bible right now. Don't look it up. Go. Go.
You're
Do it. Do it.
quoting
Name me 10 books in the Bible. Name me 10
dude,
books in the Bible right now. Go. Go. He can't. Watch, guys. Watch. He can't. He's
dude,
a
I'm
Christian, but he
trying to
can't. Name
respond
10.
to you and you're pigeonholing me and being facetiously dishonest at this point. Can you please stop doing that? So, there's nothing in science that says it's impossible for Jesus to walk on water. Now, there are things in science that tell us that that tell us that the Earth is older than 10,000 years. So I don't know why you're using these two things as a comparison. You're just saying for no good reason, and then you're hiding behind God works in mysterious ways. That's not sufficient.
Some Christian you are, dude.
You can say that.
I mean, most Christians I know can name 10 books in the Bible. But you
Good
can't.
argument. Good argument. Very good argument.
Yeah, he stated that he was a Christian when I asked him just to like I guess help him in the debate to be able to show that he's coming from a different side.
How many
He's
Yeah.
like,
books are in the New
he's like,
Testament?
while I disagree with
How many
you
books are in the
on
New Testament?
entirely everything that you say,
How many books are in the New Testament?
yeah. So the Bible has 66 total books. In the New Testament, it has 26, 25 or
Incorrect.
26.
Both Protestant and Catholic Bibles have 27 in the New Testament. The
Okay,
Catholic Bible
27.
has a
Yeah,
total of
I
73
was off.
books.
I was
The
off by
Protestant
one,
Bible has a total
I
of
was off by
66,
one, but you
39
couldn't
in the
name.
Old, and
I was
27.
off
Frick,
by
that
one, but
was
you couldn't name me 10 books total out of the entire
I
Bible.
can. What do you, dude?
You can now that
Dude.
you're
What are you
looking it
talking
up. Of
about?
course you can. I've gave you 10
Why would you
minutes.
think I'm
But
looking it up?
everybody heard you.
There's
Everybody
66
heard you
books,
go on
dude.
hush mode when I
Dude, I
asked
can
you.
name the.
Everybody heard.
What are you talking about?
Everybody heard you go on
guys.
hush mode
Let's.
when I asked you to name 10
Wait,
books.
everybody
Everyone
heard me
heard you.
complain that you were trying to pigeonhole me into answering a dishonest question while trying
I
to
mean,
respond to a
How
previously
was that a
stated
dishonest
thing.
question to name 10
Because I'm
books in the
trying to
Bible?
respond to
yo,
something that you
guys.
said
Let's calm down.
previously,
Okay.
and you're yelling over me.
Okay. Look. I mean, that was kind of impressive, but still, I mean, it's not a real argument. Okay. So like, we gotta move on from this, right?
You better turn off that computer call. Come kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantical.
No. So, what's gonna be the argument for God?
Wait,
That
what's going
man
to be the
cannot
argument for?
become
Hold on, we
woman.
can get there in a
You
second.
better hang up
Make
that computer
America
call,
truly
boy.
great again.
Oh yeah,
If
no, we're
you're
talking to the. Hold up, we're talking. Wait, did Trick leave? No, he's
no,
still in
I'm
here.
right here. I'm
Trick.
trying to ask you the
So,
question.
so the. Oh, yeah, no, I've answered tons of your questions. Okay, now you're gonna ask.
Okay.
Now, can you please answer just one of mine? Who wrote
What
the
is
book
it?
of
It depends.
Colossians?
What?
Who wrote the book of Colossians?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, that would be the Apostle Paul. Do you know what the book of Colossians is? Do you know if it's
Yeah,
in the Old Testament or the New Testament?
no.
Okay, that's because he has his list pulled up still from where he was asking
It's
how many there
it's
are
not
in
a book.
total.
It's more of a letter.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Can this argument go
I
like
mean, if we're just
Yo,
any
doing
guys. I mean,
biblical
this isn't
trivia,
like
any
an actual
more
argument.
any
like
like harder ones that
No,
are more fun?
simply just
Like, what
wanted to
do you know?
demonstrate. I
Do you
wanted
know
to
what the?
demonstrate
Do you know?
how Drake said
What?
that he was a Christian,
Yeah.
to better suit his argument against me, not because he
To
actually
better
believes
suit my
anything in the Bible.
argument.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think his level of
Wait, so
knowledge
wait, I'm
determines
just
his
curious. Is it a
worldview.
necessary precondition for all Christians to know who wrote that book in the Bible?
Absolutely, it is not, but it is
Okay,
definitely
so then
against.
you didn't demonstrate that I'm not a Christian. Amazing. Hey, what's
No,
the
you did
shortest
that.
Bible verse?
You did that. You did that by denying God. You did that by
I
denying
didn't
God.
deny God. I
You
deny
did.
that the
Yes, you
Bible
did.
is the
Yes,
inherent
you did.
word of God, and
Yes,
the
you
Bible
did.
doesn't claim that it is.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. No, you didn't.
Hey, so
Yes, you
Make
did.
America Charlie Kirk again.
Yeah.
What's
Yes, you
the
did.
shortest Bible verse, and what book is it in?
It's in John. Jesus wept.
Amazing. Yeah, John
I actually saw a
11:35.
video.
Good job.
I
That's
actually
actually pretty impressive.
I actually saw a video the other day. Well, no, it was in a movie, but some girl walked by and she had like a really fat ass, and the guy said Jesus wept like when she walked by. And I was like, oh.
Okay.
It was in
Would
a
you have
movie the other
accepted
day.
me
That's just like
saying?
the last time.
Would you have
Like the last
accepted
time
me
I heard that
saying?
verse was just the other
Would
day.
you have
But
accept? Would you have accepted me saying Saul wrote that book instead of Paul, since that was his
which
name
I
before he became an apostle?
would what?
Well, since Paul's name before he became an apostle was Saul, would you have accepted that as an answer to your previous question?
If you had demonstrated that you had known that,
Where's
like
the
you just
prompt,
did,
by the
so
way?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, sorry for
Um,
interrupting.
oh, why the LGBTQ targeted Charlie Kirk?
Why? As in like why do they or like?
Well, normally why is a question. Yeah, actually, I
Yeah,
think
but
that's
it
funny
has
how
an
that works.
exclamation point. I don't. Anyways, it's almost like they made up their mind while typing the prompts. It's like not even a question.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So
I
it's
get
not a
what
why.
you're saying. Yeah, there's no question mark. I see what you mean.
Trick. What's
Like
a
they already
wh-
made up their mind. This isn't a
Trick?
question.
I mean the kid was dating a tranny and he wanted to impress her. That's kind of where it starts and ends with me. And
Yeah, there are bad apples
ra-
to every
and
group
he
that
was
misrepresent
radicalized, you know.
worldviews all the time. So I don't know if it was
Hold up. Because
oh
there was a link. People, well, I'm not sure how true this is, but he was like linked to this trans activist organization that was like armed or something like that. They're still investigating that though. But if that is true, you know how bad that
A lot of
it
people are
doesn't
going to go
make it.
down from this, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's
so
not
yeah.
good.
No,
I mean if it
I
was
still
a
think there's tons of
liberal
people who knew, you
commentator.
know.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying I think there's tons of people who still knew that this was going to happen prior to
Yeah.
it happening. And I think those things are going to come out. I don't know if where Trump said that he thinks some higher ups did this. No, I think this was just some, I can't say that on here, but just some trans organization that um
Yeah, it was the queer resistance. They're like this communist they're trying to like pin him to that, but they don't know for sure.
mhm.
Yeah.
If
Um
they can. I mean, even if he's not, I still hope they can, just so they go down too. If I'm being
okay.
honest.
I don't understand what it is to recognize that though. Unless you're thinking that like it would say something about these worldviews and that's why they would do this. I feel like there are bad apples to every worldview or to misrepresent every worldview I meant. So I don't know like how they represent like a whole group of people.
Yeah, Timu, I see what you're saying, but here's the thing: this didn't even have to happen for the left to already be represented as a hateful, like a hateful 22-year-old boy dating a tranny. That's literally how we thought of the left before this happened.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
and I mean, it's
so
not like
I
this
if that's
mean,
really.
how you thought
I
of
like
it
mean, this took
before,
away.
I
I
have
mean, this took
anecdotal
away. I mean,
evidence.
this made
Anecdotal.
Charlie Kirk a martyr, but other than that, it didn't change our view of the left. Our view of the left has stayed the same. It confirmed what we already knew,
Yeah.
even
I
more,
mean, like
basically.
when you even have libertarians, bro, who are
What did
super
it confirm?
pro-choice,
I mean, there's
who are
violent actors on
pro-drug,
both sides.
who are like,
I
what
mean,
I'm saying is, you have a bunch of libertarians who are agreeing with the Republicans and saying, "Hey, these people don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're freaking stupid." and well, maybe not that they're freaking stupid, but they just don't understand what they're talking about. They're very hateful, and both of those sides, I'm pretty sure, can agree with each other.
So
To
many
some-
groups are capable of hate. So I
Oh
don't
yeah, how
really.
many riot? Okay, well, I mean, how many riots, happened the
Yeah,
last 2 weeks?
okay, how many times did the president of the United States, Joe
Yeah.
Biden, have to come out and say that he doesn't support political violence, and yet you guys still call us the violent party, and yet Trump goes
Every
on air
time
and
that
says
y'all
he
got
doesn't support
politically
it.
violent, so that was a lot of times, Strick.
Yeah, and every time he came out and said that he didn't support it, Trump has not done that. Trump didn't
Yes,
come out
because
and
we
say,
don't
"Hey,
go
No,
rioting, dumbass.
no.
riots are
Yes,
Oh,
he
still
January
has.
violent
I mean,
6th,
acts."
Trump
right?
has had
Yes,
to
he
January
has.
apologize
6th. Yeah,
on
I
behalf of
know.
his own
Trump
party as
has
well.
came out and said that
So
he disavows. There is
Show
this
me.
clip. There's this clip. Fuck, I had it at some
Show
point,
me.
but I've seen it. I've seen him do that
Trump after
shit.
Charlie Kirk's assassination said that we need to get vengeance from the left and we should fight at the ballot box, but it's rigged. At no point did he ever say like we don't need to be violent.
wait,
So
correct
what,
me if I'm wrong.
bruh?
Wasn't there like
So
a
what?
tweet of him saying
So
"get
what?
violent"?
You know what? The
So
president of the
what,
United
Maybe
bruh?
States is
maybe it's
not
because he
doing his
knows what
job.
party
The
he's speaking
president's
to.
job
He's
is to
not talking
unify
to
a
the
nation at
party.
times like
He's
this.
not talking to the party that has Antifa involved every time something
Our party,
goes
the
that we
Bro
Democrats
disagree
brought
are
with.
the
pro Antifa.
bro brought the.
We're,
He's
we're
supposed to
not. He's not
unify
Oh
speaking
my
to the
lord!
party of
You're associating
BLM.
Antifa with the
He's not
party. It's
speaking
like
Also,
to
me
what
the
is the
party.
associating
difference?
the
Wait, I have
KKK
a
with
question.
Republicans.
Sorry, I have a question for
Huh?
the individual. He was saying that the allegedly, the person who assassinated Charlie Kirk was dating a trans woman or something, or interested in one.
Yeah.
What does that
No,
say
he was
about
having a
trans
relationship.
people?
He
No,
was
he was
having a
living
sexual
with them.
relationship with one of them. A sexual
Interested in
relationship with
one.
one.
How are you? Do you
No,
live with your head in the
You
sand? Do you live with your head in the sand? Go look at some fucking news.
he was living
Like
with a
you,
sex.
take your
He was
pick.
living in a sexual relationship with a
right?
transgender male to female
He's not
transitioning.
trans, right?
He's
Yeah.
not trans. No.
No,
Oh,
he's
word.
not even with a transgender person.
No.
So
Tyler
what the?
Robertson not. He was just having sex with a
No,
tranny.
but his family did say that. I mean, he got very radicalized over the years. Past over the years he got
Yeah,
way
that's what
more
his family's
radicalized.
Yeah,
saying,
and
right? His
actually 3
Republican
weeks.
family is
Actually,
saying that
no.
stuff. We don't have any confirmation of these things.
Oh
One
my
month
god,
prior to
Trick.
the assassination,
What I mean,
uh,
wait.
Tyler
What
was
I
at a
think it's
family
likely. Like
cookout.
I'm just also trying to
Tyler
be
was at a
honest.
family
I mean, that's
cookout
probably the
1
case
month
as far as
We
prior.
far as
know Narnia land. Men can be
how is it
women. We know,
Narnia land for
Trick.
me to say it's
Yeah,
probably the
yeah,
No,
case
we
as
yeah,
got
so
it,
far as
dog.
yeah.
We
what?
got it.
All right,
Yep.
all right, Trick.
Dude,
Yeah,
All
like
right,
bro.
yeah. So
Narnia is
anyway,
far west,
back
so
to
you
the
Not to
think
get
he's a
talking
conversation.
over each
Republican?
other.
So basically, 1 month prior to the
Okay,
assassination, Tyler was
Wall-E
at a
thinks
family
he's a
cookout,
Republican
and he
too.
was discussing with another relative about how they disliked Charlie Kirk and what they didn't like about him. And
Yep.
this was a conversation that was overheard by the by the parents, right? And he was mentioning how he was going to be coming to his campus in a few weeks. Now he went to Utah State University. This happened at UVU, which is about 2 hours away. So and
There's no way.
what they've released so far, this showed that there was about a week of there's about a week that he planned for this to happen. There was Discord messages that they had seen from after he had done it, but I'm sure that there's some
Yeah.
stuff before because there's definitely some, people
Honestly,
knew that
bro,
this was gonna happen. People knew.
I think Israel had a hand in it, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Don't you
He
guys
was
find it
offered
really
a
Um,
odd?
hundred.
that's a
He was
bad
offered
argument. That's a
100.
bad argument. I'll tell you why. I'll
He
tell
was
you why.
offered
Do you think
$150
Netanyahu came over
million,
here?
bro. $150 million to promote that damned country, bro. For real. You don't think that they wouldn't shoot him for swaying voters from the right to not give money to Israel?
Okay, so okay, then tell me this: how did they plant Tyler Robinson on the roof?
I don't fucking know, bro. I can't give you shit, to be honest.
See, yeah, I know it just doesn't make sense. Like I know it's like a conspiracy that a lot of people would want to believe in, but it's not there. And if it's not there,
I
then you
don't
need to be
believe
able
it.
to just face those
Bro,
facts.
Yeah.
Mossad could have took him out from a fucking couple miles away. They didn't have to have that dipshit sitting on the roof 200
There's a
yards
Yeah,
lot
away.
of
Yeah, you're
exactly,
right.
college students.
You
A
are
lot
exactly.
of
right.
And
college students.
it's
I
the
can tell
same
you guys
bullshit.
too.
And listen, I hate to say it, but it's the same bullshit with Candace Owens and that Nick Fuentes fucking queer too. Because I'll tell you, Nick Fuentes is not that big of a threat to Israel like he thinks he is. Because guess what? If Israel wanted him fucking dead, do you think that him being on that house where it's actually publicly doxxed now is saving him from Israel? And if they really wanted him dead? No, he would have been dead yesterday,
Yeah.
bro.
They would have killed him on his live stream,
Nick,
honestly, bro.
Nick has
I
literally fucking convinced all of his followers that he can't even accept a credit card payment because he's banned from all these things. That was already exposed as a lie. That
for
was
sure.
exposed as a lie. And also,
Yeah.
he can take donations as credit cards on his live stream. There's literally a button in his link for it, and it's any. He has just, dude. He has like literally, I don't know why, but it works,
He has,
bro, because so many people are
Awesome,
fucking
awesome.
gullible.
he
I
has
just
good
have
points,
like
but
I hate to be like a hypochondriac when it comes to like media sources and stuff. But it's just like very obvious that there's like a lot of things that are kind of left up in the air that shouldn't be. They found the gun within 24 hours of the shooting. It was like within actually like 5 hours
Those
of the
text
shooting.
messages are really
They
fucking
found it
weird.
wrapped up in the woods or something.
bro,
Like,
why
the
the
text
fuck?
messages
This
like
But
dude
then
was
they
so
also
stupid.
have
things
alleged
to like.
like footage of him like
This
leaving
dude,
the scene.
yeah, this dude
And
was
in the
so
video of
stupid.
him being shot or like shooting Charlie Kirk, you can see different angles of it, like just people just casually recording on the campus that he was wearing all black. But then when you look at the footage of the shooter leaving, he's not
You need
wearing
to
all
go
black,
do a
like
little bit
literally
more
jumping
research
off of the
into this.
building.
You need
So
to
it's
go
like,
do a
what
little
is?
bit more research into
Yeah,
this.
because
It
yeah,
talks
you
about
can
how he
tell that it's the
changed his
same guy.
clothes. Talked about how he had the
Yeah,
gun in a
but all of
towel.
those text
Talked about
messages
how
are
he
so
dropped
weird,
the
right?
gun.
Like,
Trick,
why would he
trick,
talk about
trick.
that?
You want me to fucking mute people that are talking over you, but you talk over me. That's really cool.
My
Go
bad.
ahead, Trick. You talk. How about that?
No, I said my bad. I muted.
I'm done. She needs to
Honestly,
go watch
bro,
the news.
Well,
Okay, if
I've
you're
been
done, yeah.
trying.
Well, no, but look, hold on, wait. Before you respond to that woman who I don't know the name, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Mike, I mean, it's just really weird that he would outline that he changed clothes to the trans roommate for no reason. It's weird that he would outline that like he left it in a bush. Like he's like narrating. People don't normally narrate like this, especially.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, look
This
at
is really
who we're
weird.
talking about. Yeah, but look at who
Yeah,
we're talking
I
yeah.
get
about.
it.
I
Like I
mean,
said, it's
You
probably
The
can say
dude
that.
thinks
You can
that
say
men
that with
can be
any
real, but it's
women,
state.
just real
Trick.
weird.
Hey, the dude thinks men can be women, bro. How smart is
Yeah,
he?
You
also
can
Trick,
say
I know
that. You
Mike,
can say
I
that
was
with
gonna
the.
ask him
Okay.
that. Mike, I was gonna ask him that, Trick. Why did you call her a woman? Well, why did you assume that she was a woman?
Because
What?
women have it's about the likelihood of like what I'm most likely to be. It's he
Wow.
didn't.
I mean, based off of the
You guys
Wow.
Yeah, there
destroy
are
your
Yeah,
traits.
gender
so
is assumed. Yeah.
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
so whenever
listen.
I see a
Shut
dude
up.
dressed
There
like a
are
woman with a big
traits.
ass Adam's
Listen,
apple and I
shut
say,
up.
"Hey, sir," and he gets offended, I'm
Wait,
assuming
no.
him to what?
There's a difference. You're
He,
creating a narrative
Well,
in
if
your
they
head
got
that you're
mad at
getting
me,
angry at, even though
I
that
would have
didn't happen.
corrected myself.
Secondly, there are
That's
multiple
how
crazy.
traits that
about
make up
how
what is
about that
going to
community
make
grows
me
some
most
fucking
likely a woman or
balls
not.
and doesn't give a shit about what we gotta say?
Me
That's
having a
what
feminine
we
voice
That's
doesn't
hilarious
guarantee that I'm a
because you guys are the
bisexual
ones that
female
have thrown
because
a
I'm
temper
not.
tantrum
I'm a
anytime
trans
someone
woman.
makes a Charlie Kirk joke.
motherfucker. I used to be bi. Get the fuck out of here. I was
Yeah, but
never a part of
anytime I
that
make a Charlie
stupid
Kirk joke, it's
alphabet
all the people
community.
like you that throw a temper
I
tantrum.
mean, you were, but you just
Why don't
won't
you grow some
acknowledge it.
balls and just laugh and move on?
No, because I got balls, motherfucker. Come suck them.
Yeah,
You would
so
like
like I
that,
was
wouldn't
saying,
you? You
he assumed I
homosexual.
was a woman because there are traits that don't guarantee that I'm a woman that are only just make me like more likely to be a woman.
yeah, but
Aren't you
by
supposed to
his
be looking at
definition,
the
your
news?
voice means nothing. By his definition, your voice means nothing to if you're a woman or not. So that's why I was asking why
Well,
he
it
assumed that
does.
you're a
There's
woman
not
after you told him.
That's
there's
not
not
true.
one trait that makes up a woman. It's like saying there's only one trait that makes up what it means to be a human being. That makes
Wait,
no
look,
sense.
in society, we make assumptions based
Bro,
off
you don't
secondary
want to
sex
go there,
characteristics
bro.
because there's a
Yeah.
correlation between those and what people, what gender people have,
Wait,
which is exactly what I
T-Mood,
did.
God.
T-Mood, I didn't ask you. Do you think trans women are women?
For sure. Yeah.
Oh
Okay, so
yeah,
if a
yeah.
straight man has sex with a trans woman, is he gay or no?
Yeah, he is gay because that's about that's a
So
sexual
No,
orientation.
how I view that,
Trick, stop interrupting, you little shit. Let her talk. Let the woman
how
talk.
I
so
view that
respectful.
is like if a man has sex with a woman who appears to be very feminine, that's what women are, typically going for anyway. and let's say a straight man has sex with a woman who can't give birth and
She's
can't
a
have a
trans
period.
woman. That's all I asked
I
you.
know what you're asking, but I'm adding off to that. I'm saying if a straight man, for example,
Why
has
are you
sex with
adding
a
on to
woman,
my question? That would not make it my
I
question
don't know what it
anymore.
is about the middle of my sentence that makes you think I should start mine, but yeah. So if a straight man has sex with a woman who can't have a period and cannot bear
You said that
children,
wrong, by the way.
I still think that he's straight, right? So I kind of view a straight man having sex with like a trans woman the same, to be honest.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
well,
so
Matt's
so
wife had a
Rick
hysterectomy.
disagrees, and he
She didn't
thinks
have
trans women are
periods
women.
and couldn't give
you're
birth,
shoving your
but
dick
she was
in
definitely
the
not a
anus.
trans woman. She did not have a
Shoving
dick,
your dick in the
which would have made
vagina.
her a man.
The fuck?
Yeah,
Like,
so
for
Trick
example, I have a
disagrees with
question. I have
you.
a question
He
to
thinks that you're gay if you have
kind
sex
of
with a
settle
trans
this.
woman.
Like, if you, let's say we had not a human, but a schmooman, okay? And we had every biological like chromosome and like biological like DNA structure, like it was replicated. It is basically us, except there was like one characteristic trait
Here we go with the
biologically
retarded hypothetical of something that doesn't
makes them
exist.
technically not
Narnia
human.
and make believe.
Would you
Tell
feel
us about your
resistance killing that
novel.
human, for example? I
What?
would.
What do you mean?
They pretty much are a human being. There's just like
Guys,
one
talk about
trait that
your
makes them technically
oversimplistic
not
conception.
biologically
I'm
a
sorry,
human.
were you asking a question
Wait,
and
what
posing it as a
what was the
hypothetical, or
question?
were you
Talk about
just
how your
like was
categories
that a
are
rhetorical
oversimplistic.
hypothetical question?
What was
Illustrating
the
how your
question again?
Well,
categories are
I'm just
oversimplistic.
testing to see like what your
All right,
logic
well, you
and
didn't
like
ask
how
a
it holds
question.
up.
You like answered it right after you asked it, so you didn't really ask a question.
Hold
the
on, bro. I
categories
want to
of
hear
man
the
and
question.
women, like categories like man and women have many attributes, and
Yeah.
you are being overly simplistic if you're only looking at genitalia or reproductive
For sure,
organs.
for sure. Like saying like if you were to ask me what's a human, I'm not just gonna say a mammal.
Hardy,
Like
hardy,
what the fuck?
har.
I'm not a caveman.
Y'all motherfuckers are smoking
There are like
crack.
very meaningful, like that's why we have words like womanhood. You know, that's why we have the color pink is for girls and the color blue is for boys. There's very
If you
obvious
can't have
socially
babies
adapted
and you've
things.
never had
Okay,
a
but
real
don't you
vagina,
think
you ain't a
that?
woman.
Okay, let me ask you
Don't
this.
you think that?
Let
They
me ask
also
you this.
vary across different cultures
Timu, quick
and
question. Hold
history
up,
and
everybody.
lives
Everybody calm
in
down
the
real
world.
quick. Calm down real quick.
We're all
Timu,
totally
do
calm.
trans
You're all the
women
ones heckling.
do trans women share the same lived experience as a woman
No
who's
two
assigned
human
female
beings
at
in
birth?
general share
Depends.
the same experience.
Depends.
No.
No, do they have the
Their
lived
biography.
experience of a woman? That was my
Depends on their
question.
biographies.
They
Depends.
could, yeah. Yeah, they could.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah, they could definitely.
And
like
significantly, yeah.
I'd say
so
that they
like they
definitely
could
have
so like they
very
so they know
different.
what it's like to be on a school field trip and have their first period ever?
Well,
If
I
they
don't
don't
think
know that
that. I
experience, they
think
can
that
have
there's more to
others.
being a woman than having a period and giving birth and
Why
having a
are you
vagina.
two retards talking at the same time?
Because he's got
Yeah, I
enough
don't
bullshit
know.
for
What
more
about
than
No,
the
one
I'm
middle?
person
talking
to
about
refute.
you and Timu.
Yeah.
One at a
I
time,
don't
Well,
know
I was
what
just
about the
I was just
middle of my
answering his
sentence
question.
thinks that you should start yours, but
Because yeah, you've got enough
What?
bullshit.
No,
for
I
more than one
answered your
person to
question.
refute,
What are you talking
right?
about?
That
no, you interrupted me.
example of a first period on a childhood school trip is not
Right.
like the necessary criterion for womanhood. And if a trans woman,
No,
Yeah.
no, you're right. I agree
listen,
with
no,
you.
you
It's
listen.
not.
Now,
But
okay,
that
great.
wasn't my
You keep
question. You
agreeing.
didn't listen to
You
my
keep
question.
agreeing. I'm
You
answering it in
You
completeness.
did
You're
not
interrupting
answer my
me.
Yeah,
question.
they would
You
have
did not
different
answer my question.
experiences.
You didn't
Yeah.
let me finish
You
it, so
didn't
you
answer
think
my
I'm not
question.
answering it.
Will a
I haven't
trans
finished
woman
answering your
listen?
question.
I'm
I haven't
gonna
finished answering your
restate my question because you
I
didn't
haven't finished
answer it.
answering your
I'm
question.
gonna
I haven't
restate my
finished
question.
answering your
You
question.
okay? What
You-
is my
I
question?
have not
What is
finished
my question?
answering your question.
What
I
is
haven't
my
finished
question?
answering your question.
What
I
was
haven't
my
finished
question? You
answering your
fucking
question.
retard. What
The
was my
lived
question?
experience. You're talking about did they have the same lived experience?
No,
Okay.
no, that wasn't my question.
It
So do I need to
was.
restate it again? No, it wasn't.
was. It was
Will
about the
I said
childhood
will a
field trip
trans
example.
woman ever be able to have the same shared lived
Lived
experiences as
experience.
women?
That's what I
Why?
just
And then I brought the example up, and I wanted you to go off of this example
Why are
only.
you
Although you're
acting
saying
like
it
you're
doesn't attribute,
correcting me
you're saying
when
it
I this
doesn't
is what I'm
attribute to all
saying?
women, and that's fine. But
This
that's not my
mere
question.
rhetoric.
Will
You
a
have
trans
mere
woman
rhetoric
ever be
right now.
able to experience going on a field trip and having
You
their
have
first period? Will a
This
trans woman
question
you
isn't
ever
have
be able
meaningful,
to
not
mere
even
experience?
for
rhetoric.
your own worldview,
You have
because it
mere
doesn't
rhetoric. I'll
it
finish.
doesn't
I'll
help,
You can't even
finish.
it
answer the
doesn't
I'll finish.
uplift
You
or
can't even answer the
disprove
question. You're
your
running
point.
away. You're dancing
Mere
away from it
rhetoric.
so
I'll
hard.
finish. I'll finish.
Will a
I'll
trans
finish.
woman ever be able to
Real guy.
experience a period
I've already
ever?
told you that they could.
Yes or no?
And that is not
Really?
the criterion for lived experience of
They can
womanhood
experience a period?
per
What
se.
dude
Listen,
That's not what
experience
he's
a period,
asking,
bro?
Realgar. It's not what he's asking.
He's not listening
he's
to my fucking
using
question. Yeah, he's fucking
using
dumb,
that as an
dude. He's in here
example
every
of
fucking
No,
time.
he's
do
not
they
dumb.
ever
He's
have
not dumb.
full lived
No, he's not.
experience.
Yeah,
You're just
listen.
not really good at. You're not good at asking your question
Will
either.
will a trans woman ever be able to experience a period? Yes or no?
No, no. Why does
Okay,
that?
why?
So
Why?
now
Why
that
will
I've
they never
answered
be
your
able to
question,
experience it? Why? That's the question. Why will they never be able to experience it?
oh,
Where you talked
well,
about reproductive
because
organs and the
the
differences. Where you talk
No
because
about
she
that.
fucking
wouldn't be
shit.
able. She's not
Thank you,
biologically
Brent. Yeah,
female.
exactly. No shit. She's not a fucking woman.
Yeah, no trans woman
You're
is
just begging,
claiming to be a female, like
you're
biologically.
begging the question here. You're begging the question, and you
Okay,
interrupted
yeah,
me.
but I
Act
mean,
like
you're
They
you
are
were
literally
begging to be a
correcting me
female.
on
That
something I
no,
was
they
already
are
women
addressing.
begging.
come
They
out
are
as
No,
quite
they're
females.
literally
not. No, they're
begging
not.
to
I'm
be
a
a
trans.
female. That's
I'm
why
literally
they want
fucking
to.
trans. I'm literally fucking trans. No, I'm not. I've never claimed to
Oh,
be
so
biologically
you
female.
were assigned male at birth?
Guys, insufferable.
I shall
I don't know
address
if I
you
was
as
assigned.
sir.
I don't know if I was assigned, but I was born with a cock.
Did you have a penis?
Settle down, sir.
Are you a
Yes, I
biological
am.
male?
Yes, I am. So I've been
Settle
saying
down,
this whole
sir.
VC too. I'm not just saying this now. I've been saying this whole VC.
Yeah, right.
Swear to fuck. Swear to fuck.
You're
Yeah.
full. You're full of shit.
I don't believe it. You are lying. You're just like Trick. You like, I'm a Christian because I know you're a Christian and I'm gonna use it in my argument to defeat you.
judging
No,
me.
well,
You're
look,
fucking
see,
lying,
I already
dude.
responded to
That
this
dude's
before you made this
crazy.
point. I already told you that I've been saying this the whole VC, and if you talk to
Can't
other
follow a
people
logical
in the
thread.
server, they also know I'm trans. So
That's crazy.
Can't
it's
follow
not.
logical
It's
thread.
Well,
really
that's
not.
besides the
Yo,
point.
make
What was
America
you gonna say,
Charlie.
bro?
I was responding to your hypothetical about the field trip period and the lived experience of
You
women.
responded to it incorrectly,
right?
and he asked his question incorrectly. So
No, I wasn't responding
Hey,
incorrectly.
Timu. Hey,
No,
bro.
no, I wasn't.
Timu, bro. Be quiet.
Yo,
No.
hey, I just will point out that this whatever the fuck's profile has its TikTok connected to it. Check out the videos. Might answer some of
yeah.
your questions if you wondered about
Okay.
anything like that.
Anything
Right.
else you'd like to add about me? Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, you're making
Yeah,
claims about who you
what did-
are, and it doesn't really align.
Yeah, that's who I am. Yeah.
No, you're
Yes.
a fucking liar is what you are.
What are you
That's right.
talking about? What makes you think that?
I was just, well, I'm looking for Adam's apple right now, trying to see. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think he's not lying.
Oh, he's not?
Yeah.
We shouldn't.
Conversation. Really.
Docs,
How
it's
much?
on his
Hey, how much
fucking
estrogen?
his
How
bare
much
profile.
estrogen have you pumped into yourself?
No,
You don't pump in estrogen.
it's really dangerous
Look,
as
Also-
a trans woman.
Womanhood is not
I don't think you
reducible
realize how
to
like hormonal
menstruation.
homeostasis works, so I'm not really interested in having a conversation with you of like hormones and stuff. I think that's like a last minute opinion for you.
Did you
I don't feel like you
Womanhood
know
is not
hormones do.
reducible to menstruation.
Did you take
Womanhood is
Lupron?
not reducible to
Did
menstruation.
they give you
And
Lupron?
Make America Charlie, his whole hypothetical was poorly formulated. I was
Dude,
explaining why.
Real Gar,
and you
all you have to
interrupted me,
say
like
is that
he's
you
doing right
like
now, like
supporting
he's doing
trannies
again,
because
like
you
he's
like to
doing
have
again,
sex with them because
compulsively
they're
and
easier
immaturely.
to get for you than actual
Compulsively
women. That's all you have to say, bro. That's all you have to say.
Can you guys like have a constructive conversation? Like, there's
No,
not
they don't.
like
'Cause they're unserious. Compulsively interrupting like
Did
a
they
bunch
give
of
you Lupron? Did they give
playground
you
I
Lupron?
actually want to talk about this, so I think I'm just gonna
They
make my own.
don't. They don't.
All he
right?
has to say is that he likes to
No,
fuck
I
dudes,
wanted
bro.
to
That's
ask
all you
her
gotta
a question.
say.
There's one.
You don't have
Did
to.
they give you?
Yeah.
Did they there's give you one. Lupron? Did they give you
Real
the
Gar will probably
chemical
just leave.
Lupron? Damn it, bro. See, this is. I was trying to get to the point where I was trying
Tico,
to
go
point
ahead.
out
Tico, go
that
ahead. You can talk. You've been getting
that
interrupted
they
all
give
fucking night.
they give Lupron to even adults, bro. And I'm like, bro, this isn't good. Like, there's no way in fuck you can convince to me that giving Lupron to stop you know, however you are aroused, you know, as a woman or as a man, there's no way that giving Lupron to people is good. You know? And so I was trying to ask her, did they give you Lupron?
And don't say
when
her. That's not a girl. If that's if since she's trans, that's a dude, bro. That's a dude that was born with a penis and fucking Real Gar. You know,
whatever.
he
Anyway.
as soon as he heard that, I feel like he got hard because you could hear him starting to like white knight a little bit harder, you know.
I whatever. I was trying to ask that person, hey, did they give you Lupron? I wanted to know. I wanted to know if they knew. Sorry. You know.
Real Gar. So why do you support trans so much?
Civil rights.
Other than the fact that you're just attracted to them.
Civil rights.
because they're dudes and you don't want to say that you're gay.
I mean, I'm not homophobic or insecure about my sexuality. I support trans rights.
Would you
because
have
I
sex
support
with a
civil
trans
rights.
woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy
So okay. So
shit.
you're fucking gay, dude. Just say you're gay, bro, and we won't hate you. Just say you're gay.
If there's
Yeah,
a
I'm
if there's a
bisexual.
person
I'm
if there's a
bisexual.
person who is not willing to have intercourse with a trans person or date one, do you think that that is transphobic?
Not necessarily. They can be very individual.
Okay. Thank you for being honest.
Yeah, I've been honest this
At
whole
least.
time.
Yeah. At least you're honest.
How many trans women have you been
At
with?
least you're not
How many trans
deluded.
women have you been with?
Trans
Mark.
women, none. I've been with a few trans men. Actually, I was with a non-binary. I mean, like, I was with somebody for like a few dates who was assigned male at birth but didn't identify as male or female. Gender
Okay, so
fluid.
you're just
But
greedy,
was
man.
femme. It was very
Plain out.
listen. It was very femme in presentation.
Hey,
Yeah.
yep. Remarkable said it earlier in the side chat. You cannot unsuck a dick. Just saying.
And I'm not insecure about my sexuality. You're trying to insult me like you're on the fucking playground. Grow the fuck up.
No one
No,
said
I'm
Yeah,
just
that.
bro. I
pointing
mean,
it
that's
out.
not a
Just
good
pointing it
Not
out.
trying
argument.
to insult you. We
Like,
just
I
want
used
you
to
to
be a
be
bi-man
intellectually
too. It
honest
doesn't
with
mean
Who
yourself.
insulted you?
Of course not. Make
Who
America
insulted you?
Charlie. You fucking fraud.
We
Interrupter
just think you need to be
extraordinaire.
intellectual. I know. We just think that you need to be intellectually honest with yourself.
I have been more than you, hypocrite.
Well, I don't.
Well,
What have I lied about? Tell me that.
you interrupted compulsively and correcting me on things I was saying already, as if you were correcting me, but you
Yeah, I
weren't.
have done both of those things. That's true. Yes.
Yeah,
I've
and
corrected you, and
illegitimately.
I have interrupted you when you started to lie. Yeah, that's true. I
Illegitimate. I was
apologize
not
for it.
lying.
I
Was not lying.
apologize for the interrupting part, but
I'll
the
take that into
correcting you, I will never
consideration.
apologize for because that
I'll
needed to be
take your
done.
apology into consideration. Yeah.
To be fair, like the last 3 or 4 nights in a row, Real Guards got muted and kicked out of the room for interrupting excessively. So
Well, I don't
Well,
trust
no,
your
I'm
judgment.
gonna
you
have
preach.
a good faith conversation with you, Real Guard, tonight. All right, let's do it.
Well, about time. Thank you. Yeah, I know
All right.
Cracker Barrel loves to lean on the mute button too. So
Bro,
Walleye,
he could be muting you this whole fucking time. I muted
Yes.
you
I don't
once
think
because you wouldn't shut up.
Mike rarely ever mutes anybody. I mean, he'll mute me more than he will any of you guys. That's a fact. Okay? So, Trick, he stayed on the mute button for a little while, so we can have a good faith conversation. I think the last time we spoke, Trick was over talking you as you were trying to talk to me, and that can sometimes, make things heated. So, yeah, let's have a conversation.
I remember agreeing a lot with Trick, so I don't think I was getting heated from that.
Of course, you guys agree a lot.
Well, yeah, but Trick,
That's
now I don't think you guys actually agree as much as you think you do, because Trick has,
maybe not.
no, I think no, because he's refuted things that you and Timu both said whenever I asked you guys like about trans individuals. He has an entirely different take on it. Says trans women are women. But what was his? So you said if a man has sex with a trans woman, that he's not gay, right?
I didn't comment on that. I think if a man
Okay,
has sex
Timu
with
said that he's not gay, but what do you think?
yeah, I'd say just because he has sex with a trans woman, that's not sufficient to say that he's gay.
Okay, yeah. Well, now Trick said that it was.
That's
He said that
crazy.
he is gay for doing that. That's where we can actually have some agreement.
Okay, yeah, we might disagree
Me and
on
Trick.
that
Trick, what
point.
does it say in the Bible about laying with another man?
Actually, he
What
said
does it say in the
that.
Bhagavad Gita?
Yeah, well, yeah. Let's not get into the Bible with Trick because Trick said he was a Christian, and then he said that there was nothing in said anything about laying with men, and then I showed him First Corinthians, and then he went fucking quiet. Then he started to like derail the conversation and go somewhere else. So I don't want to have any more Bible conversations with Trick because I have to walk him through everything because he said he was Christian simply just to,
It's like
I guess.
Well,
help
it's
his
like, bro,
college
like this
debate.
dude thinks that Christians can be moral relativists, bro. I'm like, there's no way you can believe in moral relativism and be a Christian. What do you mean, bro? What are you talking about here?
No,
Yeah,
I know
it just
Trick.
doesn't
No,
make
I
sense.
know for a fact. I feel like Trick has said before that he wasn't a Christian, and then tonight he said that he is a Christian after he found out that I was. Just to like get a leg
bad,
up in
guys.
the debate to be like, okay, yeah, we disagree with everything, but I'm gonna say that I'm a Christian too, just so that way I can show this from a fake Christian perspective. You know, they do that a lot. People do that a lot. I mean, it's very easy for an atheist to do. To say that they're a Christian and then be able to disagree with somebody on everything, politically, whatever. But yeah, we wasn't buying his bullshit. So
As deceptive, unprincipled atheists, huh?
yeah, that would probably be an example of trig. Yeah.
Much more prone to lying than Christians or Hindus or any other human population. Huh?
No, I never said that. No,
You
there
said it'd
there
be
could be
much easier
Christians
for
that
you.
lie a lot more than atheists. No, I agree with
Yeah,
no, I
bro.
disagree with that. I
Be very.
disagree with
I'm
that.
glad. I'm glad.
There's
You
a lot
say
of
they'd be very easy.
there's a lot of lukewarm Christians that will lie just as much as an atheist, if not more.
You can understand that if you say it'd be very easy for an atheist to come in and like pretend to be a Christian, then yeah, I'll take that as a certain way, focusing on atheists opposed to
Not
other
in a
people.
religious debate, but in like a political one. Yes, that's what we were having. So it would be easy for them to say that.
More easy than any other member of the population.
Well, like whenever we dove into the Bible a little bit, he had no clue what he was talking about when it came to just about anything.
Yeah,
So
I think he's a progressive Christian, bro. I'm just gonna be honest. No offense.
well,
He
don't
wants
use
to
the
do
word
that,
progressive. That's such a good word. That was
like
you take it away.
modern day. He's like a liberal Christian, like a modern day liberal
Like a
Christian. He just doesn't.
multicultural church Christian.
No, that's not what I meant. But
No, look up multicultural churches, dude. They exist, and it's absolutely. You wouldn't believe it if I told it to you, but I actually linked one in the chat yesterday. I linked a TikTok account. I went off on the pastor in the DM. I messaged him and told him he's a false prophet, and he needs to step out of the pulpit. Like he has no clue what he's talking about. All this, that, and the other, and then he blocked me, and then I went on my alt account and said the same thing.
yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
believe
no,
in priests, so I mean,
I
it's
mean, he was a pastor who was the day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, or his next message, he was talking about how overall was his words, overall or something like that. It wasn't a good thing that Charlie died, but maybe in a way it was because now God's gonna have a sit down with him and tell him about how he's wrong about everything or something. Like it was just so
what
weird
the fuck, bro?
to hear that from a pastor, bro. And I was just like, what is this, dude? Yeah, it's
Bro, what the
crazy.
fuck is this, bro? Oh, man.
I
Yeah,
was
I can see
like,
how that's
yo,
kind of
somebody.
touchy to do at this time. I also, I mean, it is in a different way though. I really
Well,
don't feel good about the the Hagee martyrs and stuff, and all these other speculation about Charlie Kirk's
I mean,
role in
he
the
is a martyr
aftermath.
for the Christian faith. So why do you not like that?
Partially, I think it's kind of hard to critique a pastor saying, Charlie Kirk maybe would have gotten some corrections from God in heaven. I think it's kind of hard to criticize that when there are
Well,
so many
this guy
churches
isn't a
saying, like,
pastor, though. That's the
of
problem.
course, Charlie Kirk and his mission and his behaviors would have been welcomed with open arms in the kingdom of heaven. I think that's very presumptuous and very politically motivated, rather than theologically. Yeah.
Do you think he was living in
No,
sin? I don't know if there's proof of him sinning.
Let me see. What is the name of that? What is the name of that church? New Dover UMC. Let's see. And, a multicultural church in Edison, New Jersey. Open hearts, open minds, open doors. That tells you all that tells you all you need.
Presumptuous, yeah.
Bro, he probably reads the Sparkle Creed.
The pastor is wearing a rainbow flag T-shirt as he's preaching a message. So can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah. Okay. In favor of civil rights.
Yeah.
As part of the
Christian. But wait. But isn't pride like the biggest sin? Like the most cardinal sin, the one sin you're not supposed to fall into? Pride. It doesn't matter what kind of pride it is.
Pridefulness.
God hates all sin.
Yeah, but pride is the biggest sin, bro. Like,
Pridefulness.
One of the biggest sins. I'm not saying it's the biggest, but it is up there.
Yeah, it is a very serious sin, and
pride. However,
God even says that He hates it. To the point, because it leads to destruction
I
of
don't
like
know if there's a
oneself
hierarchy
and a
of sin,
refusal
so
to
I
seek
think
Yeah,
God
are
too.
you
So.
proud to be an American?
Yeah.
Proud?
Fuck
You,
yeah.
you have American pride?
I'm not even a Christian, and I'm proud of being American, bro.
Very
Hell
good.
yeah.
Very good. So am I. Do you have American pride?
Well, that doesn't mean I'm prideful about that.
Exactly.
I love being that
You
way,
understand
but
it in that context, yes. Same thing for gay pride, trans pride, LGBTQ pride, etc.
well, then
Same.
why did they choose that word?
I don't think that it's the
That makes
same thing.
no
I mean,
sense.
their
What do you
version of
mean?
pride is
Okay,
Because
yeah.
it existed
So,
in English.
God,
Because
so
it's
no,
been a
no,
long-
so no. What we're talking about in Scripture, it's talking about God is against prideful people, opposed to those who are humble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know why, bro? I never joined the LGBTQ community, and when I used to be attracted to men, because they were all full of shit. They were all full of, oh, I'm gay. Look at me. Look at me. I'm gay. Like, what do you gain from this? You don't gain anything. What do you
civil
gain
rights.
from this?
Visibility and civil rights.
And you understand being proud and being prideful are separate, right?
Yes, they are separate. Yes.
Like,
as I
come
said.
on, man. Like, what's? Don't you have anything like else in your life to do instead of just
That's actually
going
something
around
we might
doing
actually be able
stuff
to
like
find some
that?
common
It's
ground.
ridiculous.
Sure, I
So you're
am
not gay
proud
anymore
to be
because of the
I'm
people?
proud to be an American. I am proud of what our country has accomplished, but that doesn't mean that I'm prideful.
Exactly.
I mean,
Agreed.
I still know that we have only done everything that we have done as a country through God.
Well, I disagree with that, but we can still be proud Americans and have different faith or lack of faith, and us at the same time have humility. And if you're saying that gay pride or trans pride or queer pride is the sin of pride, then that's just a false equivocation.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, it does have pride. There's not much humility when you actually go into what they represent.
I know plenty of gay people who will celebrate the freedoms of their love life and also just go to work like normal people and be unassuming and like like the people you see in parades and the people who are dressed a certain way at a bar on a Saturday night doesn't mean they do that every hour of every day. I just think you're being so simplistic and presumptuous.
But why would we let the standard down, even if it's straight people,
it's not
of revealing clothing? There have been there have been places where these people have had sex in the middle of the street. Like, even if you're straight, that's not right. You have there was this one pride parade I saw in LA where you have a bunch of kids in the crowd and you're hitting a guy with BDSM toys. Like, what the fuck is this? This is not right.
And when it comes to public nudity and just like good taste and stuff, and even modesty to a degree, yeah, I think that can be better encouraged among heterosexual and queer culture. Like, look at cheerleaders, look at music videos, look at a whole bunch of ways in which revealing clothing and that type of titillation has been used. But it's more complicated. I'll let somebody else talk.
I was gonna say, I think that queer culture is very different than straight culture. Like, why do you think we don't see gay rom-coms? Because there's no swooning of a man. It's like an open meat market with these people.
Wait, why do you not? Wait,
that's not a great argument. Yeah, you have shows that have gay protagonists.
Real
You ever heard
Gar,
Queer as Folk was a show primarily focused on gay. Ellen DeGeneres also had a sitcom. Like, I don't know.
No, like, where are the romantic comedies? Like, do you see any romantic gay comedies?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, I just don't think you know about the market of these films.
Have you seen any that don't involve sex?
A romantic comedy that doesn't involve sex? A romantic comedy that doesn't involve sex?
So are you seriously going to tell me that a gay man can swoon with, like, it's like you got to put some pimping on with a woman. What I mean is, like, you got to actually talk. I mean, it's just I imagine it's way different. I'm losing words to describe what I'm talking about.
I don't know how many women or men have
Real
you been
Gar,
with?
I have a question for you. Are
Javon,
you?
Tico was gay. He can tell you.
Yeah. No,
Real what Gar. The fuck, man? Why am I put on the spot, bro? Fuck out of here.
Because you could tell us how did it work?
Yeah.
You did a guy have sex with
Like, yeah.
You can tell us how it can work.
Every time I see people, like, it's just like it's an open meat market.
I think your
Real
experience is
bar.
very
Open
limited.
meat market, yeah, dude. Open meat market, bro. You gotta be
Yeah,
good,
man. I
bro.
mean, with a woman, you court her, you kiss her hand, you open the door, you pull her seat out. It's swooling. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Javon, how many gay clubs have you been to where you see this open meat market? Like, what's your
Well,
experience
I did
level?
a DoorDash. I
Oh,
did a
don't
DoorDash one
do
time.
that, bro.
I did a DoorDash one time, and I went to a place called New Direction. I didn't know what New Direction meant at all. And I'm
So
just
one
like looking
time, okay.
around, and I said, "What the fuck is this?" And
Nude
then,
erection or new direction?
no, New Direction. It was insinuating.
No, but that's what I'm asking.
New direction.
Yeah,
New
Yeah,
man.
arena.
so
Or every time I see
That
it,
might
like
have actually been a double entendre that maybe you didn't get previously.
when I'm driving downtown and I see it, I'm like, I don't know, man. It just looks like a meat market to me.
One time you went to this club delivering
Yeah.
DoorDash. Okay. Any other field studies?
As you say. Will do. Okay, then.
Carry on. Figure out why men aren't men anymore. Go ahead.
Because they're insecure, like yourself.
I'll just end it at that. Thanks
Look,
for the back and forth.
yeah. Look, the reality is that the homosexual, what's the word, populace or demographic? That's a good word. The homosexual demographic, it has not changed significantly. I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's what, 10% of the population, and that's been pretty consistent.
It's doubled
Am I wrong?
nearly every generation for the past 3 generations. You're incorrect.
Can you cite me a source for
No,
that?
you can do your own research. But
Oh.
anyway,
Hey,
So you can just make
Cracker Bitch has joined the chat.
Here's a question, because I've been listening to you homos for a while.
Well, I'm not. That's what I was trying to say.
Why
I'm not
would
gay.
anyone assume that the homosexual behavior within our society has not changed? Not the demographic. I'm speaking strictly to the behavior. For anyone who's been alive for more than 5 minutes, and I understand most of you who like to get on here and talk have zero lived experience for all the throwing around of that word you like to do. But most of you are 20. Most of you don't even have a girlfriend. You damn sure don't have a wife or children. And you don't actually have any experience. But for those of us who have been on the planet for a moment, we can very clearly observe a change in homosexual behavior in our society, in the politic. We can clearly see that they have taken liberties that did not exist a mere 20 to 30 years ago to such a degree that there's zero pushback from the left concerning grown men being nude in front of children at pride parades. Furthermore, when these incidents happen and the police are confronted about them in these states where these things are accepted because of the type of people who would accept these types of things, the police say things like, well, as long as they're not being lewd, they're allowed to be nude in front of children. And then sometimes the homos around me will push back and say, well, why were they bringing their children to a gay pride event? To which I say, I thought gay pride was about celebrating freedom and civil rights. So you're telling me it's about being a degenerate fucking homo. Okay, fine. I'll take your word for it. So the idea that these people aren't spreading their ideas through their behavior and therefore their numbers, I think goes directly against what the other gentleman just said. And we can clearly see a near doubling from generation to generation through X, millennials, and Gen Zers, as I call them, since they can't figure out their fucking gender. Anyway, continue with your nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, it's just basic libs of TikTok rhetoric, exaggerated moral panic based off of, I think with some excessive and bad parenting.
Why aren't men anymore? Probably all that cum you're swallowing, just like I just told you.
Yeah, we all heard you the first time.
Yeah, I know you did.
And
you're more of a man than me. Got it. Yeah,
So,
if
Cracker,
swallowing cum makes you a man, I don't want to be a man.
I don't need to compete against you for masculinity points. I'm not insecure about
You're
my
the
own
one that
masculinity.
just said you were more of a man than I am.
I said I'm more secure than you are. I said I'm more secure than you
you
are.
did not. That's not what you
did.
said.
Sure, I'm more secure than you are. Yeah. So, Cracker,
Okay,
most of what you
'cause
said
you can
is just
suck a dick. Great.
most of what you said. I said liberty's great. Most of what you said, Cracker Barrel, was libs of TikTok rehashing. Again, I talked before about those parents that would take their kids to scantily clad cheerleader events, child beauty pageants, Hooters, and there's not the same moral outrage or even threats to safety historically because it wasn't politically expedient. Meanwhile, the kinds of moral panics that we've seen when gay rights became resurgent in the 60s and 70s, oh, you can't have gay teachers, they're going to recruit your kids, and when interracial marriages became legal and black men and young men were posed as sexual threats to white women and girls, we've seen these patterns times over and over again. We've seen them against even Catholics in the 1880s and such, convent panics where even nuns residences were burned to the ground and shit. It was psychotic. We've seen this time and time again, but a lot of people don't know or don't care about their history.
So because you've seen things, now I want to follow the logic here. One, this is the genius of what the man just said. Everybody pay attention. He just equated going to Hooters where a girl is scantily clad to men pulling their penises out at gay pride parades in front of children, which is what I said. Now, for anyone here who thinks those two things are equal, you're definitely part of the problem. Okay. Secondly, he's trying to tell you that because there have been things in the past that were a moral panic that turned out not to be legitimate, that somehow precludes the possibility that the things we're pointing out today fall into that same category. I would love to know the mechanistic reason for why, because things have been in the past have been a certain way, that necessarily dictates that things today are the same.
It doesn't have to be mechanistic and necessary. I mean, history and demographic shifts don't work that way. It's enough for us to know that moral panics cycle through societies and are often correlated with periods of disruption and unpredictability in societies. So we can see those shifts now. This has been studied well for the past, especially since the financial crisis in particular, and it's really not hard to argue. You can also tell it's blown out of proportion because of the actual rates of criminality by trans people and rates of child abuse compared to other sectors of the population. So it's again a politically motivated campaign of distortion and mudslinging and scapegoating. Primarily, you do have cases of bad parenting, yeah, sure, and those should be treated accordingly. And this characterized me to say that a parent taking their kids into a Hooters is the same thing as a kid being flashed by a naked man at a gay pride parade. I didn't say that they were equivalent. I said you can see multiple examples of mainstream society, Hooters, cheerleaders, child beauty pageants. I mentioned earlier, if you were listening, male circumcisions, infant circumcisions, that do not generate the kind of irrational rage and threats to life and safety that the trans panic has caused recently by very deliberate political agendas, and all of those things. Also, by the way, the libs of TikTok style of quote unquote journalism, the Jack Posobics, and even too often the Charlie Kirks would take something like, you go to a nude beach, for example. You have sections where people take their clothes off and it's not sexualized, okay? You do have examples of pride parades where sections of town are closed off, boundaries are put up, and there is more openness and nudity than you would normally have on the street. And that's totally understandable. Kids and nude adults, you got to be really careful about that. I don't think a parent taking their child to a nude beach should be arrested. It's really context and behaviorally oriented. If someone at a nude beach is acting like a creep, getting too close, ignoring personal boundaries and stuff, and age differences, then that could really be a problem, and each case should be treated accordingly.
So for anyone who doesn't know how to interpret bullshit, let me translate. He has absolutely no mechanistic explanation for how, because things in the past have been a certain way, that necessarily dictates that things today are that way. So the claim that because there have been moral panics in the past, therefore this means the current one is such that is unfounded was simply not demonstrated by anything that this person just said, and nor can he, by the way. Furthermore, we have mountains upon mountains of evidence that suggest that what is going on with trans people, particularly trans youth, is an absolute travesty. From the amount of suicide completion, not attempts, by the way, which are often underreported or not reported at all. In fact, I would implore you to go try to find the actual numbers on completion versus attempts for youth. Very difficult to find.
Why don't you
Secondly,
post it then?
we have mountains of evidence in psychological data. We have mountains of evidence in cohort studies. We have 100,000 trans person perspective cohort study that was recently released that showed that the incidence of suicidal ideation and depression and anxiety doubled in almost every person after they had surgery. We have the CAS report coming out of the United Kingdom, which was the largest systematic review ever done on trans youth. It covers 600 pages and it has a plethora of studies in it. It has a mountain of interview data done with parents of kids who were transitioned. The information in this report is staggering. One of the key findings in the review is that clinicians, and I want you to be listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. One of the key findings in the largest report ever done on trans youth, which was commissioned by the UK in order for them to create new guidelines for trans youth because of all the problems they were having, found that there is no way for a clinician to accurately determine whether or not a child, a youth, who claims to be trans actually is. Let me repeat that. There's no way for a clinician to know whether or not someone who says they are trans actually is. This is one of the key findings in the review. When you read the CAS report, the things they say are amazing. Parents would literally come in and tell these doctors, my child had issues like being autistic or going through some other trauma. Guess what happens? These things are ignored, according to the parents. They don't even consider these things. There's a high correlation between being autistic and being trans. There is a mountain of evidence for people who want to actually look at it that tells us there's something wrong with these people. And as far as looking at any data behind violence, listen, we have a world of YouTube videos out there of trans people reacting violently from completely nonchalant moments. I don't need to remind everybody of the it's ma'am shit, right? All the way
Very
to
scientific.
the recent murders that have been happening at schools and other places. And what we're starting to see that I don't think Realgar really respects is there's a lag. There's a transitional lag behind what we're doing to these kids and when we're going to see them be violent. I think we're just starting to see it. I think we're on the edge of it. I could be wrong.
Yeah, so the whole mechanistic thing about moral panics in the past and how I haven't given any explanation, you say, I already told you that these periods in history are associated with disruptions in society and unpredictability, okay? And I specifically talked about the Great Recession as being probably the most recent disruption in American and even global stability that was a catalyst for the far-right resurgence that we're witnessing all over the globe, including the trans moral panic as of lately. So if you want like mechanistic laws of certainty in history, then you're just asking for the wrong standards. When it comes to trans literature reviews and the CAS review and all those things, you know, if you wanted to post study after study and go toe to toe with that,
Yo, you're barking up the wrong tree.
then you could post this in the chat, okay? I've already given several links. Really don't feel the need to engage with somebody who mischaracterizes so much data like this. And the trans shooters, and we're on the, you know, the delay end of, you know, what's been done to these children. And there's a, you know, we're probably at the beginning of this uptick in trans violence. We've talked in the past about the rates of ideological violence in the U.S. I think we were maybe even talking about it in this room before. There's just no comparison and no equivalence in recent or long-term U.S. history when it comes to ideologically motivated violence. Anybody who wants to look at the Consortium for the Study of Terrorism and Responses to Terrorism, largest global database of terrorist incidents going back to 1970, can see the data clear as day for themselves.
Hello?
So again,
Yep.
notice that the primary sentence he started with
Right. So
was these things are associative, right?
yeah, so we were in the middle of
What I
a discussion.
demonstrated is that they're not mechanistic. So for him to claim that there
Disagree.
is some guarantee that the past will behave like the future, or the future will behave like the past, rather, he would have to demonstrate what the mechanism is that guarantees that.
It's actually very likely that past behavior.
If you speak again, you will be muted.
This guy sucks so hard. Cracker bitch, you're so bad at this.
If you look at the past,
No, he's good, man. He's good.
and you see that
Nah.
we clear. Why are you talking over me? I've not interrupted you one time. But why are you doing that?
I was responding to somebody else who was talking over you.
No, I was just interjecting. Go ahead.
Talking to Puppy Papa.
So anyway,
Yo, what's up?
In order for him to demonstrate that the future will behave like the past, in the sense that anytime there is a panic that is being demonstrated, even through a political lens, that it's guaranteed to be a false panic, he would have to demonstrate that mechanistically. Claiming some association with, some time of disruption or whatever, it means nothing. It literally means nothing. The fact is, the claim that what we are witnessing is not a moral panic in the sense that it's legitimate, stands on its own. We have the data to support this. Now, you may look at this from the side of these people have a legitimate claim, being trans, that is. But even then, you can't ignore the fact that these people obviously have an untold number of mental health issues that seem to have risen up very dramatically. So it doesn't matter whether or not you think there's legitimacy to the claim that they are women, if they're males, or not. That's irrelevant to the fact that we can clearly see the suicidality. We can clearly see the beginnings of some very strong violent tendencies. I mean, we literally had the first female shooter ever in a school.
Yeah, I know, and that was a psyop.
Where this female went around killing babies. Who was this female? This female was a trans person.
You're talking about the Christian.
Let me help you out.
That went to a Christian school.
Yeah. This person was a trans person who is transitioning to a male, or to a man who was taking who knows how many SSRIs, who knows how much testosterone.
There we go.
And whatever else they had going on in their life. How did we end up with a female walking through a school shooting babies? So we have to look at these things. We have to ask these questions. If you think men can be women, and you're not a trans, that is a problem you probably have with your sexuality. Many of you are brainwashed by the left. You don't have to be a brainwashed retard to acknowledge that there is a problem with these people. We have data that shows that they transition in social groups amongst girls much more often than boys. That alone should make you stop and ask the question, why do we see this trend of people transitioning in social groups? Now, there's answers for this that could be more than it's a viral contagion. I will be happy to admit that.
Where are you getting your sorry, where did you get that data piece that they're transitioning in social
I'm
groups?
talking. But it doesn't seem to be the case. For an example, an alternative
You're
explanation
lecturing.
could be that a
grumpy.
female who happens to want to transition would likely develop friend groups with people who are similar. So this could be an alternative explanation to it being a viral contagion. I'm perfectly willing to
Oh my
admit that.
gosh, you are such an idiot.
Thanks.
Not wrong though.
This could be an alternative explanation, but we don't have any reason to assume this is true. And for some reason, that's what we're doing.
Amen.
Yeah, this will probably be the last thing I say. It's very funny and very typical of you, Cracker Bitch, to say that my claims about moral panics and historical disruptions going back generations, pretty cyclically,
The Union.
are
It's beautiful.
the Union. Like you're trying to link that back to your empty claims from before. Please stay quiet. It's very funny and revealing that you would say
drinking
that
something.
I've only shown correlation between periods of moral panic which pass and they're looked back on with embarrassment and bewilderment, the satanic panic and the interracial marriage panics and the anti-Catholic panics. That I'm only showing correlations. You obviously don't know anything about this social science research or this history, especially not if you're asking for like mechanistic causes or some kind of determinism. But then you point out the correlations between trans identity and all these other mental health conditions, and now suddenly it's a causal or a deeper connection. So again, you're hypocritical. You overgeneralize and oversimplify when it's convenient for you. And you did the same thing in arguments about interracial and intra-racial crime rates, like last week. This is your shtick, and it's fun to wrestle with for a while, but after too long, it gets boring. So I wish everybody else the best of luck. I'll listen to the last couple of volleys.
See ya, homo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's up, Cracker Barrel, man? I thought you fucked up your probation. You had to go back to prison. I was like, where's he at? But you're here.
Dude, I've not been on probation or parole ever.
Oh yeah, well, parole. Yeah, man. I thought you fell back in the old ways, bro. I was like,
no, not at all.
I gotta say, I love your profile picture. It's so cancel culture and Gen X is just great. I like it.
Yeah, how you been?
Oh, I've been good, man. I've been good. Yeah, they gave me DJ.
Yeah.
Things are looking up, man. I got DJ role. Yeah, real shit. Pretty badass.
Cool. Yeah, I don't feel the need to go to say anything else to Real Gar if he's on the way out. It's fine. I appreciate you stopping by and engaging and conversing.
Yeah, man. So what's the topic here?
Well,
why is that? I feel like we meandered off the Charlie Kirk thing and we're on something else, right?
Yeah.
I figured as these things go in here,
I am curious.
Well, these guys are trying to figure out why men aren't men anymore.
I am
They never did
curious
figure
to
it out.
ask
trying to get
Bernie.
back to that.
I am curious to ask Bernie, why do you think I was lying about what I said? Or I love Bernie. Maybe you're typing.
First, I'd like to know where you're getting your data from.
Depends.
I'd just like to evaluate your sources. I'm afraid that you're just getting information from sources that you're cherry picking and sources geared towards scapegoating this specific group of people, trans people, right? And getting people to hate them, right? Which is what you're spreading. You're spreading misinformation and hate towards trans people.
Okay.
Please don't tell me you're Christian and religious and all that, because that just sounds really bad too, right? That you're doing that to other people. That's not nice or kind.
So you don't have any reason to assume I'm lying then? Because that was my question to you.
Yeah, I do. I think you're just attention seeking and you think that whatever comes out of your mouth is important, and you have an audience here that clearly, well, maybe some of them, you know, think that what you're saying is important and are also drinking the same Kool-Aid as you. I think that you're just ignorant and you're not really looking at what you're consuming as
Wait.
far as your data.
So
Did
you say Kool-Aid, bro? That's kind of racist because black people have Kool-Aid. Are you
Oh my
trying to
god,
play
calm
black?
down, dude. Holy shit.
That's
Hopefully,
not what I'm referring to, right?
thankfully, we can resolve this by looking at the source, right? So let's just
Well,
look
I'm
at it.
asking him for what his sources are.
Can you give me an example of something that you think I just lied about?
That they transition in social groups. Like, do you really think that people that there are groups of people that transition as a group? Like,
Let me ask you a
you really
question,
think
and we'll
that?
see if it answers your question for you.
I'm just
No,
look,
I
I'll make
understand.
it
I
really easy. I
understand your
just want that one piece of
I understand your
that one
question.
source,
I
just for
understand your
that.
question. You asked me, do I really think? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Are you a Christian?
No.
Do you believe that there are people who are Christians?
Yeah, of course.
Do you believe that they converted to Christianity when they previously were not?
Do I believe that people converted to Christianity when they previously were not?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, yeah.
Do you think that ever happens
Are you
in
for
do
real? What?
I got
Is this your
I got
argument for
one more
trans
question. I got
people?
one more question. Do you think that ever happens in familial or social groups?
It could happen in an isolated situation, one individual wanting to become a Christian, of the Christian faith, or many people.
Or many
Is
people.
this really
So
what you're
you
gonna
believe
do?
it's
Come on.
possible that even well, let's just follow this logic. You believe it's
Gosh.
possible that even though you don't think the thing that they believe is true, that a group of people could convert to the idea of believing in something so strongly that they would bet their life on it, and that those transitions could happen in social groups.
You know what? I'm gonna sound like an asshole right now, but I think this conversation is way too stupid for me to have with you. I'm so
I don't
sorry.
know.
I
I
just
don't
you
even
can
know
you
what you
can
guys
keep
be
No, no,
you
saying.
can
no. Let
keep
her
you
go.
can
Let
keep
her go.
spewing your garbage. I can't. I just was amazed by
I
what
know
you were
you can't.
saying. And you can't drop your source in the side chat, and then you use this weak like story of how people can become Christian, and that's how you explain that trans people can become trans in groups. Like, come on, dude.
I mean, man, I don't know how
Well,
old you are,
I
but
Best
in
of
didn't.
high
luck to you,
school,
okay?
that is very
Best of
true. That's
luck.
how it goes.
Bye.
Yeah, interesting. That's pretty silly. I mean, I've never heard Christianity discuss much with transgender topics. I do know that the Bible does frown on transgenders. I do know it does, honestly. It's like it creates Adam and Eve, and anytime you try to, I guess, distort that or something, it's seen as a sin against God because you're trying to change
Wait,
yourself.
what?
I'm very curious, Bernie, if you don't tap
We
out
just
here.
talked
Can
about
you
it.
explain to me why it would be more ridiculous for someone to believe that a person died on a cross and rose after 3 days for their sins and walked on water? Can you explain to me why it would be more ridiculous for people to believe that rather than to believe that they were born in the wrong body?
This guy's an idiot. I wouldn't bother
I
either.
don't believe in Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy or religion or whatever else that you believe in. Sorry.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
respect
The
your right
whole
to believe
Wait a
that.
minute. I didn't say I believe in any of this. I'm simply asking you if you believe that people can become Christians and believe things that you say are not true, then why couldn't people believe they're in the wrong body and believe things that I say are not true?
Yeah, I mean, the whole born in the wrong body is another fantastical
Hold up,
myth.
hold
Like,
up,
I
hold up.
think Christianity,
Let her
I
answer because I
associate.
think her brain is cooking right now, and I would really like to see if she
No,
comes up
it's
with a
not.
real
I'm
answer.
actually I'm actually appalled that I'm falling for this. Like I actually don't. Sorry, it's not fair to have a
You
conversation with
engaged.
you, right? It's just not fair.
But do you
You
agree that
My
engaged.
bad.
I'm being very friendly and I'm asking you very simple questions?
But you're also very ignorant, right?
I
The
don't have to
tolerant
be
left.
not ignorant for you to be able to answer the question that I'm asking you. Like if you have an answer, just give me the answer. Explain to me why a person can believe in what you perceive to be the magic, the incorrect teachings of Christianity, and they can come to believe in that at any age, by the way. And you think that's false, but you don't believe a person
Mhm.
can come to just believe that they're born in the wrong body. Why do you think you could
Interesting.
make the transition to something that is far more dramatic like believing in a God that walked on water and rose from the dead, but you couldn't believe you're a man that's supposed to be a woman. But can you? I just
I don't
would
really
like an
care. I don't really
explanation.
care to believe or try to understand because,
You don't want
frankly,
to care
like,
to
I don't
understand,
give
but
a
you're
shit
the one
about
that
that.
said
I
it
don't know
could happen.
why. I don't know why you give a shit about that. Like, what's it to you what people want to
I'm just
be
why
or
are
become?
we asking these questions now?
I'm just
People can be like
wondering why you give it
This
so
isn't
much
the
thought
question
and
you started
energy.
out asking me. You asked me for
like
my
people can be like
source.
a dinosaur. If you go to Party Express,
Hold
get a
up,
dinosaur
PvP.
costume, you can
I
be a
don't need help.
dinosaur.
You asked me for my source. I just gave you a thought experiment.
Yeah,
I just gave you a thought experiment,
but
and
no
all I'm
source yet.
asking
You
for
gave
is
me
a
a thought experiment and
reasonable.
no source yet.
Right. Well, we don't need a source for this thought experiment between you and I. I'm
I
just
just want to see your
asking.
source for
I got you.
people transitioning in groups.
Let's just pretend that I don't that
Like,
there's
did
no
they drink
source.
something?
Let's just pretend there's no source. Okay?
You,
Now, let's
yeah,
go back
because you're
to our
talking
thought
out your
let's go
ass,
back
dude.
to our
You're
thought
just making
experiment.
shit up, right? And you're spreading hate,
Okay. Let's go
and
back
that
to
is
our
terrible.
Yeah, let's go back to our thought experiment.
You're a bad person.
I know.
You
Can
shouldn't
you
speak of
tell
people.
me
You
listen,
shouldn't
it's
target
okay.
groups of people.
If you want to keep berating
What is
me
the
and
next thing
calling
you're
me
gonna say
names,
that trans people are like what sexual
you
predators?
can
Is
do
that what you're
that.
also gonna spread?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm asking you
Then
is
what are you
very
doing?
simple. I'm asking you the simplest question in the world. I'm asking
Why are
you,
you spreading misinformation?
this is not misinformation. This is a question to
Yeah,
you.
about trans people.
Yeah,
And how and what makes you an expert on trans
I'm
people?
not.
Like
you
what are
sound
your
like another
credentials?
a woman or dude or whatever you are. You sound like another Tyler Robinson.
Oh, shut up, Black.
Wow.
So, Cracker Barrel,
That's what you are. I mean, you're sitting here, you're over
what
talking
makes
this
you
guy. You're over talking
a
this
subject
guy.
matter
You're
expert on
trying to
trans
shout him
people?
down. You're trying to shout him
I'm
down.
not.
You don't want him to speak. You're calling
I
him
just want to
hateful. You're
know
calling him all these names.
how he possesses
That's
all
what
this knowledge.
that's what this trans killer did.
I thought he didn't need
This
any help. Why are
this
you
tra-
jumping in to help
but
him?
he doesn't need help. I'm making my own comments. I'm a person with
Then
my
why
own
don't you just
opinions.
shut your mouth and
Wow,
let
you
us have
shut
this
your mouth.
conversation?
I can shut yours for you. Would you like that?
Oh, go ahead and mute me.
There you go. You're obliged. Kick rocks, tranny.
That is
I mean,
fucking
I mean,
hilarious.
it's like a JRPG, bro. You
They
just gotta.
can't stand opposing opinions. They can't stand truth. They hate it. They want to silence people.
gotta
If this
go.
person, if this person had a gun, they would have shot like Infinite in the face, or they would have shot anybody here. The same way they did to Kirk. That's
No,
what
I
they
would
are.
have had his back.
I shared a graph in the side chat there so that everybody can get a scale of
Yeah.
actual proportional representation of sexual offenders in trans versus the heterosexual community there in the side chat. Sources on the image.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Javon?
What's
Oh
up,
man,
Javon?
that was
Oh,
good.
not
Oh,
much,
Flyron
bro.
was being a bitch, bro. I hate that. I can't say that word, but
Don't say, but yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I don't like mutant people, but they don't want to cooperate in discussion at all. I mean, Cracker, you want this dude or whatever it is? I guess we're on it. Do you want them like ranting?
It's your call, man. You do what you want to do.
I mean, if you want to argue with
I
this,
mean,
if
this
you want
person
to,
obviously does not want to engage with me. I asked them the simplest question in the
obvious.
world, and they just
Yeah,
don't. They
let's
don't
see.
care to engage with me. So
Let's see if this like
You
STD.
just want to call your name.
Yeah, let's see if this STD spreader.
But
who
yeah,
does-
what
who
y'all
doesn't
don't
know
understand is
who
that
doesn't
my
know which
position.
bathroom to use wants to talk. Okay, go ahead, scumdog. Scumdog.
Cracker,
Can you actually
Cracker.
engage Cracker, or do we have to listen to your
Wait, Black, are
bullshit?
you also like Christian or whatever? Some religious?
Look, you
You
got a couple
identify with
minutes.
some religion?
You have a couple minutes to engage
Does
with
does your
Cracker.
God tell you to treat people like you're treating me right now?
You
Calling me
got
STD and
you
scumdog and all those
you
names.
got 30 seconds.
Like
How
a
does that
bitch,
make you a
boy.
good person? You should be really ashamed of yourself.
Wait, hold
You're
on here. I
disgusting.
gotta say this.
That's
I don't know
15
if you know
seconds.
there, little lady, but you're in no
I don't think
fucking
anyone's
place
talking
to
to
make
you.
moral fucking accusations
What
of
happened
judgments
though?
on other people.
This person's
So
not.
just address the argument and stop being
What
an idiot.
what happened though? I missed it though. What happened?
I
Oh,
posted the
you got here too
sources.
late, Javon. You
Cracker.
just missed it.
I got you.
Damn,
Yeah.
man. Damn, missed it.
The source number 1 is the wiki, social contagion, and source number 2 was a reference from the wiki, which is social contagion of mental health, evidence from college roommates. Very relevant to the topic.
You guys know that the largest and most recent study shows that fucking transition actually increases suicidal ideation, depression, and risk of drug addiction?
I didn't even
Actually,
No
know that, man.
surprise.
I saw that on Twitter, but I didn't save the article. So I was dealing with. Yeah, I did see
Louis,
something like.
can you provide a link to that study? I'd like to look at it, please.
Yeah, I
I
can
could
pull it up.
explain.
It's in Oxford Academic,
What
but just
y'all
give me a second.
what y'all don't understand, bro? It's like a JRPG, bro. Like if you're not in the wrong character, you gotta swap. You gotta click the exit game screen, okay, and start a new save. That's how it works, man. Like
So
I think these transgenders are onto something, dude. Like we just need to reset, you know.
I will post some research in the side chat. There's a gentleman who recently came out with some research that was absolutely quashed. It was allowed to be published, and it was forced to be retracted. This research concerns rapid onset gender dysphoria, which proponents of the trans community absolutely insist is not a thing. And the opponents of it, people who are doing the research into this area, absolutely insist it is a thing. Now, when I show you this research, most of you are going to think it looks fairly benign. But the fact is that the researcher, the scientist, the academic who was previously on the left, who did this, has been ostracized. And it just comes down to the fact that you have to ask the question, why are these people being silenced? Academia is not a place to ask questions anymore. Academia is no longer a place to search for truth. Academia is a place to push a narrative that is directed by politics. And if you step outside places of hard sciences, that's all you're going to find. In fact, that's seemingly what Charlie Kirk was trying to fight, every day when he was at college campuses. So, yeah, you may be surprised, you may not be surprised when I show you this research and this gentleman who was silenced for publishing it. But no, we are dealing with this today, where the research that is controversial, if it goes against the narrative, it's being stopped one way or another. It's just being stopped. So, and this is everything from funding, by the way. It doesn't just have to be the research. It could be the funding for the research. It could be whether or not a professor gets tenure, for example. They have multiple ways of controlling this.
That they do.
And I don't think it's some
I
grand
shared the study on the
conspiracy. I
side.
don't think what did George Carlin say? You don't need a conspiracy when like interests align. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's just the case that these people lean the same way politically, and they commit to the same behaviors like a fucking pack of clones. Like a put your black sticker on fucking Twitter, or you're a racist, like that. So I'll put it in the side chat though.
Oh yeah, it was the black square on Instagram. Yeah. Oh, Twitter. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Bunch of fucking nonsense.
Yeah, I was in high school when that happened. And if you didn't do it, yeah, you were considered a racist.
Well, you're black and you said that, so that makes you a sellout.
Apparently, according to the left, man. Hey. Yeah.
There's some other research. I would post the cast review for the other person, but they're gone now. But yeah, the cast review for any of you who want to look at it. I know nobody's going to read 600 pages, but it clearly says in the review section, the overview section, the quote that I gave earlier. So I can pull it up if you think I'm lying, but it very clearly says in the overview that a clinician has no accurate way to determine whether or not a trans youth or youth that claims to be trans is trans. It's one of the most standout portions of the review. It blew my mind when I read it. So.
Look at Samuel simping for the tranny in the side chat. Knock it off, Samuel.
Oh, you just gotta reset your character, bro. Like you don't understand what you're talking about, bro. Like you gotta do it.
Okay.
That just reset the save. Like you get the right character eventually.
Oh, and then I like trannies and sucking dick like real gar. Fuck yeah.
Look, trans are seeing the new way of life, buddy. It's like if you go in the metaverse, you can reset your gender there.
Yeah,
That's
it's like a woman with a cock. I know, isn't that crazy?
it is the future, dude. Like Mark, like you know what Mark knows what I'm talking about.
Well, hold on, Sam. Hold on, Samuel. I thought you were arguing in the other chat that that like Dylan Mullaney or whatever was wanting the
No,
womb.
that was my evil. No, that was my twin. But like I'm being for real, like dead ass. Like you go to the metaverse, man, anyone can be whatever they want to be. Like I believe that what's her name? I love Bernie. Assumption.
But yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Hey, is she still here?
I'm pretty sure that he is a guy, but you do you, bro.
Yeah, bro. I
Simp
mean,
hard
sounds
enough.
like that.
Makes a picture of his balls.
Just figured out the best way to eat strawberries. Take a straw, put them in there like that.
Hey, yo, that's gay.
No, it takes the core out.
Oh, okay. All right. As long as we ain't sucking on the straw, it's good. Straight.
And you can eat the whole thing.
Yeah, bro. That's like I don't suck on straws for that same reason, dude. Because like it's kind of gay,
Javon, I think your mom took a lot of Tylenol when she was pregnant with you.
Hey, bro, I got the life hacks, man. I got them life hacks, dog. I got them life hacks, man.
You ever heard of like microplastics in your balls? Like that's a real thing. In fact, it turns some men gay. I'm being for real, like dead ass. Like it turns their air sensitivity off.
Microplastics in your balls is what you just said.
Yep. It's a real thing, Alex Jones talks about that. Like they was turning the frogs gay. What else could it do?
It's crazy. In Abigail Schreier's book called Irreversible Damage, which is primarily about girls turning trans and rapid onset gender dysphoria and turning trans in groups, social groups, and things like that. One of the things that she noted was that in the UK, in a decade, in a 10-year period, there was a 4,400% increase in teenage girls seeking treatment in one decade. It's pretty wild. I'm just sitting here looking at her work right now.
It's with Gen Z. Gen Z, we like my generation. We, for some reason, I thought like we were like 30% more likely to be gayer than every other generation
That's true, dude.
that came
But
before
I
us.
think it's because the women are the bisexuals, right?
Well, I blame this on. Well, no, I'm not even gonna go down that rabbit hole because it's gonna sound like I'm trolling, but I'm not. But I blamed in the black community a lot of our homosexuality on promiscuous women. So, yeah, I say a lot of it, but not most of it. It's just something I noticed.
Yeah, like the women want the top 20. It's also due to the women want the top 20% of men. So, like, they just can't help it. They have to date up. All those men, like, they're either going to watch porn or find another man.
Nothing you're saying is true.
Oh, yeah. Have you heard? It's called hypergamy.
Let's see. One of us has a wife and children. Which one is it between the two of us?
Definitely not you.
So I want you to think. By the way, this nonsense that this retard just spouted is just a repeat of Fresh and Fit, the Whatever podcast, Andrew Tate. These are like the three biggest proponents of this stupid statistic. Now, aside from the mathematical impossibility of what this dude just said, I want everyone to think next time you go out in public, I want you to look around, take some time, pay attention to couples men that are with women,
Zuckerberg.
notice how often it seems to be the case that there's a mismatch between the man and the woman in terms of what
Oh,
you would perceive as looks. And notice how often it goes in the direction of the man
okay.
versus the
Here's the
woman.
problem, though.
Infinite,
And
infinite. I
The
see.
women are
I
the
see.
women are
here's the most important part, okay? The 100% of women cannot date 20% of men.
Oh, okay.
That's literally an impossible fucking. Uh, there's nothing
Yeah.
true about what this dude just said.
Well,
Okay,
No, I'm gonna explain it to
the
you.
biggest
Have you ever heard?
the vast majority of women are dating average guys. What does average look
Okay,
like?
I can
Average
give you an
looks
example.
like
I'll
shut
explain to you.
up when I'm talking. Average
Ugh.
looks like $50,000 a year in income. Average looks like being overweight. Average looks like being about 5'9" or 5'10". That's what most women out there are dating. Not this superficial Chad fucking thing that you've made up in your mind because you're insecure about the way you look. The problem with you
Okay.
people, you young people, the reason you don't get women, the reason you don't have wives is because you don't go out looking for them. You're looking for them on the internet, which, by the way, only 30% of Gen Z women are using dating apps. 66% of Gen Z women do not use dating apps. So the reason you can't find a decent woman and you're convinced they're all hoes is because you're dealing with the 30% of hoes that are being run through by the 70% of men on the internet.
I
So
go in
Okay.
favor of the men.
solution,
I
All
agree
right.
with you.
get off the internet, go out into the real world, find women.
I'm agreeing with you, Infinite. But I do this example of, right, like you'll always see a Biggie Smalls and a Faith Evans, but you'll never see a Drake and a Lizzo. And I think that kind of highlights your point. Meaning, like
Yeah.
women, yeah, will easily date a 5'7" guy because I mean, Infinite's right. Majority of them, I mean, they can't. They're not all fucking Rick Ross. You know. It's
Like, have you heard of something called what you're talking about is called beta bucks, okay? So you see all those girls that like are really attractive and they're average dude, like they're obviously beta bucksing and they're doing something called dual mate strategy, okay?
You
And
said
essentially where
beta, hold on,
a girl
beta
yeah,
bucks?
beta bucksing, yes. It's a term when a girl gets with a dude who is like usually of high position or has high bills, high bread, whatnot, in order to help support a kid. But secretly at nighttime, she goes sleeps with Chad. She goes to his and sleeps with him. And then she brings back
So now he's moved
Shiloh
on
to
to another story.
beta
When I
boxing.
proved his first
Right?
story couldn't possibly be right. Now he's moved on to another story because again, he doesn't believe in his ability to properly keep a woman. So now he's moved on to the story of, well, she may be with you, but she's secretly going to sleep with this Chad character that I've created in my mind. So what he doesn't understand is Chad doesn't exist. Chad is the boogeyman that was created in his mind. And
Javon, do you have message terms?
as long as you walk around the world, there's two things you're doing wrong if you're in this category. One, you're on the internet, and two, you don't have confidence in yourself, right? Because the Chad lives in your mind. And by the way, as long as you believe this, you're probably going to seek out women that bring this type of behavior to fruition. You're not looking for women that are going to cheat on you. You're not looking for women that are looking for Chad. You're looking for a woman that loves you and wants to have a family with you. So why would you ever pick the type of women this dude's talking about? Okay,
All
I
right.
posted
Chad
the
does
cat. Hold
exist.
up, I'm getting on something serious here. I posted the cash review in the link, and now I'm going to give you the actual clip of the image of the key finding, so you can keep this, put it in your back pocket. This is from the overview, and this claims exactly what I said. Clinicians are enabled to determine with any certainty which children and young people will go on to have an enduring trans identity. Clinicians do not know who is actually trans. So when a child comes in and a child says, I'm trans, guess what? Nobody knows if that's true.
Okay. All
And
right.
and
Javon,
and
do
the
you have,
most
do you have image
important part
posting
is
terms?
clinicians. So when they tell you, oh, they went and seen a bunch of psychologists and a bunch of clinicians and blah blah blah, remember, they don't have a way of knowing you either. This is the important
Why
part.
not?
Now continue with your nonsense, VBB.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Whatever nonsense you were talking about, I don't know, but we'll move on. But so Mark, does anyone here have image post terms? Okay, I need y'all to post because I got evidence for what I'm talking about. I can send it in chat, so I just need
No,
someone to
you
get
don't
send
have
it.
any evidence for what you're talking about.
I do. You're not
Hey,
gonna let me send it, are you?
VB,
Because you want to trust me.
do you mind if
Yeah.
I ask a question?
Yeah. Why not?
I'm gonna ask it for what's his face? Cracker Barrel. Do you believe that if you allow certain industry to thrive, they will get more skilled and build more experience in that given industry? For example, like heart surgery used to have like a 12% success rate, and now it's like 79% success rate.
As long as what we're talking about is a skill issue, then yes.
A skill issue?
Correct. You just
So
used the
would you
word skill in your
believe, would
question, did
you
you
hold
not?
the belief that like people who evaluate children, um, and psychologically like analyze children who think that they might be trans, do you think that they have skill issues and they wouldn't be able to understand if they were trans or not?
No, I don't think it is a skill issue, which is why I don't
What
think
do you
they'll get
think it
better at
is?
it.
You don't think they'll get better at it?
No, because it's not a skill issue.
Um, okay, how is it not a skill issue?
Because it's made up nonsense. How can you get better at made up nonsense?
That really just that lacks a lot of substance, that answer. You want to like reword that, or is it like what I'm genuinely have to work with?
Well, uh, let's take for example the suicidality, right? Not ideation, but completion.
Let's
Okay.
go there, yeah.
Okay, great. So you would agree that suicidal completion amongst trans youth is exceptionally high, correct?
Well, I don't think it's in your favor to say exceptionally. And also, that's not the case. Per capita compared from like trans individuals who are minors compared to trans individuals who are of age, there's a higher ratio with like trans individuals that are older that have like a higher count, like kill count for suicide compared to children.
Right. Well, what if we compared? Well, first of all, in the CDC, youth is just defined in a very specific way. When the CDC is who keeps up with these numbers, at least that I tend to reference, and they reference youth up to 25 years old. Okay, so within this demographic, what I'm asking is compared to the non-trans demographic, not comparing young to old trans, but the non-trans demographic compared to the same
Oh,
trans demographic. Do you agree that the suicidal completion rate is high
and trans individuals compared like per capita to like an average like civilian?
to a
Pretty sure it's the same.
non-trans individual of the same demographic,
What do you mean same demographic?
same age demographic?
Um, and your reference was like ages, like the age group like 25 to what?
I think it's 15 to 25 in the CDC.
Hypothetically speaking, even if it was higher, that doesn't really say anything about being trans. Especially when you look into these cases of trans individuals killing themselves, and they reference multiple times that um, in their suicide notes that even after they got gender affirming care, um, all they got was just like hate from like their community and people who uh, would be like their family members, so that could do that to anybody, to be rejected
That wasn't
in such
going
a
to be
way by
my
your
point.
family.
I just asked you to agree with me on a statistic. That had nothing to do with my point.
Well, a statistic that you think is correct, I don't know. I would love to see it so I can like read it. But I'll just say yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
To keep a fluid conversation.
So my question would be, since the question is for me whether or not there is legitimacy to the people who are diagnosing this issue, and therefore whether or not they could actually get better at it because it's a skill, even though it's not a skill. When we look at these suicidal completions for trans youth in the given demographic that the CDC references, can you explain
You're
to
saying
me?
CDC, by the way? Sorry to interrupt. CDC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Center for Disease Control. Yeah. Based in Atlanta, Georgia. Anyway, can you explain to me why we don't? Do you agree that these suicides are linked to, based on what you just said? I'm assuming you are, but I just want to make sure. Do you agree that these suicides are most accurately and consistently linked to people not being affirmed and it causing them some type of dysphoria?
Uh, I think it's less about being affirmed because also people forget that it's more often than not that trans individuals don't even necessarily get gender affirming care or apply for that because they don't feel it's necessary and they feel comfortable in their own skin enough without gender affirming care. They make up a larger number of the trans population than like actual trans individuals who get gender affirming care. So yeah, and that's why these studies are actually kind of
But didn't you just
inconsistent.
say that the suicidality based on their notes and other things that you
Yeah,
stated
that was
was
an example of individuals who have gotten gender affirming care. Yes.
right? So I didn't say gender affirming care necessarily. I said affirmed, but
Okay.
nevertheless, um, so I'm not really focusing on gender affirming care per se. I'm focusing on whether or not they're being affirmed, which is how we typically diagnose gender dysphoria, right? Because according to the DSM-5, gender dysphoria is not necessarily someone who identifies as trans, but they must actually have something happening
Yeah.
in their life, right? I'm saying this for the room, I'm sure you know. But they must have something, I'm sure you know now since the last time we had this debate, but you don't remember. The DSM-5 very clearly says that you must have some type of dysphoria, meaning something wrong is happening in your life in relation to your identity, right? Just for the simplest explanation here. Okay, so I'm asking you, do you agree that these suicides are most likely related to people not being affirmed in one way or another? Either they're being bullied, or they're being picked on in some way, or their family doesn't accept them, or their friends don't accept them, or they simply cannot accept themselves.
The trans?
Um again, so yeah, like I said, there's obviously I feel like there's like an unquantifiable amount of reasons of why a trans individual would kill themselves. Um and if I were to guess what the most common or example of like why they claim there are, if there even is a note, it normally talks about how they've just been rejected by the people around them whenever they needed to be accepted by them the most.
So exactly
Well,
what I
yeah,
just said.
they're like that because they're masochistic and they want to
Chill
be like the
out, chill
ultimate
out,
victims,
chill out,
basically.
Papa, chill out. I'm going
Oh, my
somewhere with
bad, my
this.
bad. I get
So
passionate about this
it's all good.
subject here. I'm sorry, man.
So just to be clear, basically what I just said, that they're not being affirmed in their lives. This causes them some type of distress, which according to the DSM-5 we would label as gender dysphoria. You agree with me on all this?
Oh, you said what was the last part about gender dysphoria?
I said they're not being affirmed. This causes them
Yeah.
some type of distress, based on their identity,
Sure.
which according to the DSM-5, we would label as gender dysphoria, which is a mental health condition.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we're acknowledging that the majority of people who are youth and they're committing suicide and are trans are doing so because of a gender dysphoria, right?
I disagree with that.
Hold on before you disagree with it.
I'm sorry. I wanted to.
It's cool. It's
Yeah.
cool. I just want to see what
I
Tima
mean,
has to say.
I think it's also less about gender dysphoria because I feel like, or it's not even how it's not an I feel
Well, now
statement.
you're backtracking.
I know. No, I still
Well,
have the
then
same answer.
okay, then let's go back one step. Let's reestablish.
Well, I'm just adding details to my answer.
Well, I don't really need details. Look, I need to know, do you
Sure.
agree with the statement that
No,
the
that's what I was
majority of
trying to let you know
people
of.
who are okay, well then can you explain how your first statement is not congruent with your second statement?
Oh, it does. I was just trying to add I was just trying to make sure we're on the same page. So, yeah, I do believe that when it comes to trans individuals, it is more often than not that they will, especially with LGBTQ therapy inpatient practices. I feel like at least what I've seen in inpatient practices, they typically simmer in on how to cope with gender dysmorphia more than they are taught to not rely on other people for their own happiness.
It's not dysmorphia, it's dysphoria. But continue.
That's what yeah. But it's more often than not taught. They teach trans individuals how to cope with gender dysphoria, and I think they do that more with gender dysmorphia than they do with teaching them hey, don't rely on other people for your own happiness.
Okay, I don't know how in any way. Okay, let's go back to the thing and try to stay focused this time. Do you agree that the majority of suicides are due to people who are not being affirmed and it's caused them some type of distress?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, man.
Great. Then we call that gender dysphoria, which means that the majority of people who are committing
No, that is
suicide are
them not having people around them that validate how they feel isn't what causes gender dysphoria.
Gender dysphoria in the DSM-5 is defined as distress being caused because of one's identity. So it's not the identity itself, it's the fact that there is stress being caused or distress being caused.
You said the CDC said that?
No, I said the DSM-5.
DSM-5?
Correct.
Okay.
It was changed from the DSM-4, and the DSM-4, gender dysphoria or gender being trans was considered a disorder. It was gender identity disorder. They changed it in 5 to now say that there is distress around your identity, and it's not the identity itself. You're telling me that you agree that the majority of people who committed suicide did so because of distress over not being affirmed, and I'm saying to you that would qualify as gender dysphoria, and therefore the people who are committing suicide are doing so because of a mental illness. I don't see why you don't agree here.
I don't disagree. I've already told you that I agree, yeah.
Okay, great.
I think 4 times. Yeah.
Now, here's the next part of the question. When we look backwards in time, why do we not see these youth suicides?
Because it wasn't labeled as
let me finish.
Oh, sure, for sure.
Why do we not see these youth suicides if, one, trans people have always been here at the same rate?
Yeah.
And 2, the cause of suicide is distress over not being affirmed. Now, when I say we look backwards in time, because I know what you're going to say already, when I say when we look backwards in time, we don't see these suicides, I don't mean we don't see a known cause for the suicides. I mean we don't see the numbers at all. So when we look backwards in time, we should see more youth suicides even if we don't know the cause, if we assume that the cause of the suicides are the distress.
For sure. Do you think, I have a question for you. Do you think that there was more acknowledgement for trans individuals now or in the 1950s?
Well, I was only going to the 1980s because that's about how far back we have
1980s.
data. But
Sure. Do you
ask me
think
the
that there
question
was
again. Did you
more?
say acknowledgement?
Do you think that there was more people applying themselves to the idea of like trans individuals now or in the 1980s?
Applying themselves to you have to clarify.
What I'm saying is that because like for the same reason that we saw less trans individuals, there for example, because I'm trans, I always have felt trans. I didn't know that there was a word for it, okay? The same way a whole bunch of other people didn't. And the same way that, hey, they never even gave themselves the option to think about that because they didn't, for one, have the luxury of gender affirming care. That was never even a raising question if you could
How
do
would that
that.
apply to the
So
question I
why
asked?
it was kind of like a why bother kind of thing.
Yeah, how would that
So when
apply
you
to the
look at
question
all
I
these
asked?
statistics of people killing themselves that could have subconsciously been in reliant of, or been a trait of like why they did that, gender dysphoria could have been part of that reason. However, nobody was caring about the statistic of trans individuals killing themselves because they weren't looking for it.
I just told you. Oh my God. Yes, I told you that's exactly what you were going to say. Listen, I have a very sophisticated argument here. You have to track
Okay.
what I'm saying. Don't click on your mouse. Don't be distracted. Okay. You're going to think I'm saying one thing. I'm saying something completely different that you're just not getting. Okay. So I really
Okay,
want you to
help
work
me.
with me here. If
Okay.
you believe that racism in the past caused more, if you believe that racism towards black people causes them to commit more crime, then as we go backwards toward more racism, we would expect to see more crime, even if we don't know the race of the people committing the crime. You agree?
What do you mean, even if we don't know the race of the people committing the crime?
Okay. Yeah, I see this is going to be difficult. Okay, so let's say that there's two populations of people, right? There's white people and there's black people, okay? And we don't know how many of them were black or how many of them were white. But we know that the more racism there is, it causes more crime. That's all we know, right? And we have this two populations, but we don't know what percentage is what. Okay. Wouldn't you agree that as we move backwards in time toward more racism, in other words, more racism in the past,
there is less
we would
crime.
expect to see more crime, even if we don't know what the demographics are of people who are committing those crimes.
There was less crime because they didn't have the option to commit crimes because they were
Oh my
literally
God, now you're gonna make me argue about
held
blacks.
captive.
I'm making a hypothetical here.
I know.
Yeah. Okay. If we have two demographics of youth. Okay, I'll just try to use the actual example again to see if you can follow this.
Sure.
We have two demographics of youth. We have the 2025 cohort going back a decade, and we have some other cohort that ends in like 1980. Let's just say we can go back to 1980. If the cause of youth suicides amongst trans people is not being affirmed and causing distress, wouldn't it make sense that as we go backwards in time toward less acceptance, less gender affirming care, less people being tolerant, that we would expect to see more distress and therefore more suicides amongst the youth? Now, the answer to that question should be yes. Great. Okay. Now you're going to say, but we don't see that in the data labeled as being trans, which I agree with you. Okay. Here's the important part. We don't have to. This is the sophisticated part of my argument. We should be able to
Because
just
then you would probably say,
listen. I'm going to say,
oh,
listen, we should just be able to look at the youth suicide rate
right,
and see it go up, even if we don't know who it is that's committing the suicide. Because presumably there should be more of it where there is more distress. Do you track?
I'm seeing where you're coming from. I don't agree with it, but I'll let you finish.
Tell me why you don't agree with it.
Because I have never seen a statistic that suggests younger generations. Well, I guess there's two reasons why. For one, children are exposed to more things. So you would have to kind of ratio that out with also just like different considerations of like why a child in general would be more likely to kill themselves now compared to like you said the 1980s, correct? So for example, children are very exposed to like the internet and they have more options to talk to more people. And also people are way more strict on their opinions of trans individuals than they were at the time because nobody even had an opinion on trans individuals. Being trans wasn't even a discussion.
But what
I think
number
there's a
are
lot of
you
different things
saying
to
is
consider here.
incorrect? What number are you
Also,
saying would not
well,
be incorrect?
it's not that I'm saying a number is incorrect. I don't know which number you're talking about.
No,
So
no, I'm saying
you know,
what you're saying I'm wrong. I'm asking you which
I'm saying
statistic
that
would I be wrong
I
about?
just haven't personally seen a number that suggests dramatically that the youth's like suicide rate has went up since the 1980s. Also considering that like the population has expanded by a lot since then as well.
Yeah,
So
well,
I don't know.
the awesome thing about per capita is the population doesn't matter. We can compare two different numbers. Come here.
Okay, I guess that was my way of asking.
That's why we use the word rate. Lay down.
Yeah.
Lay down. Good boy.
That was my weird way of asking if that's what we're doing here.
Yeah,
okay.
Suicide rate is per capita. So if I can show you numbers that clearly demonstrate that going backwards in time, as we get less affirming of trans people and presumably more distress, which is what we've already agreed on causes the suicidal completion.
Yeah.
You would agree with me that there's something wrong with our current understanding.
I would.
Great. Let me go to the CDC and pull that up. Now, for anybody who just heard that argument and doesn't understand it, it's okay. It's an incredibly complicated argument that I developed. And
I don't think it's right. I don't think it's that complicated.
You're
right?
welcome to use it anytime. Well, it is because no one else ever created it, which is why I'm awesome and the people who didn't aren't.
Okay, but look, you're not gonna get any men sucking their cock on that one. Okay, so no.
I don't know what you just said.
It's all right.
Some guy sucking on a cock or something.
Yeah, Samuel said, I want to suck on your cock after that one. Gay.
Yeah, it sounds
gay. I don't know, man. You thinking some gay shit, dude, Mike. You been on some gay shit.
Yeah. Why? Because I knew he's trans.
Mike thinks that trans men are men, bro. That's ridiculous.
Wait, you call trans men he?
What if Timu isn't trans?
I don't know. I called
trolling y'all. That would be.
I
so
called
great.
Timu he, and y'all didn't believe me.
Okay.
Okay.
It doesn't make me any less of a woman. I don't know.
Oh.
I mean,
Samuel would agree. Samuel would agree.
Like if we go off of your,
I said if
if we
Timu
go
is
off
trans,
your
it's
definition,
likely trans to men. I said if Timu
But
is
you're
trans, it's
wrong.
likely.
But you're wrong.
Mike, I have a question.
Ask Timu.
Mike, if I call you a she, does that make you any less of a man?
Well, I have a cock, and so do you.
Okay, wait, not anymore. Is only being a man.
TMI, thank you.
Well,
Being a man is
Samuel's
about
into
having.
it. I'm just saying. Samuel's
If you
into
don't
it.
have balls,
Like, so
you're
you
not a
think
man.
that all there is to being a woman is like having a vagina? You don't think that's like dehumanizing and like very like caveman, black and white? Pink is for girls, blue is for boys.
What? That doesn't make any sense. Color is not a gender thing, though. It's not affected by gender. Vagina
Well,
is.
it's just like
heavily associated.
it's a thing that exists. Yeah, it's like very
Do you
stupid. I
understand?
would agree,
Okay, do
but
you know
it's a
why
thing that
men? Do
exists.
you know why men? Do you know why men look like men and women look like women? I'll tell you. It's because of the Y chromosome. The Y chromosome carries the SRY gene, which administrates
Women
testosterone.
are more than their
I don't know.
bodies.
Samuel, what are
I
you
don't know what you're
talking
saying.
about? You literally
Also,
thought
those aren't
he
the only
was a woman.
chromosomes that.
Yes, the only chromosome that makes men is Y chromosome. That is the only chromosome that does it. It's only X or Y, and you need one Y chromosome to be a man. Just only one. Only one. I don't know
There.
where people get this from.
I don't know. It
Also,
sounds like you're talking to me through a well.
Yeah. By the way, Mike thinks that trans men are men. So he legit said that was gay to fuck a trans man. That's ridiculous.
Well,
said
I mean,
trans
I
men are
told Chromaphene to look up Buck Angel. Would you feel gay if you fucked Buck Angel? Because I think I probably would.
I was talking about trans men, though. You told me specifically when I was talking about trans
Okay,
men.
I'm getting a little confused here. Trans men, pole or hole? Which one are we talking about? Hole, right? Yeah.
He doesn't even know what he's on about,
That's
bro.
right.
Cut off.
Is
Trans man is a woman with her tits cut off and a beard now. Yeah.
no, a trans man
So,
is someone who identifies as a man.
wait, Cracker Barrel. By the way, for this to be meaningful, these
You're an
numbers you're
idiot,
showing me
Samuel.
in general, of like, the youth committing suicide versus like youth today committing suicide, it would be way more meaningful for your point if you also show me the statistic where you said that trans individuals as of today are killing themselves more as well, not just like the suicide rate compared to the suicide rate of today, of just like
I already
youth in
shared that in the
general.
side. I already shared that in the side. It was from Oxford Academic.
Wait.
What do you mean about today? Today
Scroll
compared to when? Hold up. Today compared to when?
What numbers are you pulling for me exactly?
Well, I haven't pulled them yet. I'm about to take my dog outside to piss, but you said compared to when?
Well, I was just confused, I guess, on like what numbers you were pulling because I need to see where you said, because you said that trans individuals as of today, like trans youth is killing themselves at a higher number than like adults trans individuals.
Incorrect. I said.
Oh, so you didn't say that?
No.
Okay, cool.
I said I
So
can
I had
tell
to
you
make sure.
exactly what I said. I haven't.
No,
recorded,
it's
I haven't
chill.
recorded if you'd like to hear it. But what I said was trans youth of whatever age demographic you want to use. The CDC has two, a 15 to 19 cohort. I'm sorry, a 10 to 24-year-old cohort and a 15 to 19-year-old cohort. But it doesn't matter. We can use either one. What I said was comparing trans youth based on whichever age demographic you choose compared to non-trans youth.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm taking my dog out to piss. I'll be back and I'll put it in the side chat for you.
Chromaphene, I'm assuming you didn't look up that person I told you to look up.
Yeah, I can find a screenshot of.
Oh, I did. That's what I asked. I was like,
Just personally, I
first
think
one
that
was Buck Beaver. I'm like, Buck's Beaver? What? Never mind.
personally, I think if you're against gender affirming care, you have to hold the same standard to plastic surgery and like cosmetic surgery.
And like receding hairline, as well.
Yeah, like all that shit, which I think is stupid. Like I think you should be able to do that.
No, yeah,
if you're
totally.
like,
I don't think kids should be getting plastic surgery unless they get mauled by a dog or something.
Yeah, how about
You don't-
infant circumcisions?
You don't think that people want to like
but shouldn't
feel
they
more
embrace
feminine
their
or
natural
masculine with the
self?
surgery? You don't think that's like the intention there?
Well, there's a difference between cutting your taking balls off and making a hole out of it, and then getting Botox in your cheeks.
What's the difference
Just
there?
want to just want to make
What's the difference
one.
there?
So does it make
One's
my
like permanent mutilation. The other one is Botox.
Also, mutilation to the face and
Okay,
stuff.
but
Yeah, I mean, you're
where-
correct.
So what
where's
if
the
a
threshold?
biological woman gets?
Yeah, you're cutting
shit?
your face off. You're cutting bits of your bones to
problem,
make
though,
it
is
more
surgery is not
to make it more
pre-finishing
masculine, such that it
to
becomes
gaze.
sharper. Yeah, you're right. You're mutilating your face. So again, what's
surgery
like the meaningful difference there?
Yeah. So tell
surgery's
me,
not-
No,
what
I
is
think
it
you're being
called when a
disingenuous.
biological woman gets fake
Okay,
titties?
before we move on, right? He said there's going to be, this insane thing to think that they're going to be, the same. Now I want to know. Okay, look, what's the difference there? Like, if someone were to want a more chiseled, chin, and they decide to mutilate their body and they cut a bit of the bones off, and you talked about cutting your dick off and making a hole, what's the difference there?
God damn, man.
No, I was making the comparison of like fucking Botox. You're making
That's
a
cute.
comparison of
Well,
like
that's still
straight up fucking
consistent with.
surgery.
So
That's
someone that
still-
gets a
that's
nose
still-
job
that's
might as
still
well cut their dick
consistent
off,
with
right?
being
Wait,
plastic
Yeah,
surgery.
that is
So
a perfect
You're
line of
acting like
logic.
you're acting like those are two dramatically different things. It's not.
They are very
Same
dramatically
principle.
different.
They
Yes.
are
Same
very
principle.
different.
Okay,
One is
what's
a
the difference?
One
reproductive
causes
organ.
sexual panic in you. One
that
causes you to sexually
you don't
panic. The other
use it,
doesn't.
you lose it. The other one is a fucking facial feature like your nose, which some people,
Wow, that's so
Yeah, which is
informative.
literally
That's
on
so
your face, by
informative.
the way. It's like on your face. Like people in public can see that. Like that is there. Like
Wait,
I don't know. Like
wait, is the thing here is that like it depends on the location where it's being cut off?
yeah,
Like
there's really
that's
no
so trivial.
threshold in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think there's a threshold of like, it's okay to get cosmetic surgery up until this one point, just because
Is
I
there
would
a
be uncomfortable
threshold?
with
Listen,
it.
listen. Is there a threshold to do no harm by a doctor?
Wait, I
Again,
couldn't hear you.
The answer is yes.
I want to be very
Is it?
clear,
Shut
right?
up when
If
I'm
you're
talking.
consenting,
Shut up when I'm talking. Shut up.
How about we?
if you're
Is the-
consenting to the
I
surgery,
got
yeah,
you.
I
that,
mean,
boy?
what's the
I
harm?
got you.
So
You can shut up,
if
little.
there is a threshold to do no harm, and a doctor takes a perfectly mute whoever that is with the fucking
Tanker, you're hot micing again.
shit. If the
That
threshold
wasn't
is to
me.
do no harm,
Yeah, it was.
and the doctor takes a perfectly functioning sexually reproductive organ from a child, especially, and makes it no longer functional in any kind of way, and in fact makes it an open wound that has to be pumped full of fucking air every day to keep it from closing up and getting infected and shit. Versus reshaping someone's nose. Does that violate
Sure.
the do no harm principle? Is this actually the same thing?
Well, that used to be cosmetic surgery. You could see that with like war veterans in like World War One and Two, where people would like become like burn victims and shit. They'd have to do all sorts of like fucking like weird pumping up. You're saying pumping up with air. I don't know what
Yeah,
you're
they
talking about.
had to, right?
Pumping up with air shit.
Yeah, they
After
had
they
to.
got like cosmetic surgery because it just wasn't. They didn't have enough experience in the medical field to actually like safely deliver like cosmetic and plastic surgery. It's just
Because they got burned,
that's
right?
how it was. Well, yeah. I mean, I can understand why you would take that away because you're in your head. You're like, oh, it's necessary for them to get it. They want to go back to their blueprint. Um, However, it's different because I'm talking about the variables about how if you allow the industry, this industry to thrive, then it'll build more experience and you'll have less of like impracticalness and it could become more and more functional. And you're saying, oh, you're taking a perfectly fine and functional thing and making it non-functional, which by the way, that's not the case. Obviously, if you're going
Can you give me an example of when we do a major surgery on someone and we render their primary sex organs non-functional for a reason that's not a medical reason?
Trans affirming care
Wait,
is a
can I
medical
give you an
reason.
example for a non-medical reason for someone who gets gender affirming care? What?
Medical.
Oh, what are you saying? Okay.
Uppy Papa, you're hot micing, man.
What's the medically necessary reason?
Oh, my bad.
For taking someone's penis and turning it into a vagina.
I'd rather that than someone kill themselves.
It's not what I'm asking. I just demonstrated to you that
Well,
the rates of suicidal ideation double after surgery. So that's not an answer.
well, also it's because people, gender affirming care isn't in its prime. People, like gender affirming care sucks as a trans individual. They don't tell you realistic standards. There should definitely be safer protocols. That doesn't mean there's something inherently wrong with getting gender affirming care. It just means that we don't have the right professionals to do it, especially if we have to fight for the right to even exist or not.
Right,
We're not
but
going to
I'm
be able to
asking
accomplish
you. I'm
anything if
asking
we have to
you.
like restart our progress bar every time there's a new bill signed against our right to exist.
But I'm asking you, when do we do something like this? When it's not medically necessary, and according to the trans community, it's not a mental health issue.
According to the trans community, right?
Come here.
What's not a mental health issue? The trans community said
Being trans.
it's not. No, that would be true.
So,
I mean, I would accept that. Yeah, I don't think being
right.
trans is a
So I'm just asking
issue.
you, when do we do these things, these surgeries, when it's not medically necessary and it's not a mental health issue?
How do we know if it's not medically necessary or a medical health issue?
No. When do we destroy perfectly healthy sexual organs in a human being for not a medical issue and not a mental health issue? Stop. Come now.
Bariatric surgery is quite similar often.
In what way?
Taking out healthy tissues of the digestive system is very invasive. Have medically, beneficial.
Why are we doing that surgery?
Part of the false framing of your question is
Why
that
are
you're
we
just
doing
denying
that surgery?
part of the answering
Why
you.
are
Part
we
of the
doing
false
that surgery?
You're so stubborn like a
Why
child.
are
Part
we
of the
doing?
false
Why are we
framing.
doing?
I'll just type it in chat.
Why are we doing that surgery? Okay, so he didn't want to answer the question. We're doing
You're
that
interrupting
surgery
incessantly,
for
you
people
baby.
that are severely obese and have a life-threatening illness called metabolic syndrome. Typically, this is accompanied by high blood pressure, diabetes, and other issues. So that's why we're doing this type of surgery he's talking about. It's not the same. Now,
what about infant circumcision, Infinite?
Yeah.
What about infant? Does infant circumcision destroy a sexual organ?
Even bottom surgery doesn't destroy it; it reshapes it, and it is very invasive. It's not just same thing as destruction. Your framing is all false and loaded.
Does
Your framing
infant
is all false and
circumcision
loaded.
destroy a sexual organ? The answer is no.
Sometimes.
So,
It's also irreversible surgery on a sexual
I didn't ask
organ
about
without
irreversible
the
surgery.
consent,
I made
without
the
the consent of the
standard
minor.
clear that we are
Without the
destroying
consent of the minor.
perfectly functional sexual organs, and
Your standards are contrived.
and you can't demonstrate to me a medically relevant or necessary reason, nor a mental health reason.
Trans healthcare is a legitimate health reason.
What is it? What's the reason?
If the person is experiencing dysphoria, if the person is experiencing
Wrong. They don't have to be
the person
experiencing
is
dysphoria to get the surgery. Wrong. Try again.
I'm saying that's one potential case.
Try again.
That's one potential case.
Give me any other reason. Give me a
and
reason
also,
for the non-dysphoric. Give me a reason for the non-dysphoric people. Give me a reason for the non-dysphoric people to receive this care. If there's no medically relevant, necessary reason, and there's no mental health reason.
People or children? Adults or children?
Dude, take your pick. Who cares?
You should care.
My argument is about the doctor taking the oath to do no harm. That's what this argument's based on.
Right, so even adults then shouldn't get that because you define it as harm by your contrived examples and loaded
define
premises.
It as harm. What do you call taking a perfectly functional sex organ and destroying it?
It's not perfectly functional. That's the problem. That's part of the problem.
Let me finish. What do you call taking a perfectly functioning sex organ and destroying it for something that you can't give me a reason medically and you can't say is a mental health issue?
The thing is, for transgender people, their sex organs are not perfectly functional. You're mistaking anatomy for the holistic human being.
Where did you come up with this at? They're not functional?
Right. By your contrived
They're
narrow
not
definition.
functional
This
after
is
the
what you do.
surgery, dude.
Yeah.
This is what you
That's when
do.
they're not functional. Are
Hey,
you fucking
tell
good?
me about how these sex organs aren't functional. Go ahead.
It's not coherent with the holistic psychology and embodied experience of this
Coherent with the
person.
holistic psychology,
Yes, that's
blah,
right.
blah, 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 blah. Tell me how these sex
There you go.
organs
There
are
you go.
not functional.
There you
Go ahead,
go.
tell
You
me.
willful ignoramus.
Tell me how these sex organs are not functional.
Real gear. Is the neo vagina a real vagina?
On the Culture War
I mean,
channel.
it's going to come down to
you
what you
Is
define
a
as
neo
real.
vagina a real vagina? Are they getting a vagina from the surgery?
This is
No,
going to
they're
be
not.
a no true Scotsman fallacy. No true
No,
Scotsman
this is going to
fallacy.
be the fact. A
No true Scotsman
vaginoplasty does not give them a vagina. A
No true Scotsman
phalloplasty does not give them a penis.
No
And
true
if you
Scotsman.
think it's a vagina, go ahead and eat it.
No true Scotsman. I would.
No, he's gay, dude. He will.
Yeah, totally would.
Fuck.
I'm bisexual.
Yo, can you guys write this down in your sex diary? The fuck?
No,
Anyways.
there's nothing to write down here. This argument is about doctors doing
Your
harm.
narrow
And
standards
I
and
made my
floated
clear.
premises.
I made my standard very clear. It's my belief, and by the way, a lot of professionals as well, that a doctor
And a lot of
who
even
destroys
more the opposite side.
perfectly. If you speak again, you will be muted.
Get fucked for once.
Don't mute him. Don't mute him. He's trying to death by fucking mod because he lost this debate. So when
Fucking
it comes to a
narcissist pig.
Is he crying?
they took a do no harm
No,
oath.
I am not crying.
And the do no harm oath would prevent them from removing perfectly functioning organs. Listen, with removing perfectly functioning organs if there's no medically relevant necessary reason to do so, or there's no mental health reason to do so. So, if you can give me the medically relevant reason to destroy perfectly functioning organs, I'll listen.
What? It's not destroying.
Oh, okay.
It absolutely is.
By your loaded standards, which you're arguing in a circle, because to you it's not legitimate, to you it's destroying, to you it's not medically
Exactly. Like you would
necessary.
have to redefine or like classify like what it means to destroy it, because and a lot of the times when I talk to people about different trans discussions or like talking points, they're always like, oh, you're destroying your fertility. I don't view it as destroying because I don't expect to have kids. I don't want kids. I would rather like be happy with myself than like use my child
Well, at
as
least
like
your
a mini
ideas
me.
won't live on past you.
Yeah,
Hold
that's
on, so
listen.
crap-
The future is conservative.
Like
we don't
I
need
hold
to
on,
attack. We don't
hold
need
on.
to attack teammates. Listen, I understand what you're saying, but that has nothing to do with my question. My question is,
okay, so
listen,
that's why I'm
listen,
asking
my
you. Can you
question-
redefine what it means to destroy?
No,
Like, what does it mean
we
to
haven't.
destroy?
We have a definition. If a doctor
Okay.
takes a functioning organ and they make it not functioning,
It still does function, man. It
So,
has a different function afterwards.
what
a different
that means
function.
is,
Like a skin graft. It still has a function.
Can-
What the fuck are you talking about?
this dude is so stupid. So let's take breasts for example. Can a woman who has her breast removed, does that prevent her from breastfeeding?
Actually, I don't think so.
Eh.
Different example. I mean, even
it
biological
often
biological men can literally breastfeed.
It
Like
often-
40% of like biological men.
It oftentimes does prevent her from breastfeeding.
Oftentimes.
So here's another question. If you have your penis split like a banana long ways and turned inside out,
They don't get rid of your lactive.
does your penis still function as it is meant to function?
It functions differently.
Yeah.
There's the assumption. Meant to. That's your loaded premise.
This dude doesn't understand what the
Well,
purpose
I mean,
of an organ is.
he's being aggro, but I do actually agree where he's coming from. Like,
Well, no, he's not.
It still functions.
No.
The main function,
No.
especially
It
since
doesn't.
we're at a point. Okay, listen.
What's the
Especially like
purpose
if
of the
we,
penis? Listen, this is simple. I've made this argument many times.
yeah.
What is the purpose of a penis?
As of right now, to piss your fluid out.
The purpose of a
Piss it out.
penis. The purpose of a
Help keep your
penis.
kidneys healthy.
The purpose of a penis
And
is to expel liquid waste and to also expel
also, there's wiggle
ejaculation
room.
into a female in order to
Beautiful.
impregnate her. That's the purpose
Beautiful.
of a penis. When a
So
doctor
you
does
said
a
also.
surgery, when a doctor does a surgery where they turn a penis into a vagina, can the primary purpose of the penis still be completed?
Primary. Well, it's not primary, and I'll tell you why it's not primary, not even to your own standard, because you said to piss, right? And then to also impregnate. Also, when you take this word also, there's it seems that there's wiggle room. So it's like there's not one purpose, there's two. And I would agree with you if it was critical, and it was an exceptional scenario where the human race was going extinct. However, we are no longer cavemen. We are no longer worrying about when our next meals are going to be, especially here in America. We have roofs over our head. We should be able to express and, utilize the luxury of being able to sit here in my own home, in the own comfort of my home, and be able to ask myself, damn, like, now that I'm finally here after all these years of whatever the fuck the human race has went through to get to this point of comfortability, I should be able to utilize that and ask myself, yeah, like, do I actually want my blueprint self, or do I want to customize my character?
Yeah,
And
that's a great story. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with the premise of my argument, which is about
how does it have nothing to do? I feel like
because
that's
the
crazy.
premise of
How does
my
it have nothing?
argument is about whether or not a physician is doing harm. And it's okay, it's cool that you
Well,
think the physician is
I already
not doing.
responded that clearly. If you heard my response, you would know my answer is no.
Yeah,
So should I like repeat
your
my
answer is
response?
no. I understand that. I'm
Do
making
you
the
don't? I don't think you
argument.
know why, and I just explained
Well,
why. I just like
unfortunately, you don't get to decide when physicians are doing harm. So we have people that are much
Either
smarter
do.
than both of us for that. And it just is the case that right now this is a controversial topic, and there are many people in the medical community who do believe this is doing harm. And there are some people who don't believe it's doing harm. Now, I am in the camp of believing it is. You're obviously in the camp of believing it's not. And depending on what state you choose to live in, currently that might be okay. But we currently also have 23 states so far that have moved to put legislation in place to prevent, stop, or limit these types of surgeries and interventions from being done. And I'm in favor of expanding that. I'm definitely in favor of expanding it to not allow children to have it done. And personally, I would say young adults even. And
Circumcisions are
as
next,
long
right?
as we continue to push that expansion, I think that this will become something that people will be more educated about. And the do no harm principle is a key reason that these people are lying to you, because doctors are harming people. So, yeah.
Yeah. You don't decide what harm is or what biological function is. Your thought experiments suck. They always have.
Oh, well, the function's easy. We have this study, this science, some people have heard of it. It's called biology. And what biology looks at is the function of a particular organ. Now, the function is what it does.
And it can
And
still urinate afterwards.
the function is how we determine purpose for the particular organ. In fact, I use this purpose versus function argument to seemingly get around the is-ought problem by Hume.
Because you're so fucking brilliant.
Yeah. So if that's what you want to believe. So when we look at organs, we can clearly decide within a medical context what their purpose is. And this is simply based on the function. Another way of saying this is it is what it does. So this is not difficult. We know the penis is primarily designed for procreation. We know evolution doesn't waste a lot of calories. We know that most of the human body is dedicated toward reproduction in some way, and especially amongst women. And we know this is one of the requirements for life, right? To be required to be considered to be life is the ability to reproduce. So
Yeah, so
ambiguous here.
other things too, like, I mean, sexual organs also serve for bonding and mating, not just as a procreative act or for the elimination of waste, but for sensory pleasure and for social cohesion among adults and among other partners. And the expression of genitals or presenting anatomy in certain ways is not restricted to elimination of waste, which can still function after gender reassignment bottom surgeries, nor is it only restricted to reproduction. It's like this is just a misapplication of like necessary or sufficient criteria and not understanding the uh, the spectrum of biological, anatomical, and socially conditioned behaviors and functions. You want to decide what's medically legitimate. You want to decide what is destruction of an organ versus refunctioning of an organ. And so many of your thought experiments are contrived and narrowed. And instead of posting, data like was asked of you multiple times, like an hour or two ago, you say, well, let's just think of this thought experiment about, youth suicides and shit. You argue like such a con artist.
Yeah, that's okay. For
Not
those
really.
who
No.
have ears, let them hear.
It sucks,
I
actually.
don't mind that you're not convinced.
Yeah,
Listen,
may I?
when I talk, I just want you to understand, you are flavor in the soup. You are the wall that I bounce the ball off of. Okay,
That is such
you're not
poetry.
here to be convinced of anything. You are here so that I can demonstrate the ignorance of people who have views like you to others. That is your
Illusions
purpose
of grandeur.
and your function currently, and you're doing it well, might I add. That's why you're here.
Narcissistic fucking freak.
So anyway, yes, we will never change these people's minds. This person has already admitted that they have a
Not like this.
sickness where they are obsessed with, putting their mouth on a former penis that was turned into a vagina. So
We are obsessed.
this person
Yeah.
has already expressed that they have some type of sickness that we're not going to cure in this setting, for sure. But they are good to
Judgmental fucking prick.
demonstrate that sickness so that we don't have any misconceptions about who they are and what they believe.
Nothing wrong with that type of sexuality. Not obsessed with it. Fucking hypocrite.
So I have a wife and 2 children. So,
Yeah. And you think about trans genitalia a lot. Does she know that?
interesting thing is that in these more conservative states where we see these bans being put in place, um, it does seem like it's having a positive effect. I think we're going to see in these states the rate of suicidality go down, and I'm predicting that we're going to see these rates of people claiming to be trans go down because these states are not encouraging this behavior. In my state, for example, where my wife's a teacher, they're not allowed to even talk about this type of stuff in school. They're not allowed to play these games with gender and call people by other names other than their birth name, you know. And these states are going to have much better outcomes.
Are they allowed to have kitty litter? Moral panic fucking dupes.
Yo, I'm back.
Welcome back.
What is up?
I was pulling
Oh,
up the
Cracker Barrel,
CDC data.
can
I
you
put
send
that.
me those
I
numbers, by
put
the way?
that.
Here, I'm gonna send you a DM.
Oh, I'm sorry. I put that one review in the side chat. I don't know if you looked at it, and I highlighted the portion about the
didn't know.
clinicians.
Let me go check.
And what was said about clinicians not being able to determine who would be trans. I'm pulling up the CDC data right now. Well, what were you gonna ask? Something.
Hold on, I can't hear shit. What the hell? Wait, someone say something.
Something.
Fuck.
You know who has an interesting story, but I bet they won't share it? Is Puppy, are you here?
Puppy is back.
Hey, do you want to share your story about things that I won't mention if you don't want me to, but if you do?
He is referring to me
Wait a minute,
as
wait a minute. I ain't trying to make, I've not said it. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just.
No, I get it. No, man, I'm an open book here, man. Like
Okay.
people know me as like that guy.
Okay,
You know
that's
what I
fine.
mean?
I just
I'm
think your
outspoken about it.
story is very informative and
Yeah.
will
So
help people with, say, for example, children.
So,
future.
all right. I mean, we've had a lot of like, oh man, we've fucking gone in all different directions when it comes to my sexuality. When it comes to these certain groups of people, what part were you trying to talk about?
How you believe you became attracted to a certain
All right.
demographic of person.
I love this story because this is my ironclad defense as to why I'm not gay. Okay, so everybody here, it started off when I was probably in like goddamn first grade kindergarten, and I was a slutty, horny little bastard back then. And I would picture my female classmates with dicks because I didn't know any better because I had a dick. I thought everyone else had a dick. So I would picture them naked with dicks, and I think that early in my like early childhood like neuroplastic brain it like hardwired me to like find a woman with a penis to be very attractive because it was my first actual fetish, right? And it stayed with me, and now I'm attracted. I'm all right. I feel like now I'm like trying to defend myself from being gay, but yeah, that's about it. Like, yeah, I had a very early fetish when it came to girl. Not even a fetish, but like my idea of a woman was she had a penis, right? And that stuck with me my whole life, basically. And I still have that.
That's different from being really horny at that age, which is so far ahead of development. Like precocious puberty or some kind of situation, which
I wasn't. If he's trying to, if
I'm
you're trying
not
to say I
sure
was
what this is
molested,
supposed
I
to
was not molested.
represent or how this is supposed to be typical or illustrative
Listen,
of
I wasn't. I
anything.
think this actually makes sense, though. I feel like this actually like explains why I find like traps. Like, and I'm very like I like my high end traps. I like the new gen. I don't like those fucking she-males from like 2008 with fake titties and surgeries. No, you gotta like have a female bone structure that was made from HRT being flooded into your prepubescent body, right? Like I need a high end passing tranny because really what it is, it's all about the penis, yes, but it's also about the feminine features and being a beautiful woman with a penis, right? So yeah, like
I question this story honestly.
dude, this is real, man. I
Wait a
swear to
minute,
God.
wait a minute. You're
what
the one
percentage of
that's
this
sitting
might be
here
invented, honestly,
advocating
yeah.
for this ridiculous shit, and then this dude is honest about his
Yes.
view on it, and your question.
I'm not so sure about the honesty, honestly.
Dude, no, seriously, I know it sounds funny because I like to say funny stories
It
on
doesn't
here.
sound funny,
But like,
actually. No, it doesn't
it's
sound funny.
funny because it's also actually real. That's the crazy part. Like, I really did think they had dicks. that picture them naked with their dicks, and it took me. I was doing that for years,
That's
right?
fine, but
Like,
that's different from having like kindergarten or first grade aged, like hyper horny
all right, I understand he's trying to make me out
urges.
to be like some sort of sexual deviant, so we need to like put me out of the experiment because like this guy's like clearly a fucked up individual who's just like horning out as
I'm
a boy.
not trying to judge
No,
you.
it's fine.
I
Listen,
know. Well,
it's not for him anyway. It's for everybody
It's
else.
really not again
all right,
illustrative
but like,
of
yeah, man, like
wider trends or
I
what we're
think it's
talking
pretty
about.
normal for people to have like those fantasies that early. I don't think it's that crazy.
No, I mean
I
those types
really
of
don't think it's that crazy, honestly. Like,
developmentally, I believe you're mistaken about that, and usually it
all
does
right,
indicate some kind of
we're
childhood
getting off
sexual
track.
deviance.
We're getting off track. Whether I, for no matter what reason I had those fantasies, whatever you think happened to me that to make me a little sexual deviant as a kid, the truth of the matter is I did picture my female classmates naked with dicks, and that rewired my brain to now in adulthood. I find that still arousing. You know?
When you were talking about the need to flood with hormones and stuff like that, I don't know, man. You're just some dude on Discord.
So good and
Well, that
honest,
is
in
true.
I
spite of the
just
fact
thought
that
this
this
was
dude
about Charlie
doesn't
Kirk
agree.
bullshit.
But
Then I hear this bullshit
I
that's
think
happening. So
I
Well,
think it
Charlie
makes
Kirk
sense.
died talking
Like,
about trans
dude,
people.
like, look about. All right, but how about things like kids who actually get molested as that stuck with them, and it completely rewrites their sexual desires. Like, people who are molested are a lot more likely to be gay or pedophiles themselves, right?
Gay?
so
Not necessarily.
what's
I would say
Child
the
so.
abusers,
what's
yes.
the
I would say
takeaway
so.
here? The
I
takeaway
would agree.
Child
here
abusers, yes.
is not for real guard to decide whether or not this story is true. Who cares? The takeaway here
It's
for parents
right. It's not up to
is
me.
talk to your children young about the fact that boys and girls are different. That they
I
are a
agree with that,
boy,
man. Yeah,
that there are girls, that they are different biologically. Explain that to
but then
them. Make
again,
sure they
it's
know.
like
That's the takeaway.
I really didn't know, and I don't
But
think it makes
Infinite,
me gay. I don't.
Infinite, you gotta think though. They go to school and all that they're hearing the exact opposite nowadays. Like, which I agree with you wholeheartedly. But when they go to public school, bro, they are going to hear the exact
Dog,
opposite.
listen,
I think you have to
listen.
combat. You have to combat the.
If you're
What'd you say?
listen, I'm not even addressing the public school thing because
Bro, where are my glasses?
that's like ground level. If you are a
Bro, I got so
parent in
serious I took my glasses.
2025 and you care about your child and you're not ignorant, if you're ignorant, it's fine. You don't know better. My advice to any parent is don't send your kid to public school. Like, listen,
Moral panic.
you have
Moral panic.
some of the most retarded human beings in the world coming out of public schools in America. Okay?
Exactly.
So, what are you going to lose by homeschooling them? Or, if you can't do that, that's okay. Put them in a religious school. Even if
How about a
it's
Catholic
a
school?
religion that you yourself do not believe in, your child will be better off having been in that environment where they have structure, where they have uniforms, where they are forced to have fucking respect for the teachers. Do you know
Yep.
how disheartening it is when my wife comes home teaching fourth graders, 9-year-olds, and she is in tears about how she is not able to help certain students that need her help because of other students that are so goddamn disruptive and so fucking disrespectful, and yet the school system has stripped away her ability to do anything about these particular students. Like, keep your fucking
That's sad.
kids out of public school. It's the number one thing you can do to not raise a confused, retarded fucking child. Just keep
Moral
them out of
panic
public
from
school.
idiots
Listen, there's a
who need more
private
school
school in my
themselves.
hometown that my friend AJ sends her kid to. My best friend AJ, I always tell you about the Indian chick. Her son Z, he goes to a private school. She pays $3,000. She's a single mom, by the way. She pays $3,000 a year. $3,000 a
That
year.
ain't bad. Yeah,
That's
that ain't
cheap.
bad. That's
So
affordable.
it's so
Yeah, that's
fucking
affordable.
And
wild
that's a
that
religious
you
school.
go
So,
Send your
and
do you
child.
guys?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you
scapegoat
something. I'm
trans
not. People
people,
who know me know I'm not
saying
religious.
nothing about Catholic priests and
Before I sent my
Shut
kid
up.
to a public school, I would send my kid to a Christian, Muslim, Jew. Listen, there's not a Buddhist school. I would send them any fucking where than a public school. So
I'm assuming Real Guard doesn't have any fucking kids, but he wants everyone else to bring their kids to public school to get
bring
indoctrinated
them to
by
me. Bring them over here.
sick fucks
He's
like
got his
him.
arms wide open.
Exactly.
Bring them.
Hell yeah. Hey,
Well, they
Real
can't.
Guard, Real Guard, you make me glad I pulled my kid out of
Can
public
I say
school.
something real quick?
They can't reproduce, so they got to
Do
recruit.
not send your kids to public school.
Yeah. I mean, do you guys have Infinite? Do you guys have traditional schools? That's a little bit different than because
I mean, we
I went
have
to Butler.
non-religious private schools. We have charter schools.
Can I throw something in there about the public school?
Sure, throw it in there.
All right, so yeah, so I want to say I 100% agree. As someone who actually works in the public school, for a while, I was a teacher for a little bit, and I will say, the fucking public school thing is kind of gone off the rails recently. I think that it was pretty good back in the day. Like even when I went to school, graduated 2015 in high school. But like my mom was a superintendent for school districts. Like she still believes in public school. I ask her every day like what's going on with that, and there's the problem is I don't think that it's a thing with public school. I think it's a thing with districts. And if you actually look, there's specific districts that have issues in more liberal areas. If you go to a conservative area, teachers aren't like that. And I think what you guys see on the news is completely different than what's actually happening. I feel like a lot with public school. And don't get me wrong, dude. I was
Go ahead,
I was
finish
in
what you're saying.
I was in a pretty liberal area where I was at, just because that's where they were hiring. I've then since moved from that, but I think that it definitely depends too where it's at. But I think that overall, there needs to be the big separation between like the church and state type thing. Not necessarily saying it's church or state, but like that same concept. Politics and students, the same kind of separation.
Well,
So I live in a pretty, I live in a liberal state, a blue state, but I live in a very conservative county, surrounded by all conservative counties around me.
Mind me
And
asking?
I just pulled my kid out of school. They have gay flags and trans flags and all these other flags. I don't even know what the other fucking
Yo,
10 flags are.
Such a snowflake.
I'll be real with you. That
Yeah,
shit
yeah,
don't stand with
snowflake.
me. Like, do you know how fucking pissed I would be if I walked into school and I saw a gay flag? I
Well,
fucking
and
actually.
I sort of overlooked that, but then after Charlie Kirk was killed, the principal said that he deserved it. The math teacher said it's ironic and funny, and you live by the sword, you die by the sword. All this
That's
shit
fucked.
coming out of these people's mouths, and yeah, I'm a snowflake, aren't I, Real Guy? I should let him just.
No, I will say like.
If a gay flag calls you to pull your kid out, yeah, you're a triggered snowflake.
Are you not
if a teacher
listening, you
said that to
fucking
a class,
retard?
listen. If a
You're not
teacher said that
listening,
to
you
a
fucking
class,
retard.
If I
teacher said
heard a
that to
teacher say
class,
that,
that teacher should be disciplined.
I
If a teacher
think
said
that
in front of
teacher
the
needs to
class,
be
they should
fired and should
disciplined.
never be around children.
Yeah, exactly.
If a teacher said that to a class after Charlie Kirk's assassination, they should be disciplined. If you see a gay
No, they
flag
should
and you
be
run the other
fired.
way, you're a victim of a
They
moral
should be
panic. You're
fired.
gullible.
Well, you didn't hear what I said,
Intentional.
or you have a dick in your ear or something. You're putting it in the wrong
You have
hole,
this
bro.
homophobic fixation. You can't insult me with that
I
shit.
know.
Homophobic fixation. Crazy.
Yes.
You're homophobic, but you have a fixation on it. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
You're
This
an idiot.
imbecile can't keep
You're an
talking
idiot. I
anything else
just
except
said
his
I
dick.
looked past the flags. He stayed there for 2 more weeks after the flag incident, and then when the fucking teachers and principals said what they said, pulled him right the fuck out.
Yeah, the flag was the first thing he said, and a fat ass Buddha was saying that he would withdraw kids for trans or gay pride flags, among
Yeah, I
others.
should. You know what?
And yeah,
I
he's a
agree with him. I
snowflake.
should have pulled him
Yeah,
out right then and there.
as someone who was a teacher, that's actually the reason that I stopped being a teacher. I now work in the oil field as an environmental scientist. But
In the oil field as an environmental scientist, I hope you're doing
Yes,
a lot
sir.
of good work.
I am.
Yeah,
I
nothing
bet
wrong
this
with that.
motherfucker. I bet this motherfucker lives in his mom's
Mhm.
basement over here, talking shit to everybody on the
Every
internet.
single
That you're
person
never
who
gonna
has
learn
said
how you
something
can't
about
insult
who
me.
they are or what they do, this dude has had something insulting to say, and it's almost guaranteed
Exactly.
Look, I really do hope if
this
he's working the
person
oil
has
field as an
done the
environmentalist, I
least
hope he can
here,
repair some of the harm of that industry.
probably lived the least life here. This person is literally on the internet copping to fucking trannies in chat while white knighting for them in order that they know that he's down to put his mouth on their fake vagina.
Bunch of
So
this
Ugh.
playground banter. It's so
I hope you
tedious.
keep fucking trannies because we don't need any more yous in the world, bro. None of you. We're
you
good.
know,
We got
the
enough of
bad
you
part, I'm gonna tell you
fuckers.
the bad
pregnant,
part
you
is
fucking idiot.
I actually feel bad for a lot of the trannies because frankly, I think that
Your
one, they have
language
mental
doesn't
health
reflect
issues,
it.
and
I
two,
Fucking hypocrite.
I think that they're oftentimes victims of the left's rhetoric.
Yeah, you have
But
so much
it's
compassion for the
but it's
trannies, you
people
fucking
like
liar.
you, it's people like you that push this shit,
Yeah,
and you
blaming
don't
the
have that
victim.
excuse.
Look
Man, I
what you made
guarantee
me
you, if I
do,
were to dig into your
says the
past
abusive
and if I were
husband.
to know something personal about you, there's something probably in your past that's made you an angry, apathetic piece of shit. And
You're
you know,
2 out of 3, not
whatever
apathetic.
that is, it's your father's fault, no matter what. Whatever
You're
made you this
so
way,
clueless.
it's
Narcissistic
your
fucking
father's
freak
fault.
that you are.
Somewhere he failed. He either wasn't there or he was a piece of shit or a weak ass man when he was there. I don't know what it was. But it's
It's very
definitely your father's
gratifying
fault.
how wrong you are, showing me again how fucking ignorant.
When you see him next time, smack the shit out that motherfucker for me, dog.
Nothing you say can do anything to touch me or my family. Not vulnerable to this playground
Is your dad
bullshit.
proud of you for sucking tranny dick?
Proud of me for being free.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Not cowering to ignorant bullies. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of funny. If you got a sense of humor, that's funny, no matter what.
If you have the sense of
Imagine
humor
the
of a
Christmas
12-year-old.
cards he sends his family. Him and a bunch of fucking
That's
drag
one thing
queens and
about the
shit.
left, dog. They do not have a fucking sense of humor at all. It's as dry as their trans vaginas.
Yeah, it's the Milo
They
Yiannopoulos
just
excuse.
their sense of
Just
humor is
satire.
it's
Just
fucking
joking.
shot. I mean, they just do
Yeah.
not have a sense of humor at all. Which is
Meat-headed
why, by the
fucking
way, just so you know,
Neanderthals.
you lost the internet and you lost the meme wars. Just so you know. The whole time you were busy ridiculing 4chan, they were busy recruiting fucking for Donald Trump. And apparently the
They
fucking
recruited
Charlie
from
Kirk shooting.
4chan, you fucking fool. They recruited from 4chan.
I'm getting sick and tired of these
Yeah,
liberals.
but real guard, why are you so gay and liberal? I mean, if you don't mind me asking.
Yo, why are you homosexual? Answer this.
You know,
I mean, I think
Yo, who's a homosexual?
most people are
We know.
bisexual of some kind, yeah.
Oh, most
you
You're
said
you're
most people. Hold on,
homosexual?
stop. Was that the claim? You said most people are bi. Is that what you're saying?
I think most people, yeah, do have some bi curiosities or bisexual tendencies. I'm
Oh
Why?
bisexual.
shit,
Why?
what
No.
homo?
Why do you? No. Hold on. What led you to that conclusion? Why are you saying that?
I
Why are you
think
saying that?
it's
It's so gay.
observable in other ape
No, it's
species and
coke.
human societies. Yeah.
No, I didn't say
It's
apes. I said,
consistent.
why are you saying that specifically about him? Why are you saying that?
Ape behavior is part of human anthropology, and bisexual behavior is very well distributed across human populations.
So you're reaching so far, you're stretching over to apes to compare
Evolutionary
us to
theory,
them?
yeah. You understand yourself when you understand your close evolutionary relatives. Also.
When
Would you call
when
him?
we align 98% with apes, I just want to go and throw that out as far as DNA goes.
Wait,
Yeah,
that
but
we are
he's
even more than
reaching that.
98%?
He's watching a bunch of monkeys, and he's saying that we have to behave that way as well. And he's saying
Nope.
that.
That's a caricature.
So why exactly are you saying that most human beings are bi?
Because bisexual behavior is distributed like across human societies quite universally, and you can also see it in other mammal, including our closest relatives. It's the norm in the animal kingdom.
So let's look it up. What
let's
percentage of humans
be
are
let's be
bi?
clear about this. This is a homo argument that's very old and it's very played out, frankly. If you do 5 minutes worth of research, what you will discover is
It's a
there
whole
are
lot.
very, very rare cases of homosexuality in the animal kingdom. What there seems to be a large amount of is same sex, almost exclusively male sexual dominance. So, what we see amongst a bunch of sexually competitive males are one male dominating another male, sometimes in a mock sexual way. What we never see are two females trying to fuck in the animal kingdom. What we almost never see is a male animal putting their penis inside of another male animal's asshole. Okay? This is exceptional. So when these homos
I think you're wrong
reach
about that. Yeah, I think you're wrong about these
when these
things.
homos reach into
You're
their
wrong.
bag of fucking justifications like this dude just did, they will pull this animal card out and completely misrepresent the truth in order to justify behavior that they themselves know is wrong.
No,
That's
false.
correct.
It's totally natural to
You're
have
completely
same-sex and
correct, Cracker Barrel.
bisexual attractions. Totally natural and normal. Nothing wrong with it. Consenting
Yeah,
adults.
Dude, if it
no.
Nothing
was
wrong with it.
if it was natural and normal, then it wouldn't be a
Animals don't.
minority even amongst animals. It's a
No.
minority.
Real guard,
False.
which one of your dads told you that?
Neither. Didn't need to.
But I mean, you're saying it's
I mean,
natural and normal. Even amongst animals, it's a minority. So what are you
No, you're
talking
listening
about?
to Cracker Bitch and
animals
you're
aren't
trusting
shit
him.
No, I'm
animals.
not. That's not what he said. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that was what he literally just said. Yeah. I mean, also, if you want more personal reasons, why am I bisexual? It's like it's a nice variety. There's
You
beautiful
made the
men, there's
claim.
beautiful women,
Because
Dude,
you're
beautiful women. I mean, like, why would you limit
discussing
yourself?
real
If you
STD
don't have that
spreader.
attraction, that's fine.
Yeah,
If
real
you don't have that
he's an
attraction
STD
You
to
made the
particular
claim that
people,
you
that's
made the
fine.
claim that most animals were bi, and I'm saying and gay. I'm saying it's a minority even amongst them.
I think most people do have bisexual curiosities, at least, if not attractions.
All right, bro, I'm
And
done.
I think you see
They don't.
bisexual
You
behavior
guys say
across
that
the
to try to
animal kingdom. Yes, you
normalize
do.
it. They're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
Exactly.
normalize it because there's nothing wrong or immoral
No,
about it.
no. You guys are trying to normalize it by saying, "Well,
Rightfully
everybody's a
so. Yeah,
little
there should be
gay."
stigma against it
That's
in
not
society.
true, dude. You guys
Should
are
not be
disgusting.
stigma against it in society. It should be normalized even more than it already is.
Oh, really?
Well, that's the
So
fight. All I can
that
say
Can I
is
say that's
win the
incorrect as
fight.
a gay male?
wouldn't that be the end of society if it became
Because
if
where the baby's gonna come
Evolution
from,
doesn't
you
work with
fucking
gay
drooling
stuff, dude.
idiot.
dude, if majority of society becomes gay,
That's right.
then
End of species, bro.
yeah, what would
No.
happen? What would happen?
It's
You
not happening. It's just these dick
Firstly,
suckers.
it's
It's just
these
these dick
homo
suckers
fascists.
trying to cope.
They
Yeah,
have to show
exactly.
there's like
a
no reason to
natural
think that
selection
everybody would become
selects
gay and
for
like
people who
nobody
sticks their
would
dick
be
up
interested in.
asses. That's what they have to show. They
So
have to show.
implausible.
They have to show the natural selectionists have to show how natural selection prefers you dropping a load in a man's butthole. It has to show how that's the case, how that's evolutionary advantage, and they can't do that.
Listen, the claim that if everybody was gay, there would be no babies anymore. Who is ever saying that we would expect the whole planet to become gay?
Well, you
And that
said it.
people wouldn't care, that people would lose interest
Well,
in
then that just
heterosexual
supports his
behavior.
position that
And
it's
also,
not
even if they
normative.
did, this whole hypothesis is
So you
ridiculous.
just
Even if they
conceded
did,
then
you
that
use
it's not
artificial
normative,
means
and that
to
you're
produce
freaks of
children.
nature. You're like broken,
You
and
have
you know.
artificial means to produce children in this ridiculous
Artificial.
scenario
Why
that
would
you're
your
presenting.
sexuality depend on artificial reproduction? That's only because of technological inclination that we've developed in the last 100 years. If we were
Yeah, once
looking at
again,
humans in their natural state, where infant mortality rates, for example, are at roughly 50% before the age of 5, we do not expect that a human population would be able to survive even at current Gen Z Homo levels, by the way, which apparently, according to some of their research, is around 30%. You don't have to have everybody to turn gay for the human population to collapse, dipshit.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, if you have enough of the heterosexual remaining population, and also the human population in many areas could be leveled, if not reduced, by voluntary and family planning means. All right. It's so ridiculous to say,
Bro.
well, if you're okay with homosexuality, then what if the whole world becomes gay, or what if there's a population crisis? This is ridiculous, and I don't have to own that hypothetical world. The things that Black was talking about there's no evolution has to prefer homosexuality or like non-reproductive sex. No, it doesn't have to prefer it. There just have to be parallel advantages that provide some benefits. And the benefits are several. I mean, it provides social bonding. It's just a chemical and hormonal release. And there can be reproduction, and there can
No,
also
no,
be
no,
population
no, no.
control.
That benefit has to lead to more or advantageous reproduction, and that's not what you shit stabbers can show.
It doesn't. It just has to. Firstly, it has to not be deadly. So it has to not be against survival. And plenty of things that don't confer an immediate evolutionary benefit kind of ride along on other behaviors just because they don't decrease survival chances.
I have
So
a question for you.
your depiction of evolutionary fine. Your depiction of evolutionary theory is primitive, pun intended.
I have a question for you.
Do your female partners
Okay,
are
no,
they okay
hang,
with
hang
you
on,
being
hang on.
Black, control
are they
yourself.
okay with you being gay, dude?
Yeah, they're not insecure
They
like so
are?
many of you boys
Do
in
they
men's bodies.
like do your female partners do they like sucking your dick after you had it in your boyfriend's ass?
Some of them do,
Alright.
yeah.
Go ahead, just
They
ignore it.
do? Yeah, you got some
So I
gay
have a
women
question
there.
for you.
They must
So
want AIDS.
if we go ahead and look back into 1945, the gay population was at 1.8%. If we go ahead and keep moving through the years, baby boomers, the 46 or 64 was at 3%. Gen X at the 65 to 80 was 5.1. And then there's this huge jump for millennials of 81 to 96 at 14.2%. And now Gen
not
Z
true.
at 97 to 06 at 23.1% is a LGBTQ plus identifying per Gallup poll, which is a left-leaning organization that actually tracks this.
Yeah, but hang on, but that data
So
is
I'm
skewed because a lot of that's based off of self-reporting, and most people who self-report as like some sort of gay usually actually aren't. They just think it's cool to say that they are. Like millennials were never that high. It was like 6%.
6%. I mean, but what I'm saying is there's an ongoing trend of this. Do you think that what I guess I'm asking is, do you see this as kind of being more of a fad? Do you think that it's going to be phased out over time,
Yes.
or do you think
Mostly
that this is
no.
going to be gonna be just like? Do you think that there's going to be just a pendulum swing where this is no longer going to be like the new cool? You know,
Mostly
because
no.
at least when I was in high school, and I want to finish my thought here real quick. I apologize for cutting you off again. But when I was in high school, it was kind of like the very start of that like trans thing, right? 2015 is when I graduated. I had two people that were trans in my thing, and that it was also they started using that they them. And I personally, someone who I was gay since fucking sixth grade. I've been very open about that. This shit was like they all were like, "Oh my gosh, you're brave, you're brave." No, like you're trying to fucking say shit. And I'm also very very conservative, like in my ideology. But I wanted to finish with that. But no, I think that it's this just big fad, this big movement, and I think that the pendulum is going to swing the other way.
I think
Even
all
even
the
in
rest
the
of
hang on, even in the millennial
to answer your question.
even in the millennial years, almost all of it was like a trend. It
Answer your
wasn't like
question.
actually gay people. Like a lot of people would self-identify as some sort of gay, but they weren't actually gay. They didn't commit any gay relationships. They didn't do anything like that. They would just say that they were.
To answer your question, I don't think it's mostly a fad or a trend. I think that it is primarily the spread of education and the reduction of ignorance and the spread of civil rights, and freedom fucking rocks. And
Yeah. Says the dick
I
sucker.
do think there are certain social trends and
Can I ask you
certain
how come it is that, at least in my experience, once again I'm going with mine. I know that that's nothing for a debate, but I had 9 people in high school say, "Wow, you are courageous." The exact same people called me a faggot in middle school.
Well,
I just want to
well,
say,
it's hopefully if they
that
weren't
is
hypocrites.
literally the yeah, there's a fad. Like there is no
I mean, maybe they were being hypocritical and just going along with the winds of trends and stuff like that. Could also be, and I hope that it was that they actually matured and came to regret some of the hurtful things they said. I mean, this is my experience in high school, partially, and did actually come to mature even in the span of a few months or years. That's what happens during adolescence, and started to realize their place in this moment in history, or 10 years ago, roughly, that you're describing, I think, and really engage with just, I mean, in many ways, I find it similar to the high schoolers, young college students who engage in the civil rights struggles of the 50s and 60s, and in other social movements for liberation.
So, Real Gar, do you view him as a traitor for being conservative and gay?
No. No.
You sure about that?
Positive.
I was gonna say I got 3 times I've met Charlie Kirk. I was I was actually helped starting Turning Point back 2015. I assisted in the creation of the 5th or 7th chapter. I can't remember. Like
Either way.
Yeah, I mean I've been very prominent in things I've done. I've worked
I
on.
don't think that the statistical amount of gays has actually gone up. I think it's
I do
purely a
not
trend.
either. That's basically that's what I'm trying to get at is
Yeah.
there's no way that it cannot, like, the amount of jump between Gen X and millennials when it's literally less. It's not like there was ever persecution. There was never. I think the only thing that ever
There's never
changed
persecution.
was this fad of this. Oh, it's cool to be an outsider. It's cool to be a. And that's the thing is it's
doesn't explain the bulk of it. I mean, you have to remember also, like, when you were in high school and
9%. You're telling me
20
9% of population
are queer of some type, gay, bi, gender fluid. Yeah,
No
nine
fucking shot.
between
No shot.
no, hang on, no,
Yeah,
no.
of course.
9% of population
No.
increase between Gen X and millennial. Not just 9% increase between Gen X and millennial, according to Gallup poll.
Sure, yeah, education and destigmatization, totally.
No.
And Gen Z,
shot.
Gen Z
Absolutely
at
no way.
Gen
So
Z at
you're appealing to personal incredulity.
23.1%.
You're appealing to
If you
personal
actually think
incredulity.
if you actually think that a quarter of the fucking human population is some sort of gay, you're fucking puffing that copium
Some
so
sort of
fucking
gay.
hard.
Some sort of gay.
Yeah.
LGBTQIA, queer. Yeah, there's a large spectrum here.
Yeah, some sort of gay. Yeah.
There's a difference
Thank
between
you for
23%
reiterating exactly what I
increase
just
and
said.
a straight
No, you said it
23%.
sloppily, like a fool.
Huh?
You said it
There's a
sloppily,
difference
like
between
a fool.
23% increase and the
No, I
stat
said it
being
accurately.
23%.
No,
of total
so
people.
it's 23.1% currently in Gen Z. It was 14.2% in millennials, and the years that I have stated on these is 1981 to 1996 is millennial, 1997 to 2006 at Gen Z. Gen X was
who's actually a millennial who
1965
grew
to
up
1980, which is
Yeah,
at 5.1.
as somebody who's actually grew like as a millennial who knew a bunch of guys who would claim to be bi, they weren't actually fucking bi. They weren't gay. They never did gay shit with any fucking dude. They're all married now. They all have only ever been with a woman. They would just say that, oh yeah, I think I'm bi, because they thought it was cool. Because it was like, well,
You don't know
like
that,
I'm not
Greg.
like a.
Bullshit. They can be
I do
sexually
know that.
attracted and not act on it. You think you know better than they do.
No. Yes, I do know better than they do, because I also know that the propensity for fucking people in their 20s to say shit that isn't true in order to try to fit in or be cool.
Yeah, it's
They do it all
projection,
the
it
fucking
sounds like.
time.
Projection,
It's
it
not
sounds
projection.
like.
It's
Art.
it's
Yeah,
not projection.
sounds
You just
like
have
art.
copium because you want to believe that like it's somehow the quarter of the entire of the fucking adult population of the United States is gay.
I mean,
Or
it's
some sort of like
that's
bi
totally
or whatever.
All right,
Like that's fucking retarded.
I have another statistic for you.
plausible. Totally
So-
plausible.
It's not even remotely plausible.
Of course it is.
Like-
Yes, it is.
All
No,
right,
it
so
isn't.
I have another statistic for you. Why is it that 31% of Gen Z women are claiming to be part of the LGBTQ plus, as opposed to the 12% Gen Z men? Why is that spread so much when it should be a 50-50 like spread? If it were legit, if it were actually meaningful, you would think that it would be a 50-50 split based on genetics, based on everything that
No.
the left is
There could be a
claiming.
few reasons.
The left is
Well,
claiming it to be
hang on, but
a.
men and women are biologically different. Women rev at like a 3 on gay. Most men rev at either a 10 or a 0. Like
Could be a few reasons.
every girl you've ever talked to, I can guarantee you, if you ask her, have you ever gotten drunk and kissed your friend, like your female friend at a party? All of them will be like, oh yeah, a couple
I'm
times
just
in
saying-
college. None of your straight male friends have ever fucking done that once in their life.
That's not
a single
true.
goddamn one.
That's actually not true, and I'm saying this as a gay dude. I've had 3 separate dudes actually come up and kiss me. Did not like it. It was not cool with it, but like, hey, yeah, that shit happened.
Yeah, I guarantee. Were they gay men?
I fucking hope not.
Well, I mean, if they're kissing other men, they probably are. Like,
What the fuck?
it's not really something
It's
straight
never been
guys
easier
do
to
is go and
start a
fucking make
podcast
out with other
than with
dudes.
Riverside.
Just to let
I
you
know.
know. I said you're not straight,
First,
but
go to
I'm letting you
riverside.fm
putting
and
you in a
open
little
an
bit.
account, and then you'll be able to
Shit,
catch
Well,
the
I
shit through.
graduated in
What I'm
from
saying is shit through me off the
anywhere
time.
in the world.
Just have
Dude, I
these hyper
graduated in
specific
editing
99,
Riverside
and there
is
was
perfect for
maybe
beginners. Even
2
if you have
guys
zero
in our
experience,
school
you
where
can
we were
use their
like,
AI
maybe
tools
they're
and
gay.
intuitive editing features to create
This
a
wasn't a
professional
fucking
looking
thing back
result.
then.
You can get
It's a
transcriptions
social
automatically
contagion.
and use
Like,
them
it's
to
what
edit
it is.
docs,
It's very
or you can
obviously
use
social
the chapter
contagion.
timelines.
As the
That might be
internet has
his
spread, and as being gay is a get out of jail free
the
card from
short
being
answer
a
is that our
privileged
recent
cis white male that the
article
society
has
needs to
been
hate just based on what you
retracted
are.
by the
Well, if you claim that you're a tranny
publisher
or claim
of
that
the
you're gay,
journal
suddenly now you're a part of the
Archives of
oppression
Sexual
stack.
Behavior,
So no
where it was
longer are you just an
published.
evil white man. Now you're a gay. Now you're
There's an
also being
aspect.
oppressed.
Retraction is
An
something
aspect to which
I've
I
never
think
had
you're
an
right about
article
that. There's
retracted
an
before, and it's
aspect to which I
something
think
that
you're
I've
right about. There's
associated with
the identity politics and
terrible
virtue signaling and
things
a certain
like
form of fad. I
fraud,
do think is an element, and I've never said otherwise.
plagiarism,
I do think it's an element. It's not the majority
grievous
of
mistakes.
the explanation. I say.
None of that is
I would
true
just
about our
fundamentally
article.
disagree with that.
I know you do. I know you do.
Frankly,
I
honestly,
bore
our
witness
article
to it with
was
my own eyes through
retracted
years of college
because
parties and going to different
of the
college
ideas
campuses. I grew
and
up in
the
a college
evidence
town,
we
a lot of different colleges around
presented
me. There's a
that
lot of
angered
fucking dudes who will say a lot of shit that they don't
transgender
actually fucking mean, and a
activists
lot of
and their
girls will say it too.
allies
Oh, I'd
who
totally love to
pressured
hook up with
the
a girl, and then they
publisher
never fucking do. And every time they're
who
presented with the opportunity,
either
they always find an
agreed with
excuse not to.
him
All right,
based on politics or
orientations and
chickened
behaviors are
out
different, and you got a
or were
fistful of
worried about
anecdotes which really
business
don't amount
concerns.
to much.
I can't read their mind, obviously.
Yeah, but I mean,
but I will say
the
that the retraction
statistics
was
actually
true.
amount to something, right?
Hang on.
I
You
would
have a bunch of
also
studies
say that
self-reporting their identification as a part
the
of a group,
retraction
which is
has
literally anyone answering a poll being like,
backfired
"Yeah, I think I'm a
entirely
little bit
from
bi."
their perspective.
They're not.
Our article has
They've never
gotten
done anything. They've never even
far
had a
more
sexual
attention
thought
than
about
it
somebody
ever would
who's the
have.
same gender as them, but they'll
The
just say that they
publisher,
are because they think
Springer
it's
Nature
cool. They think it's
Group,
helpful. There's a lot of things that influence
keeps
these fucking polls.
metrics
Some of these
on
people will
this.
say that they're like
Our
part of the
article
LGBT
has
whatever,
been
even if they're actually
downloaded
not, because
almost
they think that it helps to
100,000
have more
times,
representation in
which
these polls. These
is,
people, it needs to seem like they're more numerous than they
that's
actually
not
are. There's
perhaps
a
a
lot of
big
reasons
deal
people answer
for
positively to this.
Yeah, so
mainstream
it's
media, but
possible
for
that
an
it is lower
academic
than
article, that is
25%.
extreme.
It's totally plausible to me that it would be
We have
some form of
received
LGBTQ or queer orientation or curiosity, whatever. But it could be less because people answer survey questions kind of impromptu and without much thought. Yeah, and so wouldn't that be a reason that you shouldn't have to panic so much because those numbers could be actually far lower than reported?
They're growing.
I don't think that they're any higher than the 6% that
Motherfucker,
has been pretty consistent
think,
throughout
if you
human
think
history.
that it is lowly reported at almost 23% of the population,
No, he's
that
no,
is
he's
not
saying
low.
that he's saying that I view it as lower reported than that, which I do. I think currently it's very trendy to say that you're some sort of gay, but the vast majority of people actually aren't. They'll just claim that they are.
But when you phrase it as some sort of gay, I lack your seriousness because it's like bisexuality or other forms of orientation or gender identity.
So
These are all
bisexual-
just
hang on.
reducible to gay.
Hang on,
These
hang
are
on.
all
These-
just reducible
here-
to gay.
Yes, here are your
Gay
options. You're
or
either
gay
straight,
adjacent.
half gay, or gay. Those are your three options. There aren't any other options outside of that.
Idiot.
So
How am I
before
an
you
idiot?
do,
What other options are there? I'm
Correct.
sorry.
let
You
me,
either
hey,
hang on,
shut up.
hang
Let
on.
me
You
jump
either
in here for a
no.
second because this
No,
argument.
hang on. Let me answer. I'm having a back and forth
I
with you.
don't
You
care.
either
Shut
fuck people
up.
who.
This
Is this your
argument
room?
is stupid and it's boring.
It's not fucking stupid. Calm down, diversity. Give me a
And
second
you're
here.
gonna be able to finish
You
it.
either
But
fuck
before
both
you
genders or
finish
you
it,
fuck
I
one or
have
the other.
unfinished business that I want to speak on, and I'm going to speak on it. So, contrary to Real Gar's earlier statements,
You might fuck nut and be asexual too.
I have provided all of the materials in the side
That's just
chat.
brain damage.
Shut up!
No true Scotsman. You are an idiot.
Let me help you both.
That's not no true Scotsman.
Here.
If the part of your brain that isn't attracted sexually that is
You
brought
both take these mute dicks, and you two fucking queers can dock with each other. Anyway, I've provided all of the material in the side chat that I claimed I would provide. I provided the suicide information for 40 years, showing youth suicides have increased steadily and dramatically once we started accommodating the trans youth. I've provided the information from J. Michael Bailey showing that his work on rapid onset gender dysphoria was suppressed. I've provided the information from Abigail Schreier in her book Irreversible Damage, along with the information that she cited in the book, researcher named Littman, who shows very clearly that girls are transitioning in social circles. And I have provided the CAS review, which shows the claim that clinicians cannot accurately determine who is trans and who is not amongst youth. So every single thing that I claimed has now been stuck in the side chat with the sources, even though Real Gar said it would never happen. So now I'm going to let you two undock from one another and respect my mind when I speak. Thanks. That's all.
I'm glad you're back and you're already doing this again.
Revealing. I typed earlier in the side chat that the whole rapid onset gender dysphoria was retracted because its methodology was baseless, and you're posting Regnery propaganda as par for the course ever since the fucking Swiftboat veterans and Jerome Corsi and all these fucking hacks. So yeah, Bama, agender, asexuality is part of the LGBTQIA spectrum, and those survey results would include some people who are asexual.
Okay, and that would still be some sort of brain damage, would it not? I mean, being gay is technically some sort of brain damage, but
and you're just not serious.
No, how am I not serious? Explain to me how it isn't. Your brain is firing its attraction receptors to the wrong fucking body objects. How is that not some sort of like mental issue?
Because you can have variation among individuals, and they can serve different functions in a complex society. They can have different advantages.
Hang on. You can have variations in autism, right? But it's still a mental health disorder, is it not? It doesn't all present the same way.
We're learning a lot more about
autism.
that. We're learning a lot about that, and in some cases, it's not just with autism. Certain deficits come with other talents and proclivities, and so just like not everybody is an electrician.
Okay,
not everybody is a
The
pilot.
biologic
Not
male-
everybody is.
This
a
has
cook.
nothing to do with anything. This has nothing to do with anything I'm
biologic
talking
male
about.
should have
Oh my God!
intercourse
Stop!
with a
Stop! This has
biologic
nothing to do with
female.
anything I'm fucking
That
talking
is
about. What I'm
literally
saying is that
is-
if your body is firing off the attraction signals to something that it can't reproduce with, that means there's something going on with your brain where it's not firing off the correct signals for the correct people that you get to. It's just fucking different ways for symptoms to manifest themselves, much like schizophrenia manifests differently, much like autism manifests differently, much like bipolar disorder manifests differently.
Sexuality is not only about reproduction. There are other social and species level benefits.
No. Evolutionarily speaking, every single animal that exists on the planet is attracted to other animals of the same species in order to reproduce. That's why we have sexual attraction.
That's
Species level
oversimplistic. You're wrong
benefit
about
for
that.
homosexuality. What is that?
Social benefit, social cohesion, the pleasure and the endorphin release, the physical health of the individual, number of things.
It's not good for the species.
Humans and dolphins are the only ones that actually have sex for
Hang on.
pleasure.
No, that's not.
You're just
That's at the
chatting
individual
wet.
level.
You're chatting wet. That has no benefit to the fucking
which
species.
does contribute to
Humans and dolphins
will
are
rape
the only
pufferfish to death
species
just
in
because
the
they want to get
entire
off. That's not
planet.
beneficial
If
to
you want
dolphins
to
as a
benefit the
species.
species, the species propagates. Right? That's how you
Listen,
benefit the species.
not the only way to
You would
benefit
die
the
off.
species. Not the only way to benefit the species. Look,
No. And you don't know what
individual
you know what you're
benefit.
talking about.
I do.
You're benefiting the individual. You're not benefiting the species.
It's not
Right?
so separate.
Right.
It's not a false dichotomy.
Your species
If
would
an individual,
die off. If you
and
didn't
I can
reproduce.
easily answer you.
Correct.
Okay, if when you benefit yourself, your own body, your health, your hormonal level, your endorphin release, that does contribute to how well you can provide and be responsive to other members of your group and your species. Okay, just like having good health, having good nutrition has individual benefits, and also that has ripple effects throughout your clan and your society, obviously.
No, you're
What
wrong on
again?
that.
Okay, can you hang on? Stop real quick. Can you explain to me how other mammalian species on the planet that like to rape things to death, how it benefits their species, despite the fact that they're getting an endorphin release?
In a very brutal way of only propagation, it's a way for them to propagate, for one.
So how does an otter propagate by fucking a fish to death? Exactly. How does a
a what?
dolphin propagate by fucking a fish to death? Exactly.
Well, in that case, it would be something different than propagation. The evolutionary
There-
benefit would be something else.
There are
Yeah, which would be
human
what?
deaths
Can you give
a
me
year.
any-
A science.
Can you give me a single logical end? Stop, everyone else.
Yeah, sure.
Can you give me a single logical endpoint as to how a dolphin fucking a pufferfish to death helps dolphins?
Yeah, sure. If it displays aggression or power or like, some kind of dominance in the dolphin pod, or if for that one dolphin, it channels and offloads some aggression or irritability that could have caused conflict with other dolphins. Like those are both highly plausible.
Yeah, but
can't call us
that's not what
ignorant
they've been
anymore.
done. That's not what they've been done when they've been observed in the wild. The reason why the dolphins are doing it when they're observed in the wild is because they just want a nut.
Yeah, well, exactly. And that can have benefits as endorphin balancing. It's like
benefit the
getting
species.
nutrition.
It benefits
Oh
the
my
individual.
God,
Yes,
this
it
is
benefits the
holy
species.
shit.
Hold up,
Sure
hold
it
up.
does.
Is there any?
health
Let
of
me
the
ask you
individual,
this.
sure.
Let me ask you this. Is there any behavior that does not benefit the species?
That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, like, I think in certain like severe cases, I mean, you could argue suicide. There may be some population level benefits
Why
to
not? We
suicide.
could just say that those people weren't fit for reproduction by virtue of the fact that they were willing to commit suicide.
I would say like this.
Name another one.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I would say like serious like bodily deformities. Say like anencephaly like would be an example. Like their
Mass
behaviors
murder.
of
No, that
Does
no,
that
no, no,
benefit?
that
Does mass murder
I don't need help.
benefit?
I don't need help. No, that helps limit the population so that it doesn't overgrow. What's another one?
Oh, so you're
Be
pro mass
quiet.
murder?
Be quiet, dude. What's another one, Rilgar?
a behavior that wouldn't benefit the population at
Yeah.
all. Yeah. I mean, well, like if you became species like suicidal, if you had aggression at such a level that it actually eliminates the species itself, such heightened aggression that you can't actually cohabitate socially.
No, that just forces the species to unify more and become more cohesive in order to
No,
weed
at a
out
certain
people
level,
that
it could
don't
actually
benefit
destroy them.
the species. What's another
Listen,
one?
humanity might fucking destroy itself. So that would be
What's
an
another one?
example. Why do I have to give you
I
another
asked
one?
you
I just
for a
gave you a
behavior
perfectly
that's
good
being
example.
displayed. I didn't ask you for a mite. Now, anyway, mites growing chickens' asses.
What?
So
I
here's
told you the behavior
important.
that
Be
would be
quiet.
displayed.
Be quiet.
Nuclear
So
brinksmanship
shut
is an
up.
example.
So
I'm
here's
answering,
the
you fucking
important part
idiot.
of what. Let me just mute this whore. He doesn't know
Yeah.
what to shut the fuck up means. So the important part of what I just demonstrated there is very simple. It is that when it comes to Evo Psych and this evolutionary fucking nonsense, you can name any fucking behavior you want, and then I can retroactively say, oh, this is how it somehow benefits the species. You can just literally come up. There's nothing you can say that I can't find an excuse of how it might benefit the species in some way through some perceived benefit of evolution. Okay, this is a fallacy. This is what they do. You come up with something that clearly is not meant to help the
So how does
species,
mass murder actually
and
help benefit
shut
the
the
species?
fuck up.
You
when
can
I'm
mute people
talking.
all you want.
Okay, cool. Let's start with you.
What are we talking about here?
So this is clearly demonstrates that when you make these arguments and you're arguing with people who claim to be, on the academic side or the leftard side or whatever, they're going to reach into their evolutionary fucking infinite endless bag of excuses, and they're just going to make up some way of how the degenerate behavior benefits the species. The exact same way that Real Guard just now in 3 examples could not come up with a single example that doesn't benefit the species that I could not then turn and say, oh, this is how it does. And by the way, notice that his last behavior that he reached for was one that has never even been displayed yet. It was, well, maybe humans will make themselves go extinct one day. So, total retardation.
Not only that,
by a leftard. Thanks.
Evolution can absolutely come out with negative traits that don't help the species at all. The perfect example already exists on the planet. It would be manatees. Manatees have evolved to be fucking useless at avoiding predators. The only reason they survived as long as they did is because they're around fucking Florida and natural predators don't tend to go near them. But they fucking suck at everything that they do. They just had tens of thousands of millions of years of evolution that made it so they didn't really need to be able to defend themselves away from fucking predators. But they are fucking useless at doing it. Same thing with the fucking panda bear. Same thing with homosexuality. Sometimes aberrant behaviors happen due to random fucking mutations that are not beneficial to the species, but they do happen. People being nearsighted, people being farsighted, those are not beneficial to the fucking species, but
Correct.
it can happen. That doesn't necessarily make it a positive.
Even by the evolutionary definition, what we would expect to see are random traits that pop up against a specific background, and they may or may not be beneficial to the species, and depending on the environmental pressure, those traits would become more or less common. That's it. It doesn't mean you're not going to see things pop up that, one, have no evolutionary purpose at all, because why would it? There's no purpose involved.
Giving you several examples.
So,
another example before he goes again, Huntington's disease in humans. Huntington's disease is not beneficial to the families that they reside in, with the genetic lines they come down through. It destroys families. It does nothing for the fucking village or the people, but Huntington's disease exists because it's just a random mutation that happens and your brain gets fucked up.
Yeah, I gave anencephaly as an example earlier too.
Okay, so why would you immediately presume that homosexuality, which is probably just a random aberrant mutation that exists in some level of humanity, must therefore be beneficial to humans as a whole? It doesn't have to be. It's not necessarily a net negative, but it doesn't necessarily also it could just be neutral.
Right, which
your
is
brain's
also
fucked up, you want to fuck dudes, it's not normal, but it is what it is. You're not harming it. As long as you're not molesting people, who cares?
Yeah, it could be neutral, and so that's also a reason why so much of this moral panic is exaggerated. And secondly, I think there are obvious benefits to sexual and homosexual behavior aside from procreation. I told you before, the social bonding, all right? It forms cohesion in societies to have couples or relationships of intimacy and trust, and also just as recreation.
Why do you need to be a homo to bond?
You don't have to be, but it's an alternative, and it shouldn't be
disparaged. It's not how men bond at all.
You don't know fuck all about how men bond. You don't define that. You control freak.
Oh my god, dude! Do you not think?
Bond
listen,
in
do you not think?
many types of ways.
Let me ask you this: do you not think it's
was that, Goose?
strange?
You
Shut
got a new
up!
voice, maybe?
Do you not think
bond
it's
in many
fucking
different types of
strange?
ways.
Shut up! Do you not
Control
think it's
freak.
fucking strange that you
He's a
have a
little bit angry
sexual
right now.
attraction? Okay, let me shut you the fuck up. Do you not think it's strange, Real Gar, that you have a sexual attraction toward a fucking vagina that required that required 21st century technology to create?
It's like really not my primary,
Why would
attraction.
no. Focus on the question.
I am
Why would
focusing
your
on the
sexual
question.
attraction
Fucking control freak.
be something that
Answering
was
your question.
artificial and required 21st century technology to create? Why
Ask
would
that
you
to the
think that's a
fucking
normal part of
mecha manga
biology?
readers,
Listen.
which I'm not one of,
Why would you
Tentacle
think?
porn and shit.
Listen, so you can grasp.
I am
the
listening
question.
to you and answering.
Why would you think that's a normal part of biology unless you think sexual attraction is not part of biology?
That's such a dumb question. Look, firstly,
It's a dumb
personally,
question to ask why your penis gets hard
Yes.
for something that was never meant to exist, that humans just made up.
I mean, you could make the same argument against a fleshlight, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, but a fleshlight simulates a vagina.
Are you telling me that when you fuck?
So does bottom
Are
surgery.
you telling me that when you fuck a
No, it
fleshlight,
doesn't.
that you're sexually attracted to the fleshlight?
Sexually attracted?
Is
No,
that
it's
what
more
you're
like,
saying or not?
Not romantic attraction, bisexual.
Then stop
It's,
making bullshit
gratification.
fucking
Hey,
comparisons.
Mr. Cracker Barrel, you need to tone it down
Let me
about
help you
3
out,
notches.
Fucking gay ass. Is that what you're
God.
saying or not?
You're ambiguous with language.
Are
Can you
you
define your
saying
terms
that you're
better?
attracted to the fucking fleshlight, retard?
Not romantically attracted.
Okay, are
which is
you
part of sex
attracted to the fake vagina that required 21st century technology and fucking humans to create?
Romantically, I'd be attracted to the person.
You have no attraction to the organ that you're willing to put your mouth on.
You're being too
Right. I think I've
ambiguous
proven
with
the
your
point.
terms. No, because here's the thing: there's a difference between gratification and like romantic attraction, or even erotic
And
attraction.
for your
There can be just mere
information, fat
there
ass
can be mere
Buddha,
gratification.
I don't need you to
What you were
tell
saying
me
was,
what
here
I
was your
need
premise.
to do
Here was your premise.
concerning my temperament or my tolerance for your temperament. Thanks.
Right. What you were saying.
Would you
before
like
your
to have a
premise-
conversation about your issues? I'm more than happy to have an actual conversation with you.
I think he's putting them all on display for all to see.
Yeah,
what
I'm
you
more than
said
happy
doesn't-
to hang on. Hey, real. Just give me a
I'm
second.
answering his question, but yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Cracker, I'm more than happy to have an actual conversation with you.
Mr. Cracker is funny.
Mr. Cracker, if you would like to have a conversation, I'm more than happy.
So anyway, when we understand that sexual
No, if you would like to have a
attraction
conversation with you, I'm more than
is-
happy.
I got it.
Would you
when
like to have a conversation?
So when we understand that sexual attraction is part of biology.
Would you like to have a conversation?
Please don't interrupt.
Sir, I would like to have a conversation
This is
with
the
what
last
you
time
said.
I'll tell you
Because
not to
apparently,
Shut up.
Sir, you said rape is okay.
So when we what?
I'm just curious about what you're saying.
What did you just say?
You said rape is okay.
What the
I'm
fuck
just
is this
I'm
dude
just
talking
curious. I'm
about?
just
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm curious about what you're saying. You said that there's no ever interaction with another human or sorry, of the same species that is wrong, and so apparently that interaction.
What? Doug, listen, take some advice before you come at me for sure. Get some practice in another room. Anyway, so when we look at biology, if we're trying to divorce the notion that sexual attraction and sexual arousal is
Did you
somehow
not say that all?
is somehow divorced from our natural biological processes, which is what
Got
the
it. Go ahead and
which is
ignore.
what the argument would have to
Mhm.
be. In order for this reject to justify how he can be sexually aroused and attracted to a fake vagina, a vagina
So
that
many
was never meant
categories.
to exist, a vagina that could not exist in the wild but for some degenerate Western nation like the one we're currently suffering to have created these things artificially
Sir?
in a fucking lab.
Sir,
It makes absolutely no sense. Even
Easy
from
to
the
understand.
perspective of evolution, this would
Even
make
yes,
no
from that
sense.
perspective.
Mr. Cracker.
How would your desire to reproduce thousands of years, millions of years, whatever,
Okay.
however many years you believe,
Mr. Cracker.
Okay.
have led
You
you
do
to
know
the
that.
idea
You do know
that
that.
you shut
You
up.
do know that.
Have led
You
you
do
to
know
the
that sex is
You
idea.
love to yell "shut
Have
up"
let-
and mute people, but when
Bitch,
someone disagrees
shut
with you,
the fuck up, whore. How could this have
This is
led
real
you to
badass.
the idea that this was something you were meant to be attracted to? That a
Yeah,
fake
see,
vagina,
this is not hard.
that a faux vagina was ever something that you were supposed to be attracted to.
Because if it
So
resembles, because if it resembles,
By the way, these people who would
Hold
tell
on, why
you
don't you
that
accept
you
the
should be
answer?
attracted to a fake vagina, they're the same people that are going to be advocating for soon enough, if they're not already, sex with to a fake vagina.
It's not a fallacy.
If you can
Yeah,
be
not a
attracted
fallacy.
to a fake vagina, why can't you just be attracted to fucking dogs?
I think these dudes. I think this is.
That was
well,
on point.
I thought it was just.
Could be a number of reasons.
I think
okay?
it was cope. It's cope for having a small dick.
21st
when
century
you-
argument. Listen, to answer
know,
you, the
we
21st
know who the
century
people
premise.
are
Javon,
that started.
stop.
We know who the people are that started NAMBLA, right?
The 21st century.
And if
Again, do you want to talk
anybody's
about
not
Catholic priests
familiar with
more?
NAMBLA, I would encourage you to go look them up and understand
Look at Victorian
that these
society
people do
in
not
the
want to stop
1800s. The
at fake
rampant pedophilia
vaginas.
there.
These people
So-
want to have all kinds of degenerate acts.
Guilt, trying to associate me with like
Okay, this man is actually LARPing as a priest. He's actually LARPing as a priest. He, for some reason.
Listen, I
Fat
can
ass
respond to
Buddha,
this
don't
21st
interrupt me
century
anymore, dude.
premise.
If I have to mute you again, I won't undo it. So
Mute me, motherfucker.
Who is that?
Look, the 21st century
I don't know who
premise
he is.
of like how could evolution equip us to be attracted to bottom surgeries? Firstly, not everybody is, and that's fine to have your preferences and your attractions or lack thereof. That's fine.
Is there anyone who actually is?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. And secondly, if the bottom surgery resembles a cis woman's vagina, and by the way, you can even jerk off with your hand. It doesn't mean that you have attraction to your hand. You can sexually gratify yourself, but you don't have sexual attraction to it. You can easily distinguish between the physical act of like getting off versus the romantic attraction to the person or the erotic attraction to, you know, their dress or their style. It's like these are different levels of human sexual experience.
Yeah, this is
and
the
it reflects our increased refined consciousness because, you know,
Yeah, this is the
presumably deers
sodomite.
and dogs don't have those same degrees of sexual consciousness.
So this guy's
Okay, hang on.
making,
I got a question for
making
you.
the
There are people
glory hole
who
argument.
get off to fucking piles of shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that is normal behavior and not, huh?
Scatological fetishes, right?
Yeah, scat shit. Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, I think like
do you think that that's normal, or do you think that people can maybe brain fuck themselves with over access to pornography or having mental health disorders that cause them to be into things that is not normal and probably could do with some therapy?
Could be a few things. I mean, like I think that you could have like I think scat is more on the fringe side, but I think it can be done without immorality and it
What's
can be done.
scat? Hold on. What is scat? What is that? What's I don't know what y'all.
I just said
Oh,
it.
oh my
It's funny.
god!
It's being
I learn something
Another
new every
level
fucking
in the
time I
side
hop
chat,
on here. What
gross.
the fuck
let
is
me tell you
that?
something. They don't have a bar. There is no fringe for these people, right? If they are in a room, if they are in a room full
No,
of
that's
shit
false.
eaters,
Of course they're unacceptable.
if they're in a room full of shit eaters, they will be accepting of shit eaters. Because if they are not accepting of shit eaters, they will
I learned
be
something new.
what?
They're
They
shit
will
eaters.
be non-receptive to diversity. They will be people that are being discriminatory. So they are forced by their own ideology to literally accept anything that they are told to accept.
No,
I learn
false.
something new every day, bro.
So Cracker,
False.
these are the same guys. These people, they're the
There are
ones that are
moral
in
limits.
favor and invented gerbil jamming, dude.
There are
What's that? Hold on. What is that? Okay. You motherfuckers are gonna teach me what the fuck this gay lingo is. What the fuck is that?
Hey,
That's
yo,
where
Cracker,
gerbils
Cracker,
spawn
tell
right there.
Jovan, tell Jovan.
I don't know. I don't know what
shit
it
there.
is. I just don't know what it is.
That's a form of bestiality.
Get you a baggie and then get you a little hamster
Javon,
and
you're
drop it
better
in the
off not
window.
knowing. Let's just say that.
No. I
not
want to
knowing.
know because you motherfuckers teach me
Well, then
something.
Google it.
I don't want to Google it.
Javon's gonna be holding
Then
up
you're gonna die ignorant. I don't know
Well,
what you're talking about.
that shit's gonna be on my PC, bro. I don't look
Cracker
at porn
Barrel's
on my
gonna
PC.
explain to the room what
Well,
gerbil
figure,
jamming
open
is.
a
I
fucking
got
private
kids.
tab then.
I got kids and a woman. I don't know, bro.
Listen, here's
All
one
right,
of the
well
fundamental
then you'll die ignorant.
here's a necessary
You
question.
guys are gonna.
Who does it harm? Okay. Now it's possible that
Oh
a certain
my
type of scat
God.
fetish could be harmful to the person or other people. If it's it spreads disease or if the person becomes so obsessed. But the same thing is true of gambling. The same thing is true of drinking. The same
Fucking
thing is true
nasty.
of heterosexual activity. You can have sex addicts who only have sex, men with women. So
Fucking gross. You're a
Where do you draw the
degenerate.
line, Car?
question
Where
is
do you draw the
who
line?
is harmed?
Yeah,
Who is
where do
harmed?
you draw the line? Is there a line?
Where do you draw the line then?
Harm is one line. Again, that's a necessary question, if not a sufficient one. Who is harmed?
Mhm.
Look, here's what I would tell you all. I want everybody
Fucking
here
disgusting.
who doesn't know already to show you where these people want to go. Go look up the acronym NAMBLA. N-A-M-B.
No, that's such slander.
Go
Fuck
look
you,
up the
slander.
Come on.
acronym
No.
N-A-M-B-L-A.
Don't do that. Nambla is disgusting,
Go
but that's
look up
bullshit
the
to say that that's
acronym
where they
This is
want to
on the
go.
left.
Come on.
BLA,
Hey,
because
go.
ultimately,
Yeah, it's
there's a
National American Man Boy Love Association. And then
Excuse me,
do
sir,
what
but
they're
aren't
doing.
you the one who said anything done against your own species is perfectly okay?
Yeah. There is a fine
Dangerous kind of
line
slander. No.
between arguing that you can
The
eat
most
shit,
disgusting kind of slippery
arguing
slope
that you can eat
fallacy.
shit in a sexual way,
that is a quintessential slippery slope
and
fallacy.
arguing
Child
that this is
molestation
just
slippery
causes
slope
harm.
I
fallacy.
will talk.
Yes, it is a slippery slope fallacy.
Okay, let me help you.
It absolutely is. By the definition
go
of
ahead
it,
and mute
yes.
everyone, you fucking tyrant.
Okay, so
Dude,
here's the
you
facts.
guys are sick.
Okay, here's the facts.
Oh my
What we
God.
know that they're already trying to do is they're trying to convince us through language like this. They will say the predators that we're talking about in this case, it's not their fault, right? This is how they've started with the soft language. They've started telling us, look, these predators wouldn't be this way if they could help it, right? No one would choose to be this way. So it's not their fault. Now they've started telling us, look, we really shouldn't be putting these people in prison. These people need mental health help. So what are we going to do? What's the path? What was the path with homosexuality, right? It was imprisoned.
You got any evidence for those? You got any evidence for those claims?
If you speak again, you won't have
What
to
is
worry
the
about
mental health
asking.
solution?
Here, let me
What
help
is a
you.
mental health solution then?
Let me
Tell
help
me.
you out. Okay.
Gotcha.
Hey, go ahead and mute everyone else that doesn't agree with you, man.
Okay. So you don't have to agree. You just have to be quiet while I speak, and then you can disagree.
Everyone has been.
Great, then just keep doing
You
it.
haven't stopped speaking either.
So it just is the case that they will first go with prison, then it will be a mental health issue, and then it becomes accepting. This is exactly what we've seen happen with homosexuality. We're now in the beginning stages of trying to tell us that these predators are simply, and this is their quotes, that this is simply another orientation of attraction that they do not have control over, and that therefore they should not be punished. And here's the best part. They're now telling us that we should applaud them to come out openly in society and accept them if they have this attraction but choose not to act on it. Okay?
And let them teach our kids.
This
Don't
is
forget
what
that part.
these sick fucking people want in your life. So, yeah, let that sink in. I encourage everybody to look up the NAMBLA, read about that, listen to what these people have been saying about these predators and how we should be treating them compared to how we're treating them now, and look at the history of homosexuality. It went through the exact same track: prison, mental health, being fully accepted in society. And that's exactly what people
And
like
also,
this
it's not a
guy would
slippery.
have
It's
now.
not a. It's not a slippery slope fallacy because we're already seeing it with the movement of like what 8 years ago where they're trying to get, as opposed to calling them pedophiles, as MAPS, minor attractive people.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing college professors trying to write dissertations and essays about how they need to be called minor attractive people as opposed to pedophiles, and they shouldn't be treated as criminals. And they need therapy, they need this, and they need to be accepted in society. He's not wrong.
Disgusting
It is
slander.
basically the
These are
same
two different
pathway.
things. He is wrong. He is wrong. Saying that if you support trans rights and age-appropriate sex education in schools, then you're a predator and you want to be like Nambla trying to campaign for the.
That's not what he
for the
said. Hang on,
sex-
stop. That's not what he said.
No,
What
how
he
about you let me
said was
finish
the
and then you can
pathway.
speak again? How about you let me finish, then you can speak again? All right. That this is the inevitable outcome of sexual liberation for queer people and rights of adults and comprehensive sex education for kids. All right. Age appropriate sex education for kids. To say that then you would support or logically have to support the legalization and the destigmatization of having sex with somebody underage, when we understand why that does cause harm, we draw one thing you draw the line at is causing harm to other people. There's plenty of evidence and intuition to understand why that type of age disparity causes harm to the child. So no, you don't have to become a fucking NAML supporter in order to
No, you don't have to
advocate
become an NAMBLA supporter, but
civil rights.
I didn't say.
Queer
Hang on.
people.
I didn't say.
No, but
I
he
didn't say
said that.
NAMBLA. Yeah, I know he said that, but I'm hang on. I'm speaking now. I didn't say NAMBLA. I said the MAP shit, which we have been seeing growing in discourse throughout left-leaning circles for the last decade, trying to normalize and fucking stigmatize pedophiles.
That's
and
the second part. That's the second part.
Two, when it comes to homosexuality, let's not discontend here. I mean, I don't know. Are you gay or are you bi?
I'm bisexual.
Okay, almost every single actual like gay is in like gold star gays. Don't fuck women that I have ever met. All of them, everyone I've ever talked to, and this has been also been shown in polling and shit. Their first sexual
No. The people that
You're
I
gonna
know,
say-
no.
You gonna say something with some substance, or you just gonna sit there and say words?
He's saying that he's a gay male and he was
Yeah.
doesn't fall into
Yeah,
this.
I got that. So you
Okay,
don't need to keep
can I
repeating
provide?
no.
Can I provide a more nuanced answer?
What are you saying?
I think pedophilia is normalized. I think pedophilia is normalized in all communities. Okay, we live in dark times. Yes. Have you seen so many fucking Republican men that are attracted to like teenage girls? Like, are
You
you
heard
fucking kidding?
Matt Walsh talk about the
Why are
ideal
you
age of
saying?
marriage?
Why are you saying Republican?
Like,
I feel
well-
like
No. I just seen the examples on internet, like creepy, like right-wing men, like actually thirsting for teenage girls. Like, are you fucking kidding me? This is not
you-
the.
but-
This is
but
not
your
the.
first-
Wait,
Hang on,
first
no,
thing was
stop.
Republican.
This is not.
Which?
This
Hang
is
on,
not.
shut the fuck up.
This is
Shut
not.
the fuck up.
This is not-
Shut the fuck
okay.
up. Shut up.
Hang
Which
on, he's
Republican
gonna
male-
start muting everyone. Everyone
Which
obey.
Republican? Oh my God!
Bama.
Which Republican males
Bama.
and which girls are you
Bama.
talking about?
Bama, you have to.
Yeah, I
let
just
him
want an
talk.
example.
Okay, I don't care. You have to let him talk.
Jeez, so fucking aggressive.
Yeah, cry about it.
That's what men do. They get aggressive.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel's gonna mute everyone too.
I mean, I could start meeting you if you want.
Only if you
Or
overtalk
wanna
me.
look at
I
him,
don't care
dude.
about you over talking everybody else.
Anyway, you're talking about maps before, right? This is something that I haven't looked into deeply. I don't think that it's about normalizing sex with kids. It's about finding treatments for.
Oh, you will
people-
stick up for eating shit. I'm done hearing from you. Be
Finding-
quiet.
leave.
Let somebody else
Dude,
talk.
I don't even
Go
know.
eat some shit.
to prevent
This is a new
child
term,
abuse.
scat. I'm
Finding
looking into it
treatments
now.
to prevent child abuse. Treatments
You don't
so
want
that
that shit
people
on your
who
computer,
do have
Javon.
pedophilic urges,
It's
people
on
who
my
do have
phone.
pedophilic, people who do have pedophilic attractions do not go on to harm children. And if there's a way to study and treat that in a way that does not carry the funding
Yeah.
stigma or the public
Got it.
outrage
Yeah,
to
but
say, hey, we're trying to
we
help
already have a
pedophiles.
solution for that. It's called double on
You
buck.
said
If you call them maps,
Exactly.
maybe
Thank
was your-
there's a way to,
Oh my
maybe there's a
God.
way
What am I hearing right now?
maybe there's a way to justify that if it's for the reasons of treatment and prevention of harm. Okay, and
Okay, we got it.
So
Yeah, you want to
Hold
save all the pedophiles. Good for you.
it's
And
you're
really
saying that
important to
because
be detailed and nuanced here. It's really important to be
Bro.
understood clearly. You get me on that, right?
bro, was your claim that because someone's attracted to kids that they're not necessarily going to act on it? Was that your claim?
Yeah, I believe that's true.
Don't reoffend.
How do you know that
Offend.
so
If you
well,
first of
real
all, if
guy?
you offend to begin with, you deserve death. But let's be clear here.
But the fact
Correct.
that someone is attracted to that and what their attraction might lead to is going to be something so heinous.
Correct.
What do you think the protection should be?
100%.
Double
If
on
somebody-
buckshot. That's what it should
if-
fucking be.
Pathway to normalizing
100%. I
these
would
people
pull the trigger
is
myself.
going to
Dude, no,
be
real go.
prison,
Oh, God.
and then they're going to say it's a mental health issue, which is exactly what he's saying. And then they're
No,
going to say
you're
it's just another
mischaracterizing and
orientation.
slandering me again, you fraud.
And this is how they will normalize it. I promise you. It's
Slander.
already happening. So
This
I said no harm, especially not to children. You slander.
Real Gar,
Yes.
can I provide a more example, like an alternative to death, that it is actually useful? Okay, for example, most of the pedophiles belong to networks, right? Online or actually in real life, right?
Sure.
We all know this here, right?
I mean, they exist. I mean, most pedophiles,
Yeah.
I don't know, but let's say most of them do. Yeah.
On Telegram, on Viber, like you fucking know. You hear this every day on the fucking news and in law enforcement, right? So,
Sure.
instead of actually like killing them, for the time being, okay, I'm not saying like do it like now. You can actually utilize
He
them.
don't want to kill him. He wants to hang out with him.
You can actually
fucking
utilize them.
slanderer.
You can actually utilize
yourself
them.
and
Do
learn
you
some
know how?
honesty.
Do you know
Black
how
Ops
and why?
wannabe.
If you utilize this person that is in jail or is in like is talking with the police, you can actually get more names, more pedophiles.
Sir,
more
sir,
people.
can I go ahead and say something?
Yeah.
This sounds exactly like what's been going on with Jeffrey Epstein
And
or
more,
the Charlie
more
Kirk
like
murders.
him. And more like him. Yes.
This is exactly the blackmail that's been going on throughout the U.S. politics, assassinations.
If you catch a criminal or whoever and you turn them into an informant, or you do a RICO case against the network or whatever, then fine, okay. But this person, if they actually like,
He's calling for blackmail for political gain.
But he was talking
based
to
on
take down
child pornography.
That's not what I'm doing.
This dude's
I
so
literally
dumb.
told like how law enforcement sometimes work to get more pedophiles in a network, or like break a pedophile network. Are you fucking kidding? Where the fuck did I tell you about blackmail? Are you delusional?
as long as whoever was contributing to the spread of child pornography and whoever was molesting kids receives justice, then let law enforcement utilize them in whatever way to prevent that kind of crime and
target
abuse from
practice.
happening.
This person that just said they're trans asking
There's
if
no
the other
reason to
person
keep a
is
pedophile alive.
delusional.
They're literally all offer no benefit.
Has anyone ever wanted to do that like driving range, but it's a bunch of pedophiles running, and you pay like $1,000 per shot?
Why would I pay?
Why would
I already bought my bullets.
The problem that would cause is proliferating this kind of violent bloodlust among society. Justice for pedophiles against the wall.
You know what
Execution.
that would
okay.
cause? It would
But
cause no more pedophiles.
It would cause no more pedophiles and government fucking funding.
Why would there? Hang on. Why would bloodlust against pedophiles be a bad thing? I literally cannot think of a downside.
It's
I already
because
told
it is,
you he wants
because
to
it is
hang out with 'em.
infectious and will spread to other types of human behaviors, bloodlust for other undesirables, and this
Other
is how you
heinous
get a barbaric-
crimes? Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't see why that's a bad thing.
I think it's doing the same thing. If you're a murder's
It will
row,
bleed
dude,
over.
fucking
will
throw
bleed over.
30 dudes on a fucking golf course range.
It will bleed over. Like, you don't want to be fucking ISIS, is what I'm saying. You don't want to throw people off the fucking
yeah,
roof.
you're like
You know what I'm saying?
you're way off base. You're like basing it like, okay, like let's say like we legalize hunting pedophiles and killing them, right? That'd be horrifying, and the first few years would be pretty fucking traumatic, I would say, because there would be hyper violence because of pent up anger and aggression from
I'm
both
not
sides.
saying hunting them. I'm saying they.
Yeah.
I believe.
If they're
I
convicted,
believe.
you just
no,
kill 'em.
I believe.
So
I
once
believe
everything
that
is
you are innocent until
deliberated-
proven guilty, and once you are
Right, but
guilty, then
You're
then
dead.
Yeah, you go hunt them. Yeah, you put them in a
there's
you
there's
hunt for sport. You shoot them for
Yeah.
sport or whatever.
fuck yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying to that guy is you wouldn't be ISIS. ISIS is only driven because of like ideological religious rage.
This
Like
shit
there's a
bleeds
whole
over.
thing behind that.
It
No, it
bleeds
doesn't bleed
and
over.
mission
It's not
drift,
realistic
Wars,
like that.
wars beget
Mo-
wars.
most of-
This is
yeah, but
ugly
wars
shit, and
beget-
it's
okay,
not what
okay.
humans should endorse. All right. There's a
All right,
reason that the
but it's not
Constitution.
it's
There's
not
a
a
reason
war,
that the
though.
Constitution. Listen,
We're
there's a
not
reason
discussing
that the
war.
There's a reason that the Constitution has a clause about cruel and unusual punishments. It's not because it's cruel or unjust for a pedophile to.
Buckshot to the head is not cruel and unusual. It's very quick.
No, it's
Death
because
not
penalty.
cruel at all.
the
It's
Constitution was
honestly,
created by white.
it's
okay,
honestly a
so-
lot nicer than they
And you're
fucking
like,
deserve.
wait, I
They'll
don't know.
just
I
turn
get
off.
what you're.
I hear you.
Shut the fuck
And
up.
also-
They'll turn off like a goddamn light bulb.
I hear you, and
Yeah,
also people talking about public executions on TV, put them in a stadium, line them up against the wall, shoot them 30 at a time. This is how bloodlust spills over, mission drift.
Are
and
you gonna be
unintended
sad
consequences
when they do
when
the
you
firing
unleash
squad on
these
this fucker that killed
Let's-
Charlie
let's-
Kirk?
Based on what
Can
data
can I respond to you, dude? Like I really would like to respond without being interrupted.
I want that shit to be
Based on
public.
what data are you claiming that this is how bloodlust spills over into society?
I mean, when you desensitize and when you get people to get like dopamine releases from machine gunning human beings, then yeah, you're gonna expect bad behaviors to spread in
Based on what
society.
example or experience that you?
Yeah, based on what?
I feel like that's gonna be.
I mean, look
good.
at the political persecution of enemies in history, for example.
What is a
This
machine
would
gun?
not be. This would not be the political persecution. of
Okay,
enemies.
sure, right,
This
but
would be
but
the
under
this would be the executing the death penalty on pedophiles.
Okay, so even the purges and even legitimate
No, no one's talking about purges. Somebody goes to trial, they
giving you
molest
other
a kid,
examples.
they get convicted, they go to jail, and then they die.
Your answer, bro.
Do you
So
Sure,
have,
death
do you
penalty.
have any
Death
real world
penalty is different.
experience or historical analog on which to base your opinion?
Okay, death
his
penalty is
opinion's
one
wrong.
thing. Listen, death penalty is one thing.
The answer's
Lining them up
no.
30 at a time and mass machine gunning them
No
on
one's
TV
asking for
or
that.
hunting them. No, people are advocating for that. And vigilante executions, which other people are advocating for too. Not here in this room, but I mean culturally at the moment.
Okay, well, why
These
don't you
are
deal with
things,
what people are in this room are asking for, not what you saw on the internet?
I mean, we're
Because
all
that's not what any
bringing.
of us are saying. So you're arguing against a straw man.
No, but
Let's, like,
we're arguing
simmer down,
arguing in a
bro.
cultural context here, and all of us have brought examples
What's
and
your
links from other
experience, Rogar?
discussions.
What do you?
From
How
other
old are you, Rogar?
discussions.
What's your experience here?
Can anybody fucking hear me, bro? Like, I've been like interrupted like 100 times. Can I just ask this guy one fucking
Yeah,
question
you
for
just
2
kept
seconds?
talking and talking, so
Holy
somebody
shit,
muted
dude!
you.
You guys can wait your turn.
I think it's your voice.
Oh, really? You just
People
got
were
here.
already
You think
talking
it's
and
their
having a back
It's
and
not
forth
even
before you
that,
started
bro. It's
piping
like
up.
real guard. Your argument. I understand what you're saying.
Oh damn, he got muted. Wasn't me. Listen, here's the question, Real
It
Guard.
was me.
How much experience do you have in this world? How long you been on the planet?
I'd rather not tell my age.
Oh, you don't want to tell your age. Okay, I'm 45. I live in Knoxville, Tennessee. My name's Freddie. This is how
Well,
men
thank you.
talk. So my experience
Got
with
nothing to teach me about
pedophiles.
that, you fucking pretender.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
my experience with pedophiles is I spent 8 years in the penitentiary beating the ever living shit out of them. Sometimes literally beating the shit out of them because when you hit them in their stomach over and over again, sometimes they shit on themselves. But anyway, yeah, it's a mess when you got to clean your fucking cell up with
Yeah,
their blood.
some
and
people
shit.
get turned on by that,
But
right?
anyway, in my experience, which was considerable, punishing them, I never developed a bloodlust for it. And I don't see myself as being irrationally violent today. So I am basing this on an anecdote, but the reason I ask
Fucking hope
you,
not, man.
great. The reason I ask you is because if you don't have a historical analog and you don't have any real world experience, I'm just curious where your opinion about this comes from so strongly.
Well, clearly you don't
Mine
want
comes
society to
from
be like a
seeing
penitentiary.
the results of what happens when you beat the fucking shit out of them. You
Yeah.
know, those
Clearly you
people
don't want
those
public
people don't
society
tend
to
to
be like
come
a
back.
penitentiary.
So
You don't want public society to be like a penitentiary, right?
well, actually, now that you mention it,
Ha 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 ha.
there are a lot of aspects about the penitentiary that are seemingly better than
Okay.
not being in the penitentiary. So, can I give you an example? So, can I give you
Yeah,
an
maybe
example?
yeah, sure.
Great. So, in the penitentiary, for example, at least the one I was at, West Tennessee State, it was 85% black. And even though all of these black gangs lived side by side with each other, Crips, Bloods, GDs, Vice Lords, Memphis Mob, they all got along. They didn't kill each other. They didn't bang on each other. They had a set of universal rules, and they were able to live together and cope in order to make money. So, in some
People
ways, I
shank
feel
each
like
other
that's
all the time
better
in
than
jail.
the virtual genocide that's happening in the inner cities that
Sir
I know
Cracker?
libtards don't care about at
Are
all.
you all hearing this?
Y'all
Sir
had to have
Cracker?
y'all had to have deuces
So
up down there though.
that
'cause-
would be an example of being better, don't you
Sir
think?
Cracker?
Oh my god.
I can promise you that that's
asking
not
real
how
guard.
shit goes.
Oh, you
The
can
the
promise
best
me.
way to promote the cooperation between different like groups or ethnicities or belief systems of people is to have like a prison type economy.
I didn't say anything about the economy. I was talking about the respect between rival gangs.
They're making money,
Fat
you
ass
said.
Buddha, please explain to me how you can promise me that what I just said is not true.
You said they were making money. That's a prison economy.
Yes, they were making money. That was a side effect.
So I think there are better ways to have economic and
That wasn't
multicultural
the point of the
cooperation
argument. You missed the
than
point of the argument.
penitentiary conditions.
You missed the point of the argument. It's okay. Fat ass Buddha,
Well,
you said you could promise me that that's not how shit goes. How can you make that promise?
it's a half-assed argument.
So have you seen the Ohio where the prisoners overran the guards?
Okay, you have no clue what you're talking about. No, the
Okay.
argument
No,
was
do I not?
no, not at all. I don't even know if you're an
Okay.
adult. I'm
Why?
skeptical that you're even an adult, to be honest with you.
Prison riot
And if
somewhere?
I knew you were
Yeah. No,
underage,
there's
you
a
wouldn't be allowed in this room. So that's.
there was a
Are
okay.
you 18?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
29.
Okay, great.
We're
That's
talking
good.
about a prison riot.
Do you know that there's prison riots that happen?
Yes, they happen quite frequently. So, real guard. The
Okay,
point of my
great.
argument is that
Do
in prison.
you not want to do you not want to
Hold
hear
on a second.
opposition?
It's okay. You don't have
Okay,
an
so
answer.
am I relevant now?
Yes, in prison, real guard. The point was is
Okay,
that
do you go ahead and mute me then?
in prison, the point is that these gangs got along with one another. That was my comparison. It had nothing to do with the economy. So anyway, yeah.
You
I
said
think
they
that was better.
got cooperated to make money.
No, I said as
Yeah,
a
but that wasn't the reason why they got along. He
they
just
were
said it was a
able to
side
make
effect
money.
of it.
That's what I said.
They were able to make money, so why? So they got along because they didn't want to knife each other to death, and it was better to cooperate. Is that the reason?
Well, the point is that within this environment, within this structured environment, they were able to do things that are just simply better in some ways. I mean, another thing is that within this environment, to some degree, it is a little bit cavemanish, but a lot of people showed a lot more respect to other people than they do out here. People knew how to talk. A man was never going to just come up and call you a bitch, for example, because the consequences of that could be your life.
Out of fear? Yeah, sure. I mean, that there's a kind of
So
respect there. I can imagine that.
people
I can only
respected one
imagine that.
another way more. So yeah, I mean,
And I guess we would both
there were
agree.
several aspects about it that were better. Now, would I take that over being free? Of course not. That'd be crazy.
Right, but
yeah,
that's why
we
this whole
could use
thing
a
was
little
just a
bit
weird
of that.
tangent.
We could use a little bit of that structure and respect out here, though.
Yeah, but right, but like a very low bar, and like the most bottom of the barrel way to achieve that outside of the penitentiary would be to make the rest of society like a penitentiary. We'd agree that there are better ways to achieve
Did you
those
notice that I wasn't
goals.
talking about society? I was talking about the place where the most murders happen in our country, which are the inner city areas that have gang violence that are predominantly black. Did you notice I was talking about an 85% black environment? So it's relevant.
Better
It's
ways.
relevant to this particular argument. Now, as a typical leftist, I know you probably don't care about black people killing each other because that's what y'all
Such
do.
slanderous bullshit.
So
Yeah, fuck off,
it
man.
makes sense that you wouldn't care about this argument at all. But
Slanderous bullshit. So if you're saying that the best way to clean up the inner cities is to apply penitentiary conditions to them, then I think your social science is just as weak as it's been this entire night.
I don't think it was the conditions that were applied to the penitentiary that made people do what they did inside of the penitentiary.
Yeah, real guard though, you're arguing from a position where like society all agrees on moral and ethical boundaries and everyone's highly educated. We don't live in that society anymore. We haven't lived in that since like 2008. That society's fucking gone. I mean, the old people are like now demanding that we have to work 2 jobs to continue paying Social Security that runs out in 2034. They're expecting younger people to deal with more and more shit. You can't afford a house, you can't afford groceries, you can't do any of these other things. We don't have a middle class anymore. We have more of a serfdom than we ever had, ever.
I can agree with a lot of this.
Memetics have taken over almost everything, and
Memetics?
we live in a memetics. Yeah, but
Unfortunately,
the point
that's
is,
fucking tragically true.
yeah, that is true. But it's dumb. But the society is dumbed down intentionally for the state's benefit. Most of this is, and it's neither a left or right issue. It's literally elites versus like the people at this
For the
point.
benefit of certain
And
foreign disruptors too, and insurgent forces.
Okay, right, like Antifa and stuff. I can agree on that. But
Like
my main
accelerationists.
it doesn't need gasoline when the culprits are pouring the gas themselves. Like you don't need gasoline when you can just like watch what's happening in the world, right? and you don't even know what's true anymore. Like, most. Okay, do you want me to be specific? I don't really.
Well, I mean, I can agree with you about a lot. You know, I
Right.
can agree with you about
But my point is, it's like what you're asking for only works when a society is homogenous with one another and they're highly educated and all that other
Homogenous?
stuff. We don't live in a society like that right now. At least half the people are wanting blood regardless. This is a powder keg that's willing to pop. And the government has fueled this. I mean, fucking really the world government, multiple countries, the EU here. The West is completely fucked. We're in like a whole weird position where.
So do you think that executions should be in a prison, like, you know, like
Do I think
as
we have
they
a prison?
occur now, or should they like be in public on a mass scale, televised?
I think at this time, I think society wants mass executions on TV. I think they want
bad for
repercussions for
society.
action.
It's fucked up.
It is, but it is okay. Yeah, it's bad
Terrible,
for society.
barbaric
Like,
backsliding.
it is bad, but when
Hang on, we had public executions for hundreds of years. It wasn't terrible for society back then. Why would it suddenly be terrible now?
It was. I think it was. Yeah.
But real guard.
Based on nothing, you have no reason to think that.
Desensitizes people. It gives shitty incentives.
When the internet desensitizes people, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
are you out of your mind? In comparison to the fucking internet, dog?
He created the idea of euphemisms to try to stop desensitizing people to the reality of what things are. I mean, it's the truth.
For literally all of human history, except for 2 minutes ago, humanity was very, very used to seeing death around it all the time, including with other fucking people. It is literally only the last 30, maybe 40 years at this point, that like Western societies are not used to seeing death or dismemberment.
So
that was an entirely normal thing.
Simplistic.
It's not so simplistic. It's an objective truth about history. No, it's not. It's an objective truth about fucking history. You just don't want to acknowledge it. It vetoes your fucking argument, which is why you won't let me fucking talk right now and you keep fucking interrupting me. Shut the fuck up. God damn it.
Enslavement too fits your description.
But either way,
yeah, and what's your point?
It's also bad, and we shouldn't bring it back.
Yeah, but Realgar, even if we don't bring it back.
Oh my God! Let me just fucking respond to this motherfucker. Jesus Christ. The concept of seeing public executions would therefore desensitize people to the concept of violence happening around them or in front of them, and therefore that makes it bad is a fucking facile argument. We see violence all the goddamn time thanks to the beauty of the goddamn internet. It is not something that people are foreign to. You see it all. If you have a Twitter account, you've watched 10 people die in the last week. The fuck are you talking about? It's not any different than seeing in person. Huh?
Increasingly since Musk took over, and also that's not the same thing as watching people die in person.
Even before Musk took over.
Yeah, but it got worse when he took over. I think partially to desensitize people and aggravate them and make them terrified.
But Elon Musk.
Because before Elon Musk bought fucking Twitter, there was no places on the internet to go see fucking death. There wasn't Reddit, there wasn't 4chan, there wasn't LiveLeak, there wasn't VestScore, there wasn't like 15,000 different fucking websites. The entire function was to show death and gore. What are you talking about?
Far less popular and mainstream than Twitter was. That was not my argument, Bama. Obviously.
What are you talking
Reddit is probably more popular than Twitter.
The main feed on Twitter and the algorithmic change after Musk's takeover was part, even on Facebook too.
You are not. I refuse to believe that you're stupid enough to believe that Elon Musk created all the desensitization of the
I
internet.
never said that. Are you stupid to put words in my mouth?
You're implying it. You're implying it. You are
no, I'm not even implying it. I said he made it worse.
You are. When you say that Musk came in and it got worse,
words.
You're implying
and you said it was done you said it was done intentionally in order to desensitize the population.
It might be. I don't know that for a fact, but I
you're
have
not
my
that
suspicions.
stupid. You're not going to convince anybody.
There's some reason to believe there was.
This is how I can tell you're fucking. This is how I can tell you're young on the internet. Because if you think that Twitter, being like randomly coming across gore online was like something that never happened up until Elon Musk took over Twitter, then you're definitely a new.
Yeah, that's
I can't say that word in here. So I get muted. You're definitely a new person online. That was what the internet was until like 10 years ago.
Look, I'm aware about when ISIS was on Twitter.
Assumption off of what you're implying. Do you understand that?
I'm aware about when ISIS was surging in the 20-teens and the gore that had to be moderated.
You keep bringing up ISIS. ISIS has nothing to do with this.
You could watch literally the beheadings on YouTube up until like 2014.
I never said that
And they
Elon
were
Musk
popular
introduced
videos.
Gore to the internet. I never said Elon Musk introduced Gore to the internet. I'm saying it got worse, and the desensitization and the anxiety in the country, I believe, did get worse, partially because of Elon Musk's restructuring of Twitter.
That's
And
retarded, bro. That
not
is
retarded at all.
internet brain. If you go
That's
outside,
fucking
and yes, it
retarded.
is, because if you go outside and
Yeah,
talk to
you're
normal
wrong.
people, almost nobody understands the fuck you're talking about. And like an average person, you're
No,
talking about
I've-
internet people, and internet
I mean, I
people
can give you
are
my
like
anecdotes if you
fucking
want.
troglodytes.
I can give you my anecdotes of when
Okay,
I talk
sure.
to people outside if you want, but that's not going to prove very much. So that challenge wasn't very significant. Go out and talk to people. That's what I do. I never
you
said that
don't.
Elon Musk.
What do you
know
do for a
fuck all
job that you
about
go out
me.
and talk to people about politics? What are
I
you,
don't
like
need
a
to
censor?
explain that or justify that to you. I do talk
Yeah,
to
because
other
you're
people.
full of shit, kid. Look,
It's
man,
so
I get what you're saying. You're
now you're
concerned that the
trailing.
rhetoric is. I understand
Now
why
you're
you're
trailing.
coming with this. You're from the left side, and you're concerned that you're going to be hanging from a fucking tree in a couple of years. I get
I don't
that
have
fear.
to.
I
Well, yeah,
understand
we
it.
should,
No,
that
but
is
that's
a
what
fear of
you.
mine,
That's what you
actually.
are
Yeah,
concerned
that
with.
is
You
a
don't
fear,
want to
not
bring
just because
back.
I'm a leftist.
You don't want the
Not
fight.
just because I'm
Yeah,
a
because
leftist.
yes, yes, it
Vigilantism and
is.
bloodlust spreads like a fucking cancer. That's why.
Right, but
Spreads like
why?
fucking
But let's
wildfire.
Based on
let's take
nothing.
a
You
step
have no
back.
basis for that
Hold
thought.
on, dude. But
How
if you take a
society
step back,
No, because this is the main point that he's driving at. You're bringing it to personal shit. It doesn't need to be personal shit. That you have no basis for that line of reasoning.
Yeah, because it also starts to be that you slander your opponents with the title
I'm not
of
slandering you.
well, if not you, fucking cracker bitch, and others who buy in and
Dude,
perpetuate this.
they're just angry from where you're coming from, because where you're coming from is like irrational in the sense of fear. You are afraid of the situation that is escalating, right? You're
Public
afraid after
violence
Charlie
is like
Kirk.
enslavement.
Afraid.
It's a part of our
Right, but
history
it's
that we
only
should grow
happening. But
beyond.
let's take a step back, dude. It's only happening because the justice system and the state has failed, dramatically failed. We've got so much murder and so much death and so much shit, and there's people who just keep walking and walking and getting away with it and getting away with it. Then you find out that judges are a part of NGO companies and they're all making money on the side and all this silly, goofy shit. There's so much corruption that's so blatant that we're told to eat shit and have to deal with.
I can agree with a lot of that too.
Right, but the people's response not only is anger, but it's going to lead to that until the system works. It's a social bond. When the law stops working, the people will take the law into their own hands, and that will lead to some really bad shit. You have a right to be scared because you guys executed Charlie Kirk live on television like
That's
fucking
slander
idiots.
and horseshit.
That
Everybody
is
should
true.
be afraid.
Leftists assassinated him. You can't argue
Everybody
that. But what you
everybody
should be
afraid.
concerned with,
I'm not
what
an
you
arch
should be concerned
leftist or
with,
anything.
rather
I
than
don't.
being concerned that you're going to be one of the people lying against the wall, you should be concerned with
You
why
ever
the
seen
fuck, how
gangs
do
in
you
New
slow
York?
that all down?
You ever seen
Yeah, I
gangs
know
in
what
New York?
gangs in New York is. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. That's a whole different
That's quite
time.
relevant,
The 6
actually.
points. No, it's not.
5 points.
Irish Catholics coming over here because of a potato famine and hardcore like pilgrims are not the same thing of what we're discussing. That has nothing to
Talking
do with what we're
about
discussing.
public spectacles of violence and fear and how societies can
But
barely
it's
hang
not
on by
a
a
public
thread.
spectacle of violence and fear unless you're talking about gangs in Chicago. We're talking about people,
Obama, my
your
nigga,
average
what's
Joe being
up?
angry.
My boy.
Oh,
What's going on, man? Me and Bama are kind of like at the opposite ends of the spectrum, but I feel like that's what, is really what makes us friends, because we're so different, but we're also like real niggas.
What are
and
you
what we
talking about?
Just let him. Just give it a second. First of all, public executions and public
whoever
corporal
said
punishment
that,
has existed throughout.
N-word, hold up. Whoever said that N-word, I don't know. I didn't see it.
I'm sorry. That was me. I'm sorry, dude. I said it like I am 25% Italian though, so like I mean
It's irrelevant.
You're
I'm gonna
being
give you a
retarded.
warning if you're not muted by somebody
I
else.
appreciate that's fair.
Yeah,
I understand, Mr. Infinite Diversity.
Hey, don't worry. He'll fucking mute you on the goddamn heartbeat.
I
Yeah,
got
it is
damn
annoying.
coffee on my screen. What the fuck?
Enslavement was also a feature of human societies for generation upon generation.
No,
And
enslavment's a
more.
completely different argument that was created by either
Yeah, it's
Jewish
entirely different
or
argument.
Muslims,
You can't
and that was
justify either of
abolished
them by
by the
tradition.
17th and
Tradition
16th
cannot
century.
justify either enslavement or public.
I didn't say
Slavery
tradition. I
was
said history. No,
abolished in the West.
Shut up. Shut up. God damn it. Shut the fuck up. I didn't say they're justified due to history and tradition. I said which is a direct refutation of your fucking argument that public spectacles of violence therefore leads to bloodlust and rage and an ever cascading effect of more bloodlust and rage, which isn't fucking true. You keep insisting that it is true. You have no historical precedent for that. Public executions happen all the fucking time in every society on the goddamn planet that didn't lead to people running into each other's houses and stabbing each other to death. So the fact that you keep saying that is asinine.
Yeah. So when people are talking, as people in this room did talk about hunting, child molesters.
No one in this room
lining up-
said that. They said
Yes,
after
they
a
did.
conviction.
No,
You're
yeah,
lying.
that was talked about. That was discussed. And also there is this
That's a
rhetoric among the culture wars and among the fucking right-wing death squads and among the shoot your local pedophile.
There is no right-wing death squad. You really don't want that. You really don't want to suggest that.
This vigilante, quoting their own patches and their own memes, like you were mentioning before, the fucking supremacy of memes.
You don't want that, dude.
This type of climate and rhetoric of violence is to be contained and cooled off, not indulged in.
Yeah,
right? So,
but you only are saying that now out of fear. I wouldn't be
You're
surprised
quoting
if like a
Warhammer
couple
40K
years ago
memes.
you were.
Death
Yeah, but
penalty is
he's
one
not. But you're only saying that out of fear because of what has happened. And let's be honest here. What, a couple years ago, you probably made some pretty heinous fucking remarks about right wingers, haven't you? Right? Maybe
you know
you made a
nothing
shit post or
about
two.
me.
I'm
Nothing
asking
about
you.
me.
You probably made a shit post or two, right?
I mean, no, when I would talk right wingers, I would talk about the ideologues who are responsible for indoctrinating people, and I never wish death upon anybody.
And yet, the
Never wish
statistics
death
show
upon
that you left
anybody.
wingers are the most extreme out of the two. The right
If you
wingers
wanna
are
change
very
the
little
topic
extreme.
now, if you
And,
wanna change
but
the
you've
topic
already
now,
suggested that
you
there's
can.
right wing death squads when they don't exist. But you're afraid of it because now you think it will exist. Because well, yeah, but the only vigilantes are you guys.
Right-wing death
But
squads.
the only vigilantes are you guys.
Who like to fancy
But
themselves
it's only
right-wing
you
death squads.
guys. It's
It's
literally
not
only you guys. Yes, it
Are you-
is. It just
do you wanna
assassinated
change the
Charlie
topic?
Kirk. It is you
Do you
guys.
want to change the
Has
topic?
anyone
to-
shot at Hassan Piker, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris? Has anyone shot AOC? Anybody shot these people?
There were politicians in Minnesota that were.
I was
that
about
were-
to say
Those two
Minnesota,
politicians were
Michigan.
killed by a hardcore Democrat who worked for
Yeah.
Tim Walz.
That's not true.
That's another leftist. Yes, that is true.
He didn't work for Tim Walz. He was on a fucking government panel.
So can I throw something out real quick? Just in the can I throw a logical defense of what he was saying though? So I will say that over the last I believe in the last 8 years of what I've looked at, majority of them have been left versus right. And I would say a majority.
It's over what time span?
The last 8 years.
Last 8 years?
You
I
can
would
go the last
question
60
that,
years.
actually.
The Weather Underground from the 1960s and 70s did
No,
so many
it-
fucking
no,
terrorist
there's-
attacks, and then
there's-
they stopped in the 80s and
Hang on.
90s, and they picked back up again in the 2000s.
Hang on. I
This is
want
all
to
a
say
secret plot
there's
from the
I want to say
Weathermen?
that there's a lot more.
No, you idiot. The
Right.
oh my god, what are you talking about?
The
Prior-
Weathermen.
How are you this ignorant? How are you this ignorant of American history? How do you not know about this?
The Weathermen. Weather Underground.
The Weather Underground in the 1960s and
And you
70s.
lived through Barack Obama.
I would like to say that I'm going of the increased in my lifetime that has been noted.
Even this room, I said even a few hours ago that anybody who wants to look at the history of political violence in America, attempted and successful attacks, can look at the largest global database.
The large,
assembled back-
like I said,
yes,
every
the
if
National
you want to go back
Consortium-
to
The
if you want to
National
go back to
Consortium for
human
the Study of
history,
Terrorism and Responses to- Bama can talk about the Weather Underground, but I can't talk about the National Consortium for the Study of Terrorism and Responses to Terrorism. Covers the 1970s and later. You want to see the majority of attempted and successful terrorist attacks in the United States, you
which
can
is
watch the
why
trends.
I said the last 10 to 15 years.
Yeah,
That's
even
why
that,
I
I think you're
specifically
mistaken about.
awesome about
why
the
I
last 10 to
specifically
15
stated
years?
that.
I
What's
think you're
awesome
mistaken
about
about
the
those
last 10
years
to 15
also.
years is that the vast majority of sources that are put together exclusively by leftards or left-leaning institutions. Typically.
No, you're wrong about that.
Sir, I'm a conservative.
Oh, he's actually right.
Don't even.
Sir, I'm a conservative, and the reason that I'm going with
pretty sure I'm talking. I'm pretty sure I'm talking.
Well,
You don't
yeah,
want me to mute you,
paying the
but
one
you
leftist.
don't want me to mute you, but you want to talk.
Yeah,
over
I
me.
know. I know you love
Okay,
muting people.
Why don't you just
What was
control
Timmy McVeigh?
yourself
What was
when I'm
Timmy
talking?
McVeigh?
You
Because
have
you
to
tell
control
everyone to
yourself.
shut the fuck up, and because you think that you're God.
Okay, so I'm gonna try this again, and hopefully you don't interrupt me. So the vast majority of these sources that we've been looking at that are talking about the last 10 to 15 years are put together by left-leaning sources, left-leaning institutions, and what we consistently see is that they ignore very obvious examples of left-leaning political violence. For example, none of these sources show the BLM riots. None of these sources show.
Sir.
I'm pretty sure I'm still talking. Listen.
Yeah, but did you listen to what I said?
I'm a big guy, okay? At some point, I'll need to take a breath. At least wait till then to interrupt me. Don't do it mid-syllable. Thanks. Anyway, we do not see them include the BLM evidence or riots. We don't see them include the Antifa shit. We don't see them include Chaz taking over of Seattle. And we consistently see them mislabeling certain events. Now, you could argue that this is, ignorance, and perhaps it is. I tend to give credit to incompetence, especially amongst the left, before I do malice. Frankly, they're not intelligent enough to be malicious in most cases. But here, I'm not so sure.
Falsehood.
So,
what databases are you referring to here?
You have to give me time to pull them up.
What left-leaning
I'm playing a
databases?
game right now.
All right,
I'm sure you can pull them up if you know anything about what you're talking
about. The fucking FBI.
So what I was trying to say was, yes, and I only went with the last 10 to 15 years because if you look, they are left against right. That is the left are rioting. The left are committing treason, burning the flag. Like that is the left that is considered treason under current law.
That's not treason. No.
Can we make a distinction?
Listen, I'm a conservative too. That's not fucking treason. That's not what that means.
Yeah, there is the right wing. There are liberals as well. There are centrists as well. There are leftists as well in the other side of the aisle. Like, okay, learn some fucking politics.
Didn't that just now over the last 2 days be and correct me if I'm wrong, but over the last little bit, didn't that just be committed treason? I feel like there's a law that just got created.
You can't commit treason unless you're in wartime and you're a part of the military.
Yeah.
Like I said, I feel like I might be wrong about that. I apologize. But I feel like I just saw a thing about that. However,
it's not treason. Literally, his executive order was purely like if they're already committing another crime and they happen to be burning a flag, that has to get prosecuted too, which is already a law on the books. He was basically just saying, actually follow the law that you're supposed to be prosecuted.
No, I
EO didn't do anything. It changed nothing.
I appreciate you explaining that to me. Like I said, I did not. However, what I'm saying is a majority of these political over the last 10, 15 years has been left versus the right.
No, it was liberal. It was liberal and conservative liberal. That's what it was. Like neocons and liberals. It never was a far right or a far left issue. It was liberal
left versus the right.
No, you're delusional. I'm sorry.
All right,
Have you seen
Mr. Foreigner, shut the fuck up. You don't understand American politics.
Have you seen the Democrats? Are they fucking leftist? No fucking way. They're liberal.
Yes, they're fucking leftist.
They are.
Oh my god, you guys
You're
have
telling me
like
AOC is not a leftist? You're telling...
No, hang on. How's this? Mr. Kermit the Frog accent. We don't give a fuck about your views on American politics. Shut the fuck up. How's that?
How do you know he's ignorant?
God, I fucking hate when foreigners feel the need to come here and dictate to us what our politics are. Yeah, yes, they're fucking leftists, obviously, from the American paradigm political perspective. They're openly... AOC, Bernie Sanders were openly fucking communists. You can't get any more leftist than that.
Openly
What about the
okay, because he has a foreign accent. He must not be American. And maybe he's not, but you know.
Wait. What
Oh,
about the
hang on,
else?
hang on.
What about the else?
Hey, ALC. Hey, are you American?
No, I'm Greek, and I know more about your country.
Yeah, no shit.
Yes, I follow in the news. I follow your fucking Americans. Like,
No, I'm not saying
what
no
does
shit
it
to you. I'm saying no
matter?
shit to this retard who's trying to pretend that because he's gonna pretend that there's any chance in hell that you're a fucking American.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, don't prejudge.
And you're trying
Oh, shut
to
the fuck up,
argue,
retard.
and you're trying to
I'm
argue
not
just
retarded.
because I'm from Europe. Like,
very
I don't
clearly
know
are.
about America.
Nope.
No.
Yes, I do.
I'm not
Yes,
trying
I
to argue
do.
that you don't know. I'm not
Yes,
trying
I
to argue that
do.
you don't understand. Oh my god, shut the fuck
Yes,
up.
I
I'm not trying to
do.
argue that I'm not trying to argue that you don't know about the surface level of American politics. You probably do see things on your Facebook and your Twitter feeds and you don't read into it. You just read the fucking headlines. You don't actually follow American politics. What I'm saying is your opinion is utterly irrelevant. You're a vassal state. You're not people. Don't talk to Americans. We don't give a fuck about your opinion about American politics.
All right. If you want to see the last 10 to 15 years of political violence in the United States, look at the graph I just posted in the link above it for more context.
He's
I have
gonna
a
say
question
it's left leaning. He's
for
gonna say it's
Bama.
left leaning and we poison the well. Like, okay, this is pointless.
Great guy. I have a question for Bama.
Yeah.
You're the right wing guy here.
I'm one of them.
Okay. My question is, what kind of American are you?
Are you seriously quoting the Civil War movie at me? All right. I don't see anything posted in the side chat.
How did
Scroll
that
up.
make everybody be quiet
graph
finally?
in the
That's
link.
crazy.
Funny. I was laughing,
Oh.
but my mic was off. That shit was funny as hell.
Yeah, again, these fucking stats are utter bullshit. Have you actually looked into what how they come up with these fucking stats, dog?
Yes, I have.
I know for a fact that one of the ones that I think this is the one you're quoting, but also I'm pretty sure the FBI one literally includes, when you tear down into actual individual listings, a black bitch attacking a Jewish woman over a fucking road rage incident. That was listed as extreme right-wing violence. A random guy getting into a bar fight over like their girlfriend, that was considered right-wing extremist violence. It literally ignores the entirety. If you take the entirety of the riots of 2020, that far outstrips all political violence that has happened in the decade preceding it. That was in
such a
4.5
hyperbole.
months.
That is such
It's not
psychotic
hyperbole. What the fuck are you talking
Yes,
about?
it is.
Cities were
I'll
burning for
tell you
4 months
exactly what the
straight.
fuck I'm talking about. I'll tell you exactly. I posted before you joined, even higher up, other research about the George Floyd protests and the marginal violence and crimes that were committed there.
Marginal?
And yes, marginal. The two examples you gave, you think that it's impossible for a black woman to assault a Jewish woman and that be a far right crime, ideologically motivated?
Over a road rage incident? Yes, that was not politically motivated. They were mad because they wanted to cut each other off on the highway. Yeah, that wasn't had anything to do with politics. It was a fight.
You can have politically motivated, spontaneous violence. That has been categorized in the literature for years.
Are you fucking retarded?
No, I'm literate.
Man,
No, you're obviously fucking. You're obviously fucking retarded. Hang on. So what you're saying is, if you and I were to meet in real life and we were to get into an argument because I scuffed your fucking sneakers and you had a problem with it, that would therefore be categorized as a politically motivated violent attack because you're a liberal and I'm a conservative.
No, it's more
that
context.
Is fucking
Are you aware of
retarded.
skinhead violence? You know how skinhead gangs operate and their violence?
What does skinheads have anything to do with a random road rage incident?
Skinhead, for
I will say, like, there is
spontaneous-
Obama he's
spontaneous
making a very good
violence.
point because there's a big difference between right-wing violence and left-wing violence. When left-wingers kill somebody, basically everybody on the left condemns it. Whereas when a retarded right-winger goes on to shoot Minnesota state lawmakers, you have retarded, sitting senators making fun of those deaths. So that he is correct. There is a big difference.
Did you count how many times you said
hang on.
I'm gonna have to side with Obama on this one. You're gonna have to concede. Gar, you're just gonna have to concede. He won this debate. He's completely right. Retarded right wingers make weird ass
fucking
conspiracy
dipshits
theories.
celebrating
Right.
like fuck over Charlie Kirk getting fucking shot in the
what
fucking
am I
neck on the
conceding?
live stream in front of his wife and goddamn kids.
Well, yeah,
Let's
no,
not fucking
again,
pretend
Gar,
that
Gar, you're
left-wingers
gonna
are
have
not
to
way more
You're
culpable
just
for
gonna have to
being
concede. That was a
celebratory
great
about
point,
this
bro.
shit. You fucking
what
lying
am I
stack of
conceding?
fuck. Get the fuck out of here, you
let's
bullshit
Wait, is there a
cocksucker.
single sitting senator?
You fucking cocksucking bullshit,
Yeah, you're
disingenuous
let's calm
fucking
down.
weasel.
Look, the
You're a
guy.
disingenuous
Shut
weasel.
up,
Kill
Bama.
yourself.
Who cares?
Yeah, you're
Unless
just
Damn,
you're
what am I
but being
conceding?
offended so
Chill
much
out.
personally, who cares? Look, the
Well,
guy.
I'm not being offended
Who
personally. I just think he's being a
cares?
fucking
Quit
rat.
getting
He's obviously
offended.
not arguing good faith. Therefore, he doesn't deserve a
Who
good faith argument. He just deserves
cares?
insult.
It's a good tactic.
Yeah,
I
I'm making fun
appreciate
of
it.
you.
In
That's
fact,
a great. You've
listen.
identified that.
The
Good job, man.
important part here is that the man named Hammy Jammy with the PFP of the little cartoon girl is instructing us in the way to act after someone is killed. That's the important part here.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
That's true.
yeah,
No,
let's
no,
not
that's
lose
true. We
sight of
should
that.
be like based Mike Lee. We should be based Mike Lee
And
and make fun of
frankly,
like
I want to hear Bobo
people who
talk.
like died. Yeah, we should be like
I'm
based
just
Mike Lee.
wondering why you guys are trying to compete over who can fit the stereotypes more and make it the most hateful.
I'm not. I want to hear Bobo
True.
talk. What's up, Bobo? You on the mic?
Nothing good. Yeah. Like,
I can't hear you.
What do you want? What?
I don't know, man. Talk. What's up?
What? Why do you want me to talk?
Because you got a funny accent.
Nah, man. I know. I don't want to talk because here in this room there are like 3 people that I've muted, so I don't want to overtalk someone.
Oh.
All right. So you do have examples of spontaneous violence, which is also ideologically motivated. All right. You can have both of those factors and have certain crimes, like maybe that road rage incident. It's totally believable. I don't know if it actually is. Maybe it was miscategorized here. There's also thousands of other data points. So the 2 you mentioned don't make a dent, really. But you do have, for example, skinheads had a modus operandi where they would walk around from like, punk shows. Yes, modus operandi. Yes.
Operandi.
You can
It's
Latin spells many
operandi.
different ways.
Operandi. Okay,
So
keep
they would
going,
walk
operandi.
around the streets
Right,
at night. They would walk in
right.
gangs.
It's not like English is phonetic. Leave
They
him
would walk in
alone.
Dude, it
gangs.
was just
They
funny.
No, I'm
would
not gonna leave him
find.
alone. He was the
Called
one who was trying to
operandi.
brag and dunk on people by saying he was fucking literate. He doesn't even know how to fucking say that very
just
common
struck me
phrase.
as funny. It's
Nobody
fine.
knows
It's
how
fine.
Latin was pronounced in the ancient world. Nobody
just
knows how
struck me as
Latin was
funny.
actually pronounced in the
Yeah,
ancient
yeah,
world.
nobody does.
So you have
Operandi. Just admit you
have
said it wrong. Say oops and move on. You don't need to double down and die on that hill.
I'm not dying on any hill. They're just focusing on that because they can't deal with the data. So
I'm
when
listening. It
skinhead
was
gangs
just
No, we're just
funny.
mocking you.
It was just funny.
when they would roam around looking for victims, they would come across a black person, a homeless person, a left-leaning punk or something, and although it was spontaneous, they would assault that person ideologically motivated. So yeah, that black person
Yeah, but
going
that's not.
black
Hang on,
woman,
but that's not the same thing. What precipitated the violence was they were going out looking for people that they ideologically disagreed with. A fucking random road rage incident is not that.
or maybe they don't
A
find
bar
them.
fight is
Maybe they
not
just go
that.
drink and stuff. If you were in an incident
Oh God,
where
you don't need to defend this shit. The fucking fruit of the
like,
poison
you don't,
tree is that
I don't
entire
think
study is as a concept that is that study. Is the fruit of the poison
Dude's
fucking tree.
just
They
driving.
they
because you
literally
were
took
trying
anything that
to.
could even moderately look like it could potentially be right wing violence and threw it in the study in order to fucking weigh the numbers on. They're putting the thumb on the scale to
No,
make it look
you're
way worse than it actually
those are
Let
was.
me give y'all an
baseless
example
accusations.
of
You
real
haven't
world
looked through the
supposed
methodology
right. Shut up.
of
Shut
the SMART
up. You're
Consortium.
boring.
Gamma, you're full.
Let me give you an example of real world right wing violence, supposed right wing violence that just happened after Charlie Kirk died. So there was a trans person who was accosted and assaulted by several individuals. And these people were the ages of like 15, 16, I think there was 3 of them. So these were teenage kids. And this trans person walked up to them and got in their business, didn't know them, told them what to do, told them stop doing what you're doing, right? At a later time, these 3 kids seen this trans person again, and they ended up getting into a conflict with this person. Now, as they beat the shit out of this trans person, they hurled quote unquote homophobic or transphobic slurs at them, according to the article I was reading. And so the conclusion was this is a hate crime. Now, this would go down as some type of right wing violence because they used slurs while they were beating their ass. Now, did the politics of the person or even the identity of the person have anything to do with the motivation to beat their ass. No, not as far as we know. But because they use these slurs in the process of beating their ass, it's been officially labeled a hate crime. So this is how dishonest.
That's a really good point.
This is how dishonest the left is, and the legislation that they have built up to protect.
Can you type
them.
out what you said? I think like you're so like far gone. When you say it out loud, you don't even understand it. I need you to type out what you said and read it back to
Pretty
yourself.
sure I'm talking. So for
Yeah, I know you're
anyone
talking. I'm
like
cutting you
Hammy,
off.
yeah,
What?
for anyone like Hammy Jammy,
Are you okay?
who didn't understand what I just said, I will reiterate it. It is the difference between someone committing a crime and using a racial slur while doing it versus being motivated to commit the crime based on some protected
Because of race.
characteristic, such as them being trans. And that difference should be the distinction between what is an actual hate crime and what is not. Now, there you go. I reiterated it for you, Hammy Jammy. No worries. Oh, actually, let me put that in the side chat.
Hate crime's bad. Okay, no, no hate crimes. Like if you're gonna commit a crime, make sure it ain't hateful.
Well, we're just talking about this in the context of what we're labeling as political violence, right? That's the important part.
Yeah. It depends on what was the motivating factor. And if the motivating factor was not politics in and of itself, that's not the reason why they got violent with somebody. They just happened to be a conservative fighting a liberal, even though it had like, oh, you looked at my girl funny, or you said something crass to my woman, so now I'm going to throw hands with you. Oh, if we find out after the fact that one guy was like a MAGA dude and the other guy was a liberal, well, this was a politically motivated like crime. No, that's a retarded way to fucking pull these numbers, and they have a lot of that shit in all of these fucking studies in order to put their thumb on the scale. They've been doing it for fucking years. It's well known.
Yeah, this article is from The Guardian. I'm sure most of y'all will accept that are on the left, right? It's a pretty left-hard fucking publication. So, yeah. But this is the article. I was reading about it today. And of course, 39-year-old woman, right? That's the it's a 39-year-old woman that was attacked. Yeah. But of course it wasn't.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, because that'll go down as crime against violence against women too, right? So that'll be another in the incorrect column.
Look, motive can contribute at various stages of these incidents, okay? It doesn't have to be premeditated in order for there to be an ideological motive contributing to the crime. Maybe it started in road rage or not, okay? Maybe it was a fight at which it got elevated and worsened because of ideological motives. And also, just because you have like a person on the left and the person on the right fighting, or like a Muslim beating on a Jew or something, doesn't mean that it's going to be categorized as a hate crime or an extremist attack. Like, not all databases are the same, and if you're pointing out some of these cases of questionable attributions or even politically motivated spin, then it's still up to you to comb through the thousands and thousands of data points at the START Consortium's database to say that these are all or mostly unobjective and politically motivated like that.
Wait, hang on. So the people who collate all this fucking information, who look at each of these individual cases to decide whether or not they're a politically motivated violent crime, who look at very obvious examples. I don't give a fuck about across the world. We're talking about the only country that matters. Who look at very obvious cases where it wasn't politically motivated crime, and they decided to add it to the list anyway, knowing for a fact that it was not a politically motivated crime.
Which ones?
The ones that are often cited in the U.S. I think the last one was the FBI one, which includes the fucking road rage incidents I was talking about, the bar fights I was talking about, and it excludes the entirety of the fentanyl Floyd riots in 2020. Literally does not include any of them. Doesn't include them.
Okay, I'm talking about this data set. I'm talking about the data set that I linked you to.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, dog. I'm not fucking doing something. I took a passing look at that and I continued doing my dishes.
Fine, you can do that, of course. I linked, and we'll say again, the START Consortium was maintains the largest global and in the United States based data set for ideologically motivated attacks.
So let
right?
me just dispel this myth real quick.
Look at the graph.
With
Anybody
the,
can
with,
scroll into
with
the
the
side
sim-
chat and look
with
at the
the
graph.
simplest argument, I can dispel this myth. So there's 3 data points that I'll give you, 3 premises and a conclusion that will
Ah,
easily
boy, here we
dispel
fucking
this
go.
myth. So the first one is
Thought experiment.
black people in America commit the majority of murder. The
I
second
heard this
one
bullshit already.
is when blacks vote, they 90% vote Democrat. The
It's
third,
not even
the
true.
third, yeah, cool story. The third,
That was true like 10 years ago, dog.
yeah, cool story. The third point is that according to the Marshall Project, which surveys people that are actually in prison for violent crime and then categorizes it by race, we clearly see that these people lean or identify left or Democrat. What the conclusion is from these 3 data points is that the vast majority of violent crime, particularly murder, that is being committed in this country is being committed by
Is
the
this guy
left.
just retarded?
Now,
What?
if you
Do you
speak
know the
again,
difference
if you
between
speak
political
again,
violence
if
and
you
just
speak
straight up
again, you
violence?
will be muted.
Are you a retard?
Let me
Just
help you
mute
out
me.
here, Hammy Jammy. So,
It's pig-headedly ignorant.
so the conclusion is, now notice I've not said political violence at all, but these retards can't hear. So
You're
the
changing the
conclusion
topic
is
and becoming
so the
ambiguous.
conclusion is the vast majority of violent crime, particularly murder in this country, is being done by people that self-identify as being on the left when we include these inner city gangs. Now, here's where it gets interesting. According to the ACLED, their research into gang violence is considered political when the gangs manage to undermine the state's ability to provide public safety or influences the ability for the state to provide services to the population. So, in inner cities where we see these gangs making it so that police cannot provide adequate security to the population, this would be considered political violence. And according to the ACLED, it doesn't even require intent on the part of the people who are doing the violence. Now, you can use your common sense and you can extrapolate what this would look like in an inner city. For example, if you have services, social services that people would like to sign up for, but they can't because they don't feel safe walking to that place and they don't have transportation because of that gang violence. This would be an example of political violence that the gangs have perpetrated. Another example that might come to mind for some of you if you've been watching the news is, let's say you want to take public transportation. For example, you want to, as a Ukrainian immigrant, sit on a bus and ride it somewhere. But because there's some fucking animal behind you with a goddamn knife that's going to stab you in the fucking neck, you no longer feel comfortable. So this would be an example of how these inner city gangs actually contribute to political violence and largely lean left or Democrat, according to the MarshallProject.org's research, according to the ACLED's research on gang violence and how it's political. So, anyway, myth
Okay, I appreciate that
dispelled.
you cited ACLED. ACLED, because that's the same source I provided for the George Floyd research, the George Floyd protest research, showing marginal violence.
Great.
Yeah. Except there wasn't marginal
we agree,
violence.
We agree on the
Yeah,
gang
except it
violence
was.
thing. Then that's awesome.
No, it wasn't.
We both accept the source ACLED, and you gave this thought experiment as a way to avoid the Start Consortium data that's staring you in the face.
What
From the
data did I
past 10 to
present
15
that's
years,
what no no
it was
what
claimed.
data did I just present that's not factual? Go ahead. So I'm going to show you what RealGuard did earlier. We were having a trans discussion earlier, and this homo told me that, I wouldn't provide data. I wouldn't provide proof of anything I was saying. Over the course of about an hour, I put a source for every single claim that I made in there. I called it out to him publicly. And of course, he never acknowledged any of it. Right? Now, he just challenged me on what I said. Now, I have a source for every single claim I just made. So, let's ask Realgar, what claim did I make that's not factually true? Go ahead.
Okay, firstly, I did not say that. Firstly, it was untrue.
You have one option here because you've called me a liar twice now within the past couple of hours, and I provided you sources earlier, and you didn't even look at them. So you have one option here now because now you've gotten on my nerves. The option is in one sentence, what fact that I just speak that is not true? That's the only option you have here.
It's untrue to claim I didn't read those links you posted nor respond to them. I did respond.
So anyway,
Why are you doing that? I know you
So-
have the ability to mute people,
anyway,
but weren't you just speaking
what
about
it comes down to is that
I mean,
if you want to sit here and call me a liar twice in the same night about what I claim, and I provide you sources,
Wait,
and
did you not make the claim that he didn't read it?
and you don't look at those sources and acknowledge them, and now you call me a liar again, but you're not willing to even state what I said that was factually untrue, I have no use for you. You are dishonest. You are dismissed.
Cracker Barrel, I want to speak just for a second, and if I get muted,
Such a
please
retard,
mute.
dude.
I don't need your opinion in here at all, frankly. One, you're a woman. You have very little contribute in any way. Two, you're not here in good faith. Three, you're fucking crazy and you do
I
the
have a
most
question, like with
dramatic
respect to
shit
political
everywhere
violence
you
and
fucking
gang,
go.
right? Do we easily
And
classify like the civil?
I am not in a room, nor am I in a social circle that requires the presence of women. I have a wife. I don't even need you online, frankly. So you can be dismissed or you can listen or whatever. I don't care. Yeah, that's. I don't need your drama here, frankly. So continue with your nonsense, Hammy. You still have the right to speak. You've not.
Yeah, no worries. So I was just wondering whether you thought the Sinaloa cartel was left or right wing.
I have no idea about the Sinaloa cartel's politics.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? And like when we use ACLED to say that they include gang violence within political violence, we can clearly recognize that like this political violence is with respect to the goals of increasing their territory, which is political, but is that like easily definable as left or right? No, it's not, right?
Well,
Like
it's not.
that's
It's
just
not.
like
It's
obviously
not
if
about
you
the
thought about it for
goals.
5 seconds, you would just recognize. Listen, I'm helping you out, right? I'm trying to help you out. This is
Well,
a
you asked me
really
a question.
stupid
I was
point,
trying to
and you should
answer,
just
but go
move on
ahead.
to it. Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's all good. I wasn't in the middle. I was in the middle of speaking, right? So I'm trying to help you out here. The point you made earlier with respect to political violence and gang violence is really, really fucking stupid, and you should move on from that point and never ever say that again. Because it's exceedingly obvious to everybody in the room that it is that the Sinaloa cartel is not like a leftist organization or a right wing organization, right? And that's a type of organization that's included in ACLED data, right? So just really stupid. Don't say it again. We can just move on from that point. Do you
Yeah,
have another point that you want to bring up?
that is one type of data.
Dude,
That's
I'm trying to help
included.
you out. You got it. You
That-
can't stay on this point. It's stupid. No,
Yeah.
we got to go. Move on. What's
I
the next
got you.
point?
That is
all good.
one type of data that's included in the ACLED's report. However, there are other types of data as well. And
I
what
agree.
they're doing when they use particular examples within different countries is they're showing how those gangs manage to control the state, meaning the country in that case. What I am doing is I'm scaling it down to show how those gangs have the same influence within a particular city. Now, the important part here is not about expanding territory and how they lean and all and doing that has nothing to do with it. If you actually read the report, what you would see is when it defines a section under public safety, it actually has a table with a threshold. Now that table includes things like number of homicides, for example, and rate of homicide. But when it's talking specifically about public safety, what it says is if the gangs undermine the state's ability to do their job, right? To provide public safety would be one example of doing their job. If they're undermining that, then this could be political. The important part that I don't think Hammy has read because he didn't listen the first time I said this is that there is no intention required on the part of the gang. In other words, the gang member doesn't have to say, in my mind, I'm going to go out and do X crime in order to facilitate Y political view. Doesn't require that. It's like the left's version of racism. It only requires an outcome, doesn't require intent. So, by this definition, this is extremely applicable. The fact that Hammy doesn't understand that is okay. He hasn't studied it. And more importantly, we see this happening in a wider and wider range of places in the United States. But we also know that these people vote overwhelmingly Democrat. And we know that there is an ideology that's tied to their behavior. What's the ideology? Well, it's simple. It's the ideology of the left. Think about it. The gang members who are doing these murders, what has the left been telling them their entire life? Well, it's simple. They've been telling them the world they live in is racist, that they're surrounded by white supremacists, that their president is Hitler, that people on the right are neo-Nazis. They've been telling them that they're not going to make as much money as white people. They've been telling,
you're
I'm talking,
confused.
shut up. They've been telling them that they're not going to make as much money as white people, that they won't have the same opportunities as white people. So the left gave them a radical ideology on which to base their behavior, and now they are acting with impunity to undermine the very state that they are being told is holding them down. And by doing so, they're committing political violence. The left not only commits the most political violence, they commit an overwhelming amount of the political violence based on this definition of gang violence. So it's just a nonsense argument, and you don't have to listen to
I
this
agree.
nonsense. And feel free to use my argument against them.
Listen, you know what? You haven't said anything more true than that. That final sentence, it's a nonsense argument. You know, you and me, we're on the same page. Amen to that.
Notice how he has no rebuttal. He can't refute me with the ACLED. He can't refute me with the data that I gave on the gangs. There is no rebuttal that he can offer. And let me tell you why. Because he's trying to catch up on the fly. He hasn't read the data. He hasn't studied the argument. And so he has no recourse except to insult me directly.
So I just want to make sure, because this is off the top of my head, right? ACLED includes gang violence when it is used towards meeting overt political goals.
Incorrect.
So if something is going to, I'm just making sure, right?
Incorrect.
If something is going to,
I said incorrect.
Yeah, if something is really,
it does not include.
Man, that was off the top of my head. So I guess
I've explained this.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Now.
It wasn't actually off the top of my head. It's actually a direct quote from the ACLED report.
I guess I will explain it a third time.
Oh no.
I guess I will explain it a third time. So for the third time, and I want everybody to hear this because he's trying to lie. And now I will show you in the side chat where he's lying, by the way, because he's trying to do it so hard. He just said it requires overt, right? It doesn't. It actually says it doesn't require intention at all by the gang members. And I'm going to now show that directly from the ACLE data. He doesn't know because he hasn't studied it and he's grasping for straws. So I will show that directly. Let me pull it up and get the quote. Let's see.
Just take your time, man.
No worries. We're all waiting on you, buddy.
You continue talking while I dig it up.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so there's just obviously two ways. I'm sure this is obvious to everybody in the room, but I'll try to make it obvious to you. There's obviously two ways in which this is just conceptually confused. The first way is when we're talking about political violence, with respect to right and left. We're obviously going to be talking about political goals, right? Partisan goals. So you might have a left-winger who is, in favor of universal healthcare, trying to murder a healthcare CEO. That's going to be political violence with respect to a certain goal. And it's going to be leftist, right? And then you might have like a right winger who's like anti-immigrant who decides to kill like a bunch of immigrants because he hates immigrants, right? That's going to be like a right wing instance of political violence. When we talk about like these political goals of gangs actually have like their own set of interests separate from either left or right politics. So it is true to say that people in gangs have political, I suppose, either intentions or not even intentions, effects. It's just that they aren't necessarily interesting with respect to the conversation we're having on Charlie Kirk, which is like super obvious to everyone, basically except you. So yeah.
Now
That's
he's
it.
trying to change it to say that my version of political violence isn't acceptable in relation to Charlie Kirk. Well, that would be correct
That was
because
actually what I said
this
originally.
data actually has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. This data
Yeah,
has
I
to
know.
do with the topic at hand, which is political violence and which side commits the most political violence. And
Yeah,
because
and
I'm
gang violence is
showing
obviously
him
separate
that
from
the
left and right.
gang violence, which is the most political violence, primarily affects only black people, as usual, as always, the people on the left simply don't care. They don't care that the majority of political violence comes at the hands of black victims. They don't care. They've never cared. And so this is another example of trying to obfuscate and just wash away all these black people that are dying every week in places like Chicago and Memphis and LA because of the political violence being perpetrated by these gangs. They don't care because it's black people, because they've never cared
Right.
about
Does
black people.
anybody want to keep on having this conversation? This
Yeah,
is boring.
they don't
This is
care.
boring.
These are the same Democrats that
You're,
we've
you're boring the
always
room,
been
dude.
fighting. These are the
Dude,
same
the room is bored.
Democrats
I'm trying to
that
help you out. This is your
these
room.
are
I'm
the
trying to help you
same
out and not kill
Democrats
your
that
room.
ran the
We got to move on. This is
KKK.
boring.
These are the same. These are the same Democrats that ran
the
the
Democrats behind the
KKK.
KKK, the same Democrats. Yeah.
Let me just mute you. These are the same Democrats that ran the KKK. These are the same Democrats that had a grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan named Robert Byrd being buried and Joe Biden presiding over his fucking funeral. Any one of you can go look that up right now, a lifelong Democrat. These are the same Democrats that we've been fighting since the Republican inception of Abraham Lincoln. The same people. They've always been the same people. And the reason that they will talk about everybody's violence except for black people who are dying at the higher rate than anyone else in the country is because these are the same Democrats who don't give a fuck about black people. And they never have.
They never have. Yeah, it's sad, really.
Yeah. They don't
I
care.
take the position. I take the position that they're a Democrat, they hate black people, but I mean, I know they don't see it that way.
Yeah. I mean, dude. It's so
I think
crazy.
the transgenders movement is politically
This-
and
this
racially
is-
motivated.
Not racially, but certainly politically.
I wouldn't say racially, but it is. But this is the same party of people that tell black people that we're less than. We have systematic oppression. The white man is better than me. Oh, you'll never do good because the white man's in the way. This is an evil, evil party, and they think they're doing good when they're actually harming the very people they want to protect. It's very sad, honestly, to see and watch.
I don't think that's psychiatric.
Doesn't have to be.
So here's a
it's
quote.
the
I'm gonna
opposite
post this
supported.
quote in the side chat, but first I'm gonna read it for the room just because I want everybody to hear this. It says this is from the ACLED's methodology on gang violence, which they didn't read, and I know they didn't because they didn't post it because they didn't know what they were looking for. So it says, in short, gang violence poses a challenge to the definition of political violence. It is perpetrated by groups that have, listen to this part closely, by groups that have no overt political motivation. I want to say that again. It's perpetrated by groups that have no overt political motivation. Exactly the opposite of what Hammy Jammy just told you.
Uh-huh.
So he's an
Yeah.
absolute liar. Now, it says some gang violence has clear political connotations and consequences.
Sorry, my bad.
ACLEDs considered gang violence as political when it is employed by political actors acting as funders, instigators, or benefactors and serves identifiable political goals. So when you say something like they consider gang violence political, quote, when it
Mm-hmm.
fundamentally challenges the public safety, security, and control of the state. So
Uh-huh.
there's no political goal required, and
Uh-huh.
it's political violence when it challenges the public safety, security, and control of the state. Now,
Yeah.
anyone ask themselves that has any familiarity with the violence that happens in places like Chicago, whether or not this would be applicable, and of course it would.
I have a
So
question for you.
now I'm going
When does
to
the
clip this, and
ACLED
I'm going to
consider
put
gang violence
this
to be political
into. Now I'm
violence?
going to clip this, and I'm going to put this into the side chat, and then I will post the link as I promised, and I will put the table that not only shows the political violence and when it is, but gives the threshold for when that violence has been met, so you have a full understanding.
When do they consider
So
gang violence to be political?
here, son, I literally just read this. Like, what the fuck are you
Really?
hearing?
So could you do me a favor? So I need you to do me a favor. You need to press Control F. You need to type in ACLED considers gang violence
So
to be.
this dude doesn't get it at all. So let me read it to him one more time because he can't hear. So ACLED considers gang violence. Listen carefully. This is a sentence I literally just read. Considers gang violence as political when it is employed by political actors acting as funders, instigators, or benefactors and serves identifiable political goal. ACLED also considers gang violence political when it fundamentally challenges the public safety, security, and control of the state. It is perpetrated by groups that have no overt political motivation. I think I made this very clear. If anyone is still wondering, I'm just going to post this in the side chat now. I've read this to Hammy like 3 times. He should be able to get this. Yeah, the left has much more political violence, and I just demonstrated it very handedly, I think, with no challenge, obviously.
Uh-huh. So the ACLED, hold on, let me read this real quick.
Yeah, you know
Considers
what you
gang
should do?
violence to
Let
be
me help you
political
out
violence,
because I'm tired of
and
hearing your
thereby
mouth. What you need to do, son, is go fucking read it before you try to debate me on it, dumbass. You don't know the argument, you fucking retard. That's why you can't make one. Go study first, then come see me. I will listen when you have read the material. Jesus Christ, this dude wants to be right so bad and he won't even go read the fucking material. Go read it.
On the rooftops, everybody scan the rooftops. A leftist is not being agreed with.
Stupid fucking cunt.
Infant, I got a question for you, man. Do you think that the jailhouse segregation rules kind of spill out into the regular public?
Elaborate.
You know the politics of jail, where you basically stick with your own. Like, does that kind of spill onto the public once they get out?
I mean, I'm gonna be just 100% real with you. Like, I can tell
I know.
you everything you ever wanted to know about inside. But
I've
once
been there, bro.
motherfuckers get out,
I know.
right? Well, I mean, listen. When I got out, when I caught my charge, I was living in Nashville in the Bottoms. When I got out, I came home. I've never been in trouble since. And I didn't hang around or go around anybody, and I damn sure didn't go around any of the fucking gangs that were in there. So, frankly, I can't give you a good answer on that because I don't have the experience out of prison that I do in prison.
I get it. Does the question make sense though? Like that kind of mentality would spill out into the public after they get out?
I mean, I was pretty segregated for like the first decade.
Fair enough.
I mean, it took me about a decade to I got out in 07. It took me about a decade to get where I was comfortable being around people, being in public, you know.
Like deprogrammed from the institutional life, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and just
Yeah.
get to where I was just like what I would say, pretty normal. It took, but I mean,
I get it.
Yeah, but I was in for 8 years, so that's a long time, right?
I get it, dude. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I feel like there was something else I was going to post. I posted the ACLE's paper. I posted the clip from the quote. Yeah. Okay. That was it. Yeah. Go
I
do
was
the
just kind of like
research.
curious, like whether that segregation culture in jail kind of spills out into the public when they get out. I was just kind of, curious about that.
I think I don't know if I would classify it as segregation, but what I would probably say is that most people go through some type of process of community reintegration, and that there is some amount of having to overcome, what people would probably call institutionalization or something like that. Like, a simple example for me would be in like the way men joke out here, right? Like they call each other bitch and all that type of stuff. But I'm totally fine with that now. Like it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, you do that in jail,
But
you're catching hands.
You know what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
you're catching hands. Like
like
even
that
if you
would
say
be a
goof.
big adjustment for me. It's like the way people talked and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But mainly it was just being comfortable around large groups of people.
Was the word goof a big one for you?
No.
No, eh? Interesting. It's a big one up here.
Yeah, yeah.
You call someone a goof, like you better put your hands up.
It might have been later too. I mean, I don't know. I went in '98. I come out in '07. So.
All right.
Well, 99 to 07, not 98. In the 98. Well,
It's funny. It's funny. It's like there's a few words that are just like go words. You know what I mean? Like bitch and goof and stuff like that. You say something like that to a man inside, and you better be prepared.
yeah, that was one of the big changes is the way men talk to each other. Oh, I was going to put this table up. Yeah, the way men talk to each other out here. That was a big difference. But yeah, mainly it was just being around people in public and stuff like that for me. I never was like a go to bars or any of that type of stuff. So, yeah, this is a table that gives the
Bitch,
qualifiers for these.
Why is bitch such a hard line in prison? I mean, I've heard that before, but I've never really understood why.
Dog, it's just one of those words. Like I tell you another word you wouldn't think would be, but a word that will absolutely make you have to probably defend your life is punk. Like
Yeah,
punk.
here in Canada, it's goof. It's the same sort of thing.
Yeah, punk is just like heavily associated with. Punk is a derogatory
Gay.
term for a homosexual, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so even calling a homosexual a punk, like these homosexuals that in the prison I was at, they all come out of Memphis. They're all black. They all come out of Memphis, and they're fucking violent. Like there's some of the, like one of the first things I was told when I went into prison was like, don't fuck with these homosexuals. As in like, don't do business with them. No, not like that. Like that was a rule anyway. Like don't do business with them.
No. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the context. I wasn't taking it as like having sex with them. I'm talking about the fact that like you just had a bunch of fucking angry queers.
Well, no, Bama, you don't understand that black homosexuals are particularly violent because they're so demonized in the black community, and they have to grow up fighting.
No, I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you didn't know that.
Yeah.
No, I know. It's just I just found it funny. Like, don't mess with the fucking homos because they'll tear your face off.
I mean, dog, they and they can fight. I mean, and I'm not gonna sit there and pretend otherwise. These fucking homosexuals that I'm talking about, they can jack. Like, yeah, you're gonna have to strap your shit up. Like,
They'll go from throwing hands to scratching your face up in a heartbeat. They can cat fight. They'll tear meat out your cheeks.
yeah, those homos could fight, dude. Like, I never had a problem with nobody like that though. Like the gays, from what I could tell, as long as you wasn't like trying to fuck with them, you know what I mean? Like you wasn't gonna hand up, and yeah. Amongst certain groups, that wasn't allowed anyway. Believe it or not, like most of the black gangs, most of the black gangs did not allow for you to fuck with homosexuals.
Now, I'm not asking you to incriminate yourself, obviously, but did you guys ever fuck up people with bad paperwork?
Oh, dog. Yeah, as
That's the
we was
first
having
thing
that
that they see.
conversation earlier when Real Gar was trying to tell me something about fucking pedos, and yeah, they got the brakes beat off of them on a regular basis, and
Good.
yeah, that's just automatic, dude. No, listen.
Hope none of them got
even the
Trump.
police
quick,
didn't
just
kill
really fast. Are they in like PC down there, like protective custody?
So what happens to them is they come in and just out of spite, they stick them in population because they know what time it is. Let me tell you how ruthless these fucking police are, dog. Say I ain't got a cellie, right? And one of them comes in. They put the motherfucker in my cellie, and normally I just tell the cellie when he first comes in there, hey, come Tuesday, you're going to get your timesheet. Let me see your timesheet. Timesheet Tuesday, we called it. He had to cough it up so I could see what his charges were. Well, the police was so fucking dirty and hated these motherfuckers so much. When they would put them in my cell, they'd just be like, hey, Big Freddy, come here. Let me talk to you for a minute. I go over there to the door, and they just tell me, this dude's a fucking child molester. Get at him. Because they hated them as much as we hated them. It's the one thing that the police and the convicts seen eye to eye on was these fucking people. So, yeah, they didn't have a problem with it at all. And why would they? You know, fuck them. But, yeah, I
I
put
really
that.
hope none of them got false.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
And they probably have a.
So I really hope none of the guys got falsely accused of being a fucking pedo.
I mean, dog, I'm gonna keep it real. From 18 to 27, when I was locked up, I never gave that a single thought. And then I got out and I started, looking into shit, reading shit, seeing stuff. And I ain't gonna lie, there was a couple times looking back, I wonder, because I don't want to get into it right now because people ridicule me so much for what I'm about to say. But let's just say that there is a mold and it's detectable most of the time. So
A mold?
Yep.
Yeah.
I hear what you said.
An archetype of person.
A certain style of person, yeah.
Yeah. And
I mean, he's not lying though.
You know him when you see him, is what I'm trying to tell you. Like you get to
They
where
feel-
you
they- they
see.
feel
So imagine
slimy.
you just see them all the time, right? And you get to where you can recognize certain characteristics about them that they have in common to such a high
Yeah, they feel
degree.
fucking slimy, dude.
I look at these fat, short, neck bearded, socially weird people as potential
So let's just
pedos.
say there's been a few that didn't fit the mold, but yeah, it's part of it. Hammy Jammy decided to go home. Fucking dipshit.
Now, just for the record, there is a big difference, even in jail, if you get some kid that gets caught up on some Romeo and Juliet law where he's like 18 and the girl's 16. And no, you don't go after kids like that.
Correct.
Incorrect.
Or dude, even somebody that had like a statutory rape, or even somebody that had like a normal, I had to say the word normal, God, but a non-child thing. Now, I'm not saying they still wouldn't get fucked up, but I'm saying there's just not as much hate and violence for them as the people who just do
You got
things
agreed.
to children.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobo, you need to be euthanized.
Yeah, up here the chomos are in protective custody, and the only time you have access to them is when you're going somewhere and you're all linked up, and that's the only chance you got to get at them, basically.
Well, that's where they end up, right? They come into the cell, they get, whatever, and then they check in, they go to PC.
Yeah.
And usually they'll stay there for like 6 months. And Tennessee's fucked up. They'll stay there for like 6 months, and then they'll kick them out on another compound in another penitentiary.
Oh man.
And it happens to them
Yeah,
again, dude.
Oh
but
man.
Bobo, you do realize there's server owners in here, right? And they can see everything you're saying about children. You fucking weird, ballsack cutting off, trans, vile scumbag.
Oh,
What's
Bobo,
happening?
man, I liked
Oh,
Bobo,
Bobo.
man. Bobo, one of those dudes. Damn, dude.
What's going on?
I thought
What
Bobo
is
was just a little
BCS?
slow.
Pedo. He's doing pedo talk, gas chambers, some weird
No,
fucking shit.
yeah.
He probably only knows because he searches it up on
What
Pornhub.
is? So is BC? I mean, I don't want to look it up because last two words y'all told me to look up that fucked me up. But I mean, I can look it up.
It's just a vile game, mate. That's the thing. Just a vile
I
game.
don't, but then again though, I don't want to look up nothing that's gonna like really enrage me or nothing. So nah, I don't. If it's about that shit.
Oh, Bobo, what
Man,
are you
prisons
saying?
are full of scavengers, huh? They're like all fucking losers in there, man.
I'd rather somebody tell me what BCS was.
Wait, who is that talking, Walter?
BSC,
I mean, you know, you guys are prisoners. You're all doing your crimes, and you still think you're some guy that judges in prison too.
Is that Eric Johnson? Are you Eric?
Walter.
You sound like Eric.
Who is Walter?
He's Eric. He sounds
Walter.
like Eric.
He's the Roman Catholic Christian on here.
No,
I
Walter. You
feel
sound
like
like
I've
Eric.
talked to him before. Like, what are you
He's been on
saying
here
that
for a
we're
long
doing
time.
wrong, dog? We're talking about people who are not.
I'm
like,
talking about prison. I'm talking about how a bunch of scavengers were in prisons. Bunch of losers.
I mean, listen, let me be very clear because I don't want you to misunderstand what you think you might have heard. I don't support prison culture. I don't support people going to prison. I don't want people committing crimes. I don't think it's cool to have been in prison. I'm ashamed of having ever committed crimes and going to prison, and I regret it every day.
That wasn't the point. The point was
So
that in
I
jail,
don't know. I don't know
pretty
what
bad
you're
thing in jail.
talking about unless you're talking about something that had nothing to do with me.
Walter, is your name Eric? Sound right for me.
I'm just saying, you know, like when you were talking about prison, it's like really, it's like it's hell on earth for everybody.
It wasn't hell on earth for me.
Nobody,
I
like you
thrived.
said, the police, the cops give the guys to you so that you could take care of them. You take care of guys. And holy mackerel, what the hell's going on in there? You're supposed to be doing your time, and instead you're also.
Well, it just is. I'm going to tell you something you may
That's
not
the
know.
case. That is the case, Walter.
People do not go to prison because
Yeah, it
they
just
are.
shows you that you don't even go there to get, you know,
Yeah,
better.
yeah, we
Put
don't. We
somebody
don't
in there
go
so
there
that
to
you can
get
help
better,
kill them.
Walter. We go there because we're pushed and forced to go there. But I'm going to tell you something you may
Forced to
not
go to
know.
prison.
People don't go to prison because they're good people.
The sad thing is that
Well,
the
some
cops.
do, but most of the time they don't.
The sad thing is the cops don't do anything, or the prisons don't do nothing. So at least try to keep like, no, hey, that's wrong. You don't do that to another person.
What are you talking about? We're talking about fucking pedos.
You see what I'm saying? There it is.
Well, not
But they're
fucking
already
them.
aren't they in jail? But aren't they in jail?
Yeah,
Some of them
so
were
what?
falsely accused, right?
So they're in jail, right? Like you, because they're criminals, like you.
No, they're worse than me.
Ah,
You said you never gave it a thought before
so
you
that
beat
means
them up.
that gives you the right to go killing to become a killer, or whatever you know, add that to your list of what you want. But because it's a pedo, oh, you're okay, you're fine with it.
Yes.
For me, if it's a pedo, I can go around killing people.
Yes,
Walter,
because it's a
hold
pedo.
on.
Yes, I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
give me a second.
I become a murderer just because some fucker is a pedo.
Hey,
Walter,
let me
Walter,
explain something to
hold on.
you.
You guys are a bunch
Hold
of
on.
losers.
You
I just
have
jump
to
in?
deal. Listen,
Infinite,
you have to
Infinite,
deal
can I
with the
just
convictions that are on your heart, and I got to deal with the convictions that are on mine. And I can tell you, and let me be assured of this when I
I
tell
felt
you.
good about it. I know.
I
It
never
made you feel
lost
good.
a single fucking night of
There you
sleep
go.
over one of those fucking people. So take it how you want to take it.
This is the human that you are. It's like in there. I don't know.
Walter,
Didn't you say
very
you never
simply,
verified their
Walter,
payment?
hold on, man. Very simply, if I could line up every single pedo and put a bullet in their head, I would sleep
I
very
don't
comfortably at night.
care. I don't care what you. I'm just talking about who you are. It's a person of who you are. The pedo is wrong, absolutely. Whatever, you know. But who you are is like to say, this man is sick. You know, either he takes out of society or something. But to actually have the rage to want to kill somebody, you're going to another level.
Walter,
That's
Wait, why? Hang on.
Walter.
Stop! No, stop! Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Why don't you have the rage to want to kill a child molester? What the fuck's wrong with you?
You just stole the
I
word
don't want to
in my
kill.
mouth.
Why? I would exactly. I would want to kill a child molester, but I control myself to understand that I'm more than him.
Cool. Control yourself. Like
But
I
yeah,
said,
but you keep get standing on that
Whereas
fucking
you
soapbox,
crowds,
pussy. Let the real men actually solve problems. Let the real men solve problems.
Whereas
Let the
you
real men solve
it,
problems.
Dude, I don't think.
Like
Look,
25-cent bullet
why
answers
the
this
world
question
is the
really
way
fast.
it is.
I don't think he
Proves
is a
why
protect.
pedos exist. It proves everything about humanity
Walter.
that we are lost people. We're allowed to make.
Walter, I don't think you have a protective
We're
bone in your
not
body.
equal.
I don't think you have a
Everyone
protective
has
bone
to
in your
stand.
body.
Every tub's got to stand on its own bottom. And
Go
if
ahead,
if it's
man.
not
Be
if it's
evil.
not in your
You can
heart,
be evil.
if
You
it's
gotta
not
be evil.
if it's not in your heart, if you're not convicted, then you don't got to worry about it, son. Nobody's telling you what to do.
Yeah, I mean, what Walter's right about is the whole gleeful, like foaming at the mouth, ready to like execute humans, even if they're pedophiles and the death penalty can be justified. The enthusiasm for it is perverse. All right, and
No, it
if
isn't.
I think
No,
about
it's not.
somebody
The fact
harming,
that
yeah,
you're
if I
not
think about
enthusiastic
somebody,
about killing
if I think
pedophiles
about
is
somebody
fucked up.
harming,
Hold on, man.
I think about
If you're
somebody,
a victim
if
of
I think
child
about somebody
abuse,
harming,
hold on, man.
if I
If
think
you're a
about somebody
victim of
harming,
child abuse, that is not perverse at all.
Let's
the glee,
demonstrate that real gar
the
is
glee,
completely
the, gl-
inaccurate here in very simple
the gl-
terms. Okay,
the
how
readiness and
many
the glee, right?
states? How many states
No, let me
give
finish.
people
Let me
the
finish,
death?
Cracker
No,
Barrel.
no. How
Cracker,
many
let me finish.
states give people the death
Control
penalty?
freak.
How many states give people the death penalty for molesting children?
Control freak. Listen,
How
if one
many?
of
No,
them
no. You're gonna
molested
answer
a
my
One,
family
goddamn
Florida.
question
member,
because I
Let's
was
see. We got
talking before
Kentucky,
you.
Florida. We got
How
Kentucky,
many
Florida.
states give people the death penalty for molesting children? That's the question I
Florida.
want you to
Florida.
answer.
Texas. Hold on, I got them right here.
The only
So
one I know
death.
of is Florida.
So
Real
it's
gar.
called death
I'm
by
asking real
death
gar.
by inmate.
How
So
many
death by
states?
inmate.
Shut up.
Death by
How
inmate.
many
That's
states,
the way it works.
real gar, give people the death penalty for molesting children?
I'll finish what I was saying
So
before you asked that
notice
question.
that he claimed that there was all this
Death by
bloodlust.
inmate. That's the
Notice
charge.
that he
Okay.
claimed that there was all
The
this.
judge gives you death by inmate.
Walter, shut the fuck
Notice that
up.
he claimed that there was all this
Why? You want to listen
bloodlust.
to this judge? Give me a break, man.
Please
Notice
shut
that he
up.
claimed that there was all this bloodlust for putting these sick fucking animals down, and yet we see virtually no evidence throughout the country of this happening to any of them. Not through any type of legal action, and not through any type of non-legal action.
You see the exact opposite.
So his claim is false, provenly so. Anyway.
You see these fucking guys getting out with even minimal time, like, time served and shit like that for molesting a fucking child. Are you
Correct.
kidding me?
6 years,
Yeah,
5 years.
fucking for real. And also, once again, if you don't have some rage in your fucking soul at a fucking child molester to the point that
would
you
have
probably
rage.
want to beat the fuck out of them
I
or kill
would
them,
have
you're
rage.
not
I
not a
would
good
have
person.
rage. I would have
Let
rage.
me ask
I
you a
would have
question.
rage.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know people who have been child molested?
Yes.
You can just say
Do
molested, retard. You
you
don't have to say
know?
child molested.
Let me ask you. Do they want people killed because of what happened to them?
Yes.
It's funny. I know people
Yes,
who
a
are
lot
child
of them
molested
do,
who
but
don't
even if
want
they
that.
didn't, I don't give a fuck about their opinion on the subject. If they don't want the
There
person
you
killed,
go.
they might have all sorts of fucking problems with it.
The child molester who was
Oh,
molested
yeah, we don't
doesn't
weed out
want the
fucking punishments
murder,
based on the victim's
but
preferences, you dick.
you, the idiot who's supposedly sane, want to kill people all of a sudden. Nah,
Can we stop
I didn't
defending
fucking.
child
Hey,
molesters
my
and can we
viewpoint of
stop
whether or not
talking
fucking
about
pedophiles
killing
are
Yes,
a
children?
fucking
and these
bully.
people here,
Shut
and
the
these
fuck up!
people
I'm
here
responding to
don't
him.
know that we have a court system to put them in jail.
Walter, shut the
And
fuck up,
if
retard.
there's
Shut
a
up.
death
Shut the
penalty,
fuck up.
you
Stop
give them the
screaming.
death
Shut
penalty.
the
But
fuck
not
up, fat
put them
crap.
in a jail and have the inmates take care of them like dumb idiots so that they become even worse murderers.
Walter, I can tell you that child abuse victims would gladly want their
Madam,
fucking
don't
abusers
talk to
dead.
me. You're an atheist. You don't even see it. You're like lost.
This has nothing to do with atheism or theism, you
Life
dummy.
has to do with atheism. You don't see what you become.
No, that's bullshit.
Oh my god, you're fucking okay. No, now I understand why you're defending the pedophiles so hard. You're terrified of getting caught for being one and getting
Another
thrown in there.
question.
That's probably what your fucking issue is.
The pedophile is in
That's your
jail.
fucking issue. You're terrified of getting stuck in there one day and getting
Yeah,
the
you know what I
shit
mean? Look
kicked
at
out of you.
and he's in jail.
Yeah.
The pedo is in
I
jail.
see exactly what you are, Walter. You
You're
fucking
a
gimp.
scum. You're a scum
Oh my
fuck
god, why would you want to beat
who
up a
doesn't
pedophile?
realize
What's wrong
that
with you people?
You're a scum fuck who doesn't realize that they're in jail. They are in jail.
Well, Bama, he still openly supports the
They are
Catholic
doing
Church.
it at the
Yeah,
time.
and why
And if
are they
there's a
wasting
death
my taxpayer
penalty,
dollars
okay,
breathing my
if there's
fucking
a death
air?
penalty, if there's a death penalty, they get the death penalty. I don't need the inmates to be the killers.
Nobody was
idiot.
talking about killing
You
them,
don't get that.
retard.
No one gives a fuck and no one asked your fucking opinion
Who
on the
said
subject. So
nobody
you might
said
be mad
anything?
about it.
Listen, hold
No
on,
one
hold on.
fucking cares. If
This
it bothers you so
society,
much,
Bama,
suck
shut
a fucking
up.
shotgun.
society
No
is
one gives a shit.
stupid, and that's why we deserve what we're living in, because you're all a bunch of killers. killers. That's all.
So I don't want to hear you two going back and forth with each other personally anymore. It's annoying. I don't care what you think of one another. What I want you to understand, Walter, is no one was talking, at least in the context of what happened to them when they're incarcerated, about killing them. That wasn't the discussion at all. The discussion was they typically got the brake speed off of them and they went to check in, or what we call check in, which is PC protective custody. That's what we were talking about. You brought up the murder shit. There are many people who think they deserve to be murdered. There are many people who think this is deserving in a legal context, the death penalty. Okay, you don't have to be for that, but you're screaming crazy about it somehow says something about our character because we think there's certain crimes that are worthy of the death penalty. By the way, you didn't ask, but I'll just tell you, I'm not even in favor of the fucking death penalty. So you don't have a clue what the fuck you're talking about. And
no,
furthermore,
the danger.
And furthermore, if people are in support of certain crimes getting the death penalty, that doesn't say that they're bad people or whatever nonsense you're screaming. So I'm going to give you another chance to communicate normally, but if you keep doing this retard shit, I'm just going to leave you muted because frankly, you're annoying. I don't even like your
I'm not
voice.
sure if
You know, I
hold
love
on,
about you
hold on,
guys.
hold
It's
on.
like you
Hold
guys
on a
all talk
second.
about the,
Holy
but
Christ.
yet you were telling me, oh, if it was this guy, what about the person who went in this? Yeah, we got.
Yeah, we're just going back to that.
Walter,
I
okay.
don't even understand half that shit he's saying. So
Infinite. I'm not sure if you've been following the news, but the guy named the Alaskan Avenger got out of jail recently. He was molested as a child, so was his brother, and then he ended up using the sex registry list to hunt down pedos and basically kill them. He's seen as a hero within that community. I can tell you that just for what he did.
yeah,
You
I
know what I
get it.
mean?
I listen. I get it. Look, even me not being in favor of the death penalty, I'm gonna tell you right now, if if it happened to somebody close to me in my family, and that person was where I could reach out and touch them, right? I'm not saying I support the death penalty through the state, but I'm saying if the pedo doesn't make it to court because the father of the child doesn't allow them to make it to court, seems like it sucks to suck. You know, like
If it happened to my family, there would be nothing that anyone would be able to do to stop me.
yeah, I'm trying to be a little more ambiguous than you feel comfortable being here, but yeah, it's exactly what I'm saying. But I'm just trying
Yeah.
to be so.
I'll gladly say open and plain, and any Fed boy listening to me, if anyone ever molested any one of my family members or like my friends' kids or whatever,
Look,
the person who did it is going to die a slow, torturous death.
it has more to do with trying to look out for the server right now than the Feds listening. Like that's kind of irrelevant.
Like there's this contest to see who can be more outraged and who can be more ferocious when it comes to like killing pedophiles and defending kids and stuff. Like nobody here is defending pedophiles. Nobody here is defending child abuse. The barriers are
No
when
one
it
said that
causes
they were.
people. That was
No one
yeah, there were
implied
people.
that anyone
There were people in
was.
the chat. No, there were people in the chat and other people in the side chat saying, "Oh, like, can we stop defending pedophiles, please?" What we're trying to do is keep a society in which people's murderous rage can be checked. Okay, somebody does that to one of my family members, the children in my family, then yeah, I do not know if I could restrain myself around them. In fact, okay, but there are reasons that we have judicial processes. And in prisons, there are people who get beat to death and stabbed to death. Maybe you didn't do it. Maybe it wasn't in your prison, but of course this happens. Did you not say before, because Cracker, I don't want to mischaracterize you on something so serious as this. Did you say that some of the guys who got beat up for being child molesters,
Pedos.
they were well, if they were in prison, they actually did some action supposedly that they were
That's
not
the same shit.
their papers weren't checked, or you didn't think twice before beating them up without verifying. Maybe you didn't say that.
What I said was, anytime you have a new cellie come in, right, regardless of what you think about them, you had a thing we called it Timesheet Tuesday, you know, and what that meant because they could get a printout of their timesheet every Tuesday. This is how you would track your good days and stuff like that. But it also had your charges written on it. So when a new person would come in, the very first Tuesday that they were in my cell, me and everybody else would say, "Hey, I need to see your timesheet," and they would go get it. And if they had fucked up charges, they would be dealt with. What I said was there were times where I didn't have a cellie, and the police would put one of them in my cell, and I wouldn't have to wait to get their timesheet because the police would tell me who and what they were. So
Okay, so yeah, that does clarify, and thank you. I mean, there's a reason that prison is special case. There's a reason that we don't want vigilante justice, right? And so, if the process of law did show that somebody is guilty of a crime, like sexually abusing a child, then yeah, let the punishment be fit the crime and be harsh, all right? And I
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
be opposed
what
to
if
the
they
death
only get like
penalty in
time
certain
served
cases.
and they're out and they're free? Then what?
That's not what I would endorse.
I know, but that's what happens.
I think
Happens
Walter's
a lot.
point. I don't know why he brought in the atheist theist thing. I mean, I can guess why, but
It's
I
useless.
think his
Yes.
point is that restraint and legal process, and when people are too ready to be the executioner themselves, then bad and barbaric ancient impulses in human societies come to the surface, and usually everybody loses before too long.
Real. I agree with you, but what do you do when the legal process fails?
You organize, you make sacrifices, you come together to, I mean, in a democratic society, in a Republican form of government representation, then we use the civic and legal process. And that's idealistic, I grant that, because of the ways that moneyed interest and weaponized media
Sure.
and
Now, practically speaking, you know this motherfucker sitting in your community, going to the local, children's playground and just staring. What do you do with that person, man?
the person is like loitering and like staring up children, then you'd report them to the police. And okay, maybe the police department's corrupt. Maybe there's, there's a wealthy
They're
son
not,
of a
but technically
senator or something.
they're not committing any crime. They're just looking. They're just looking, and that's what
Okay,
that's what the
fine.
fucking legal system will say, dude. I've heard it.
Okay, so fine. So in that case, then you use the legal system to point out this person if they're acting weird, leering around children and stuff like that. Maybe you post their picture. Maybe you find out where they work. You talk to their boss. There are ways to, yeah, and even there you have to be careful because we know that people have been misidentified online, and like vigilante campaigns have humiliated innocent people and even put their safety at risk. We understand that too, right? So yeah, we can have like complex discussions about the limits of justice. But the whole competition of who can be more brutal and vengeful against like to defend their family members, it's like I don't feel the need to try that hard, honestly. And the rhetoric and
Who's
the ways
trying
in which
hard? It was literally three
accusations
senses that everyone gave. What the fuck are you? Why do you Why
accusations
is this
no,
mischaracterization?
there's a contest there. The accusation against like
No contest.
librarians
It's
that
just
they're
people talking
groomers,
honestly. Because
like
unlike you, a
like
lot of us have experienced this, or know people who have experienced
you
this,
don't know about my family and my knowledge of sexual
and you don't
crimes.
know
You know
about
nothing
ours.
about that.
Dude, I
And I
make
didn't
that
claim to
argument.
know about yours. I never claimed to know about yours.
let me
All right? But you think because I have a different emotional reaction from you that this isn't important and touch my
Listen,
life,
we
then you
all
don't
know it.
know me. And you think you know more than you do. All right? So there are
Yeah, we get it. You're
reasons.
philosophical soapboxing, but you have to understand that what the police and the justice system are designed to do in a society is to we as citizens give over the authority to deal with criminals or deal with malcontents to the system. This way, we don't have to deal with it. If the system continuously fails to deal with it, then we deal with it ourselves.
let me
Part of
There's
the
literally the
problem.
entire basis of the American experiment.
And
Yeah,
how you
so
deal with it,
but
is crucially important.
yeah,
And that's
dog,
what I
we
was
got
saying.
it.
We don't
We got
disagree
it.
on principle
We got
there.
it. Like,
We don't disagree on principle
let me
there.
demonstrate for the room something that's kind of gives it more of a visual representation. I'm going to share my screen for a moment. And for anybody who's curious, I would encourage you to look at my screen. So, this is the Tennessee Sex Offender Registry. And
Jesus
if
fuck.
you look at these dots, okay, every one of these dots, if I were to zoom in on one of them, right, any one of them,
It's just multiple dots.
these are individual people, right? This is an individual right here. If I click on this guy, we can pull this guy up. We have this guy's full details right here. Okay, we can clearly see what this man did, right? Okay, So what's the takeaway here? The takeaway is that these people are everywhere. There are
That's fucking
so
scary.
fucking many of them. And by the way, these blue dots that you see that are not in Tennessee, these are people who have formerly been in Tennessee and moved out to the rest of y'all's fucking states. And as you can see, there's a lot of them. So within a certain state, and I'm sure Tennessee is not exceptional.
Unique.
Yeah. They are filling up our fucking population. And the question that I would propose to people is, in times gone by, it seems likely that we didn't allow these people to proliferate. And what is the consequences of living in a society where we keep these people around for decades? We give them very little time in prison, and then we expose them to the rest of the population. What happens to our society when we covet these people to such a high degree that they've managed to multiply in these types of numbers? And by the way, these are just the ones who were caught.
Exactly.
So what I say is, what happens to our children when they're surrounded by these people? Because we don't have a permanent solution for them. And I just said I'm against the death penalty. But why are we letting them back out on the streets?
Imagine how many never go reported, bro.
And these are not in prison either. These are not the ones that are currently incarcerated. Again, these are all people that are free, living among us. So anyway, it's just something to think about, good visual representation.
That is something to think about, yeah. Part of the reason that it's really crucial to keep composure and legal basis and to not be too gleeful about the idea of this kind of vengeance and execution, especially by our own bare hands, all right, is because in society, even librarians are being accused of being pedophiles and groomers. This term of political abuse and othering and demonization has become so mainstream. And Disney, are groomers. Like these types of accusations and emotionally inflaming debates used in sloppy, internet-prone, politically campaigning ways do endanger people, and we're obviously at a really critical time.
What are you talking about? The people getting called groomers that you were referring to was what, the fucking don't groom kids bill in Florida? Is that the shit you're talking about?
Talking about like librarians being accused of grooming kids because they have like certain age ranked books that other people call like pornography as more terms of slander. That's what I'm talking about. And
Are you talking about like the books on teaching like third graders how to commit fellatio and how to use Grindr? Those books? Do you think it was inaccurate to refer to the librarians that were fighting tooth and nail to keep that shit on the shelves as being a little bit groomy?
Dude, what?
Yeah, I think those cases are often exaggerated and inflamed, and in particular cases where
they weren't exaggerated or inflamed.
Does get in the hands
there was literally
in cases, I'll complete this. In cases where inappropriate material does get into the hands of children through intentional or neglectful practices, then yeah, those officials should be held accountable. All right, but to say that like certain books with health or sexual related information that can be age appropriate, all right, for kids in late elementary school, middle school, high school with differing levels of content, parental
late
controls.
Elementary school? What?
Parental controls? Yeah, 6th grade is sex ed typically. Parental controls
is
and
kindergarten
opt
through
out.
5th grade, and why would we be having?
Plenty of elementary schools have 6th grade.
Okay.
Plenty of elementary schools go
Okay,
to 6th
fine.
grade.
I
That's
don't
not even the,
understand.
hang on. That's not even, hang on. Stop. That's not even the main contention here. The main contention of what was
Why
going
am
on
I
in
getting
Florida was that this wasn't,
stopped? I don't understand why I'm getting
because this wasn't going on with 6th graders and 5th graders. This was going on like people in the 2nd and 3rd
I
grade.
understand that.
Kids
but
who
I
were like
don't
10
know
years
why
old.
we got to make it okay for fucking 6th graders. I don't know why anybody would want these weird left-leaning fucking homosexuals talking to our fucking children.
That's just obviously homophobic. You can be
I don't
homosexual and
care,
talk to
but
kids.
listen.
What are you talking about?
There's
You
no
should
such
care.
word as
Bama,
homophobic. No one
I'll
cares.
read the link in Florida that you
No one
mentioned.
cares
Bama,
about
I'll
the word
read the link.
homophobic, dude. Nobody cares.
You should. Bama,
That's
if
just
it's a
a word.
case
That's
in
just
which a
it doesn't
librarian or
mean
a
anything.
school
That's a
was
word that
negligent,
you all have
then
destroyed
I'll
the
agree they
meaning
should be
of.
held
No
accountable.
one cares. No one cares. No one cares about you calling somebody homophobic.
What was that, Gar?
No one cares.
I said if you link to what you're referring to in Florida, and if that was a case of a librarian or some official who is negligent or irresponsible with
Dog, there was literally a news conference at a school where the entire
sure there
school
were.
board
I'm
and
sure there
the
were.
stop, let me finish. The entire school board and the teachers and the librarians were desperately arguing with the parents to keep the fucking books in the school at an elementary school. And when parents were showing examples of what was in the books, the cameras had to cut away because it would violate FTC regulations. Or sorry, FCC regulations.
Right. So if you can give a link
Why
to
does
that,
any of that need to be in a fucking elementary school?
you can give the link to that and see the details of the controls and the policies specifically that either allowed or prevented these materials from getting in the hands of certain children or the children whose parents did not consent to that material. It really comes down to the particulars of the case.
If
And
you
there was
consent
negligence
as a
or
parent to that
irresponsibility,
material, your kid should be taken away from you.
I love when the
again, I'll
leftist
know
doesn't
the
know
specific
anything about the
material when you
argument,
post the link.
and so they
I'll know
fucking
the specific
result.
material
They
when you
resort
post
to
the link.
shut up, bitch. They resort
God, you're
to
such a child. You're the
making
child.
shit up, saying, "Oh, there's some particulars about the case that you're just not aware of that allowed the
Policies,
fucking
yeah.
homo inappropriate book to get in front of the 2nd graders." No, you don't know anything about it, because if you did know anything about it, you would know that it's been happening. It's been happening at a large enough scale that we have multiple recordings that you can go look at right now on YouTube where parents are going to school boards, literally
seen
taking the
those,
books
yeah.
with them from the school, reading to the school board what's in the books, and the school board shutting them down, saying this language is inappropriate for you to be using at the school board.
Yeah, it's not the right venue for that.
So,
There's
it's not the right
multiple
venue,
reasons
but
why
the
that would be the
2nd
wrong
grader
venue.
reading it, that's the right
Yes.
venue, retard.
Yeah, if you go to a public meeting, which has cameras that are going out to the entire
This is
town, you
why
don't know
these
who's
people
watching at
need to
home,
never
what
be
age they
around
are.
your
Listen,
children.
this is
I'll
actually very
reiterate
common sense.
again,
This is very common sense.
as I've explained before, this dude is he's the wall that I bounced the ball off of. He's here to demonstrate why the leftists are the enemy. He's here to demonstrate why your children are not safe with these people. He's here to show you why you should never have your child in public school. And he's
Agreed.
doing
Keep your
exactly
kids
that
away
right
from
now.
these people.
What's that, Black? Go ahead.
You're 100% correct.
Yeah. These people are. I mean, it's
Dog,
crazy.
hang on. Let me go with this guy real quick. The fact that you just said you don't know who this is being broadcast to because it's on television, you don't know who could be fucking watching. In what mind of yours do you think that, like a 3rd grade, it's appropriate for any 3rd grader to be seeing that material if it can't be broadcast on television?
Yeah, and it depends on the material because there can be situations in which, through the privacy of a classroom or a home reading or a public library in which it's not even school curricula, the parents can decide for their 3rd grader to like read a book with naked pictures in it to show anatomy, for example. Especially
No, that is not appropriate for a child. What the fuck is wrong with you?
They're
to
pedos,
see
dude.
like cartoon pictures of body parts and basic anatomy. That can be
Yeah, not appropriate for children. Yes, correct. Not appropriate for
talking
children.
about graphic pornography here. I'm not talking about like penetrative acts. I'm talking about
You should
like,
not be showing a 2nd grader nude pictures in any capacity, whether they're
Did
fucking.
you never see a body diagram? Did you never see a diagram when you were in 2nd grade?
In the 3rd grade? No, I didn't.
The 3rd grade. Really? I think
Yes,
that's
really.
weird.
I don't know what fucked up parents you had, but no, they didn't feel the need to
Not
explain
fucked
the
up.
You're
female
not
and
in
male
third grade,
anatomy.
bro.
That's
You're,
why he
you're
turned
learning
out.
human biology in third grade.
That's why he turned
Yeah.
out the way
We're
he did.
And
wasting
even then,
our
you don't get
fucking
fucking
time
pictures of the
talking
fucking
about this stuff.
like anatomical like
So
differences.
listen, you know that here there are multiple reasons why you should understand these things and why children can have educational value.
Why are
in
we
this.
even
It
letting this
also helps. It
motherfucker
also
talk
helps
at this
kids.
point?
It also
Because
helps
he's the
kids
ball.
know.
He's the wall we're bouncing the ball off of. He's the
It also helps.
demonstration
fucking
for
pedophile.
why we
It
need
can
to
also
fight these
help
people.
kids know if
That's
they've
why.
been sexually assaulted.
I agree with Cracker. Let this guy
if
talk.
A
in
kid
third
doesn't
Proving
need a
us
fucking
right.
picture of like a genitalia to know whether or not they've been sexually assaulted.
It can
Wow.
actually be relevant, yeah, to also
No, it
understand.
cannot be. It is
as a-
not relevant at all. You want to know how parents did it when, like, all throughout human history when kids were growing up? If somebody touches you in your no-no place, tell me. Your no-no place
Right, and
being your
also,
genitalia. You don't need to go and like, hey, by the way,
yeah,
that thing
and
you see between your
the rate.
legs, here's a detailed picture of what it looks like. Here's a detailed
Doesn't
picture
need
of a
to be
different size one.
detailed for a
Here's a
third
detailed
grader.
picture of a
Doesn't need
gash
to
for
be
the girls. This is what they have. You don't need to fucking know that.
doesn't need to be detailed for the third graders. It can be age appropriate, and also do know the frequency of children that are molested by parents or relatives. So that whole tell
Not
me thing
relevant
doesn't
to the
always work
argument.
in every case. Doesn't work in every case. Also, puberty ages for girls, especially, are becoming younger and younger.
Not
So there
relevant
is
to
a
the
point.
fucking argument. It doesn't
Sure, it
matter.
is. Of
Once
course, it is.
again,
Yes.
no. Once again, you don't
Girls
need
who
to
are
show
10
a
years
picture of.
old,
You
11
don't
years
shut the
old.
fuck up. You don't need to show a picture of a young boy what a penis looks like to tell him to not let other people touch his fucking penis. It's really not that complicated. The fact that you think
Not
that you need to show illustrations and or pictures in order for a kid to get it, either you or your family members were incredibly retarded, or
no,
you desperately want to show kids inappropriate images for some fucking
no.
reason.
No, Batman, you're so wrong about these things. Look, so when girls, for example, start to get their periods earlier, like 10, 11 years old in some cases, all right, then yeah, certain anatomy of the uterus and the fallopian tubes and breast
Why do they need to
development
know about the uterus and
can be
fallopian
age
tubes?
appropriate. And if the parents don't
Why?
want
Why
it,
would
they
no?
can
Shut the
they
fuck
should
up.
be
Why
able
would
to
they need to
opt
know?
out.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Why would they
Hey,
need to know about their uterus and fallopian tube?
if they're starting to get their period at age 10,
Yeah.
11,
Why do they
12,
need? Why do they need to know about their uterus and fallopian tubes? Why don't just you're starting to bleed? Here's how you use tampons. Why do
it's
they
like
need to know about
show them how to use
the
tampons, but you
inner
can't show them a
workings?
diagram? You can show them how to use tampons, but not a
Well, to
diagram?
be
What?
okay,
Why
listen.
the
I
fuck?
can tell you're both ignorant. To be fair, they wouldn't be using tampons. So yeah,
It's just like
they're not going to be using.
the ways in
Trust
which basic
Trust me,
like when did you have sex,
I
Ned?
got a daughter. Haiti maybe can speak to this, but I can assure you,
I mean, I
they're
was
not.
I got
11 years
two.
old, 12
They're
years
not
old.
using
That's
tampons.
normal.
They're using pads. But anyway,
Look, what happens when you don't have comprehensive and age-appropriate sex education is that fewer kids know when they've been assaulted or groomed or touched
That's not
inappropriately.
true.
It is true.
That's
It's
not
also
true.
more
Oh
likely
my
that you're going to
god.
get STD spreading in teenage pregnancy.
Oh my god, that is fundamentally not. That's just bullshit. It's another thing that lefties like to do, where they just pull up a random statistic out of their fucking ass based on nothing. If a kid gets fucking anally raped, they're gonna know that they got fucking molested.
There's other
You
types
don't
of
need to
sexual
go and be
assault.
like, hey, but hey, by the way, oh, I'm sorry. What do you mean by molestation? Somebody touching them?
Yeah,
The
if the child is
conversation you
taught, do you know
have,
the cases of children who were raped that way and didn't
Hey,
say anything
hey,
because it was their
Bama,
priest or is their
Bama, I can tell
parent?
you that there are certain
yeah, but
situations where.
that's
Hold
not
on,
because the
Bama,
kid thought it was
Bama, give
fucking
me 1
normal. You
second.
gimp. The
Bama,
kid,
give me 1
no,
second.
stop. No, I'm
No,
not done. Shut the fuck up. That's not because the kid thought it was normal, you fucking gimp. It was just because the kid had it happen to them and didn't want to go to anyone, either out of shame or that feeling
When
that
the
like
white
they
boyfriend
somehow did
effect
something wrong.
hits your black
yeah,
They
so in
knew
that
something was
case,
wrong that
Not
happened
always
to
the
them.
case.
so in that case of that deep type of fucking horrific penetration, that case, yeah, the kid would know something is wrong, but because of these things aren't at least discussed at a minimal age-appropriate level, that kid wouldn't know where to go or who to talk to about this too often, or what to expect that this criminal would be held accountable rather than, oh, your parents will get you in trouble if you tell about me, that kind of bullshit. Okay, secondly, there are other cases of sexual assault that are not so obviously and physically
When the white
destructive,
boyfriend
okay?
effect
So
hits
if
your
it's
black
if it's
girlfriend.
caressing, or if it's kissing, or if it's exchanging certain messages. These things can be in the gray area because groomers will work slowly, right? And it's not always so obvious. So that's why you have
What the
comprehensive and
fuck are you
age-appropriate
talking?
sex education.
Again, how daft were you when you were that age?
When I was 11 and 12,
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I think most 12-year-olds and younger are pretty inexperienced enough to be sexually victimized, especially if it's slow, subtle, and if it's
I asked about you. If
by
you
somebody who
at
gains your
12 years,
trust.
hang on. If you at 11 years old didn't realize that a person who wasn't a family member kissing you was inappropriate, then
Because I
you
had
might
the
have
type
had.
of
Did you have a
education
learning disability?
No, I had the type of education to understand those things. I mean, just like you're being so overly simplistic with how sexual crimes actually
You
occur.
needed to be
Howard
specifically educated that
education.
non-family members touching you inappropriately or kissing you inappropriately was wrong.
That's
You had to be
you ever heard
specifically
of
told
grooming?
that.
You ever heard of
taught the
grooming,
things that were
Bama?
inappropriate.
They have that term grooming for a reason. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard of the term grooming. That's not what this is. If some random
part of
strange
what it
adult
is.
is touching you inappropriately,
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
And so you guys probably are aware that TPS and Mustang schools are going through some accreditation problems via HB 1775. You guys are going to have the same issue if you don't clean it up. And I'm going to find it, and I've got some connections that I've made over the last couple of years. I'm battling you guys. That I'll bring that to bear.
Hang
I
on,
don't know about you, but my kid was
child,
not
shut the
alone
fuck
with a
up.
doctor.
Shut the fuck
This
up.
is in
Yeah,
two
exactly.
elementary schools.
I'm sorry.
It feels
no,
good
fuck you.
to be yourself.
I'm
A
sorry
book
I told
about
you
gender
shut up. That's
identity.
exactly the point.
Sanger
That's exactly the point.
and Will
All
Rogers
right,
teaches
well, my kid
teaches
was
the
never
kids
alone
that
with a doctor
the
when he
doctor
was
is
that
merely
age,
guessing
so I don't know what the
whether
fuck's
it's a
going
boy
on in
or a
your
girl.
world, but
He
There
was
are
just
all
giving you a
sorts of
defeater
stories.
case. If he could come up with a defeater case example, then you're an idiot, and he did that. So good game.
There are all sorts of examples in which, like gymnasts, for example, Olympic gymnasts, not just Larry Nassar, but other stories where, like, at first they weren't totally sure, or maybe it seemed legit, but like, little by little, the predators would go, further and further, and then sometimes it wasn't like until months or years later that the victim looks back and says, "Yeah, you know what? He was tricking me, and also I was kind of like in denial, and I didn't want to say it, or it was shameful." And it's not always so clear cut or obvious. So many of you have this resistance to ambiguity and the gray areas that scholars and educational policy has been designed, not perfect, but the way
Childless fucking Catwoman, yeah.
the ease with which the groomer accusations have been thrown around is extremely dangerous, and that's why all of this stuff needs to be checked, and we really need to not give into bloodlust. I'll say it again.
Dog, once again, first of all, there's absolutely zero reason to be giving these materials to fucking kids. Secondly, somehow, apparently, I grew up in a magical place that doesn't exist anywhere else in the country where every kid knew because their parents weren't fucking retards. Were like, hey, if anyone who's not a family member wants to touch you or kiss you, that is inappropriate. You come tell me about it immediately. No one had to have special education from teachers who weren't their fucking parents, showing them like fucking
That's a millstone
anatomical drawings
offense.
or pictures of nude people and being like, hey, you see that
Explicit
penis right there? That's kind of like your
child
penis, isn't
rape,
it? Well,
child
if anyone touches that
molestation.
penis that you see in that picture, almost
Do
like
these
your
have
penis,
academic
that's
value?
inappropriate. They could just
And
say,
look,
hey,
there's
don't let
also-
anyone ever touch your private parts.
Look, there can also be
You guys are going to have to
plenty of
answer
other
that question.
examples. Look, a child.
And it shouldn't take a form. If I send an email to a man who's in charge of protecting the innocence of our children, and the response is fill out a form, I would consider that a millstone offense. There's a rape of a 10-year-old girl, graphic, in this book. It's heartbreaking. By no means should there be a ban on books. Don't mistake what I'm saying for that. There ought to be academic books in the school libraries. And this problem, I never imagined it would be at my alma mater. I went from 4th grade up to Stillwater Public Schools. I'm an alum. And we have books after book after book after book. This is the junior high. This book contains sexually explicit assault and battery. I hesitate to read it. I don't feel comfortable reading it to adults. 13-year-olds can check this book out. And you guys have bought it for them and provided it for them. And it needs to be corrected ASAP. Are you going to eat her? Yeah, Earl, I'm going to eat her. Do you even know how to eat? No, not really. Papa Gaines never sat you down and said, son, one day you're going to have to eat. No, but he taught me how to eat a. Yep, I would teach you some technique, but it's a little complicated. Son, I don't have time for that. I got 20 over here I need to eat. Is that right? I'm on a deadline. It goes on and on and on and on and on and on. There are 79 in this book. 79. 51 shits, 11 dicks, 15 and 9 goddams, and a
nude for no fucking reason. It's weird as shit. She didn't think it was weird because that's how she grew up, but it's fucking weird.
I mean, it's not like sexually assaultive or like abusive necessarily. Like all the time, nudity, yeah, you'd be careful about that. But like, you can go to like a nude beach, and like there are cultural differences here. Tribes that walk around topless and stuff. You know, it's like
Yeah,
it's
we're
not
not
so
tribes. We're in
simplistic.
America.
And there's also cultural distinctions here between us, and it doesn't mean that those tribes are child abusers. Listen, so here's a book recommendation
No,
if you're
I
curious
mean,
about the type of stuff that I read when I was like 12 years
Yeah,
old.
we don't care about what you read. So
You
what
should
I'm
care.
going to
You should
do
care. It's
is I'm
Dr.
going
Ruth
to
talks to
interject now
kids.
because I've listened to you
Dr.
two go back
Ruth.
and forth and you're boring.
Dr. Ruth talks to kids.
So we're going to
Yeah.
talk about what's actually in schools, not what this retard read. However, whatever he read, you should probably get the list and make sure your kids don't. But anyway,
Yeah.
I put in a side chat just one of the many videos you can find on YouTube where a parent goes to the school board with the book that's not in a curriculum, not being provided through some sex education program like this dude sat here and tried to talk about this whole time. And I don't know why Bama let him do that because that's not even the context of any of these fucking books. And he got this book
I already
directly
refuted
from the
him saying that
library.
like 3 times.
He got this book directly from the library and he reads it to the school board. What I would implore you all to do is to go listen to the content of this book. This book is extremely sexually explicit, using every one of the worst words you can imagine to refer to genitalia. It's not penis and vagina. It's extremely sexually explicit in a story form about having oral sex, having anal sex. There is a detailed outline in this book about a 10-year-old girl being sexually assaulted in a very violent way. This is for children. He tells how many times they use the F word, how many times they use all the fucking slurs, all the fucking bad words, all the things. It's porn. It's literally softcore porn. And
Well, that's called smut.
and this is the type of shit that these people want to put around your kids, and they want to try to lie about it. Just like when this was being talked about, and then this dude starts talking about, oh, but what about sex education, and what about all these things that are none of what we're talking about, right?
It is.
Fuck
It's all directly
talking about
relevant.
sex education. Fuck talking about what you think a child needs to learn when it comes to fucking anatomy. Talk
You
about
can opt
why
out.
your side wants to put these books, these right here that are in this fucking shit, not whatever you want to talk about, not fucking Dr. Ruth, these books in front of children. Because that is your fucking sickness, and that is what you want to do. And we know you want to do it because you're fighting so hard to keep these books from being removed that you will go so far as to lie. They will lie. The left will
Bullshit.
lie and say that we want to do
I'm
book
not a
burning.
liar.
Shut up. The left will lie
You're
and
a
say
slanderer. I'm not a
that
liar.
we want to do book burning and book censorship and all this other bullshit. Like we're burning the goddamn Library of Alexandria or something, when in fact we're simply trying to keep inappropriate material about child rape out of the hands of fucking prepubescent children in a library, not in a curriculum. So yeah, this is the truth. These
You
videos
also
in the
did
side
bring up the
chat,
one that teaches that literally teaches kids how to use Tinder. Another one that teaches kids how to give fellatio. There were all sorts of fucked up books in there.
Familiar with these town hall books and like Queer Like Me and like these other titles and stuff that have been cited. Okay, and in each case that I've come across, to the degree that I'm able to, because this gets thrown around a lot. I'll see, okay, what was the content of the book? What were the images? What was the age range? What were the parental protections to allow consent or to opt out of either this curriculum, or to tell the local library, do not sign these books out to my kid, or notify me before you sign out any books to my kid. There are all sorts of reasonable ways that you can educate children to protect themselves,
none
and
of these
understand.
things are true in the cases where we're
Yes, they
pointing out.
are.
None of these.
Yes,
things.
they are true.
And by the way, this is how you know he's being dishonest. There's no way
Fuck you,
that
I'm
he
not being
can
dishonest.
know you are dishonest. There's no
Slanderer,
way that he
no.
can know what these particular school boards and school districts have put in place. There's no way he can know.
Yes, you can look up their policy. You can trace down the claims made in certain articles. Yes, you can.
You know that he hasn't done that in all of these cases. And by the way,
I told you the ones I've come across.
By the way, I'm just posting more and more and more, right? And now the excuse
I told you
will be,
these videos abound. I've seen many of them.
Check this out. The excuse will be something like, "Oh, you could put a restriction on that book." Really? So it's in the library. It's on the shelf. Child's walking around looking at books. Right.
They keep the books in a separate location.
Pretend like they're behind the? Are these behind the counter books? When I was a kid, I remember what books they kept behind the counter. They were the ones that weren't appropriate for children.
Why? So, like, I'm not saying you put them in the penthouse and shit.
That rather than just taking the right side of history here and simply admitting that whoever's responsible for this, what people on the left should say, by the way, is whoever's responsible for this, it's not me. I condemn this type of shit, and I would never be a part of it. That would be the proper answer. But notice how
here's
because
the thing.
They've so associated themselves. He's inherently associated himself with the type of people who want to put this type of material in front of children.
Shit, no, that guilt by association bullshit won't work.
He can't even say, "Hey, I want nothing to do with this."
Then condemn it right now. Hang on. If you're not associated with these people, then condemn it.
For why
I told you if there's an official or a teacher or a librarian that through recklessness or irresponsibility exposes age inappropriate materials to children, they should be held accountable. I said that from the very beginning.
This is
all right.
School board,
No. Why are you trying to defend at all books trying to teach kids how to do fellatio and set up Tinder accounts? Why does that need to be in an elementary school?
Those specific books, I might not say, okay, school curriculum, probably not. In the library, that's questionable.
Why does it need to be in the fucking library? Why does it need to be in an elementary school? God damn it. This is the exact point that fucking diversity is making. Why just condemn it?
Tinder,
this is the easiest thing in the world to condemn, and you refuse to fucking do it.
This guy is
here's the
probably
thing.
going to shoot
Tinder and dating apps
are never around my kids.
Here's an age at which I think talking about dating apps might be appropriate. Maybe like 16, 17, 18. These kids are using, and they have terms of service to not use when you're younger than 18 often, if not always, right? But so that the students can be aware of what they may use once they are 18, or if people are using these apps inappropriately. I do think there's an age-appropriate time, which in a school curriculum with opt-out policies, or in a library, if parents want to show their children some educational books, that some of those discussions might be appropriate when it comes to like giving instructions for
it's like you're saying we should have the blowjob books in there just for super seniors, but they're still in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
furthermore, why does that need to be done by the school at all? Why doesn't the parent just teach their kids about fucking sex and sex education?
Because a lot of parents are negligent and ignorant. I said earlier too that
but that's their choice. That's their choice.
Show me a particular book, and I very well may agree that book is not age appropriate or school appropriate. But to say this whole trend that there's this like epidemic of like porn in schools and grooming librarians and shit. It's
Hey,
obvious moral panic
y'all
to
look
try
in
to
the side
demonize a
chat.
political
Y'all
opponent.
look in the side
Obvious.
chat of the list of videos. Look at just the list of videos, just that you can find on YouTube of parents.
Yeah,
going
and
to the
also
school
that whole
boards and
town hall thing is
and
still
just for
a
this
poor
dude to
forum for
see all
this.
this videos after videos of parents going to the school board and to pretend like it's not an epidemic. And by the way, I can find videos on this topic going back at least 7 years. So for at least 7 years, we have been trying to fight this fucking battle. These people
Like, here's another thing
are
too. Like,
fucking
No, it's
evil. They're
for
evil.
what do you think about
another
when I say this?
analogy. It's
How about
like
this?
it's
A
like we
teacher,
should show kids porn
listen,
sites to let them know what not to go to.
You just
Yeah.
fall into this red meat trap that's been set for you by the hyper-conservative media sphere. Listen, I think if a teacher has sex with a student, they should go to jail. They should be dealt with
Parents
harshly under the
going to the
law.
school
Okay?
board is a hyper-conservative media sphere. Let me ask you a question. I know the answer.
The whole moral
I know
panic
the answer,
is. The
but
whole
do you
moral
have
panic
children? Do
is.
you have children?
Nope.
Not my own, no.
So, have you ever been in front of a school board and confronted them before?
School board? No. Other public venues I have.
So
you think it's
What,
an
an
inappropriate venue
ambush
for
speech?
parents who have an issue with the way a school's being run to go to the school board and talk to the school board about how the school's being run? That's not an appropriate venue?
No, it depends on how they do it. And if they're going to go up to the podium and read out of a book, which is being broadcast on public access TV, and they nor the broadcasters know who's at home watching this, maybe children who are age inappropriate.
Dude, that's the point. That's the ironic point of why he's
And
reading the
also,
book. You do understand that, right?
And also, who else might be in the room if this is a public assembly? Then there could be children in the room who were not meant
That's
by
his
the school
point.
board.
I don't know why
Anyone
this
in the
is a
room
hill
can
for you to
agree.
Oh my
die on.
god, this guy's
reading-
actually, I think he's actually
Bringing up
trolling, dude.
kids, man. Like,
No.
If anybody who's in the room that's listening to him reading agrees it shouldn't be read, it's proving the person reading the book's point. You do understand that, right?
No, because there are not the same controls in a public meeting that's broadcast on public access.
Oh my god, there was no
Not the
controls
same-
in these fucking schools. It was literally the parents' fucking complaint.
I think
Was the
he's
fact that there were no controls. They didn't want their kids looking at this shit constantly. You're either the most disingenuous fucking rat I've ever talked to, or you're actually trolling.
Also,
No,
what are the weird books
You're
behind the
conflating
counter for?
cases.
What are these
You're
librarians
conflating cases.
doing?
Because what people do, if these are cases in which there were inadequate
Well,
policies,
when they
in the
let a
school,
trans
then
person
fine.
into the library
Then
to do a
fine.
fucking speech to the kid, to the
If
fucking
there are
children, like, what the
inadequate
fuck?
controls in these school districts in these towns, and that's what the parents were talking about, then fine. These videos and these memes get sent around to demonize public schools and librarians and sex
Oh my
education
God.
in
As they
general.
should
Yes,
be.
it does. Yes, it
Well,
does.
As they
in
should be
these cases,
demonized for what they're doing. I will say this.
How about this? How about this?
I
How
will
about this?
say this, and then I will let
If
you
I'm so
talk. I
threatening,
will
why
say
do I
this,
think
and then
teachers
I
who
will
have
let you
sex with their
talk.
students
Look,
should go to jail?
you
Why do I think that teachers who have sex with their students should go to jail? Why do I think that?
cannot give a good reason.
You answer that?
You cannot give a good reason for why these non-curriculum, sex or health class reading materials are in the library. When
Because
they
they can have
teaching
educational,
things like how to
age-appropriate
give a
value
good,
that parents
when they
should
are
be able
when
to
they are
access
teaching,
for
I
their
want
families.
you to give an answer to what is the benefit or purpose of having these things in a non-curriculum environment when they are teaching children the proper way to give a blowjob or eat
I
pussy.
told you that's not. I wouldn't agree that that's age appropriate for most children.
I didn't
or
state an
teenage
age. I didn't
years.
say an
That's the
age.
shit we
For
were
most
talking about.
children,
That's what's
so
in these
for
fucking
most
schools.
children,
And the dating apps and stuff, 16, 17, 18 at libraries. The reason that they can be justified in libraries is, again, policies that protect younger children from accessing
What is
them.
the purpose of them being there, though? What is the reason?
The Jews.
So that
that's
parents
the
can
reason.
access educational value, and so that
What is the
adolescents can
educational
access age and
value in teaching your
appropriate
child how to
material.
eat pussy?
Yeah.
Well, he said it
Really
earlier. He
quick.
said he thinks
The
And this is
some
reality of
actually
their sex lives when they're 16, 17, 18 years old, then you know you might talk about oral sex. I mean, I've had friends of mine.
Why? No, you
And
wouldn't. Oh
then let
my
him fucking
God.
talk
What
about
the
it. Don't
fuck?
put the fucking books in the
So
library.
stupid.
Jesus Christ,
The
dude.
left
grossing me the
will
fuck out.
always expose itself. It will all. And by the
Yeah.
way, the reason he can't get away from it
Bunch of
is because inside he has tied himself to this ideology. This is who they are.
You can't just
have
condemn
you
pedophiles.
okay? Have you never like seen a dad talk with his like 17-year-old son about sex?
You want to talk to
No.
16-year-olds about
What the
blowjobs,
fuck?
bro?
Is one
Yeah,
thing.
you do know that's supposed to be private, right? Like, yeah, you don't watch other
Father and his
people's
son?
dad. Like, you're not. Yeah, you're
Okay,
not
have you ever
around.
talked to your
You're not
adolescent
around to
friends?
talk. Yeah, you're not.
Okay.
You're not supposed. You're supposed to get that conversation between your parent and yourself privately.
Yeah, if
Like,
it's like the
Yeah,
if
but
it's
were
now
like
your
it's sort
friends'
of
dads having
assumed.
that conversation with you?
Yeah, no
what I've
friend. Yeah,
seen,
no
what I've
friend's
seen,
dad
no.
should be
Was
What
having
I've
your
that
uncle
seen,
conversation.
teaching you how to give
Yes,
blowjobs when you were
also, don't
15?
lose
not
focus,
what I'm
guys.
talking about.
17 is high school. The points
Okay,
brought up
okay,
by
man, hold
Infinite
on,
was
hold
grade
on.
school. Those were grade school points of what these parents were doing about grade school, not high school 17-year-olds, dude. You're moving the goalpost.
No, age appropriate is what I said from the very beginning. All right. So
You
when it comes
also
to
you also
conversations
So
said
that
you
then,
can't
all right,
parents,
hang on.
criticize.
So
when it comes to conversations that parents can have with their children about sex when their children are of age like 16, 17, 18, we know what goes on, okay? Then yeah, those conversations, if they're very intimate or graphic, would be private, okay? And teenagers talk to each other like, did your dad talk to you about this? Did they explain this? And in more informal situations, the dad might joke about like, "Oh, gee, she looks hot. What do you think about her ass?" Like, like I went
what
through.
the fuck is wrong
Who
with your
who says that
family?
to their
Yeah,
children?
He's
what
still
the
talking
fuck is
about
that?
it.
Talking about your
He's still
dad's
shit
Hey,
with
parents.
should we
This
Can you
is like
change
imagine?
this
that
is like
shit?
the
Why
this
is
is
your
like the
dad
locker
looking at
room talk. I think this
16-year-old
is actually
girls? What the
quite normal.
fuck?
Yeah, quite normal. I think.
No, that is not normal.
Your dad is
Huh?
pointing out kids and
What?
talking about their asses. Is that what you said?
Did you
No,
just
not
say
pointing out
quite
kids.
normal?
Talking, bonding with their
This is
own
not normal.
That's
This is
not
not
normal,
normal.
bro.
adolescent sons, for example,
You
about
don't have
the.
kids. You don't know.
I have literally
I
never
would
had a conversation about sex with my father in my life.
that
Likewise.
reveals a lot. That reveals a
Why?
lot.
What does it reveal? What does it reveal?
There's probably
Yeah.
shame and avoidance about
Shame?
issues of
What are the
yes,
consequences of
How's
that
that
he
shame?
experienced?
My dad
because
gave me a
there's
high five when he knew I was having sex. Like what? Like it wasn't a big
okay.
deal.
Well, that's not weird. I mean, I don't think that's
Okay,
weird. Do
that
you think it's
that
weird?
is kind of.
My dad would have beat my ass because
Yeah.
he's also deeply Christian. But
There's a lot of
overall, you know,
there's-
my
this is
conversation
also
with my parents was about sex. I asked one time at the end of
hold
high
on.
school, "Do you guys still have sex?" And my parents were like, "That's none of your fucking business." Was
Right,
the answer to that
that's
question?
That's the right
your
answer to
family
that
could use
question.
better communication and more openness. Yeah.
More openness.
No,
Yep.
that they don't need to be more open than that. You don't want to know
Yeah.
why? Because they were right. It
It's
wasn't any of my business what two
Yeah.
adults that weren't me were doing in the fucking bedroom. You fucking
Yeah.
disturbing freak.
No,
Hey,
no,
hey,
it's
that's a little far. That's
bold
a little far.
exaggerations.
No, it's not a little
High,
But
far.
high
I mean,
fiving,
what's
That is
the
light mode in comparison to what I actually want to say. This fucking degenerate.
yeah?
degenerate? So it's
I
a little
know it's
predictable.
easy to
Yo, Bama,
say.
hold on a second. You said a few minutes ago that these conversations about sex education should be between the parents and their children in the privacy of their home, essentially. And then you said that you
Yes.
never once had. Then you said you never once had a conversation with your dad about sex. That's the problem.
Why is that a problem?
Because it's inadequate education. Parents don't know how. They're
Why?
awkward.
You,
Often,
What
not
about
all
it
the
was
time.
inadequate?
hey, what do parents need to
If you
teach?
never had the
I want to
conversation
understand
about it, that's important information for
what
safety
does
and
somebody
health.
What
need?
important information
Stan,
did you need to
what do
talk to your
parents need
parents
to
about? You
teach
know what my
kids
parents
about
told me?
actually?
Don't have sex until
Hey,
you're married because they're fucking Christian. But if you do have sex, use a condom. Don't be
what
stupid.
exactly?
They
It
did
didn't
tell
need to
you
go
What
one
into long
exactly?
information.
detail about how sex functions and what
Oh,
you're supposed to do with your penis and what the
And
vagina
how
is
to
for.
give
And this is how
head.
you perform cunnilingus appropriately. That's fucking
hey,
weird.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
you don't
hey,
have to give
what
instructions. I'm not saying
exactly?
that parents. I'm not saying that parents give them like down play-by-plays of all the dripping details of this shit. I'm not saying that. Okay, but you can
Why do
still
kids need to
have
know it?
more. more basic communications than just like this kind of like very traditionalist, very puritanical. No, we don't talk about that stuff. Avoid the topics of sexuality and shit. That's how people get ignorant. That's how they miss on important discussions of sexual health and safety. And it's like a culture of awkwardness and shame that should be changed so that people can have more open communication.
Yeah, shame is bad. Forget shame. Don't have shame.
Shame is good. Shame is good.
If the families choose
Guilt
to,
is
in
good.
good, in proper measure, in proper measure.
Yeah,
You don't want to be a shameless person.
When
in
you don't
proper
have shame, you have
context.
modern American culture, and I don't think anybody can look at that and say that's a good
Yeah,
thing.
I'm just trying to identify, like, what does the conversation need to look like? What exactly needs to be said outside of, I mean,
Look,
at
if
most,
a
if you're even
parent,
asked about sex, like, at
if
most, you'd
parents
probably tell them,
know, if
okay,
parents know that
what?
their children are of sexual age of like 17, let's say, they have a girlfriend, let's say they've been with for like months. It's like presumed that they're experimenting or thinking about it. So they can say, like, does it make you feel? Are you comfortable with
Yeah,
this? Do
how
they?
bad is it? How bad is it that
Listen,
it's assumed?
hold on. Do they say they
Yeah, it's
love
pretty
you? Do
bad
they
that
want
it's
to be with
assumed.
you? Like we can be open about this, and it's like you don't pressure the child either to like reveal and be uncomfortable and like inquisition or something, but you are open to saying you can talk about this with me and you can open this part of
Yes.
your life, but it doesn't mean you have to
That's
like give me
parenting. That's not the
a
same as
play-by-play.
going up to them and saying, "Hey, bro, listen, this is how you eat pussy."
Right, exactly, and I'm not advocating for that.
But they're talking about
Actually, you
parenting.
were
Wasn't
earlier.
the
You were
conversation
advocating for
about a
teaching
school?
elementary school kids how to perform cunnilingus properly.
Yeah,
No,
your book.
Bama,
Wasn't
no,
that the
you're missing
conversation?
you're missing the finer points and you're lacking discernment, and that's what characterizes this whole moral panic is a lack of discernment. Well, again, I'll ask you this. I think that if a teacher has sex with one of their students, they should go to prison. Why do I believe that? If I am so like free going and have no boundaries about age appropriate relations, why would I think
Because
that?
optically that saying anything besides that would be abhorrent to almost anyone you talk to.
Okay, so you're just questioning my motives and my
It's
honesty.
also against the TOS, so you wouldn't survive saying that.
I don't give a fuck about the
Okay,
TOS.
well, I can't go into your mind and show you my sincerity, but I think that it's wrong because it does harm to the student. It's an abuse of power, and I mean, for a whole host of other reasons, it is rightfully criminal. Okay, so it is slanderous and is just the most predictable parroting. Moral panic regurgitations to say, oh, you're a sexual threat. This is exactly what we're talking about. No, it takes courage, actually, to say things that are scientifically and historically substantiated to the people who are so lost
Neither of
and
those things are true. They're neither scientifically nor historically substantiated.
emotionally activated by the hyperconservative media sphere. Yes, you
You
are.
also agree for it to be
Hyper-conservative
illegal
media
to
sphere.
have
Motherfucker,
books
you don't know
in
who the
their
fuck you're
libraries
talking
that
to.
outline things like cunnilingus?
Sorry, what was that?
Would you also agree if it was illegal for the libraries in which those kids attend to host books that outline cunnilingus and other such
And fellatio.
information?
Okay, yeah. Well, my argument against teachers having sex with their kids was not based off of the law, although it's appropriate that it's illegal. It's based off of the
I didn't
harm
say
that it
that.
does to the student, whether
I
it's
didn't
legal
say
or
that.
not.
I asked the question. Would you be
Right, I'm
okay?
clarifying that I'm
Would
not
you
making a
agree with it?
legalistic argument.
I,
I'm
did, I'm
not
not. I
making a
didn't say you
legalistic
did.
argument.
I didn't say you made one. Can you answer the question
So
that I
it's
asked
worth
instead?
clarifying that. So if
Okay.
the
Just
library, in
answer the
your
question
example,
he asked, as opposed to the question you
yeah,
wish he
the
asked.
question he asked was, if I heard him, that if the library made it illegal or there was a law to say now the library cannot provide these books, these specific books, then would I agree with that law and support them being removed?
Yes.
For like pragmatic reasons of the law, in that case, you got to pick your battles. For moral reasons, like there's civil disobedience in defying some book bans, and
Let's
again,
say you
keep
were the
Halloween.
lost vote. It's a 50.
The Catcher in the Rye. It's like having adult themed or young adult books that have themes of violence or sexuality that's age appropriate. You have those in libraries, and you don't rent them out to kids. You have like ratings in movie theaters that are like PG-13 that have strong language and sexual content, and like teenagers go to the movie theaters. Sometimes they sneak in, but they shouldn't.
Yeah, we're not
there
talking
should
about
be
teenagers. We're
restrictions and
talking about
policies.
children.
Children and teenagers and the rating systems of age
no,
appropriate movies.
wrong,
These are all
wrong.
analogous. These are all analogous.
No, they're not analogous, dipshit. We were talking about what the initially precipitated this conversation was inappropriate books being given to children, not teenagers, children, elementary school kids.
Teenagers are legally they're minors, okay, which is I think the
They're minors. They're not children. Euphemistically, when we refer to children, we refer to generally speaking to kids 12 and under. Usually, actually, we refer to kids 9 and under because 10 to 12 is considered preteen, and then you have teenagers.
Because there's a whole bunch of age-appropriate literature for high schoolers, especially older high schoolers, that you would then conflate with materials for elementary school children. And that might be part of your problem of lacking discernment here.
No, it's not a part of my problem. The problem that you're not understanding here is that this entire argument that happened in Florida and it's happening all over the fucking country was because all of the complaints were not coming from parents of high schoolers. They were coming from parents of third graders, which you just keep conveniently pretending wasn't what the case, even though.
I mean, actually, I question that there's only elementary school kids, and also I don't think that they were often familiar. I mean, in some cases, yeah, they might have had good grievances, appropriate complaints about a certain school policies. You have to go into the particulars of the case, like any legal standard or any legal example, right? Or like precedent case, you really have to have discernment looking in the particular details of the school district. And the Moms for Liberty and the even Turning Point USA and its phases and the again, the hyper-conservative media sphere has lacked discernment and painted with a broad brush educators and public officials.
Oh my God. I don't know how much I don't know how much I got out before I got fucking cut out, but my fucking Discord cut out. But once again, I will just do a shortened version of what the fuck I was saying. The issue people had when this became a big deal in Florida and every other state that it was a fucking problem was this stuff wasn't available to high schoolers that people were complaining about. It was to elementary school children.
You know, Bama, if in every single case it was elementary school children and there were not restrictions or controls and the policies were totally lax and allowed children to get inappropriate content, then I'll agree with everything you said. That is not my my experience of tracing these stories and the specific claims they make and the sensationalist style.
Almost all of the stories were about elementary school kids. And first of all, these things shouldn't be hosted in a school library to begin with. That's the point of the fucking argument. The fact that you're arguing, no, there's nothing age.
Bible. How about the Bible?
Can you find a clip where it's showing
any school where the maximum age is a fucking fifth grader does not need to have any sort of anything remotely anatomically or pornographically close.
How about the Bible?
Like nudity to children.
How about the Bible?
The Bible doesn't have nudity.
Oh no?
It doesn't have pictures.
Doesn't describe genitals. Doesn't
not that I'm aware of offhand.
You're not the Bible. Not
and also, no. Why
genitals?
The fuck would the Bible be in a public school?
In the world literature section.
The Bible literally has
a
description of an enormous cum shot.
I'm also pretty sure every elementary school that I attended that they didn't have like the fucking deep hard to read Bible. I had the kids version of a Bible in it.
I'd be curious, like, where's the video out there of them like complaining that their high schoolers shouldn't be reading it? Because you seem to be you stipulate like, well, if it's every case that's kids and they're not, and it's not. So where's the clips where it's high school level where the parents are upset? Because I've never seen those.
Yeah, I've only ever seen like elementary.
What I've seen was cases where like parents were complaining about books that they thought were accessible to their kids, but there actually were age restrictions that did not make those materials available to the children of a certain age. Parents
again, an elementary school and a high school, generally speaking, maybe not in every county, but almost every county in the country, I would say 99.9% of them, those kids do not attend the same building. So why the fuck were they in the elementary school library?
You can have circulation between schools. You can have a public library, like a number of different cases.
Wrong. No. Schools do not share their fucking materials between the high schools and the elementary schools. They have separate fucking inventories.
I think you're just way overgeneralizing. Yeah, just way overgeneralizing.
No, I'm not way overgeneralizing. You are desperately trying to find a loophole as to why this is okay. And every single time you get pigeonholed, you come up with even more and more ludicrous excuses as to why. Oh well, the high school was routinely sending their book stock down to the elementary school kids so they could rotate it around because kids in the fucking who are 17 years old, the juniors in high school need to read the Berenstain Bears, so they had to make sure that got cycled up to the high school. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Saying, well, maybe this is the case, or
I'm-
maybe
I'm-
that
I'm
is the
talking about
case
how
to
during moral
explain
panics, in
reality.
situations of emotional
No, stop
activation.
repeating
Yeah,
yourself.
you're
No,
calling
stop
it
repeating
emotional.
yourself
He's
in a
not.
circle.
Yeah.
And
He just
moral
keeps
panic.
repeating himself in a fucking circle about moral panics and this and bloodlust and blah.
And
He
maybe
keeps
it's
saying the
this,
same
and maybe
soapbox
it's that.
bullshit. Tell me
You're not
why
engaging
you
with the
think
actual
a high
case.
school's fucking library inventory would ever be sent down to an elementary school. Go.
Even if it wasn't, the amount of spin and distortion.
No,
has
not
a
spin.
lot of
Why did you
parents
say it was?
ludicrous
alarmed?
Answer
Right?
Why
the
did you
ludicrous
say it
fucking
was,
claim
and
that
now
you
you're
just
saying
made
even
that I
if it
asked you fucking
wasn't?
answer as opposed to trying to spin it once again away from the point that you just tried to make. Why would a high school's library inventory ever be sent to a fucking elementary school?
Also, like
Well, they
sixth
don't. They
graders
No,
and sex
answer the
ed
question.
materials.
Answer the question, retard. Answer the question.
I think you're overgeneralizing how school
Nope, answer the
libraries.
question. I don't want to hear anything besides an answer to my question.
You're a control freak also, and you don't have to set the rules.
No, I'm not a
Like, I
control
think
freak.
you're
You're a
overgeneralizing how
disingenuous fucking weasel. It's why
school
you
Yeah, you're
weasel
just
out
not
every single time you
engaging.
get pinned in a corner by anyone in this fucking VC. You immediately refuse to directly answer what they say to you and just start either repeating yourself in a fucking circle or try to
Oh,
spin your
Bama,
way to
that's
something
so
else.
wrong. That's
Answer
so
the
wrong.
fucking question.
We went on for
Why
hours.
would a fucking high
We
school
went on for
sending their
hours about
inventory to
right-wing
an
and left-wing
elementary school
extremist
for what
trends.
purpose?
We
Give
went
me
on for
one
hours
reasonable explanation.
about the links posted
Bro, why can't you
regarding.
answer the question?
Realgar,
yeah.
I can tell you right now why they wouldn't.
I know
Realgar, I
why.
can tell
I
you
want him
right
to.
now. I
I
can
know
tell
why.
you
I want
right
him to
now.
realize
No,
why.
I know you know, but I'll tell him why he's wrong. Because it was the same thing at my high school and my elementary school. We had pornographic books that were graphic, they were comics. And the reason why high schools don't put high schooler books in elementary schools, they don't swap them out, is because elementary students can't read at that level. You don't read at that level as a third grader. You don't read a fully chapter book. Let me read the whole series of Harry Potter and The Lord of the Rings at the age of 5. Let's just do that, right? No,
I hate to be
you don't.
pedantic and
Yeah,
brag,
right,
but my first grader does.
I read
That's a
Harry
straw
Potter in the
man.
second grade.
Your first grader's pretty smart and your first grader's pretty cool, but I couldn't do that when I was an elementary student, and we had pornographic books in our school.
Do you enjoy them?
No, I didn't look at
Day
them.
in school without
What a
knowing how
weird
to read.
question.
That is a weird question. Did you enjoy them? No, I didn't, because I didn't look at them. But I knew they were there. Other students enjoyed them pretty well.
It's just a nonsense fucking excuse that he's making. Oh yeah, they were sending fucking Shakespeare
Here we go. Okay, look,
combined
here's the
works
link.
down to the fucking elementary school to let the elementary school kids read them. Like,
Yeah,
no,
we
get the fuck
traded.
out of here. You know that's fucking horseshit.
No,
High school kids get Thomas the Tank
Bama. Read
Engine.
the link, Bama. Read the link.
My high school had more pornographic books, but my elementary school had like 3. So it's worse in high school, but an elementary school shouldn't have 1. They shouldn't even have 1.
Yeah, but real
People
guys just gonna ignore that.
People have been learning how to be degenerate since the beginning of time. They will find a way other than public schools. Thank you.
That's fair.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
also true.
if parents are fine
that
with
was
their
a
kids
fucking nonsense
seeing that,
statement.
if parents are fine with them seeing stuff like that, they should do it in the privacy of their home. They should not have it in public schools. And they
Wait,
shouldn't even be
Bama.
doing it at all.
I'm on your side, Bama. I'm not on the side of put it all in the libraries. I'm saying there's no need for it to be there. They'll find it elsewhere.
Yeah.
They should find it in their home.
post about a fake Rudy book.
You actually increase your reading proficiency by reading above your level. Right? So when you start out like a toddler, they don't have reading comprehension, but you read with them above their comprehension, and that works all the way through, collegiate.
Okay, what's the point of saying that in this conversation?
Yeah, I agree with you, but high school books aren't
He
in
just
elementary
quoted
schools.
Jordan Peterson completely. for no
You'll
reason.
be given books that are supposed to bring you up to the next level. You're not given books that are supposed to shoot you up 20 levels up. You're given
Or should you
books
be
that'll
given
help you
porn?
level.
Nor should you be given
Yeah,
porn.
at no
Yeah,
point is
yeah,
It's not
and you're
upping your
also
level
given
in
that.
any way.
Yeah.
I would.
Right,
Like, I remember it
did
being an
anybody
issue
look at the
between
link that
my
I just
teacher and my
posted?
mom because I was reading Where the Red Fern Grows in 3rd grade. And the teacher knew the book, and she was like, that might be a lot of, like, very heady stuff for him to read. And my mom was like, it's fine. But that was because it dealt with, like, death and loss and shit.
Yeah,
I read
man.
Hatching
Little
in 3rd
Ann
grade.
and
Like,
Little
I understand
Dan.
that they're...
But that's a
Huh?
whole different conversation,
Little
so that
Ann
porn
and Little
should belong
Dan.
there.
That's the name of the damn dogs in
Yeah.
the Red Fern Groves.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's an entirely different situation than here's how you suck a fucking cock for dick.
Yeah,
So
the
it
fact
was
that we
was
grew up
found.
reading Where the Red Fern Grows
Read
and
the link
not
that I
how to
posted.
eat a tranny vagina
The link
is
that you posted
probably
is about
why
some
we're
gay
not
grooming
gender
book.
confused
It's not even
retards.
relevant.
That's your slander and your hyperbole.
It's not relevant to the conversation, though. The
It is
conversation is
directly
about porn.
relevant.
Let's say we
Middle of
do
high
The
agree.
conversation is about porn right now.
Let's say we
No,
do
not
agree that,
porn.
that a book should be restricted. I want to return to, you think it's an issue that if everyone agrees the book should be restricted, that a father who reads it in front of everyone is an inappropriate method to show everybody, like the
No.
point that no, not you. Netgear responded to that earlier and said that it was that wasn't the right form. That wasn't the right way for the dad to prove his point. I guess I'm curious about that.
No, he
Yeah, I mean,
should prove his point that way.
If firstly, if he's saying that this book is inappropriate for kids to hear of a certain age, then like by his own logic, he shouldn't be exposing them there. All right.
Well, until they
Secondly,
change
Pointing
their
out that,
mind.
look, obviously
Yeah,
this is inappropriate, which is why you're censoring me right now from even saying it in this fucking room. Because clearly
Yeah,
it's
I get-
inappropriate for my 5-year-old kid.
I get you're presenting it as like a protest action to demonstrate his point, all right? But if he really thought, A, that this material was so salacious and so harmful, then I think he would be reckless by his own logic to perform
my
that
God,
kind of
yeah.
protest.
Yeah.
Well, that's
The
Okay,
porn
could you-
books? Of course you wouldn't read the
Could
porn
you
books
tell
to his
me?
kids.
Could you tell me
Point,
right
guys,
now
please don't
what he
demonstrate
should
how
do?
inappropriate this is by demonstrating how inappropriate this is. Because if you demonstrate how
There are other
inappropriate
ways
this
you
is,
can
you
demonstrate
might
it if you really thought.
convince the other parents in the room to get mad about it. Please stop doing it. Please stop revealing what we're doing with your children. Please
The
stop.
controls aren't
please
the
allow
same,
us to
man.
keep
The
porn in your
controls aren't the
elementary
same.
school.
In principle, the controls aren't the same.
There were no controls in here. That was literally the parents' complaint to begin with. You disingenuous rat. Stop
And
repeating
look at
yourself.
the link. Look at the link that I posted, for
Rat.
example,
Rat.
which relates to high schools. Look at the
Rat.
link and stop with the slander. Stop with the slander,
It's not
Bama.
slander. You're a fucking rat. You're a disingenuous little weasel. You
I
argue
never
like every other
dehumanized
fucking
you.
leftist. You're never fucking honest.
More
The thing that I think is
generalizations.
interesting. Oh, go ahead.
No, but it's a true generalization, though. You're saying that we
No,
should
it's
not allow parents to read off what the book says towards the school board. Because why? Because it's what, hypocritical? That's not hypocritical at all.
No, I mean that's one question about it. But the other thing
Well, no,
is
but it's
that
not though.
if they're saying that this material, if I can't read it in a publicly broadcast and a publicly attended forum, then therefore it can't
Then why
be
is
in
it available
school.
for my 10-year-old to check out of the library?
Right.
That was the point.
So he can groom them.
And often those accusations about the severity of it and the availability of it were inaccurate, and people mistook their own local policies or took the school restrictions and then said, no, we also want it restricted from the middle school and the high school. Okay, look at the link I posted. So yeah, no, these examples about high school level age appropriateness versus elementary school, it was legitimate. This whole, well, they don't share a library. It's more complicated than that. You were
Okay,
oversimplifying, Dana.
but can you answer what I'm saying though? Is like, why is it bad for a parent to read off the book to the school board to make an example that this book is graphic and should not be shown to kids?
Because in that room, there could be kids attending that were not the intended audience of that
What
book.
the fuck?
Do you
So
not
there
understand
wait,
how
hold on a
that's
minute.
a
No.
bad argument?
No. Hold on a minute though. You said it's not to their targeted audience. Yes, it is, because it's in an elementary school that a first grader could rent out. It's targeted to everyone. Every liberal
No, but
school
also-
targets it to
but
children
also-
so you can groom them. You just want to
No,
groom
you
us.
can have controls
You just want to
so that
groom
certain
us.
parents in the school or the library, parents
man, guys.
say,
I'd like to
don't let my
interject if you all don't
child
mind.
access this book.
I
But
just
when
wanna
they
just
read
wanna
it out
groom
loud
us.
in
if I
public,
may.
then they lack
I
those
want to
controls.
say, hey, man, Cracker Barrel, Good to see you back, man. Good to
Yes,
see you
sir.
back. What happened?
The whole point is like
Where'd
you,
you
you
go,
kind of you
dude?
supplement with the education to step in for the parents.
Damn,
So
bro,
even your whole narrative of
you
getting
pull
your
the
permission to
goddamn
sign from your
fucking
parents, it doesn't
No,
make
it's not a
sense.
substitute if the
Barrel
parents
acted
can
like a
opt out.
Nazi that was about to be like sent to concentration camps that were for like Nazis and had to flee and come up back with like a new identity. Like you getting some hot water or
This is
some
why I would
shit? What's
never
going
have
on,
my
man?
kid if I had
Yeah,
one.
What's
no,
going
the
on,
point
Be in
is
a
bro?
liberal
this
school.
point. I
I'll
thought
tell
the
you in a
overall
second.
point of sexual education is to bridge that gap when if it's not being done
Oh
at
wait,
home.
I'm sorry. The woman is still talking. Yeah, okay, all right. More important matters are at hand.
When did
No,
you
Yeah,
see a
but
woman?
Is in an
let
emotional
them
state.
talk.
Yeah,
Let
my bad.
Ziggy. Let
My
Ziggy
bad,
Yeah, if you
y'all.
checked my rules, you'd know I'm a man, but keep
Oh, well, that's even
talking,
worse
cunt.
for you because you
Yeah,
sound
yeah,
like
keep
one, you act like
yeah,
one.
keep
So, I
talking,
mean,
cunt.
at least
How
like
does
as
he
a
act like a
woman, you don't
woman?
have to like
Wait,
worry
you're the
about
one
like
sitting
I,
here
I, I
crying
act
instead
like
of
a
having a
wait a
conversation.
minute,
if you
wait a
like,
minute.
but if
I
you're
act
sounding
like a
like that as
woman
a
because I don't want
man,
porn
I'm
in a
just saying,
school.
dude.
I act like a woman
I've
because I
been
don't want
listening
porn in
in
a
and
school.
out, and I can tell you, man, yeah, you are
That's
not gonna
weird.
get any
No,
bitches, my
it's just your
brother.
voice, Wiki. Is all it is. It's just your voice.
Wait a minute.
Well, yeah,
I act
and you
like
put that was a
a
very nice
woman
way of you
because I
telling him
don't
that,
want
Mr.
porn
Cracker
in
Barrel, Cancel
school.
Culture, Gen X, Mr. Man Guy, who I enjoy.
That's
I
weird.
enjoy all of you. I'm
Do you
on
want to
Legos
groom
right now.
children, sir? Is that what you're trying to
Chill
do?
out,
Do I
puppy.
want to
No,
drink?
listen.
Do
Let
I
me
want?
just tell you real quick. I just started working a lot, and I just wasn't able to do my thing. So that's where.
Hey
That's all
man,
it is.
no, that's great, man. No, good for you, dude.
Yeah,
No, good for you,
just,
man.
I was working more. That's all.
That makes me happy. Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, I had a job at one point, and yeah, it really crushes your soul, crushes your goddamn soul.
Yeah, you
Now,
suck, Papa. You just came in here and single-handedly destroyed the last hour build. Fuck you, man.
I don't think so. Well, actually, if I could come in and destroy a whole hour built, that's like a compliment to me and my skills as a
No, it just makes you obnoxious and everyone else
negotiator.
No,
polite.
it just makes you a
Exactly,
groomer and you
and
should
you need
leave.
to be obnoxious to do those
No,
things.
you're
So
a
I'm sorry.
groomer, dude.
Nah,
I'm a
he's not
groomer.
that. He's not a groomer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
See, that's
You
my
called me a
hombre, man.
woman
Cracker
because I
Barrel.
don't want porn in a school.
No,
You're a
it's
groomer.
just because of your voice, dude. That's all it is. It's just your voice.
It is,
Your
and
voice
no offense,
it's a
man.
little ambiguous, is all. It's a little. You know, you have one of those
My
voices.
my
You got
voice
that
doesn't diminish my
tenor.
point.
You know, it could go either
Hey,
way.
Yeah, why are
Cracker
we talking
Barrel,
about his
I didn't
voice?
know any
No,
better.
Why
we're
does
just
my
I might have
voice
explaining
started
matter at
why
making
the
all?
some
How is
confusion.
moves
that
on this
relevant?
No,
guy.
it's not
If wink,
irrelevant.
wink,
It's relevant.
wink, wink, Cracker Barrel. If you knew what I'm talking about, I might have started making moves on this
Oh,
guy just from that voice. If you know what I'm saying, he knows what I'm
Yeah,
oh
see,
saying.
he's
yeah,
definitely a
yeah,
fucking groomer.
He
Hey,
knows what
yeah.
I'm
Well,
Puppy.
saying.
I just turned 18, but you can calm down a little bit, dude.
All right, well then, what the fuck? What was that supposed to
Yeah,
mean?
hey,
Oh, I just
Puppy.
turned 18. If
Puppy.
I was into
Puppy, you
fucking you,
sodomite.
you realize that's the
Puppy,
green
you
light for me to
sodomite.
go ahead and fuck you. I'm
You
sorry, I'm
Yeah, this
rambling.
sodomite.
guy's a fucking nonce.
I know I'm
Sodomite.
rambling.
Can we
That's
go
I'm
back to
sorry.
the
right.
I'm sorry. I'll
conversation?
stop. I'll
Wookie,
stop. My
Wookie is
bad.
not
Chill
gay.
out, puppy.
My
Okay,
bad.
it
Puppy,
was listen. It
Wookie's
was an
not gay.
intermission. Okay, it was frankly the
So Wookie's
conversation was
not
set
It
up.
gay, which means
was.
your
It
sphincter
was.
muscle is going to be very
It
low
was an
knees for a
intermission. I'm
while
sorry. I really am
until you
actually an
find someone
asshole. Go,
else.
you
It's
guys.
all
Yeah,
good.
you're
I
gonna be a
derailed.
very
I'm
lonely
sorry.
boy for a little bit.
I derailed. My
Well,
bad,
his
guys.
sphincter muscle will be.
Just go ahead, guys. I really actually feel like a dick. I'm sorry. I
Yeah, the
do.
mod comes in and you start apologizing. That's funny.
I didn't know there was a mod in here.
Well,
Mod
I
comes in.
just
There's
joined.
been like
mods.
they're
Mod
all
comes
here.
in. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm
Every
feeling
Anyway,
mod has been
Bama,
here all night.
we're hydrating over to you, Bama, man. How you doing, Bama?
Going on.
Yeah, you do know.
I
You
ain't
just
seen
don't
Bama
trust
in a
me.
minute either. I don't know where he's been, dude.
No, I know. No, he
Doing
sticks around.
steroids.
He sticks
Doing a
around,
lot more
man.
real
I've
life
seen
shit.
him. I've
Bama,
seen
you
him
ain't been here
in
in a
and
minute,
around.
dog. You good?
Bro, cancel culture. You
Yeah, I've just
can't be
been
fucking saying that about
doing a lot
anyone
more
else,
work.
man.
I'm
You
getting a
left the
new
whole
job. I'm
4
starting
months,
training
man. What are you
Monday,
talking
so
about?
No,
Of
okay.
course you didn't see him. He was gone the whole
Congratulations.
fucking time you were gone. Well, he was gone, but you were gone.
Dog,
you shouldn't have
I've
known
been
that he was here.
here in the JTC's hanging out. I've been here.
All right.
I sent you
Anyway,
a message weeks ago when you were down in one of the JTCs. You just ignored it.
me?
Yeah.
That's fucked, Poppy. What the
Oh,
fuck?
that is fucked. But also on the other hand of me ignoring it
This dude's
is
high as
like,
hell, man. He's fucking high.
well, yeah, maybe so, but like publicly, you could use some like code words like, oh, he was in like an altered mental state, not ready to socialize, maybe. But yeah, I was high, so As always. Not really as always, but like I might be going to jail for a DUI.
Infinite, this is the gayest intermission ever. And as homophobic as you are, I
Says
thought you would
that
have put an
guy
end to
with
it.
that voice.
Well, feel free
That's
to.
hilarious.
I'm not homophobic. I don't know why people say that. Feel free to.
I am though.
Crank it back up.
No, but guys, you gotta understand some intermissions.
No,
some just,
this
like,
is your
locker
boy.
room
You're not going to
talk
put
is
him in
good.
check because you
I
guys lick
think
each
it's
other's
good for
balls.
things. I think locker room
Is that what happens? I don't
chatting
think
is
that's what
actually
happens.
it builds up like
Yes, that's happening now. His
rapport.
behavior is inappropriate. You are
It's
not going to
like
step in and
like
check him because
fucking
he licks your
court
balls and
jester
you lick
type
his.
shit where like
To
you
be
kind of
clear,
kill
I
the
don't
tension. I'm
check
sorry.
any behavior unless one, it's interrupting me, or two, it breaks TOS and I have to. So.
And that's respectful of you to admit that if it's only interrupting me, then I care. I respect that.
Yeah, I mean that's rest of you are adults. Regulate your fucking self. I mean
It's good to
I
know.
respect
You'll call out the gays for bringing the books in schools, but you won't call your friends out for being assholes. That's good to know.
Dog, you
Well, I'm
think
not
he
gay.
doesn't know
Well,
he's
one's
an
a
asshole?
serious issue and another is just a nitpick that you're making.
Yeah, he knows he's an
It
asshole.
starts with accountability.
Can I be
you got to be
honest,
willing
Mr.
to check your friends, your
Mr.
fellow
Guy,
man.
I thought you were gay.
Yeah, I know.
The more you come out with these bitchy insults, the more I'm starting to think that you're gay.
Who,
we
me?
know you're gay.
I'm sorry. I will stop. I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead.
I don't care
go
what you
ahead,
think
guys.
about
I
me, so it's
actually
okay.
am sorry.
So here's an overarching point that I want to get back to, that I think really is incumbent upon the people who want to defend this to try to explain. I was trying to point this out before I went to get my amazing Dunkin' Donuts coffee, but
good shit.
It is amazing.
Yummy,
brother. Dunks.
But that
That's
being
yummy,
said, there's no value to these books. There's no value to them being inside of libraries that are not in a curriculum, and there's no reason for them to be there. Gar keeps going back to the notion that, well, these books have certain restrictions around them that make them not so easily accessible. However, I'm pointing at countless examples where this is not true, right? But even if it were true, what is the value of a book that's not part of a sex ed or health curriculum, or even in the curriculum? Books that are in story form being available for anyone who wants to check them out in the library that are purely sexual in nature. What is the reason for them being in the school?
They're not purely sexual in nature. They have literary and educational content also.
You know, the scientists say that so they don't get fucking sued, basically. You know, pushing their agenda.
No, it's just wrong. I mean, like,
you guys are having conversation. If I can like interrupt for a second, I think the whole tranny thing is a fad for lost people who are young with BPD, autism, who don't have a lot of self-awareness, and they don't know who they are, and then they find these other people, right, and they fit into that group because maybe they're like a little bit gay, but then it like indoctrinates the whole entirety gay thing out of them. They don't know
This
these
isn't
people
about
don't know who
trannies.
they are.
This isn't about trannies. Anyway,
Oh.
so
I got you know me, man. You know me, Infinite.
yeah,
I
I
always
know
got them
you're
on my
a
mind.
tranny trap brain. Look, so
Yeah,
anyway,
you know, man.
Here's
You know
the
it.
thing. You say there's value there. What I
Sounds
would
like this
ask
guy's,
anyone to consider is the value lost when it is encapsulated inside of material that is grotesquely sexually inappropriate for children that age? In other words, is there real value
begging the question.
there if in order to get to that value you have to go through pages of elementary school children being talked to about eating pussy?
Hyperbole and begging the question. Pages and pages and pages of eating pussy instructions, get fucked.
Okay, well, what I would say to you is I put many videos in the side chat. I'm sure you won't want to look at
I
any
posted
of
a
them.
link too.
I'm
I
sure
can post more.
that's great. They don't have anything to do with my videos. I'm sure you won't
Yes,
want
they do.
to
Yes,
look
it
at
does.
any of them because they will completely destroy the narrative. But if you look at the very
I've
first
seen
one
some
I
of them.
put up there from Blaze TV, it says Dad stuns school board when he reads a loud disgusting book. What you will hear him do at the very end of the video, and you can go to it, is he will tell you exactly how many times they use certain phrases in the books, how many times they use certain words in the books. And in some of these cases, it's dozens or close to 100 times they use some of these phrases. In one page that he read from, they referenced eating pussy and sucking dick a dozen times on one page. There is a
we talked about this
detailed
already.
there is a detailed sexual assault of a 10-year-old in this book. So what I'm asking you is it possible that you could find a way to deliver whatever educational value you think you are getting from this material without enveloping it in all of this graphic nonsense that has zero education application?
That's a falsely phrased because it does have educational value. Just begging the question. There are alternative ways to convey this
exactly
information.
what I needed you
There
to prove
are
here
alternative ways.
I'm
There are
satisfied.
alternative ways to convey this information. There are other ways that you can also convey this information in age-appropriate, educational ways. This is one of several
These
approaches.
are the people, y'all. This is them. This is what they look
Yeah,
like.
this is the person who can hold his ground against like 12 of you. Yes.
I mean, if you
You think you've
consider
been holding your ground, dog?
justifying softcore
Yeah.
pornography to elementary school children as
That's
somehow being
delusional.
educational,
Definitely important for you.
holding your
And when we
ground.
talk about analogous cases like the Bible and movie ratings and the lack of moral panic and rage and accusations of pedophilia against Hooters and child beauty pageants and cheerleaders scantily clad,
because
kids
seeing
going to these
girls in
games and
short
public events and
shorts
stuff,
is
it's
the
totally
same thing as a
imbalanced and totally
detailed
politically motivated.
story about a 10-year-old being sexually assaulted. Yeah, those are the same thing.
Yeah, you guys are done.
Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense. So these are the people, man. These are the people that want access to your children. They want to be in your classrooms. They
support
want
a
to put this material
pedophile.
in there. These are the people. People like this guy, for sure.
Already told you what I think should happen to teachers who have sex with their students.
And he will defend it not because he believes in it, but because he believes his side is intrinsically tied to this type of ideology.
Slanderer. More slander. You fucking liar. You know so little about me. So little.
I know about the ideas you're defending. And no, Hooters is really not that bad.
Defended myself on so many of these points. We were talking about evolutionary benefits. We were talking about the gender spectrum. We were talking about political extremism and the proportionality over the years. I've defended myself and stood up on all of it.
You really haven't. You just keep fucking weaseling away every time anyone makes a point.
You didn't interact with my argument at all about the ACLED and gang violence after I proved you wrong.
You literally bounce away from all of my arguments the entire conversation and back and forth that you and I had.
Cracker bitch. I did not.
You absolutely fucking did.
I did not squirrel away from your ACLED citation. You didn't even touch the George Floyd ACLED article I posted first. So don't be a hypocrite.
Well, you didn't touch any of the things I said either.
Article had nothing to do with my argument.
We were talking. The conversation at that point was about George Floyd and the violence of the left.
No, it was about political violence, and I detailed in exquisite form how the left is responsible for more violence, and in the case of gangs, political violence.
That's absurd.
Right. You were wrong. You were wrong about those
you
cases
can say it's
also.
absurd, but you would have to refute my facts in order for it to be incorrect.
Well,
Right.
even on the day Charlie Kirk got
complain.
assassinated, there was a white supremacist Christian nationalist that shot up a school.
What does that?
That's a good point. That is a good point. Look at the difference in coverage.
What does that have to do with my argument?
And the rhetoric.
What do you mean? What does that have to do with
my
your
argument? Is about proportionality between the left and the right, and which one is
the proportionality is insanely leaning toward the
I
the
disagree.
right.
Did you hear my argument?
That's a lie.
No, it's not a lie.
Did you hear my argument?
It is a lie.
Did you hear my argument?
You said proportionality is like on the left,
Did
right?
you hear the argument where I demonstrate how it's on the left?
No, I just got in here.
Great. Then you don't know if it's absurd. So I can tell you my argument very quickly. It has 3 premises and conclusion. At any point that I say something that's factually incorrect, you feel free to stop me. Ready? Go. Premise 1, blacks commit the majority of murder in the United States. Premise 2, when blacks vote, they overwhelmingly vote in the range of 90% Democrat. Premise 3, when we interview people who are in prison for the violent crimes under the Marshall Project, what we find is that they overwhelmingly identify by race. Blacks overwhelmingly identify as left-leaning or
And you're
Democrat.
just counting like
Left-leaning
blacks
or
as on the
left-leaning
left.
or Democrat. I just told you that when we interview them in prison, they self-identify as being on the left. Listen to the three premises. Conclusion. The majority of violent crime, specifically murder in this country, is committed by people who overwhelmingly identify as being on the left. Now, to make this political, I go one step further and I use the ACLED's definition of gang violence being political, and I show that political violence gang violence committed in inner cities under their definition is in fact political violence. Now I can demonstrate that for you, or you can go read it yourself. I put it in the side chat. Either one's
How's
fine
it
with me.
political violence?
It's political violence because under the ACLE's definition, there does not need to be intent by the gang members, nor do they need to have an overt political outcome. All they need to do is have a political effect, i.e., undermining the state's ability to provide public safety. So
Yeah,
if
I
they're able to
disagree
do
with that.
that, and the table that they uses a threshold such as the number of homicides, for example. So all that's in the side chat. If you disagree with the ACLED, not me, and that's fine. But nevertheless, this
Well, yeah, I'm
concludes
disagreeing
that
with them, I
that's fine.
suppose.
Nevertheless, this concludes that the left commits the majority of violence and also political violence. So
That's horse shit, dude. And
I
you
know
know
it's
it.
horseshit because it doesn't go with the fucking narrative that you've been lying about for a very long
No,
time.
it's not political
And
violence. It's
okay,
gang violence.
right? Why can't? So gang violence can't be political?
Not really.
Not really. What do you know about gang violence?
I know that it's like inner gang violence. It's
Great.
not political in nature.
Let's ask a question then. Let's ask this question together. Could it be the case that you live in the inner city in a majority black area?
I have.
Great. Cool story. This is hypothetical. Could it be the case that you, the proverbial you, not the real you, because who cares about you? Could it be the case that you live in a majority black area that has a lot of gang violence?
You're full of shit, man.
By asking a question?
You know you're full of shit. You're trolling.
Let me finish asking the question, and then you can tell me I'm full of shit. Could it be the case that you live in a majority black area that happens to have a lot of gang violence in the inner city, and when you want to go, let's say, I don't know, sign up for government services, you don't feel safe walking because of the gang violence? How about you don't feel safe getting on a bus because you might get stabbed in the neck for being a Ukrainian immigrant? How about when it's time to go vote, you're not comfortable going to your voting booth or voting place because of the people who are interacting on the streets between here and there? Is it possible?
You mentioned the guy getting.
Is it possible?
Oh, you made me drop my earphone.
Is it
Wait,
possible
I feel
that
like,
doing
did I hear
this?
a puppy?
Is it possible that doing this can have an outsized effect that we would call political in its outcome, not in its intent?
Yeah, really not really.
No,
Demonstrate how
Infinite.
that
I
isn't
know.
possible.
I wanted to ask you, man. Like, how do you feel about the Charlie Kirk thing? I already know. Like, you think, oh, like fuck those guys. But like,
Mate,
how
you're asking a
Hold
question
up.
to an obvious
Hold up,
retard.
Papa. Demonstrate how anything I just said is not true.
Oh, I wasn't listening, man.
No,
my
I'm
earbuds
talking to
fell
the
out.
other gentleman that told me I'm full of shit.
Oh, my
You are
apologies.
full of shit,
Okay.
and you know
No,
it.
he's not.
Demonstrate how
Yeah, he
anything I
is.
just said is not
He's
true.
not, though.
Where's the shit? Point at it.
You think that like inner city people aren't voting because of gang violence?
I
They're
just
not
gave you an
voting because
example.
they don't give a fuck enough about
You
their
don't
own
understand
selves.
what I'm
They
saying.
give a fuck about the
The
country
question
they live in.
is,
What
do
are you
you
talking
think? Shut
about?
up, Papa. Do you
I'm
think
sorry. I'm passionate. I'm sorry, man.
Do you think
No,
any
that's a
person,
super reach.
Do you think any person has ever foregone going to
Wait,
sign
wait,
up for
wait.
social services or going to vote or anything like that? Do you feel like there's any city in America that because of gang violence, the
Yeah, not
undermining
really. No.
of public safety?
I don't think so.
Listen, I've not asked the question.
I hear your question.
What's the question?
Do you think anybody has never like signed up for social
Wrong.
services?
Do you
or
think
not
there's
voted
any city
because
in
of...
America because of gang violence where public safety has been undermined? The state's ability to provide safety to the public has been undermined due to gang violence.
Yeah, not really.
Not really. So, in the states that have the cities with the most homicide in the country, which is where most of the homicide takes place, by the way.
Yeah, I've lived in Chicago.
Cool
Yep.
story. Cool story. Do you don't think the state's ability to provide safety to the public is undermined in any way?
That's a different question.
No, that is the question.
Yes, man.
Are these acts of gang violence targeting other Negroes, or are they targeting white people?
They're typically targeting other black people.
So for decades, I feel like inner cities have basically accepted that as a fact, that if a ethnicity enacts violence on itself, like in the case of the Irish mob or the Italian mob, or more problematically and frequently today, the blacks, we just kind of say, well, that's like the no-go zone, and we're, as long as it doesn't bleed over into civilized society, it's not a problem.
Essentially, it is political violence based on the definition I just gave, but you're exactly right in that the left does not care at all if black people are
It's not
dying.
political violence.
So, well, I just gave you a definition that you can't refute. If you listen, I understand you want to keep saying that because you've prided yourself for somehow
You know
being the
it's
side
not.
that doesn't commit the political violence. I just gave you a definition, an explanation, a source, and an authority. If you want to refute any of those things, do it, but you can't just say it's not political violence. Refute my definition, use one that supersedes
You don't even
it.
agree with your own definition. I can fucking read
Okay,
your
great.
bio.
Then disprove what I'm saying. Don't just keep saying it's not. Disprove it.
Can you
Just
reiterate
saying
your
shit.
definition, and I'll try to
No,
take a
I'm
stab at it, because
constructing an argument that's based on facts and has sources and authorities to back it up. If you want to challenge that, do so. I don't think you have the intellect to do it, frankly.
who just spoke? Who is the last person that spoke? What was your name?
Cracker Barrel.
Are you talking about me?
Cracker Barrel. Intuitively, that statement feels wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know the data, but if you want to present it to me, I'll try to take a stab at it, because this guy just seems to be obfuscating.
No, honestly, like gang violence is not considered political violence.
So when I
think
present
we all
the
should-
data, so when I present the data from the ACLED, okay, I'm going to go dig it up right now. When I present the data from the
Sure.
ACLED, are you going to accept their definition?
Me, yes.
I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about.
Okay,
honestly.
then what are you saying then? How are you the authority on what is what is political violence if you won't accept a definition from an authority on the matter?
Gang violence isn't considered political
You
violence.
don't get to
period.
decide. Was the fucking
You
Irish
don't get
mob
to decide.
being fucking political retard when they were buying fucking elected officials? Don't tell me that a gang can't be fucking political
That's kind
violence.
of different than black on black gang violence, isn't it?
Okay,
Oh, man,
I didn't
this
say
guy-
just black on black gang violence. I
It's
said, and I
getting
want you to
violent.
listen
It's getting
fucking
violent.
carefully. Shut up. I said that
Don't be
when the
violent.
state is
He doesn't even
undermined
believe what he's
by
saying.
the violence, then it becomes political by definition.
But they're not.
One of the ways that you undermine the state is by making it so that the state cannot guarantee public safety. This is in the definition from the ACLED. Do you reject the definition? Yes or no?
Basically, yeah, I do.
Okay,
reject
then you're
that.
just rejecting the authority on the matter. Then you're not even in the fucking conversation.
You don't even believe what you're saying.
You have to have you need a source or an authority that refutes mine.
You're saying gang violence is political violence.
I'm saying that gang violence can be political violence, correct?
But it's not
And if
typically.
you're saying it can't, then you're retarded.
It's not.
Are you gonna?
Okay, well, you don't know what you're talking about. And by just saying it's not over
You're
and over
full
again,
of shit.
you're not providing anything to conversation. You're dismissed,
You're
sir.
completely
Goodbye.
full of shit.
So to the other gentleman.
So, are you insinuating, and I don't mean this in a charged manner, but just to understand, are you saying that the Crips and the Bloods and the Latin Kings, like, they're proxies of the Democrats? Like, the
So-
Democrats are using them?
I'm saying that according to the ACLED's definition, there does not have to be intent on the people who are doing the political violence. They don't have to intend to have a political outcome. That's the first thing to understand about this argument. Okay.
Okay.
They are proxies of the left, not because their actions are in support of the left, but because they self-identify as being representatives of the left. So you self-identify with being a representative of the left. This is your ideology, and you're committing violence in a uniformed, organized way through a gang, and it has political effects. This definitionally is political violence, and it leans mostly left.
Yeah,
Reaching, bro.
I would actually agree with
Super
that, but I would
reach.
ask this, right? Do you think the right wing
Non-argument.
uses the pertinence of gang violence as a political platform in the right?
No, I think the left does. I think the left not only does this, I think they actually manufacture it.
Okay. Well, I actually agree with you, but I would also say like when the problem exists, and I think this isn't like bad faith of them. I just think it's a natural consequence.
Is arguing
That
in bad faith.
no, I'm saying the actual position of the right.
Stop trolling, Jesus Christ.
When they say like
I
the
think it's
left
just done.
ruin the holy fuck, dude. Oh, that's a killer. When they say the left has ruined the inner cities, like Negroes are killing Negroes, Mexicans are killing Mexicans, that is a political platform that's being utilized. Would you say? Would you say that? I know that's. I don't think that's the equivalent to what the left does, but I think that's also a political reality that they use this.
Yeah, I mean, yes, if you're asking me, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. But at the same time, this is the vast majority of the violence in our country of murder. So it would be silly if you didn't address it.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm gonna admit something and kind of be a villain, right? I don't particularly care if gang members
I
kill
know
each
that.
other.
I know that. I know that the
And I
moment
think
you said
most
Negroes killing Negroes, I knew what your position was. So,
well, I think most people, even if
Excuse me,
even
sir.
if
It's
they're
right
not
to
as
pull
black
off.
pilled as I am, I think they would agree with that. Like I care less that another community that's perpetually immiserating itself in poverty is enacting violence on itself rather than my own
no, listen,
my
I
own
got no
community.
problem with your view. It doesn't infringe upon my argument in any kind of way. I assumed that you're Christian identitarian, but I didn't know. That's just what I assumed. So,
I am, yes.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that though? Like you would care less if like East St. Louis, shoots itself up rather than a suburb where you live, presuming you live there.
Yeah, well, the problem that I have is that as white people in the suburbs, we've made the presumption, unfortunately, that we can contain this, and we've been content to let it play itself out. The problem is I think that while we've contained the actual violence in the bricks, so to speak, we've allowed the culture of the violence to spread beyond the bricks. And that's the problem with ignoring it.
You ignore
In
like all
what way?
these school shootings that are perpetrated by like white supremacists and Christian
if
nationalists.
retards like the one talking could do math, they would understand how many more
Why are you
bodies are
over talking?
dropping
I don't
in
understand
the
what you're doing.
cities compared to the school shootings that they always want to talk about.
So the moment someone that disagrees with you talk, you're just gonna like shout over them. Is that your
No one's
angle?
shouting. No shouting.
Let's see. Is the
That's what he
gentleman?
just did.
Yeah. It was the
No one's-
gentleman Hampies who I gave the opportunity to make an argument and did not do so and was in bad faith. Is that who we're talking about?
Your whole argument is in bad faith.
Right, but you can't offer one single refutation to my argument.
Gang violence isn't considered
I
political
know you keep
violence,
saying that, but I can clearly show that it is.
but it's not.
Right, but if I submit to you the source from the ACLED that says it is, are you going to accept it?
Not really, no.
So again, we're right back to the same place. You're not in good faith. You don't
Diversity.
have an alternative source. So
diversity. How many times are you gonna bite this guy's bait?
well, that's fine. I mean,
You're
I don't.
talking
I'm not
about?
upset. The point is that he's not in good faith, and you're not
Yeah, he's just
interested in
getting
the
you.
argument. And the reason you're not interested in the argument, it's not because he's baiting me. It's because these leftists have set back since Charlie Kirk got shot, and they have told themselves a story. They've told themselves a lie that, in spite of the fact that the killer was obviously a deranged, tranny-loving fucking leftist, that it's okay, guys, because we don't commit the majority of the political violence.
Please don't use slurs.
Shut up, bitch, when I'm talking. If you don't like it, get the
Shut up,
fuck out.
tranny.
Yo.
You know how to you know how to hit that exit button, right, bitch? Because I can help you with it
Get
real
the
quick, fast, and
popcorn,
early.
everybody.
Do you know how to
Yo,
hit
he
it?
just said, shut your bitch ass up while I'm
So
talking.
anyway,
Yo.
You know when they say tranny, they're giving away.
So anyway, they've told
Giving
themselves
what
a
away?
story, and I'm
Their secret
offering an
obsessions.
objective measure.
Yeah, let's look at his search history.
I'm offering. Look at it, bitch. My name's Freddie. I live
Hey,
in Knoxville,
yo.
Tennessee. You can come have breakfast if you want. You hear me?
I'm sure.
Anyway,
I like this dude, man.
So anyway, they've
You
told
got
themselves
waffles.
this
This
story.
guy's got something to hide.
Shut up,
I guarantee
whore.
it.
You gotta come have breakfast, mother effer. Stop playing.
Motherfucker, you're new here. Let me tell you something. The majority of people
new
He's
in
here.
this
inviting you,
fucking
You're
man.
room,
fucking new here.
bitch,
I can
you're quiet
recognize
now.
a closeted
Oh,
The
man.
majority of
person.
people in this fucking room know me, and they know damn near everything about me. I don't hide shit. So I understand you live behind a fucking wall of anonymity on the internet, hiding in your fucking safe space with your trigger warning and your bottle of fucking SSRIs just to go outside. Bitch, I don't. My name's Freddie Outen Myers. My TDOC number's 324894. I spent 8 years in the penitentiary for aggravated robbery and assault. I live in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I work for
Yo.
Amazon. And if you ever want to fucking talk to me about it like a man, feel free. Otherwise, shut the
That
fuck
all
up
sounds
talking
about
about
right.
what I
That all
fucking have to hide
sounds
and what I don't. Shut
And
up,
that all
bitch.
sounds just about
What I
Cracker, I'm
have
gonna
to
be there
hide and what I
backing you
don't.
up.
I don't
too.
gotta hide shit. I'm a grown ass man. I'm 45 years old with 2 kids and 3 grandkids, and fuck you.
When my bitchy
Damn.
cracker ass is talking, you better shut the
Anyway,
hell up.
what these
Yo,
people have
Barrel, I'm gonna be there
done.
backing you up, bro. That's it, man. Gangster.
No, it's
I'm
all
backing
good,
you
dog.
up. I don't care.
What these
yeah,
people have
great.
done
Yo.
since Charlie Kirk got shot is they have told themselves it's
Sounds about
okay
right.
because we represent the people who have done the least political violence. And what I
False,
have
just
done
false.
is
No.
I've created an argument that shows very clearly that that's not true. And that's why they're upset. So,
Ah, man, you're just narcissistic and you mute like it's your fucking compulsion. Look, I'm giving more details about these public school book complaints and the descriptions that you gave. Read the fuller story, because I'm telling you, when I've dug into these things, it is rarely the case and the outrageous school irresponsibility and exposure to pornography in the elementary schools that you were all describing it as. Just keep reading, I'll keep posting.
And why do you just ignore these white supremacist school shooters?
What they were saying wasn't white supremacist about the whole groomer thing, although it's overlapping often. It's because it's important to call out to them the bullshit and to remind ourselves that we're not fucking crazy, actually. If there are districts or cases in which
Supremacist violence, political violence.
there's negligence or irresponsibility or child abuse, hold that to the fucking letter of the law every time. But these moral panics are generated to slander and demonize innocent, often, and civically engaged people
innocent.
for a political agenda, for a political and often monetary agenda.
For real though, why do you ignore these? Like the same day Charlie Kirk got shot, we have these white supremacist Christian
He
nationalists
wasn't a white
that shot.
supremacist, you fucking troll. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, hold on.
No,
Are you
no.
asking why I ignore the Colorado
Your
I'm
base
not
situation?
is
saying
so obvious. Holy shit.
Hold on.
it was the guy in Evergreen.
Hempies, were you saying that I was ignoring the
No,
Colorado
I'm
shooter?
talking about
No,
Cracker
he's
Barrel.
baiting. This is what Hampies
I'm not
does.
baiting
that is a
anything, you
legitimate question.
jackass.
That is because
You are
at the very time
you're a fucking troll, dude. I've interacted with you like 6 different times. All
No,
you do
it's-
is literally go in a room where somebody's raging and just keep repeating yourself over and over again to make them keep repeating themselves. Right? You need diversity to do it for like half an hour. It's
Yo,
what you
how
do.
about
I'm
the
not.
one? How about the one last one in August? This guy who stabbed a girl on the train, Irina, the refugee from
Yeah.
the Ukraine, from Ukraine. Was that
Yeah, but what
political
about
violence?
Evergreen?
Was that political
Doesn't
violence when he stabbed her on the train?
Not sure
That
it's
was probably
clear
more
yet.
a
He
racial
said
hate
something like,
crime
"I
than it
got
was
that."
political violence.
He says
No,
like, "I got that
all
white
violence
girl."
is political
Apparently,
violence,
That's
according to
what I'm
this book
but
of
he
asking. Is
law.
says
that because it was racially motivated for him? But what is racially motivated violence political violence?
it can often,
No.
yeah. How do we know it was racially motivated? Was that
He
He
said,
coming
"You
literally
didn't see
said,
from?
the
I
video?
got that fucking white girl.
I got
Yeah,
that
What
white
are you talking
girl.
about?
I got
yeah.
that
There's
white
potential there.
girl."
Potential there. Not quite
You mean
enough. Not quite
potential? He
enough.
said, "I got that
What
white
the
girl."
fuck? What more do you need?
If you understood the data points in the databases that I was telling you about, like the START
Yo,
consortium, you'd
Bama, let me
understand
ask
more
you
of the
something, right?
criteria. You would
Let me ask.
understand more of the criteria, and
Yeah,
you wouldn't be so confused.
hold on.
That one
If
might
I
have been,
look, dude,
honestly.
I'm a big black dude, son. If I was on a train and a white girl came in, I mean, if I got on the train and some white dude behind me just got up and stabbed me after I got on the train, but after him, when he was already sitting there, I got on just with my headphones on, not saying nothing to nobody. And he just got up and stabbed me. And then he got up and walked around the train and said, "I got that big black dude." The white guy
Right.
saying
Yeah.
that. How much thinking would it have to go on for us to figure out this is racially
For
motivated?
more, yeah, I think you can investigate that more, and that's definitely a
You'd be
lead.
charged
And
with
yeah,
the white
if
guy would be charged with a hate crime on the way to the station.
that's an exaggeration, of course. So
Not
the
really.
further
That is
things you have to
right.
ask, yeah,
Because
hyperbole. It's
you
obvious
got the
hyperbole,
court of
Bama.
public
The other
opinion. You know
things,
what I'm saying?
Cal, to answer your question, the other things you can investigate and should is what prior history does he have of political affiliation or ideological expressions? Was he premeditating something, or did he have like some motive aside from just killing somebody for what the fucking fun of it is?
I mean,
So it's
I
definitely
don't think you
something.
watched that
I
video.
don't think it's
in the
adequate
current
to say that this was
administration, he
racially
would get like a
motivated.
Medal of Honor or something. He would be like a
What?
hero.
Yo, you had the Charlotte mayor come out and thank the media that they didn't report on this thing and make it go viral so early. It lingered on until about a month, basically until about Charlie Kirk got assassinated for it to start getting some traction. And the mayor thanked the media of her city for not blowing this thing up everywhere because
Like
they
not
are
turning it into
so.
a political firestorm where it gets polarized and distorted. Is that what she was saying?
It is racialized that he had a
Uh,
racial motive. He
Yeah,
killed
that
the
one
girl
was
because she was
racialized. He's
white.
right.
Cut it out.
Okay,
Why do you not
maybe
see
there's
the
more
lineage
information.
stuff?
It's totally believable that it was. I'm saying
It's
that often the
believable. Okay.
attribution of these
You know
crimes
damn
is not
well,
is not
son.
is
You
not so
know
simple.
damn well if my little black sister got on the train after work
You don't know what I
and
know. You don't know what I
and
know.
some big white dude who looked like some freaking trucker from like the bottom of Mississippi just got up and stabbed this girl 3 times and then audibly on microphone and on camera said, "I got that little black bitch." You
All
know
right.
damn
Here's a
well,
better
son. You would not
example.
have to
Here's
think
a
for 2 seconds. Cut it
much
out,
more
man.
revealing example for all the people that complain about right wingers being
This is
falsely
how
accused of
dishonest they are,
terrorist
dude.
attacks and stuff,
He
and
knows it was
like
the other way
leftists and stuff.
around, son. You know,
Far
son.
better
Why we
explanation.
gotta
Look,
play this game, son? Come on.
Cal, I can
What do you
totally
mean they
agree.
are
Unfortunately,
dishonest? They are. I just
Gal,
agreed with him.
Gal, I can totally agree that this was a racially motivated murder. I'm willing to believe that. It seems like it could have
This
been.
is
I
how
don't know enough about the
dishonest they
case
are.
and what
You
his
I just
fucking
said
statements
you
were
agree
moron.
beyond "I
with
got
me
that
say
white
it
girl."
seems like.
Let me give you another example, which was far
I
more
don't
fatal.
together.
Okay, far more fatal, and demonstrates the opposite of what you're trying to argue. All right, the Las Vegas shooting committed by Stephen Paddock.
Yeah.
Right? How is that classified as an ideological attack? Anybody know?
We don't know because we don't know any of
Yeah,
the motivations of the shooter.
It's
yeah,
just
I
how
don't know what
Actually,
he
there
dishonest
is
said
they
some
or if
are.
he had some
information.
kind of
There is
manifesto
some
or
He didn't like
information.
country music because
There
he was
is some
racist.
information. There is
What's
some
the greatest
information
opera
about his
Randy?
background and his political
Opera Randy.
statements, and it is
No,
not
there
enough
isn't.
to. Yes, there is. Yes, look at the
No,
work
there
of Daryl
isn't.
Johnson. Yes, there. Okay, I'll get it for you, Bama. The whole thing is that if he was leaning in any political direction and had any history and fetishization of guns and stuff, and his statements about taxation and other government far right leaning anti-federalist rhetoric and like a sovereign citizen adjacent rhetoric. It seemed like, if anything, he was leaning towards the right, but it's still
You
kind of
know,
ambiguous.
no,
All right.
dude,
And
no,
this
dude.
was
Do
not
you know
one
who was
that the
performing
leftist
when the shooting happened?
researchers or whoever hounded on and
You
said,
want to
this
be
is far
honest?
right terrorism. This is far right terrorism. They're
Who
actually much
was
more circumspect
performing?
and
Who was
discerning
performing when the shooting
about it.
happened? You're going on too long. Who was performing when the shooting happened? Do you know?
It was
Jason
it's country.
Aldean, aka try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road.
That
So
was
the audience
before. The shooting was before that song came out, wasn't it?
No,
Yeah, it was.
It was
That came
before the
out way
song,
before
but it
that
was the
song came
same.
out.
It was the same artist. You see,
But
it was at a country music
This is
concert.
how dishonest they are.
No,
Were
but that
those
target alone is
left-wing,
not how the only criterion for the
transsexuals at
political
that Jason
motivation of an
Aldean
attack.
concert?
The target is not the only consideration here, okay? And also the bigger
Hello?
point is that if you're accusing the left and these corrupt researchers of cherry picking data and distorting data points, then why didn't they use this
like global
largest,
warming
I think,
scientists?
mass shooting in U.S. history? I believe largest mass shooting in U.S. history. Why didn't the
You're not,
corrupt
you're not
left
really giving any
researchers
evidence.
portray this as a right wing attack? I'll give you a link.
Yeah,
Because
but
we don't have any
Prominent
idea
party.
of what his motivation was for the fucking attack.
just provide the just provide the
No, we
evidence.
don't.
Just provide the evidence. It's
What are you
fine.
talking about? The guy fucking allegedly fucking shot up the fucking Vegas Strip and then allegedly got yeeted. And then his brother allegedly, after he came out, was like, my brother wasn't really a political guy. I don't really, none of this makes any sense. I don't understand why he'd do this. Magically, they found like 8 terabytes of CP on his laptop. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So it was right wing.
Yeah, let's just say we give you that one, right? That's the one time where the media didn't do it. So
No,
what?
there are others. There are others that go back decades.
Yeah, hey, don't give him that. He hasn't given any evidence. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But even
just
still,
posted
You know damn well he was
from
right
that
wing.
time, from
Wait a
that
minute
time
here.
till now, from that time till now, a lot of things got amplified due to Trump being in his second term and stuff like that. So a lot, yeah. So what I'm saying is, all right, let's just say at that time, if I give you that, right, that everybody just focused on how heinous it was, they didn't politicize it. All right, now then what? So what?
So what? It refutes the idea that the left will twist any catastrophe in order to blame the right for it.
Yeah, but nobody
There's the opposite
politicized
is
it at
not
that
equally
time. The
true.
right or the left didn't do it. Let's just say like nobody did it. So we broke even that one time. It's like, so what?
It's not the only time.
That's
There's
also
other parts
fucking.
of
That's
the
hang on. That's also fucking bullshit. The left mainstream narrative for the longest time on school shootings was to classify every school shooter as a white nationalist, just because a huge rash of them were white in the early
That's
2010s.
false.
Not false.
Adam
I
Lanza
understand that you started paying
Lanza.
attention to politics in 2016. You didn't pay attention to it beforehand, but I can assure you, for a long time,
Hold on,
that was the
though,
narrative. From
comma.
like 2012 to like 2015.
Collective
Sorry, 2017.
hyperbole.
They were trying to make it seem that any kid who pulled a mass shooting was a white nationalist.
Hold on, Obama.
False.
Do you think that the left
Starting
was
what
like
year?
calling
Bama,
for
Do we forget
violence
about Columbine?
against the right?
Bama, starting what
Do we
year?
forget about Columbine? Columbine pretty much set the pace.
Yeah, and they were neo-Nazi fetishists, not totally ideological. If anything, they
Right.
did that's
How
right.
But that pretty
many?
Bama,
much
what
started
year
that
did you
How many
say?
narrative where
school
everything
shootings?
started to fall under
How
that
many
umbrella.
school shootings take place in the inner cities that you never hear about?
How many school shootings?
How many school shootings?
You know, it's different. A gang violence is different from a school shooting.
Because
they
so
still- but
so
they-
let's dissect that a little bit. So what we've done is we've selectively defined.
It's different.
Yeah, I got it. We've selectively categorized how we define violence in order to not include some violence with other violence. So
I mean, that's called criminology. You have categories.
So if it's a black kid killing another black kid at a school, as long as they're in rival gangs, nobody gives a fuck, right?
No,
Honestly, yeah, you're right.
Just in different categories.
Yo, it's so sad, son, that that people from this is so true, son. I grew up in Flatbush, Brooklyn, son. I'm from but it's actually incredible how little, son, people
Oh my
care
God, this
about the
guy.
people that where I'm from. when we just doing it to each other. It's incredible, son. That is politicizing it. This is why I brought up the example of this dude stabbing this girl on the train. If you swap the races, Al Sharpton would be out there and all these people. Black Lives Matter would resurrect from the dead. Like this is like the whole point. Like it's
From the
incredible,
dead.
son. Like yeah, like this is the whole thing,
There
son.
literally was a white
Kal-El, you're
supremacist
right.
shooting in
Yeah, y'all don't give a F, son. This is
Colorado.
why I don't like when the right makes this point, and I agree with Cracker Barrel. But with the left always gets mad when this point is made. But y'all don't give a shit, son. When people run up in people's cribs in the hood, nobody talks
You're
about
wrong.
that.
Yes, we do
Nobody
care about
shines
Hold
that.
light
on, that
on it.
Yes, we
you're
do
right
care
about
about
that,
that. We
but
can pay
it is
attention to
what it
those things
is.
separately. We
So
do care
no,
about
but
that
my
also.
point is, you think that the right is politicizes things too. That's the point you're making. All right, whatever. Let's just say everybody makes that mistake. Right,
It's not.
wrongly
It's a false
so.
equivalence.
My point is, you
Both
also
sides
do it when you don't give a F about the little girl getting, taken as a hostage and
Yeah,
niggas
but you
running
don't
in
give
on
a
each
fuck
other's crib and
whenever
stuff
it's a
like
white
that.
supremacist shooting up a school.
Oh my gosh! See, you can't even like hold it like just to like listen to the point.
I
That is
agree with you.
politicizing
I
it.
agree with you.
Yeah, but that's politicizing it. When you don't care about what seems like what is common, even though it's just as wicked, until it's like some like white dude who like goes into like a black neighborhood, he has to pass through. He ends up getting into some altercation, and now he kills this guy. Now
Cal, hold on.
everybody
I'm
want to make
confused.
it like it's a
saying
racist
that?
thing.
Are you saying that like progressive media never reports on gang violence and shootings? That left-leaning politicians
pretty true,
or
though.
activists
Dude, I just
don't
please,
care about
son,
urban
listen,
development and don't care
dude.
about safe
Forget
streets?
about
That
what
they
I
don't.
say. Just look at what is happening. You
No,
just
listen.
agreed
Do
with
you know
me.
that Black
You
Lives Matter?
no,
Cal, listen.
You
Cal,
just
do you know
agreed
that
with
Black
me.
Lives
was me.
Matter?
Dude,
Cal,
you
do you
just
know that
agreed
Black
with
Lives
me.
Matter
Dude,
had
so I don't
anti-gun
care about
violence
Black Lives
campaigns in the inner
Matter.
cities?
I
It
don't
should,
care
because it
about Black.
refutes your assertion. It
What?
refutes your assertion.
Oh my God. You won't even let
BLM
me
worked to
finish.
reduce gun violence in Colorado and
Yeah, they work to
Chicago,
reduce.
for example.
Where is
Most
Black Lives Matter
gun-related
now?
crime is
Where,
actually
wait, tell us,
that
hold
that
on,
is
Let him in. Where the hell is Black Lives Matter now?
I mean, they're
one of
still
them's
loosely
dead.
organized. I guess they're not taking to the streets even
Yep.
after another white supremacist school shooter in
Even
Colorado.
when you say that, you prove my point. This is why I tell people, son, I'm saying like this is like no offense. Do not try to be allies to black people, son. Just don't do it. You trivialize and you make us look stupid like we need people's help. When you even
It's
talk about,
PragerU brain.
oh, Black Lives
PragerU brain.
Matter did XYZ, that means you only started to give a F at that point because a group became popular. When
No,
people have to live this
Javon.
shit every day. I don't give a
Javon,
F
black
about Black
people
Lives
can't
I
do it
don't
by
Matter.
understand.
themselves.
I don't understand. Do you want
Well,
support for the cause or don't you? I'm not under. I
No,
don't even know what your
no, you
position
missing.
is.
okay,
You know
okay,
he
okay.
does.
Can I get in
Javon,
here?
Javon,
You're not
one of the
gonna do
reasons
it.
why,
Oh man,
like,
son.
I personally was brought, because, like, yes, Black Lives Matter did bring a lot of attention to a lot of issues. I
Yeah,
was
that's
one of
all
those
they
people
did.
who they brought a lot of those things up. Sure, you could argue that it was because they became popular, but that wasn't the reason. The reason is that they were actually able to actually push out, right, the information that a lot of people were missing, right, that we didn't know about, and that's what changed. Like, a lot of that information at that time, to me, seeing this big ass movement made it show that it's a much bigger problem than I originally thought, even though I'd seen it circulating on the news some.
Well, the thing too
Yeah, I
is
don't know.
most gun-related violence that's reported by the news is going to be in the inner city, black on black crime. It's just mentioned in passing. LaQuisha Jones, a toddler in East St. Louis, was shot in a drive-by shooting. Right. The thing is, if you hear that every day at fucking
Yes, it
5
becomes
o'clock and 6 o'clock,
mundane.
you don't care. But the thing is, even in the black communities, they had protests like constantly. Walk for justice, time to change. They have
Exactly.
these community leaders. Nobody gives a fuck, right? So it makes sense that Black Lives Matter would try to. I don't agree with them, but if you want to actually mobilize a political movement, you're going to focus on things that people aren't apathetic to. which is like topical George Floyd, Michael Brown, Trayvon
They
Martin.
didn't do shit, man. They didn't do shit.
Listen,
They
Cal,
sold
when you say that
T-shirts.
we don't give a fuck about these gang killings and inner city black people being killed, we don't give a
Nobody
fuck
does.
about it because it's not convenient to our narrative. You're just wrong. Look at the
I
journalism.
didn't
You're just
say
repeating
because
these
it's
parrot points.
inconvenient to your
Cal,
narrative.
listen. You're
I
just repeating the points like Charlie
Oh my
Kirk
gosh.
parroted, and you're just ignoring the fact that this
Like
does get
Charlie
covered in
Kirk parroted
progressive
again.
and
You
democratic
think
media.
that Charlie Kirk parroted it, and then so black people started saying it? You see what I mean? Y'all act like black people don't have these conversations beforehand. You make us sound like we like
You're missing
mindless
the
like
point.
toys walking around.
You're
Charlie
missing
Kirk
the
is
point.
30 years old, dude. What do you think black people was talking about before he came along?
I'm saying that this
Oh
is the
my
salient point because of the
boys,
title of
get
the
off the
room.
streets, young
Talking about
Man,
Charlie
boys.
Kirk is the
PnR.
title of the
I gotta
room, bro.
this is like
And you just said that we don't give a fuck when these gang shootings happen
this
in
is
inner
what
cities. And they're
happens
telling you,
We
Cal,
when
don't.
stop
people
No one
try
interrupting.
does.
too
Stop
hard to be
interrupting.
allies.
Nobody
Stop
does.
Stop
interrupting,
doing it,
Cal.
and stop
We're telling
doing
you
it.
that we do care. We do care, and it's reflected in the
No,
journalism
you don't.
of even people like
No,
CNN,
it's
which is
not.
not my favorite. Don't rely upon them, but even they're talking about this stuff and have been.
It's not.
It's just
It's not
wrong to say we
reflected.
don't care about it.
Yeah,
No,
reporting
he's
is
right.
not the same thing as caring. They're a
Well, say
news
we ignore
outlet.
it because it's not part of our narrative. We ignore it. No, we don't.
Dude, it's a news outlet. What are you talking about?
What are you
They get
talking
paid
about?
to talk about it.
But so you agree they're not ignoring it?
Oh my gosh, dude, they get
Oh,
paid
your
to talk
God.
about it.
So now you're shifting the goalposts. It's about money?
Well,
This is what
in
it's
many
just something you're not
cities,
gonna
they're,
understand.
No,
they're
now
Son.
you're
You're
actually.
stumbling on your words
not
because
gonna
what you
go
said
over
was
your
bullshit
head, son.
and
You're not. You
transparent.
don't get it, son. You don't have no idea what I'm saying.
In many cities, they're actually
Because there's
required
nothing to be
to cover
got.
it.
It's incoherent what you're saying. There's nothing to be got.
Let's ask a clarifying question. Does anyone here disagree with the notion that the race hustlers of our time, that those who make an issue out of racial homicides, predominantly do so at the national level, either in one direction exclusively, or they minimize or trivialize when it is black on black violence?
100%.
Does anyone here disagree with that statement? I don't think that's a crazy statement to make.
It's not, and it's actually true. We can see it. It happens right in front of us.
I might disagree.
I
I'm
don't
half
think
paying attention to the links that you posted, Cracker.
I don't think that they intentionally trivialize it. I just think they know no one gives a fuck, and so they're not going to waste energy on it. And if people say like this leftist guy, you care or CNN cares, CNN doesn't care, dude. Many local publications, especially newspapers, are required to cover a number of these cases.
The
I
claim is that they're ignored.
I think
They're not
left-wing
ignored.
politicians care a lot more than right-wing politicians.
Let me prove
They're
something
Even
activists.
if they don't care as much as like these white shootings or something.
So let me prove something to you all. I submit to
No.
you that they care when it is expedient
I
to
submit to
do
you that you're
so
being manipulated.
based on their pocketbook. Okay? And so I'm going to give you an example of this. Okay? We have Eric Garner, who's killed in New York in a horrible way. He's laid on top of. He goes into cardiac arrest. This is for selling loose cigarettes. And his daughter, Erica Garner, is actually the person that started the slogan, I can't breathe, right? This is where it comes from. Okay. We have a gentleman
Smoke
named
inhalation.
Tony Tempa, who's a white guy, who dies on camera in almost exactly the same way. He's laid on top of, he tells the cops he can't breathe. Moments later, he's dead. Now, I'm going to say to you that most of you never heard of Tony Tempa, but he was on camera. Okay. Furthermore, I will say that the reason
All cops are
it's
bad.
not
What's your point?
if you speak again, you'll be muted.
Holy
Furthermore,
shit,
I will
dude.
submit to you that you've not heard of him, even though it was on camera, because he was white. And so, what I'm going to say is that you're going to hear about these people when they're black, and it's perceived to be a racial injustice in the direction of white police doing something to black people mainly. Why? Because it sells more. It's more clickable. Okay, and now I'm going to demonstrate this with a real boogeyman. Okay, I'm going to put this in the side chat. There is a
Yo, you got to
case.
be more concise.
I need you to stop talking. There is a case. Some of you need an attention span longer than a SpongeBob fucking commercial, retard. Anyway,
You're just fucking going
there is
on
a.
and on, dude.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
holy shit.
Do I need to mute you? Okay.
Yeah,
Hold
just
on.
hurry it up.
Do you know who Daniel Shaver
There
is?
is a case that I just put in the side chat where 6 Mississippi police officers go to a house of 2 black men. They go inside, off duty, by the way. They go inside, they harass these men, they beat the shit out of these men. They do a mock execution on these men. They put all white cops, by the way. They put the gun in the guy's mouth. They pull the trigger, and it goes off. Wasn't supposed to. They then leave them in anguish, both beaten, tied up on the floor. They go outside the house, and then they talk amongst themselves about how they will set these black men up. Now, this is in Mississippi. This was recent, and this was a horrible, completely motivated by race
Are you
hate
almost
crime.
done?
Shut up, bitch.
Dude, listen to the effing. Yo, son, what is wrong with y'all?
Completely
Son.
motivated by race crime. This is as bad as it could get. This is the worst case scenario that you could imagine for 6 in Mississippi, by the way, cops. Now,
Bro, you're just long-winded.
why? Let me help you out, ho.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah, he's not even here, son.
The
He can't even like.
Cracker
reason
though.
that
Do
none of
you
you
know
have
who
ever
Daniel
heard about
Shaver
this
is?
case, the reason that none of you have ever heard about this case and why it wasn't sensationalized is because there's no video of it. So if it happens on video where they can get the clicks, and if it
Yeah.
happens to black people where they can promote the angle of hate, you will hear about it. This case is the real deal. This is the real police boogeyman. They have all their testimonies, they have all their text messages. They talked amongst themselves about why they were doing this. It was 100% motivated on the fact that these men were black. Okay?
Cracker Barrel, you
But
just blew my effing mind, son.
yeah, dog, it's wild. But you won't hear about it. And this
You
is
just
like
blew my
real
mind,
lynching
bro.
type shit, right? It's super
Yeah.
rare, but when it happens, why wouldn't you hear about this?
Dog, this is nuts.
CNN.
I'm saving. I gotta save this article. I never heard of this, son. This is
Yeah, I
crazy.
encourage everybody to read this case because this case blew my mind, frankly. I mean, the details of this case are horrific, the shit they did. I mean, they beat these
Yeah,
men to death. I mean, yeah.
this is crazy, son. Wow. This is like, yeah.
Is that the Mississippi case you guys are reading?
Correct.
Yeah, isn't that bonkers?
It is.
And the fact that
nuts.
it's relatively recent. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
March
Absolutely bonkers.
2024.
I read about it this morning. Yeah, and I read it's holy cow. Yeah, I can't even.
Wait,
And
AP, I was told that you wouldn't have heard about it.
Can
I
I
was
say
told that
anything?
I just heard about it.
swept under the rug. No one knows about this, AP.
What about the Daniel
I just
Shaver
heard about it.
thing?
There's no
I just heard about it.
reason to
Yeah,
try
but
to minimize what I'm saying. What I'm saying
Exactly.
is
He
very
trying to.
obvious.
Oh, you read it this morning, so you heard about it. Yeah, more than a year and a half later. You know what the hell he means when we say we don't hear
yeah, I
about
don't.
it. Like, come on, son.
There was some evidence that. Well, I don't know evidence.
You guys are all
People have been
agreeing
saying that
with the
it is
fact that
something that.
all cops are bastards.
Well, no, I don't mean that.
Yeah,
I just meant that there's some
That's not
indication
even
that
the point of the. Oh,
That's not what I'm
there's some
saying
indication
at
it's been
all. That
minimized.
has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
What about Daniel Shaver? He got shot in the hotel lobby or like the hallway.
None of these cases matter.
This is not
and none of it
like
should
that case
affect
at
your
all. This
political view.
is
Not
and
the
I don't know.
ones, not the right ones. They're just people being killed. That's it. Shit happens. The world's evil.
Well, not this Mississippi case. That's not just. This is bonkers.
So I'm also going to put in the side chat now the Tony Tempa case. And what I would like anyone to do is to compare the footage from the Tony Tempa case to the footage from the Eric Garner case. And if you don't remember the Eric Garner case, like I said, it's online.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, it was in New York.
By the way, just
People
giving
should know.
what's the topic? I apologize. I heard about this crazy case, but what's the topic? Or is there contention or just talking about it? I don't mean
When you came in, we were talking about the idea that there are basically race hustlers that kind of pick and choose what narrative that they promote, and it's done based on, in my opinion,
You can't like
race
do
and
any kind of self-reflection on that.
so
wait a minute, who does what now?
the idea
But
that the
what
narrative that's being you just have to listen, dog.
Okay.
he
Sorry.
he
Go
thinks
ahead.
that
You're
people
right.
are dishonestly like
No,
raising
no,
certain
no.
cases up to like heighten racial
It's
issues or
projection
tensions.
at its finest.
Actually, I
Yeah,
said
but
because
Well,
it
yeah.
and
gives
he's
them.
wrong. And
I
he's
said
I
it
don't think
because
he's
it makes
That
them
I don't
money.
think this case stands for that.
Actually, what I said was they promote the cases that are the most clickable. That's actually what I
okay.
said.
But
Well,
it
that's
could
news in
be
general.
but
News does
it
that in
could
general.
It's not
it
you
could
right now, though. Of
it
course
could be
not.
it could be the case that you are correct and that black like people of color are disproportionately killed as well. Both of those things could be the case. There are race hustlers that do that, that use it for their own political gain, and people of color are disproportionately killed by police, et cetera. Both of those things could be true,
I
correct?
agree. I'm not even arguing
Yeah.
that
Okay.
the
That
second
seems to
point
be
is
true.
not true.
Yeah, as far as we know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That
You
tends
say
to
fair
get
enough,
lost.
but
Yeah,
Want to say
Jason, that's a
briefly?
good point, but that tends to get lost in the fact that the right and left really argue with each other about these things. Like so because that's not
Well,
the
and
point of the people like say somebody like Cracker Barrel. That's not the point is not to say it does not happen. That argument from the left. Which is
All right, I just
probably
want to
a
say
more
quickly.
interesting conversation. Yeah.
I want to say quickly, going back to the conversation before about school town halls and school board meetings and reading books out loud and restrictions and protections for children from inappropriate materials. This is the third link now I'm posting, and Cracker, you'll recognize the story that you linked as evidence of your point, your claims. If you actually go into the details, like I said, you see that this book was available to high school age students. Okay. And it was not elementary school students. And there were procedures for people to submit formal complaints and reviews, just like in the previous link I did before. So this is what happens when I researched this in the past. These hyperbolic and moral panic claims, no, they don't. They fall apart upon closer scrutiny.
don't.
It's not young
Explain what he said,
elementary
retard.
school kids
What do-
that are being targeted or no, it's not. I'm showing you that there are restrictions and
You're
protections.
refuting something.
That these are
It's
high
like he's a
school
broken
age
AI
texts.
chatbot.
No, it just
he's
I'm
pushing
refuting his
back on
claims.
moral
It's
panic.
totally legitimate.
That's what it
You're
sounds like.
not.
Totally
He's
legitimate.
tracking.
Nobody's
just
claiming
like
that
Bama
all
was
of
saying
these
before
school.
too.
Nobody's
Just like
claiming that
Bama
these
was
were
saying
all
before too.
elementary school. Oh my God. Nobody's claiming that these were all elementary school kids.
You were all fixated on the children in grades up to like 5 and 6 in the elementary schools. Yes, you were. That was your primary fixation.
My position. I don't know about Bama's position. I want to be clear about my position.
You only said it
My
3,000
position
fucking
is,
times.
I know, but you keep misrepresenting it with your
No,
refutation. So
did not. He was
let me be
misrepresenting these cases. He was misrepresenting these cases.
My position is there is no reason to have non-curriculum books in the library that are open for children to check out, that are explicitly sexual in
They're
their
not
nature,
open for all children
or
to check out. You're wrong about that.
or describe any sexual activity. I don't believe they should be on the shelf. I don't believe they should be in the school. I don't believe there's any reason for them to be available to children in any way, whether you get written permission or otherwise.
Yeah, you want the world to be as ignorant as you are.
I want
of course,
the
that's
library. I want the libraries to be void of sexually explicit materials that say, "Have you eaten
Good.
any pussy
Me too.
today?
Sure.
No. Have you sucked any dick today? No. I don't know how to
Holy
suck a dick.
cow.
How do you suck a dick?
What library do you
let
go
me,
to?
Let me explain to you how to suck a dick.
What
Hurts to
library
hear
do
that,
you
right?
go to where you teach? Holy cow.
So, well,
and also,
what
once again,
the
tactic of them reading these things out loud.
What I would suggest you do is for the person that asked that question, scroll up to the video where the gentleman is reading it to the school board. It's quite a ways up there, and he
Yeah,
has
and
a
post
shirt
my
on,
read my link also.
and he has a shirt on that says #1 Dad.
Well,
and when he's
Yeah.
reading
without the context, that's sort of meaningless.
and when
though.
he's
I mean,
reading,
if
well,
the
and read
context
my
is the
link
fact
for the context.
the context.
he's
Read
reading
my
a book
link for the
that
context.
is not available to
Is,
children.
okay, if
This
you
is
shut
just,
the fuck
this
up,
is
I
just
can
moral
tell you
panic.
the context. Shut
Definitely
up.
pushing back.
I can tell you the context very simply. The context is it is a book that was in the school library. That's the context. Now,
Sure, they hide lots of
No,
things
it's
in
more than
libraries.
that.
great.
Holy
Well,
cow! It's called
the
books.
point is, this parent was reading this book to the school board to see if whether or not what they thought that the content of this book was appropriate. And guess what? The school board didn't think the content was very appropriate. And the content of the book went something like this. Hey, do you know how to suck a dick? No, I don't know how to suck a dick.
Look,
Oh, you don't want to hear that? You don't want to listen
the
to that?
expansion of the vulgarity isn't really making your point well.
Well,
This is
it's not.
what he's getting at is
It's not an
it's a
expansion.
moral panic issue.
It's a quote.
It's essentially
sir.
someone is trying to create a solution.
You're complaining about vulgarity in this VC, but you want it in a kid's library, you fucking weirdo.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what I said, Akila. Great straw man. Great straw man.
Well, the point is, I had hoped that by me quoting what the father was saying, you would get the understanding of why this is a big deal.
Look,
Cracker,
no one
what you still
disagrees.
don't grasp.
There's inappropriate material that children shouldn't read. Question is, are they reading it? And if the answer is no, then this is moral panic nonsense.
The question is,
Cracker, that's what you don't get. This whole technique of reading out loud, Cracker, I'll take
in
a
the
turn.
school library at all? That's the question for me as a parent.
Cracker, the whole technique, this was also part of the discussion. The whole technique of reading these books out loud so that the school board asks them to stop because there might be kids in the room under the age that these books are available in the libraries. There might be kids watching at home. Under the age at which students have access to these books with parents' permission at the libraries. That's the whole point. The parents actually were being more sloppy and reckless in reading those things out loud at the Board of Ed meetings over the air, more reckless than the library policies, more reckless than the library policies. That was my point, and I'm vindicating myself. Link after link after link.
Let me shut this dude up. He's saying that the books that are inappropriate for adults to read out loud to other adults are appropriate to be in the classroom. Listen, these are not in the curriculum.
You're saying he's saying that. I don't think he's saying that. I don't think anyone's saying that.
Okay.
Just let him finish. Jesus, I just want to hear what he has to
They're
say.
not in the curriculum.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a long way.
They are not in the curriculum. They are in the library. They are made for children to be able to check out. My contention is very simple. If they have sexually explicit material that talk about, let me teach you how to suck a dick, regardless of any educational value that you may think lies within those books, I feel as a parent that there is no reason for those to exist in the library. That is my position as a parent.
Oh, there you go. Okay, now you guys can respond. See, he finished.
Took a while though. Now it's like the third time.
Well, but stop complaining about that. Like, okay, what's your
but he mischaracterized it again.
Okay, well then address that. Then
I'll
respond.
respond.
Okay, then
I'll
respond.
respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Cracker mischaracterized this again by saying, "Oh well, adults can read this to adults, but why can't children? Why should they have access to it in school?" No, it's an adult reading it out loud in a public meeting where there could be children present in the room or watching at home who are below the age at which this book is assigned in the library sections or given parental controls. So the library and policies have better protections than these like TPUSA and Moms for Liberty activists were exercising with their own failed protest. All right. There were mechanisms to submit complaints and review processes, and those continued. And some books actually were removed, and I could grant cases in which they should be. I never said in all cases the schools are 100% right, but in case after case after case that circulates through libs of TikTok and on fucking Tucker Carlson and Prager University and Jordan Peterson, all of these things you get down to the gritty, granular details,
how would your
and you
daughter
see
ever
how they lack
learn
discernment.
how
It
to
is
suck
part
my
of the moral
dick
panic.
otherwise?
How are these books being curated? How are
they being curated?
Is it negligence or is it intentional?
If you read some of the links that I posted, you'll read some of the links that I posted. There's information about the recommendation of these books.
I put a link in the bottom chat and this is the one that I put first, but I just relinked it in the bottom right now. If you actually, that's not it. I'll get it. But if you go and you look at the video that I'm about to put in chat, what you will very clearly see is that there are no children in this audience, so that's nonsense. And if this gentleman is expecting us to
Watching
believe
at home.
that small
Watching at
Well,
home.
school boards are
children,
open to the public.
that small
School board meetings
children,
are open to the public.
and if this gentleman would expect us to
Ladies.
believe that small children are sitting at home watching a school board meeting, okay, this is nonsensical.
That's what I was doing when I was 8 years
It's
old.
either
What are
one
you
of two
talking about?
things. Either you support this type of material that is non-curriculum.
No, that's
that
not
is
one. That's not one of the two things. No,
well,
you can be.
as
You can
soon
make a
as I
point less
listen,
carelessly than they
I
made
don't
it.
know if you
That's
know
the
how
point he's
this
making.
works, but you have to let me
I
finish
kind
the
of do.
sentence. Okay, great.
Oh, sorry. You're right. Go ahead.
So it's
Sorry.
one
You're
of
right.
two
I apologize.
things. Either you do support non-curriculum, sexually explicit material being in a library, in a public school, with whatever checks and balances you believe are in place when it comes to who can view that material, or you don't. Now, I don't support it. And I don't care what the checks and balances are. There's no
No Bible.
educational purpose for there being a book in a school
Bite your tongue.
that
So we're
says,
dropping the Bible.
here's how
We're
to suck
dropping
a
the Bible,
dick.
right? Right. We're dropping the Bible, right?
So
The
Because it's
Bible's
got
been
really
out of
lewd.
schools for the longest, bro. Stop trying
No,
to make
no, it's
like,
the
dude, what are you
Bible's
talking
in
about?
libraries.
you're muted
Oh,
for
is
trying
it
to
a part of the
compare.
curriculum? Yeah, exactly.
You're
Yeah.
muted for trying to dishonestly compare the Bible to a book that is teaching children how to suck dick.
Exactly.
So,
Bible has graphic
Bible's got
violence
some
and
pretty
sexual
racy stuff in it.
I have zero tolerance for dishonesty here.
I don't know why you guys can't just have a reasonable conversation about it. You get over talking, just like you want to push back on what the guy's saying, then push back intellectually on the issues that he's saying.
That's fair.
Agreed.
That's fair.
When you
But I
say
do think the Bible does have some pretty racy stuff in it. I think you want to be careful what threads you pull on.
It sounds like he's saying that these
Thread
books
to
are
go
available.
through?
It sounds like he's saying these books are available in the library. The gentleman goes up to the school board and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to read what's in the library. Are you offended at this? Because guess what? Those books are available to children." And so if the books aren't available to children, if we're like, look, they're in the library, but the librarian restricts access to kids and only assigns it, then that's a response. You could respond in that way. But if the kid could just walk in the library and
Exactly.
go up and grab the book, then I don't know. I mean, maybe
they can't.
They can't.
maybe
Now,
maybe they
Torn, you
can't.
just made a good point. Can I make a?
Maybe they
Let me
can't.
back up what you're saying, right?
Look at the
If-
link I posted after Cracker.
Okay.
Look at the link I
in
posted after him.
All right, in the video Cracker posted at the end, the news station makes a further point that if the parents want a particular book that is read in class to not be read to their student, then their student can be given a different book while the rest of the class reads what the teacher gives them, which means that these books are being read to the kids in class.
Not necessarily, no. Not necessarily,
Oh my
no.
gosh. In this case, I'm talking about this particular video that Cracker posted.
They're saying that in
Oh
general,
my,
if a
dude,
parent
listen,
objects to
slow
any
down,
book,
slow down.
if
Look, dude, you
parent
can't get
objects to
around the
any
language
book,
in the video. That's what I'm talking about. It's
your
the clear
your
implication
inference
that
is flawed. Your inference is flawed. Okay,
dude,
just
if
because
they're reading the book somebody says if you don't want your kid to have this read to them in class, they can have a different book given to them. What does that mean? What does that mean about what is being done with the other kids in the class?
Okay,
But
did
there
you
are
read the link
other
that I
books
posted?
that could be controversial that could be excluded at the parents'
No, I mean
behest.
the rest of the kids are reading what the teacher gives them. Meaning the other parents did not object to the whatever book is being read.
That's the parent's
That the
choice.
one kid
That's
who
the
doesn't
parent's
have
choice
the
to
book,
allow their
that parent
kids.
objected to it.
The parent's choice to give their consent to what the school curriculum book reading.
You listen what
and
I'm
it doesn't
saying.
mean that it's this book that the parent was reading. At this
Dude,
meeting.
follow the flow of the conversation. Torn just made a good
I
point.
am better than you.
No, Torn just made it.
You're wrong about this, Cal. You're wrong because
Cal, listen. Here's the link.
If
Parents who don't want their children to access
shut the fuck up. I
specific
was
types
speaking.
of books.
I was speaking. Hello, excuse me. Right. If a teacher is giving a class a book and they're reading it collectively, it's a part of the curriculum. Now, were these pedophile books a part of the curriculum, or were they just in the library,
That's the
technically
point that I was
accessible?
trying to make. Yeah, because Jason made a point. Like, if it's in the library and the kids can just freely go and get it, then that might be a bad thing. My point is to further his point. That is past it just being in the library for anybody to go get. That is in the class. Because they made a rule, and the link to all of the schools rules about the library and stuff in the books is in they linked it in the website in the video.
No, Cal.
Right on
No,
from
you're
the media.
misunderstanding the
Dude,
inference there.
I just watched the
And you
why you keep cutting me
misunderstood
off?
it.
I just watched the video.
There's a pause in your sentence.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What the article actually says, if you read the link that I gave and I posted about 4 times, what it says is, if a parent doesn't want their child to read a certain book in class, the district says a teacher can give them something else to read instead. It doesn't mean this book that the father was quoting from was part of the assigned curriculum.
That's not the point that I was making.
Then you weren't making a coherent point. Because this book can be in the library,
He
only
can't stop
accessible to
talking.
certain
You're
ages
so quick to
with
defend this stuff. You
parental
won't even let me
consent.
finish talking.
This book can be in the library, only
Let
available to
Cal
certain
explain, dude.
ages
He's
with
not gonna let
parental
me say.
consent.
He's not gonna let me say it.
No,
He's not gonna let me
listen,
say it.
they're not. They're going. Listen, they're not going to let you say it because they will die on the hill of having this material
Truth.
accessible to children, rather than just saying. But I do want to say this one thing: this dude's not a parent, right? Most parents that I know in here, and I know a lot of people in here very well. Most parents that I know in here, left or right, are not okay with their kids being around this
You don't have a monopoly on this issue. It's not just a parent's
This
issue.
dude is in a minority position on this issue, but I enjoy letting him make the
Not
position.
nationally, I don't think.
I enjoy letting
Across the
him make
country.
the position because people need to see that these types of people
Exactly.
are out here in our
Exactly. That's why I'm letting him cut me off. It's funny we thinking the same thing without even saying it. And you know what he's gonna try to do, Cracker? He's gonna say, you as a parent don't have a monopoly on these moral issues, right? But I
just
agree
said,
with
yeah.
you, and guess what? I am nowhere near being a parent. I have no
Yes,
kids
we
out
agree.
there.
Parents
I
don't have a
got no
monopoly on
kids.
it.
Okay,
Yeah, we
so
agree.
my
Parents don't have a
point is that
monopoly.
doesn't mean that you become right just because you're not a parent and you disagree.
I never said that.
I'm not.
I never
I'm also
argued
not
that.
a parent, and I agree with him.
Parents
And you
So to
never made
help
that
with your
bullshit
idea,
argument
wait. Parents don't have a monopoly on what's given to their children.
That's not what I said. Parents don't have a monopoly on this whole
Is
issue
that
as
not
far as
literally what he just
accessibility
said?
of books and its impact on the country and the moral panic to portray librarians as groomers and have them arrested if not killed. That we all have a stake in that. Children or none.
First of all,
But
I
hold
wouldn't have
up,
even thought to blame the librarian.
Yeah.
Then
You
you're
just go
unfamiliar with the legislation that tries to get them arrested. That was
But
also in the
real,
manifesto.
How are these books
real,
being curated?
just putting
Has
aside,
anyone answered that
putting
yet? Is it
aside, who's putting these books in the library? If you were a
Read the
child
links I
trafficker,
gave. I gave links for it.
If you were a child trafficker, would you expect the kid to know everything that's in that book so you can profit off it?
What?
I'm saying, like, these books are the kind of material you'd expect a child sex trafficker to have in their possession so as to teach
You
the
don't know
kid.
shit about educational value. These aren't pornographic grooming
are
materials.
Why are kids being taught how to perform all varieties of fetish moves?
What
Can you
age do you
explain
think they're
why?
being taught that? What age do you
Now,
think?
I'm asking you for the rationale. Why are kids being taught those materials?
That's a loaded question.
No, it's not.
You're right.
let
It's
me-
loaded
let
with
me-
a whole
It's a-
lot of fucked up
yeah.
in it. Yeah, you're right.
If you have a book that says blowjobs
I
for
mean,
idiots
is it so that
101,
they're
why is that
more
book being
cultured?
given to
Is it a
high
matter
school?
of being more cultured or having more refined tastes? Or is it like being more literate? Or what is the rationale for this material?
Rationale is that at age-appropriate levels, it can teach them about sexual autonomy, about sexual identity,
Why isn't that not
reducing
up to the
stigma
parent?
against because some teenagers are gay and trans, and they shouldn't have to suffer through stigma, and they should
We need
understand
less of
stories of
that.
other adolescents,
Quit
corrupting our
fictional
children
or
or real,
homo.
fictional or real, who had stories like them. All other
How
stories
is
that
them reading about like trans things or like them sucking how to suck dick? How is that going to change the stigma against
let me
trans?
reply. Let me reply to
These
Real
are
Guy.
these are all the
Real Guy.
hyperboles and exaggerations, which is part of the moral
Yeah.
panic. You are speaking with such
Real
little
Guy.
discernment about the specifics of the
Real Guy.
cases.
Real Guy, to address the points, which were good points that you raised, would it not be more direct to teach the kids about morals regarding not treating, say, people who are different poorly? Like just
Sure,
address
that's
the
all
morals.
consistent. That's all consistent.
Okay.
It's not. It doesn't compete with educationally appropriate books for adolescents or children learning age-appropriate sex ed.
Yeah, but real, I mean, it's like teaching respect for women to young boys doesn't require to teach them how to properly wash one's breasts, like wash a woman's breasts.
Sure, but it can
Or
teach them things about how to date or how to court or how to not pressure or not how to not take advantage when they're unconscious. Like there are a number of age-appropriate lessons that can be communicated through just
You can
verbal
have
teaching, but
those
also
lessons in a
through
story
fiction
without the
and
story
through
going into
illustrations that are
describing how you
age-appropriate.
take somebody's pants down to
Hold up.
perform fellatio.
Who
Yeah,
decides?
Cal,
Hold up, hold
what
up.
students do you
Hold
think are
up.
getting that
Hey,
book? What
focus,
students do you think have
focus.
access
You
to that
just
book?
said something. I want
You
you
tell
to.
me,
I want
Cal.
you to backtrack on a second. Who decides when it is age appropriate for a child to receive information about sex? Who gets to decide
Ultimately,
that?
the parent.
Does the
The
do
legal
they?
guardian,
Do they?
ultimately.
Because I just
Ultimately,
read
the
your
legal guardian.
whole article that you were so insistent that I read, and you know what it says? It's
Yep.
amazing because I don't think you read it. Because what it very clearly says is
I did.
the kids do have access to these books, and it's only if the parent sends in a request that says, I have a concern about this book. Now, here's a question.
Right.
How many parents, right, okay, you're about to look like a moron. How many parents know the content and the titles of all the books in the library?
Any parent can go check
How many
the materials and they can.
How many parents know? I'm not asking you because I know you're going to say some Narnia nonsense. How many parents know the content and the titles of all the books in the library?
You don't have to. You can talk to the librarian and
what
say,
they're
"Talk to
saying
me
to
before
you,
giving
what
my
they're
kid
saying,
books."
shut up when I'm talking. So what they're saying is, hey, parents, if you happen to go through our entire library at the school and you happen to find a book that's wildly inappropriate for children, you can, and I quote, submit a form and it will be reviewed by a library committee. And in the meantime, that book
One
will stay in
method.
circulation.
One method, not the only method.
So they're disparaging this man for coming
For
up
anybody
and
who has a
reading this to
complaint.
the school board. And by the way, no kids involved here. This is complete Narnia nonsense about kids being in the audience.
They could be watching at home or watching
Absolutely
feeds
incredible,
recorded later
man.
on. You don't know that.
And when you
don't
read
know
his
that.
and when you read his article that he insisted we read, no checks and balances at all. The only way
Bullshit.
the parent can stop the kid from reading the material is if the parent knows about it ahead of time.
Bullshit.
Now isn't that
It's
amazing?
not the only method.
So, yeah, I mean,
Man,
I
this
don't
is
know, man.
sad, son.
It
This
is
is always the beginning of a downfall of a society when they start
Fuck do
messing
you know
with
about
kids. It's
society?
always, son. Human beings is like so predictable, man. It's incredible, son. As soon as we start messing with language to change the definition of things, we start justifying anything, and it always falls on messing with kids. I don't know why, son. Like, it's just nuts. Like Sodom and
Cal, do
Gomorrah,
you
the
know?
Middle Ages, Rome.
Well,
Cal, you
maybe
know
it's
it when
because
black men were getting the vote
maybe
and were being enfranchised and
Who
freed in the
Cal,
talking
United
about
States.
black? What are you
We don't
talking
talk
about?
about.
Cal,
Who
Cal,
talking
perhaps
about
Yep.
we've
black?
reached
Oh, man,
Cal,
son.
Cal,
guys
perhaps we
think
have
the
reached
people
a
listening.
saturation
It's that
point.
tactic. It's that tactic.
Cal,
Always
When
go
Cal,
black
back
when
to
black
like.
men in the United
right?
It's
States
like
were
three
given their
people
rights
talking. I
after
can't hear.
slavery,
Oh my gosh.
when black
I'm trying to
men
reply to Cal raised something, which is Cal. Perhaps they're moving to kids because they've reached saturation point with the adults. There's no more adults left to
Thank
pervert.
you, Aquila. You'll get what I'm saying.
horse
Yeah.
When
shit.
you
Cal,
start going so far and inventing new things to do, you get like it becomes mundane. Like just like the point we was making about the crime on the news and stuff like that. It's just normal. You gotta
No,
keep
Cal,
finding
listen.
new ways to get a new high. Like
No,
these people is nuts.
When there's a moral panic, the accusation that you can always expect is that one side is the pedophiles and they are going to go after your kids. And that was the accusation against black men during
Yeah,
interracial marriage.
dude, slow down.
Against
Stop
black
trying
men
to. You
during
see, I hate
interracial
when people
marriage,
do
yes,
this.
it was.
They
That
use
they were a
race as
sexual
an
threat
emotional
to white women and
motivator to
girls.
make me agree with them.
The
Why? Stop.
moral
We're
panic,
not talking about black people. Dude, I'm not stupid, son.
around
Stop trying to
interracial
use that
marriage
point. It's not gonna work.
is
It's not
totally
gonna work.
relevant. The moral
No,
panic
it's
about
not. We're talking
interracial
about
marriage.
children, which is
So
a
am I.
subject way
So am
more
I.
bigger than race. Cut it
So am
out,
I.
son, please.
So am I.
Oh
The
my
moral
God.
panic
real
when it wasn't
guys,
about
you
trans
don't get to
people,
slap
when it
real
wasn't
This is
about
incredible.
listen,
I'm so glad
Fact
like
of
why I
moral
just
panic.
happened to fall into this VC today because y'all
It's
see what's
not moral
happening.
panic. It's
They
just immoral.
always do this, son. They
when
have to
when
go
when
to the
the
black
when
thing
the
and the history of black people to try to
yes,
emotionally
and
motivate you to agree with their
and
point.
Catholics as well, and Catholics also, and pagans during the Satanic Panic.
Yeah, it's like
they
the
were accused of
Catholics.
being
They always the
pedophiles.
scapegoat to make everything evil as well. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
this is
right.
crazy,
He was
son. It's
accused
always the
during
same.
moral panics.
Let me explain.
The
Oh my God, you say moral panic again. I want to mute you. What he's doing here with his filibustering is trying to assert that any time in the past that society has been concerned about something, and then the thing they were concerned about turned out to be benign. And by the way, many of those things that he's questioning, I would question whether or not they actually were benign. But nevertheless, he's using that to somehow necessitate that any time we have these concerns, that they must always turn out to be benign. Now, why the past would dictate the present or the future is beyond me, but that is his assertion. Also, to the gentleman who is going to stay muted because he made the most ridiculous comparison ever, but that brought up the Bible, I will say this: when it comes even to the Bible, I feel I am the one that has a say when my child receives that knowledge as well. Because
Exactly.
while the Bible may not be nudity or some type of soft porn, there are very powerful ideas in the Bible, and I would want
Yeah.
my child to have access to those ideas when they're ready. I would even go to fiction. I read Dune at a very young age, and believe it or not, that book had a very powerful effect on me. And so I believe that the age at which children receive information is very important. I believe the rate of information is important. That's another discussion for another day. But
Yeah.
nevertheless, I feel like I should have control over these controversial topics. And when you say something is age appropriate and we're talking about sex, I don't think that you have the right to determine when it's age appropriate for my child. Sorry.
Imagine some 20-year-old telling you just like some bigot that don't want to let your kids find out about other types of people so that they don't grow up to be bigoted like you. Why do you want to take those books out of the schools? Like,
Well, tell me one child that hasn't grown up to learn about queers, gays, sex. You know what I mean? I mean,
yeah,
they've
due to the
always,
chaos
everybody's
and
always
uncontrollable
grows up.
nature of living in
All right.
society.
We're
That's
just trying to
very
limit the
Well, they're
different.
age at
supposed to
which they
be
That's
can
very
because,
right. Exactly.
that
it's
I mean,
yeah,
corrupting.
there's
that's
a point when they should, and we've always, I think that there's always been parents and just people in general that say no, kids don't need to know about this. And the fact that y'all are talking about these books, I just looked up to see what these books are. So I asked AI, I said, give me just a list of 10 of these books that have been removed out of these children's libraries, and these names of the books themselves, like The Flame, All Boys Aren't Blue, Flamer, Genderqueer, Last Night at the Telegram, Out of
oh
Darkness,
god.
Breathless. All these books, you just look at them and it's like, no wonder they took these things out. They're so full of
Yeah.
sexual, explicit, you know what I mean? Just crazy junk.
No, just go down the rabbit hole on YouTube of people that go to these boards and read the books to the board, like to bring attention to it. Son, it's nuts.
Just
Some of the stuff that's
from
read in these
those
books.
titles,
That's what I'm
just from those,
exposing, that you are just too
just
committed
from
and too
those
dense to
titles,
see the words in front of your face.
yeah, just
Cal,
from those titles, I don't think they would make appropriate reading for an adult, let alone a kid.
No,
Like,
the
what we're trying
one
to
of
do
the
is like
books is
reduce
called.
Puritans. You
I mean,
lame fucking Puritans.
this book is called "This Book Is Gay."
Knock on that
The
music,
other
bitch.
one's called Flamer. I mean, what? I don't know
Gay
how they even
BCs,
got
all
in
this
the
stuff.
library. I mean, who's
I
vetting
take
these
the articles I
books?
linked to understand how they got in the library.
You know, the incredible thing is, like, on the reverse side, if you tell some of these parents we're going to put the Bible back in the schools, the people who want to put these sexual books in the schools would make the points that we're making to keep the
You
Bible
have
out.
no fucking idea of that. No, I think that's so
Oh,
wrong.
I don't have any
You have no fucking
idea,
idea what you're
but you
talking
telling
about.
us about what we think because we don't want these books to the given to the kids.
You're misrepresenting the facts of each of these cases, you dense motherfuckers.
Oh, I believe he's ready to drop the N-bomb. I believe he's ready to do it.
He like right there.
Never came close to dropping
Yo,
an
Cracker
N-bomb.
Barrel.
When
Cracker Barrel, you know what I'm talking about. When a state or like a politician even plays with the language of putting the Bible back in the schools, people start raging, son. They
No,
start
that's like the Ten
raging out.
Commandments in class. The Bible is
To be
typically
fair, I
in
think there's
school
many
and public
good
libraries.
reasons to avoid putting the Bible as
No, I'm not
mandatory
saying we
curriculum in
should.
schools.
I'm not saying we should.
I
I
know.
don't
I'm
think the
just
Bible
saying.
should just
I'm
be
just
willy
saying.
nilly. Yeah, I know.
I
I know.
understand
Yeah.
what Cookie point is.
Yeah, there's reason. Yeah, I think the Bible should not be just put willy nilly in the schools because, for instance, I might be part of one Christian tradition, and I don't want people who I don't know how well they may notice, like they may be putting some tradition about the Bible on my kids that I don't agree with. That might be more dangerous. Like I don't want that to be, right?
So how do you control that, Cal? How would you control that?
I can't
and avoid
control
that
it.
risk?
When it happens, I have to voice an opinion. I have to trust that the people who is meant to protect my kids as well will listen and care about my opinion as a parent, which
And
you
what,
don't give a shit about right now, because you
I
you
do
just
give a shit
saying
about it.
we're bigoted about not wanting these books to given to the kids.
Speaking
You
for
want to
one
remove?
who has
See
more
how this
mouth than
works,
them,
Cracker
though.
Barrel?
Do you want to remove the Bible so that
Cracker
nobody in
Barrel,
that
tell me how
library
I
can
can
access
I
it?
do
understand
care.
all
I
this
just
language I'm
think that we
using.
should
I'm
take away
nowhere
your
near a
right and
parent.
when to let you.
No, I never said parents' right to be superseded.
Maybe I just
There's a
love
difference
kids.
between taking the Bible, Cal. There's a difference between taking the Bible out of the library so that nobody can access it in the library versus you saying to the librarian, "Listen,
The
talk to
Bible
me
doesn't have
before my
pictures
kids."
of penises
Cal,
in
now
it.
you're interrupting. Cal, you're interrupting now. You tell the librarian or the school official, talk to me before my kid takes out books from the library, or I don't want these books available to my child at the library. That's how you can protect your own parental interests, totally valid, and also not deprive other people from access to that book in the library if their parents decide it is age appropriate for their child.
Okay, but the same people that have no problem with these books being in the library or being read to my kids in the class also do not want the Bible anywhere near the school libraries.
Where? Show me
Stop
some.
acting like
Show me some.
that atheism does not run side by side with this increase in like sexualizing some of these books and giving it to kids. This kind of idea that is because Rap Scuttle just proved it. He came in here, nobody was talking about the Bible, and he said, so this also should mean the same thing for the Bible as well. Look, we're
We
not
had
gonna
mentioned
play
the
this
Bible
game like
several
there's
times
not.
in this discussion.
Huh?
We had mentioned the Bible several times, maybe
At the
before you
point
joined this
when Rap
discussion.
Scuttle was mentioning it, nobody was talking about it. We just finished talking about crime and police brutality videos. Cut it out,
Al,
son. Follow the flow of the
revisiting,
conversation.
look at the chat history. We were talking about these issues in sequence several
Dude, Rap
times before
Scuttle
you
came in
joined.
for 30 seconds and interrupted about the Bible. We wasn't talking about the Bible at that point. Follow the
Totally
flow of the
relevant.
conversation. I'll pay attention.
Totally relevant to this conversation.
Oh my
Totally
God.
relevant to this conversation.
Man, you have a nice skill for like reaching for stuff when it's not there. We wasn't talking about the Bible when Rap Scuttle came in.
But Cal, are you making a substantial point or just a trivial point?
I don't know, sir. I think I'm both at this point. I don't know, man.
Yeah, maybe. So, listen, if somebody has a book available at the library, or if they want to submit a petition to have a book reviewed and possibly removed, and they can do that, right? They can do these things. And when you say that this like panic is only like the parents don't have a right to control what their kids say, we're given examples of how if they don't want any particular book read to them in class, the teachers will give them a substitute. Okay, so there are these policies and protections.
Yeah, honestly, dude, I don't even care for philosophizing and intellectualizing about this too much. It doesn't need to be near kids.
It doesn't need to be like what since
It
when
simply does not need to be near kids. I don't know why you're trying to argue for books with nudity to be in the school
Dude, he's
system.
been
Like, why are
arguing
you
it for like
arguing that?
4 hours, and all he's saying is the same
yeah,
shit, which is that
what
you can't.
grand benefit do the gender books have in our schools?
We've asked him that he doesn't
I've
have
already
one.
answered this a few times. I'll answer it again.
All he's
It
going
can
to
be
say is that listen. This is the last time that this argument's going to go in a circle.
Yeah, this is kind of dead.
This dude is going to say that these books that are not part of the curriculum, that are in the library, and that can be seen by anybody because they're on the fucking shelf, it's okay for them to be there. Because if a parent knows about them somehow magically, because they went through every book in the fucking library,
no.
they can stop a child from checking them out. Okay? But these books are on the shelf. What stops the child from pulling them off the shelf and looking
behind the desk also.
Now he's going to argue that they're behind the desk, though I read his article and there's nothing in the article that says that. So he just made that shit up.
Making qualifiers up as you go along.
And then, by the way,
correcting him as he goes along.
I'll make this point again. When you were growing up, if any of you are old enough to remember, and you walked into a store, what books were kept behind the counter? Yeah, exactly.
It's just a
so anyway
conflation. Dumb conflation.
I know it's a conflation. So anyway, and on top of that, his other argument is going to be, well, there's a process. There's a form you can fill out if you disagree with the book being in the library.
Form.
You can fill out a form.
Okay, well,
to his
under
article,
that logic, when you have to go through that process with
Shouldn't
basically
you have to do
any
like a
book,
form to opt in?
I mean,
Because a lot
you
of
could have
parents
a
are
book
busy with
on like
work and
how to
life,
murder
where you have to
people.
fucking figure this shit out.
You should have.
Like, why should that not be in the library? Like a book teaching people how to build bombs or how to murder somebody the perfect way.
Well,
because obviously that doesn't have the type of
what if there was
educational
parents that were down for
he's
that?
pretending
Like, what do you mean?
that there is educational value to be found in books.
There is.
That are explicitly sexual with.
You could say there's educational value in knowing how to build a pipe bomb.
Shut up. They are explicitly
harm
sexual
outweighs it.
with lines like, "Have you sucked a dick today? Do you know how to suck a dick? I don't know how to suck a dick. Can you teach me how to suck a dick?" Okay. These
Like,
are the words.
why do you deem that as important information to know?
These are the words
16,
that
17,
are in the
18
book.
years old.
These are the oh my god.
That can be a discussion.
These are the words that are in the book that he's justifying being in the library, not in curriculum, but in the library. And what somebody else in here tried to ask him, Aquila, I think, what I've asked him multiple times, and I think what even Cal mentioned, was what is the benefit of these books of teaching you how to suck a dick? And whatever educational value that you think you're getting out of these books, does it outweigh the perversion and the fucking nudity, lewdness that you're exposing these kids to? And furthermore, the primary issue, which he will not address because he can't, is why does the school get to have a say in when my child is the age at which they need to be exposed to this type of material? The school should not have a say. So
my first girlfriend would have read that book. She would have not.
That's the whole deal.
That would have been beneficial.
Oh, yo, so y'all wild. Son. Yo, you know what this is like? And during was it Biden's term as the president? Was it during that time? Yeah, it was. There was some kind of like program in New York where they would give like drug addicts like these little packages like with like small doses of like heroin or whatever drug they would use, and the idea was like to wean people off of it, right? Like that's kind of what it sounds like. People doing it anyway, so we need to kind of like guide this thing.
Was it methadone?
But I think
might have been methadone.
Was it probably? I think something like that. People, I mean, I remember watching the videos of people lining up and go like homeless people looking crazy, like going to get this stuff. I'm like, this is like kind of nuts, man. Like, cause
might have been that.
Yeah, so they're already doing it, living a life that is of drug use to some extent outside. So
Yeah, but
what
these
is
people are
this?
so addicted that if they don't get it, they can't perform at like regular activities in society.
No, my point is they're already getting it maybe to some extent on their own, right? So how is you giving them any amount more supposed to wean them off? That's my point. Like I didn't understand the logic behind it.
Who
You
hasn't
see what I'm
made an
saying?
argument? But Cal, who has made an argument that these books are there to wean kids off worse activities?
Well, not
Why are
to
you
wean
talking
them
about?
off. I know I'm not. Yeah, I know I'm not trying
Dude,
to
it's
help.
just the
Like
sodomy.
my
Teaching a child
point
to suck a
is
dick. That's
my
wild.
point is I think that the ideology is like, and maybe I don't know, like some whoever believes in this can tell me if I don't know. But I think the idea is partly because they know this kind of stuff or sexual activity is happening with young people. And maybe because he just said there's educational value in it, right?
Yes.
So, and part of that is because you think that maybe this is already going on with young people, right? Would that be
Partially,
fair?
it can educate people how to be safe and how to delay
Okay,
and the
that
consequences
was what
that
I
can
was
come.
getting
Just
at.
let
All
me answer
right.
your question.
Yeah.
And the consequences, the very real and sometimes graphic and disturbing consequences that young adults should know can follow from pregnancy or sexual assault or disease. Okay,
my
that's
God.
part of it. And I just posted another link. to describe how
Don't
there
they
are
teach
restricted
you that
sections
Yeah,
in
in
but
basic
libraries.
the
They
curriculum?
are
problem
Don't they
is
restricted.
teach you the
That is
basic
one
risks
possible
of sex?
policy. That's
the pro-
one possible
Don't they
policy
already teach
restriction.
you the basic risks
I
of
was a
sex in the
yeah, exactly. I was
curriculum?
about to say they
Like
already
they
teach.
already teach you basic
So
risks
you
of sex.
recognize there's educational value to that type
No,
of
my point
material.
is that we already learn about a very
What?
basic
It's already
danger.
taught though. It doesn't.
Look,
So you
dude,
can
listen.
supplement it and reinforce
No,
that
no,
lesson
no, no,
with
no.
more
You can't
materials.
supplement it with
No,
going further and
that's
teaching them how
insane.
to engage in this stuff,
Listen,
That's
especially
insane.
It's
this
not an
wider
instruction
range.
manual like this. This
Especially
is such a
no, no, no,
such a
no.
narrow
Bro,
dishonest bullshit
distortion.
fucking
these fucking
argument
people are
Yeah.
from the
crazy,
left.
It's not.
bro.
Look at
And
the
I will
link.
tell you
Look at the
why.
link.
Because fuck your link. When I was in fucking school, I
You're
went through
so
fucking,
willfully
shut up,
ignorant.
bitch, when I'm talking. I hate you. Shut up. Can't stand you fucking people. You're fucking evil. You're monsters. What's wrong with our fucking society? Stay away from our kids, you fucking freak. When I went through fucking school and I went through fucking sex ed, we talked about it. But we talked about it in very sterile terms. We had charts and
Yeah.
we had graphs and we had words like
Didn't
penis
you
and
end up becoming a
vagina.
criminal
What we
anyways?
didn't have,
So
shut up. What we didn't have were fucking books that were goddamn illustrated, and we're
Exactly.
talking about this is how you suck a dick. This is how you suck
Yeah,
a dick. Why would
that's my
that
point.
be
Yeah,
necessary? There's
yeah, but
nothing
obviously that
sex ed about that. And for you to sit here and try to pretend like it's anything other than you sick fucking freaks wanting to expose our
Deviancy.
children to
Yeah.
the degeneracy that you fucking thrive on, that you need in order to fucking exist, is fucking bullshit.
exactly. Yeah,
And
Barry, you
that's
just
why
kind of made
we're
my
winning
point.
the
Yeah,
war
why are
I
you
was
against
being too nice
advocating?
motherfuckers.
about the
That's
point. You made
why
Why
my
are
we're
you
point.
shutting you
advocating
down.
for?
That's why we're passing laws against you. That's why we're
Yeah, but
making
why are
you
you
fucking
advocating
go
for a
back into
system
the
that
fucking
failed?
closet where you bitches belong.
Yeah, but I don't
Shut
get
up,
it,
bitch, when
Infinite.
I'm talking, Trick. Shut up.
You won't stop talking.
Well, you will. So, this is a fact. We know this to be true because there's no educational value in what you're doing. You're only doing it because it supports your narrative, your view of the
Sucking the
world.
baba.
That's it. It's the only reason you're doing it.
Yeah,
And
yeah. You basically
I'm
just made
glad
my
you're
point,
losing.
Cracker. Yeah,
I'm glad you're being shut down.
yeah. That was my
Call it
whole
Amen to
losing your
that.
point.
rights. I don't care. I don't
Amen
care.
to that.
That was my whole point. Like, why? When did sex ed
You
become?
guys are like spreading fucking like degeneracy, man. Seriously. Like I'm starting to
Man,
think if you guys are fucking diddlers or something, dude. Like why
All
the
of them.
fuck do you need
Every
that?
single
Why do
last
you need
one.
to expose children to that shit? Be
I mean,
realistic.
all I'm trying to point out is obviously the system that Infinite is in favor of didn't work very well considering that he's a felon. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you this,
What?
since you want to be a smartass. Am I a felon for anything related to
Nothing
sex?
related to children. Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's make sure you clear that up.
That system still obviously didn't teach you well enough that you're advocating for to
check
not
it
be a
out.
fucking
Let's
criminal.
see if that's true.
Me and this guy aren't criminals, by the way.
Let's see.
So
Let's
that's
see if
weird.
that's true.
We're not
Hey,
criminals.
he served his
I
time,
have
bro.
Listen, I have 2 children and 3 grandchildren, and you have your balls clipped where you can't have kids.
Yeah, and you have
So-
felony. You have a felony on your record and work for Amazon.
So what?
Are
He
we
did his
talking
time,
about
bro.
felony
Are we
and work
talking
for
about
Amazon.
sex ed? Are
What do
we
you mean?
talking about sex
You have a
ed?
felony and work for
Are
Amazon.
we
You brought up my balls being
Are we?
snipped.
So
Why does
what?
That's
got to do with sex
So
ed.
what, bro?
What does that have to do with sex ed?
Well,
Pretty sure
Unless
working
you
at
have
Amazon
chopping
is
your
higher
parts
than the
don't
average wage,
belong
bro.
in sex ed.
apparently,
I don't
they
know why
told
you're
you that
dunking on
clipping
him,
your
bro.
balls is going to keep you from having kids. But anyway, it just is the case that I figured out how to make it work and reproduced. So apparently, I did pretty well.
You figured out how to be a felon and still find a good wage. Yeah, I get it.
It's fine. It's fine.
Allow me to play
felony
devil's.
was a mistake I made when I was young. It has nothing to do with this conversation. The fact that you even felt the need to bring it up shows a very lowbrow attempt at making a point when you have no point.
Also, I thought the left loved felons.
Oh, the left
Such
does
So,
love felons.
allow-
Trust me, they do.
Allow me to play devil's advocate here for the gay side. Cracker Barrel, do you think that in any way, if you had known how to suck a dick properly, you may not have committed a crime? This is their reason.
He would have been. Also, he would have been a lot more ready for jail. So.
Ready for jail.
Oh man, that was a well-needed point of levity. Right there. We needed a little.
These are valuable life skills.
No, we needed a little
okay?
levity there.
Yes, keep
If
your
you don't know how
kids
to suck
safe.
dick in
Teach them
jail,
how
you're
to
not
suck
getting
dick.
anywhere.
Yeah, keep your kids safe. You don't want them becoming felons. Teach them how to suck someone's dick.
Yeah, yo, man. Oh,
I don't
gosh,
even know
man.
why he brought that up. It's crazy that he brought that
That's,
up.
Because you're talking
yo,
about
killer.
how
That's
the
all. That's
system
all
that's
my
being
boys from the
advocated
hood
for
need
by
is
the other guy is a failure, and I'm just pointing out the failure of the system you're advocating.
I didn't point.
How are you calling him a failure?
I pointed out.
I'm pointing out a
that
failure of the system. Infinite's not a failure.
We were talking about
in
sex
some ways
ed.
he is.
Listen, I know you don't understand what was happening, so I'll
No, I
explain
do understand. I can
We're
repeat
talking
I don't want
about
to
sex
interrupt,
ed.
but goddamn,
much better memory
Infinite is
than
a
you.
fucking
Talking about
phoenix.
that's not true at all. We're talking. You drink too much to have a better memory than me. You don't even remember how many times you fell off
I
the
could
fucking
drink.
toilet drunk.
I could drink.
How many
I
times?
could
Okay,
drink
great. How many times have you fallen off the toilet drunk on the mic?
Once.
Wrong.
That's not. I know for
at least
a fact
3
that's
times.
right.
At least 3 times.
That's not true.
Anyway,
that's a total lie.
The
it
point
was
that I
once,
was making was
and
that
I
the
remembered
sex ed system was not whether it was effective or not. It was the fact that we don't need the books that we're railing against here in order to have an efficient sex ed system. So,
if anything, I'd say it's because children who learn too early is the reason why they're fucking so early and doing all these horrid things.
I gotta agree with that because I feel like stunted kids, they get like a repressed horniness because it's in our nature. But when you like explain it to them, I feel like that's the mature route to go. You know, honestly, like look at all the fucking rapists came in out of the '70s, raping everybody.
Black youth doesn't have like the most like childhood pregnancies for a reason. It's because it's not because they weren't taught. It was because their culture glorifies getting sex and nothing else.
A certain demographic is to blame for that, and it's not us white people with our higher education. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
That's not true.
The white teachers pulled the black students aside and told them to do that.
That's not
Well,
true.
yeah. What the fuck else are they
Southern-
gonna do with them? Like,
Poor whites have higher rates of teen pregnancy than poor blacks. I'm pretty sure.
well, poor
about per
whites
capita?
aren't whites. That's what we call them
Yeah,
white
that's what I'm
trash.
talking
That's your
about.
guys' worst
when
weakness.
They're
we
white
look
trash.
at-
I'm talking about like your average day,
guy's
every
rambling
it's
'cause
like
he's-
white
he's
man. I am rambling, but if actually no, I'm not rambling. His feeble mind, his
Make up your
feeble
mind.
fucking
He's rambling
synapses
about
can't
now you're
connect
just
to the
insulting
genius I'm
instead of
spewing
finishing
to
a
him.
sentence. Why don't you land?
Basically,
Yeah, y'all making a whole nother. Yeah, I mean the rate is pretty proportionate because the amount of white people versus black people in the U.S.
account for income, I
Yeah,
think
it's
poor
pretty. I
whites
mean,
have
I don't know.
more kids per capita than poor blacks. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but it's like
Okay,
5
source,
times as many white people in the U.S. as there are black people. The rate.
yeah. Well, he said per capita,
When
Cal.
you
He said per
account, yeah,
capita.
yeah, I know, and there's more
Again,
white
I'd
people
like to see
per
this per
capita than
capita.
black people. Like,
No, per capita. You don't know what per capita means
yeah,
by that sentence. Your
it means
melanin's
per
low.
house
Well,
by
guess what?
household, right?
It's a magic like spell, and I'm casting on you. Okay.
Yeah, well,
So
the
show me.
guy that's a part of your side's melanin is showing right now. That's crazy.
What? Me or
What?
the
Yo,
bitch
what
who
is
said
y'all
The
that was
left
obsession
is
with
stupid?
going to
racist,
race when we talking
as
I
about
it is
think
in
something else?
you're
prefer
talking
Dog,
to
debate.
the
listen,
bitch who
I,
said I
I
was
can
That's what I'm
ex-
saying,
I can
bro. They don't
explain
want
I
to
can
talk. Like
explain
they just want to
Cal. It's
stay
very
here.
simple.
They,
He's a
they're so close to
Democrat.
calling you a slur, bro.
He's a Democrat, and Democrats, as
Me?
always, have been the party of the KKK, have
Yeah,
been the
they
party of
fucking
slavery,
obsessed with
as
it,
they've
son.
always been. He's a Democrat. That's the answer. So
It is incredible how much I be on Discord and I have to listen to this shit when we talking about something else.
Dude,
It
you just said
fucking
per
mind
capita doesn't
blowing.
have to do with population sizes. You're a
I
fucking
no,
dumbass.
what
Why
I
are you?
All
said,
right.
no,
Well, this
nothing
shit's
was no
lame.
matter
I'm
how
gonna
you
dip
want to
out.
measure it,
Why
there's
are you
four
even
what are
allowed
you
to have a
5 times
voice?
more white people in America than black people. So when you
Yeah,
say
yeah, but
black
a per
people do,
capita adjusts for that. That's the whole
I
point
didn't
of per
say nothing
capita.
about per capita. You brought
I
that in. I
did.
said that
Do
the
you
rate is
not know
proportionate
English?
to the.
Do I need
Oh
to
my
start
god!
speaking Ebonics?
You see? You're not making a point, dude. This is what the left does when y'all get offended. Y'all start going to the race, but y'all the
I
people
mean,
that are
yeah,
supposed to be
that's
allies to the
fucked up.
blacks.
Yeah,
That's
that racial stuff
crazy,
is fucked
son.
up.
It's
But
fucking
Cal, also
insane, son. It's
you missed
fucking
the point like it's your
insane.
job, Cal. Cal, you missed the point like it's your job, but the racist shit's not okay.
It is effing. No, I didn't bring up the per capita thing. You guys was talking about how much like people in the lower income within a group have kids. I'm saying I think it's probably proportionate when you account for how many white people are in America versus black people. A very simple point that I made. I could be wrong about that, whatever. It's not somebody for whatever reason went into this thing about how much black people have kids compared. I don't give a shit about that. We're not talking about that. You guys went to this. For some reason, this happened like 20 minutes ago when I was talking to somebody and then y'all went to race. What is the like? I don't understand. What is the obsession?
Wait,
And
about black marriage, moral panics, about the moral panic about black men marrying white women and being a threat to white girls? Is that what you're talking about when I said that?
No, I don't know, dude. I'm not talking about race at
That was
all.
a
I don't know why you
historical
guys keep
moral
bringing this
panic.
shit up.
That was a historical moral panic that takes the same general shape as the current one against trans people and other moral panics across history.
Dude,
Against
I don't know what the
pagans,
obsession is.
against
We wasn't
Catholics.
even talking like one of y'all just said this shit. It's like it's on the tip of your mind. Like we could be talking about like unicorns, and somebody will say like, "Well, black people back in the day were like unicorns because if you, son, what? I don't understand. What is this
Because
thing
you
with
seem
like?"
ignorant. You seem ignorant of this part of the history
We
of
wasn't
anti-black
talking about black
prejudice in the United
son.
States.
What am I
We're
like the
talking
only
about
one
prejudice
present in
and
the
moral
conversation?
panics.
Am I
We're
bugging?
talking about prejudice and moral panics and factual inaccuracies.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, son. This is like incredible.
It's
But
totally
I
relevant for me to bring up again.
This is
Totally
amazing.
relevant.
This is like a fucking retard conversation right now.
yeah, this is like devolving into chaos, and it's like it's ridiculous.
Got nothing else. I've been standing my ground for hours.
Yeah.
So, give the thing of teen pregnancies by ethnicity. I don't know why it always has to be with ethnicity. I'm on with Cal on this one, but I'm posting it. The lowest is Asians. The second lowest is European. You have to zoom in and look at the colors on those lines. The highest is Native American.
Yeah, I mean,
Everything's the highest for
within
Native
any
American.
group, you could find a chaotic sect who do all of this degenerate shit. Son. I mean, I don't know, like what, like who, like somebody just randomly threw that shit out there. Black people, like, man,
Cal,
son, it's like,
Cal, do you want to hear a funny one?
yeah.
Whenever the topic of black something or other is raised, the ethnicity that reacts the strongest to it are the blacks.
Yeah, I don't have no problem with
I'm
people.
teasing you. I'm teasing
Yeah,
you
no,
because you're the black
I know.
one in the room.
Yeah, nah, I know. But I'm not saying there's not things that may be boasted about some of this generous stuff or like being done maybe
Wait,
more
blacks aren't the highest in this graph you linked?
They're not. I think it's
that was
Native
his
American.
point. Finally, somebody, oh my goodness.
I thought he said Africans were.
No, Native Americans.
The native.
Oh, amazing. Doesn't it say Native Alaskan? But whatever.
I mean, I could barely see it, and I'm squinting away there. It's like,
It's okay. If I have superior eyes, I get it. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't
the
know,
Democrats.
Yeah.
Yes, we're amazing. I know. The party of the Klan. The party of slavery. Ironic. Yeah,
You
because
get to the fucking century we were living in.
Teenage
Can
birth
you
rates
get to
also
the century,
the
please?
Klan
from
totally supported Biden
2016
and
to
not Trump.
2020.
Yeah,
So
for
sex
real.
ed's
they're
getting more
the
racy. How come
Democrats. The
teenage
Klan's always
birth
been
rates
Democrats.
declined?
Teenage birth rates have declined
Yeah.
because
The
birth rates in
Democrats
general
are
have
such
declined.
KKK
That
supporters
being
that they were
said, since
toppling
someone
KKK
brought up the
statues. Yeah.
Klan supporting Biden, let me educate you. The last funeral that Joe Biden attended was to a man named Robert Byrd. Now, for anyone
wasn't the
who's
last funeral.
not familiar with Mr. Byrd,
Yep.
what you will find is that he was a Democrat his entire life up until the day he died, and he was formerly a wizard in the KKK.
Formerly.
So
When you
not
look at that,
only was
that's not the
he
last funeral
not
he
only
attended, by
was
the
he a
way.
wizard in the KKK, he never switched parties. He never changed anything about who his loyalty was to. It only stayed to the Democrats. Now, supposedly, he changed his views. But for some reason, he didn't
they're
find the
hella
need
old,
to
by the
switch
way.
political parties. He stayed with the political party that he aligned with as a Klansman up until the day he died. And then President Joe Biden attended his funeral and oversaw it. So
That
it
wasn't the
just
last funeral
is
he
the
attended, by the
case
way.
that
if
the
Trump went
last
to that
wizard
funeral,
of the
believe me, we would
KKK
know
in the
about it.
government was attended to by a Democrat president, which I think is fitting since they are the founders of the KKK.
If Trump
But
went to that funeral,
Isn't the
Right.
left? Aren't the left
to
the ones that
clarify,
want like segregated graduation and shit and like
Yeah, we're the ones
black
that are
only dorm
pro.
rooms?
Look, we're the ones that we're totally the people that say that like blacks are better off pre-civil rights. Infinite's totally right. We're the ones that say that like the civil rights movement was a sham and shouldn't have happened. We're the ones that say that blacks are like inferior
if Trump went
biologically.
to that funeral,
That's totally our political party. I'm sorry for disagreeing with Infinite Diversity. I mean, he's just
Let me
yeah,
totally in
ask
the
okay,
right.
because you want
let me ask this
Dude,
real quick.
I apologize. What are you asking
No,
me?
it's fine. Let me ask this question. Who is the party, and this is very important, who is the political party in this country that constantly tells black people that they are living in a white supremacist nation, that they are surrounded by neo-Nazis, that the police want to hunt them down, that they're not able to make as much money as white people because of racism, that they won't
This
be
is
able to
totally
be as
KKK rhetoric. You're right.
successful, excuse me, I'm talking, that they won't be able to be as successful as other people because of racism.
yep,
Who is the party that constantly tells young black men that they might as well not even try because
yep.
of the racism that you're surrounded by? Who is the party that constantly
I heard
wants to
all that
remove the
shit growing up
faces
from
of black
Democrats.
people from the public?
I
Who is
heard
the
all that
party?
shit
Who
growing
is
up
the
from the
party that
Dems.
supported removing the Aunt Jemima logo when her family, Miss Green's family, came out and said very clearly, "We don't know why they're doing this. This is not what
Yep.
we want." You know, who is the party that supports removing black
Yeah, this
people
is
at every
because
turn? So
because the
we know who
KKK
the party is. And by the
supports all
way,
those things.
when they try
Yes.
to blame the current condition for black people on systematic racism in the past, etc., notice they never take responsibility for their own rhetoric that they're telling young black men every day
Ironic.
about how fucked up the world is for them. They never take responsibility for saying to young black men, you might as well not even try
What
because
baffling
you've
irony.
shut up,
And then
bitch,
you
when
know
I'm
what they tell
talking.
us too?
You just won't shut the fuck up.
They might as well not even try because they're being held back and they have a head start over you, etc., etc. The left constantly tells black people the worst message you could ever tell somebody. Why? Why are they doing that to young black men? Why wouldn't they give them an uplifting message?
You know one more thing they do, Barrel? At the end of all that, they tell us we the ones that's gonna help you out and save you. Look at those bad guys
Yeah,
over there.
we're the party
Yeah,
that tells people
100%.
that they're like genetically inferior, which is
They
totally
say
not
we
more
care
harmful.
about you.
Yeah, you're right. You're totally
We're
right.
allies, Cracker Barrel. And then you know what they do when I disagree with them? They say, Woody, what do you want me to speak Ebonics to you? You don't fucking get it in your puny black mind? Like this dude just
You're a
did to me.
sellout. If you don't agree with me, what did Joe Biden say? If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
True.
Exactly. Biden
what did
told
he say?
this
They're
dude to
gonna
his
put y'all
face.
back in chains. Wasn't that the word from the Democrats?
I don't
They're
even
gonna
know
put y'all
where that
back in
claim came from.
chains.
Biden
Crazy.
told this dude Charlemagne to his fucking face.
Yeah.
Basically, he might as well call him a nigga, sit down. You might as well say to him, nigga, sit down and shut up and do what I say on national fucking TV.
Yeah, national radio. Yeah, sure did.
Shut
I
up.
couldn't believe Charlemagne accepted that, just to keep it real. I really couldn't. Yeah, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Cracker Barrel.
It's crazy.
Cracker Barrel.
Sir.
Just to clarify, did Mr. Bird repent of his wizardry before dying?
No, I said that. I don't know if I made it clear. He says that he gave up his wizardry, by the way, is fucking hilarious. But yes, before he passed, long before he passed, to be fair to him, he did say that he left the KKK. Yeah.
On that note, it's like people should be given opportunity to move on from past errors. I don't like this attitude of like people can never repent, can never change. You made one mistake, you're tarnished for life. It's just a very dismal, doomy kind of message.
What did Cal do wrong?
He said the N word a few times.
Oh,
Apparently, that's like
N-word.
against.
Oh yeah, you can't say that word.
Yeah,
I didn't catch it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have some of the clubhouse mods in here, so
you can
they're
say
gonna be
Negro,
neo-Nazi about a black guy dropping the
No, it's
the
rule.
NA
I mean,
bomb.
Listen, Peaches in here. Peaches is fair mod as you can ask for, dude. And it's just, it's one of the words, right? Like I get it. I typically enforce that myself, but usually I do a warning first to people. But that's just how I do it.
Negro is an acceptable word. You can say Negro.
Yes.
So just change it.
According to Blackout, yes, that's correct.
I'm gonna fucking regret unmuting this retard. The Bible thing is so annoying and so dishonest, but fuck it, I'm gonna unmute him.
So, well, I mean, it's also like Cal was saying, oh, these leftists, they want these books with trans themes and these pictures and stuff. But if you were to suggest a Bible, no, they wouldn't want that. Like he's just pulling that out of his ass, unless he has personal anecdotes. Cal,
the Bible's
stop.
in the library.
I have
the Bible's in the library.
Too.
The Bible's
Exactly.
in the
Often
library.
it is. It's often already in the library, right?
Didn't I say that I would disagree with my child being exposed to the Bible before I was ready for them to?
Cracker, that's not the point. The point is that Cal is wrong to say, "Oh, you leftists."
Between you and me and this other retard that even have children.
Cal was saying,
"What are you talking about? I've got kids. What would you think that I've got children?"
He's muted. Cal, the whole point is just this: that plenty of leftists who I've talked to do support the Bible and other religious books being in libraries. Because we understand the value of comprehensive supplements to a school curriculum.
Cal's muted.
Yes, I see that now. I hope you at least heard me.
On the Bible thing, like, I don't know, nowadays, but when I went through school, they had like a kid's Bible, which was more like a collection of parables and stories. It wasn't the full thing. Certainly nothing, the Ezekiel stuff about, these two sisters who are whoring with the nations.
Well, for me, I don't think I would want my child exposed too early to the notion of like heaven and hell. I mean, like these are very powerful concepts.
Would you want the Bible removed from the library? Would you demand it being removed?
Dog, I've already
King James
said
Bible
I
for
would not
seniors?
want my child to have access to these books.
I understand, but would you demand for it to be removed?
If it were in the public library, in elementary school.
How about the King James version in high school?
Sorry, is it a public library? Is it an elementary library? Like, what are we talking about here? Because you keep mixing up these terms.
It's not public. It's not a public library. What I meant was,
bro. Okay, in an elementary school, what kid's gonna go grab a Bible and just start reading that shit?
Like
listen, I'm gonna be honest.
The same argument could be made about a trans book. So it's like a terrible.
No, the same argument can't be made because those are specifically made for kids and made. This is how you suck a dick. This is how you get on your knees and start sucking. Like it's much more simplified. Those books are much more simplified, bro.
I don't believe.
Do you know how
boring
and
how to do
complicated
it.
the Bible actually is? Like no kid in elementary school No kid in
Cancel.
elementary school, unless
Do you
it's being
think-
read to them, is gonna read a Bible, bro. It would
Do you
just
think?
sit
I
there
mean,
and
I read
collect
the
dust.
Bible when I was in elementary school. I started flipping through the pages.
You
Canceled.
picked it
Do you
out
think
without
that the King James-
anybody influencing you to pick it out?
Canceled. Do you think that the King James version of the Bible should be removed from high school libraries?
Oof.
I think they're completely different fucking books, dude.
I wasn't asking you, Trax. Try shutting the fuck up.
The book
I don't give a shit.
like,
Nobody said
the,
anything, so
the book that doesn't morally condemn a guy fucking his 2 daughters is completely
Right,
different than a book teaching you how to suck a dick.
Okay,
Yeah, you're
buddy.
right. One's much worse. One is pro genocide, and the other teaches you how to suck a dick.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, what if you've read
Because-
the Bible?
because-
There's multiple genocides that go on.
when you look at the actions of Christians, you think like we're just genociding a bunch of people?
No. Well, one, I am a
Not the
Christian.
fucking
It's
point.
just simply true that the Bible has certain instances in which God commands a genocide. That's just
Okay.
If you don't understand that, you're not a Christian, dude. Can
you
I
really
ask a
think
point
that
about that?
kids are like interpreting it and looking at it that way when they're reading it though?
Yeah, I literally think that kids can come away with a bad message from the Bible at that young of an age. Absolutely. because they
Okay,
don't know how to read it.
possibly.
Does that mean that their interpretation is
Likely.
correct?
It has nothing to do with my interpretation. If you think Noah's flood is a literal event, that enough alone.
No,
is a
no, no,
genocide
no.
right
You don't
there.
get to run to Noah's event. You talked about what you think is morally wrong. Do you think that the
I talked about
interpretation
genocide.
No,
Incorrect.
all right, dude.
Yeah,
No, you
yeah,
said
Noah's flood is a genocide.
no,
It has nothing
no.
to do-
Slow down, dude. Slow down. You said Noah sleeping with his 2 daughters.
No,
I want to
not
ask
Noah,
you a
that's
question.
Lot,
I'm gonna ask you a
not
question and
Noah.
see how well you know the Bible, because it's not. You try to
That's
compare
not
it to
Noah, that's
the sex
Lot.
books.
That's Lot. Wrong
Noah,
one.
That's Lot. You don't
That's
even
not
know
Noah.
the Bible well enough. And that's right after his wife
No,
was
I
turned to
said
a pillar of
I
salt.
repeated what you said, so you said it
I
wrong.
said Noah's flood was a genocide. You didn't repeat what I
No,
said.
what did you say before? All right, look, forget it.
man
I don't
had
want to get
sex
lost
with
on
his
that.
daughters.
I don't want to get lost on that. I
said
don't want
that
to get
a guy
lost
had
on it. I
sex
don't
with
want to
his
get
2 daughters. That's
dude,
what I
slow
said
down. I don't want to get
before
lost on that. You said it. Sleeping
Yeah, I
with the
said-
2 daughters, as if it's
Yeah,
something
guy.
that God did not condemn. All
Yeah,
right,
God
that
didn't
is
condemn
morally
it.
wrong. Okay, let me ask you something to see
Story
how
and-
well you know the Bible, because you think you made a fair comparison. Does the Old Testament record the history that God had with the people that He made, or is it something that He's showing us that He approves of or doesn't condemn? Which one is it? Is it
I
a
didn't say
book
God
about morals?
commanded either, right? I just
Okay,
said that God
thank you.
doesn't condemn. Yeah.
No, that's
There's
no,
a difference
dude.
in
But
not condemning
no,
something.
no,
Like
no,
when
no.
you
Because you
don't
saying He
speak
does
on.
not condemn it is like the same
Yeah,
thing
that
as
just
you
means he
saying
doesn't speak
that
on
He
it.
was
Yeah, God
okay with
doesn't
it.
speak on it. Well, he's obviously okay enough to not speak about it when he speaks all the time about actions he doesn't like in the
The
Old
Bible
Testament.
does speak about that. You didn't
No,
read
it
far
doesn't.
enough to get
Where
it.
does
It's
the
in
Bible speak
Deuteronomy and
about
it's
Lot
in
having sex?
Leviticus.
Okay. Show me where show me where the Bible speaks about Lot having sex with his 2 daughters.
It
Oh, yeah,
talks
Trick, don't
about it in
forget, don't forget
Deuteronomy
that,
22, verses 22
Trick,
to 24. I know
don't
you
forget
don't
that
know
in
the
the
law because
story.
you don't care enough to represent it.
Yeah, let's go
The
look.
Old
Trick, don't
Testament,
forget that in
the Old
his
Testament
daughters had incestuous
records
relations with
history.
him.
That's not the same thing as saying that God
Deuteronomy
spelled out
22 what? Deuteronomy 22 what?
dude, listen.
You
Slow
just
down.
said it. Say it again real quick.
Slow
of the
down. Let me make
Moabite
my
people.
point.
If you want
Let
to
me
look
make
it
my
up.
point because you
Alright, I
guys
think you said
keep running
20.
to the Bible to say, well, that is worse than what is the books that is sexual books given to the kids in the schools. There's a
Didn't
difference
say
between a
worse.
historical book that talks about history, right? And then
That's
people purposely
mythology.
making a book that is describing things that kids shouldn't be doing, right? Teaching them how to do it. That's not what God does in the Bible.
Yeah, hold on,
my
so I
turn,
think
my
hold on,
turn,
hold on,
my
oh,
turn.
quick, I just want to read the Bible verse that he told me. I think he said Deuteronomy 20,
All right, then I'd
22,
like to say
20 to
something.
21, and it says, "If whoever in charge is true and no proof of the young woman's virginity can be found, she shall be brought to the door of her father's house and with the men of her town, and shall stone her to death. She has done an outrageous thing in Israel by being promiscuous while she still in her father's house. You must purge the evil from among you." How does this talk about Lot sleeping with? They didn't have a house. They're in Sodom and Gomorrah
Wait, did
got
I quote
blown
the
up.
wrong one?
Their
Wait, that
house.
wasn't even the one I
Okay,
said. The one
what
that you
verse
said.
is it then? You said Deuteronomy 22
No,
something.
okay, it's
If there was a
I just
patrol
looked it up.
virgin man,
It's
he said the
in
city in Los Angeles.
Deuteronomy
is more.
22 what?
22
Genesis
to 20.
19. Genesis 19 is where Lot is.
Wait.
Yeah, no,
22,
but he
19?
talking about that's to describe the event. But I'm talking about the law that condemns that what they did. I can't remember. I thought I remembered off
Yeah,
the top of my head. I was
Read
thinking
your
of
book.
another one. I gotta, dude, slow down. I gotta find it. I thought of the wrong law.
Just notice how when the book content is about why it's okay to be gay if you're like 15, 16 and you shouldn't be bullied or shamed for it, that is automatically like grooming propaganda. And if a book is talking about like a child surviving sexual abuse so that children and teens can identify it and know that it's, you know, not going to kill them and they can, you know, like learn stories from this, there's none of this nuanced discussion about interpretation and like, well, is that what the author intended or God intended?
No, because I
when it comes
started
to the
trying
King
to
James
say
Bible, when it comes to the King James Bible, suddenly you're the most fucking nuanced scholars of linguistics and intent. It's just so it's such an obvious double standard.
Let's all Trick also.
You missed what I said.
Don't forget to flag that in the story of Lot and his daughters, they get him so drunk that he's like passing out as they fuck him one night after the other.
Yeah, back to back and getting pregnant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, pregnant by their father after getting him
which isn't
shit-faced.
condemned, right? This is totally acceptable for people in middle and high school to read, surely.
It is condemned, like in the traditions, like the rabbis and the commentaries on it are like that.
Yeah, but that's not
Well,
inside of the high school.
Put the Talmud in the
I
schools
think
too.
Rashi.
Put the whole Talmud in the schools too.
Rashi said that his first.
If you
daughter
read, if you
those
read
people
the,
don't exist inside of
if you
the
read the
library.
law of Moses, if you read the law of Moses enough, you'll find out where it's condemned. I thought I remembered the scripture at the top of my head.
Show
I
me.
didn't.
I don't believe
Dude,
you.
slow. Dude, why do y'all interrupt so much? I thought I remembered off the top of my head. I was thinking of a different passage. That's the wrong one. I gotta find the one that I was thinking of. But my point is, the Old Testament records history, right? These are people talking about what happened in history as they experienced it or whatever. And then talks about the laws that God gave to condemn the wrongdoing of whatever group of people. That's not the same thing as God drawing out an effing picture of young people performing sexual acts on each other.
I didn't say
Or
God.
Hey, Cal.
That's not even what was said.
1 second, Trick. This is a sidebar question. Can you reply to my comment in the side chat with a comment, Cal?
Oh, all right, yeah, give me yeah. Well, yeah, I mean the Old Testament is different than these books purposely trying to give certain information to kids. You're talking about a book that records history.
Just because you read the Bible, it doesn't instantly mean that you're gonna be someone of God or have pure faith in God.
That's a relevant point.
You don't automatically become gay.
The difference is that the books in the school is promoting the behavior. It's promoting the behavior to the kids.
No one's gonna automatically become trans or automatically be a guy who
Sexually
wants
active.
to go
It's promoting it.
suck a dick.
It's promoting it.
Yeah, and the Bible and in Genesis it promotes
not always, though.
girls.
No, it doesn't
and in
promote it.
Genesis-
You never see God approve of it.
Wait, if it says, "Hey, do you know how to suck a dick? Here's how you suck a dick." You're saying that promotes it, and I'm saying, "Hey, here's a Bible verse that says these girls get their father drunk and then get impregnated by
recording
his
history.
God also commands the slaughter of children and the capture of
but
women.
it's stories
as
and
for war
perspectives
genocide.
from the disciples.
So
It's
look, okay,
perspectives
just to
from
be
the
clear,
disciples.
No one's saying what the actual
perfect.
analogy
Yeah.
is here.
All right,
Like,
wait, perfect.
It's
Okay,
literally
hold on,
a
wait,
book of
let
stories
me
and
just make sure.
perspectives.
I just want to make sure I understand.
And
this.
history.
I'm done after this. I just want to make sure I understand and be clear. You guys have a problem with a book that says the sentence, and I quote, "Here's how you suck a dick," and goes into detail on how to suck a penis. But you have no problem with a book that says, "And God killed all of these particular groups of people." And God
After
killed
they're
all these
women and girls.
particular groups of people.
Okay.
And you have no
Yeah,
problem
dude,
with the Bible.
kids are playing, like,
okay, I'm not
GTA.
allowed to finish. I'm not allowed to finish the question. Yeah, wait, do you think kids playing GTA is good?
I don't think it's that bad.
Okay, you're a retard. That's fine. You deserve.
What do you
to
mean?
like,
It's not that bad. Like, what? You guys
deserves
really
not be
think a
listened
kid
to.
playing GTA is gonna
I think
like
a
fuck
kid
with
having
wiring?
the ability to like
How
go
is
to
this-
strip clubs
how
and
is
see
this simple
prostitutes
point
is
of
not
so
good. Yeah,
inconsistent?
it's literally
Okay, I
not
mean-
meant for children.
mind-
You're an idiot.
Rick, you mind if
You're
I just
literally
say something?
advocating for
So
children.
that is not meant for
I
children.
actually
then
kind of forgot about the
learn how
strip
to
club
suck
You're
a
a
shit.
cock
fucking
is.
retard. God, you're a fucking dude. You're such a degenerate.
The analogy
Huh.
the analogy is clearly meant to say
I don't know.
here's a book that has explicit content. Here's another book that has
I don't think it's
explicit
that bad.
content. You're all very comfortable just automatically banning one of them. And then for the other one, you go, well, what does it mean, and what in the
That's not
context
true.
of the whole thing?
Yes.
Well, so
Obviously,
that is exactly what you're doing.
Depends
You're
on
saying
who
you
you're
need to
talking
understand.
to, because that wasn't my
Well, these
position.
people
My
I'm talking to.
position
That
was
wasn't
the
my point
same
either.
for both books. My
I'm trying
position is very clear. It is I have the right to decide what materials that my child has access to,
I agree with
particularly
you on that.
particularly when they are not part of the curriculum. And
I've
if
always
I
agreed with you on
deem
that.
that my child should not have access to certain information until a certain age, then that should be abided by. And that's
Yep.
just simply my position. I think the Bible, and I'll say this for the third time, is a very powerful book with a very powerful set of ideas that I personally would not want my child exposed to until I think they're ready. And that's my position on it. And even then, I don't know that I would want them exposed to the entire Bible. I may want them exposed to certain ideas, certain allegories, to learn certain principles from it, but necessarily the entire thing, I think it's very powerful, and I think it can influence you. So that's my
Very
position on it.
reasonable.
But I attribute this,
Very
I
reasonable.
give this to any of this information.
So, Cracker, at your school, the
Do you
parents had veto over what was in the library, did they? They could say, take this book away, take this book away.
Well, in my
Should the King
school,
James
thankfully,
version be
because
in the
I
high
live in a
school
small
library?
town in Tennessee, we don't have a bunch of leftards in my town that are putting nonsense into the library. So it actually hasn't been a problem. That being said, I homeschooled my son.
Of course you did.
And that made it even less
I'm
of a
sure he's a
problem.
genius now.
So
What is your son doing now?
So he works for
Okay,
the
that's
sheriff's
off
department,
topic.
and
But
he has a real estate license. So anyway, and he's married with two children, two beautiful twins that are my grandkids. Anyway, so I would highly encourage all people that have children, that care about their children, and I've said this many times, to simply circumvent this issue and just remove your children from these hellholes.
I'd just be happy they're
Don't give
reading
these
something.
leftists access to your children. That's the first thing.
do you think the
Homeschool
King
them
James
or put
Bible
them
should be
into
removed
a
from?
private school, charter, religious, or otherwise, doesn't matter. Even if you don't believe in the religion, it's
Do
still
you know,
better than public schools.
do you know
So
what's so funny about this is all the things that parents need to worry about their children. Reading is pretty low on the list. Oh, my kids read a lot, and some of the books are inappropriate. Oh no, what a nightmare. I've got a bookworm for a kid. Oh, what will I
Are
do?
you okay if they
You guys are
read
joking.
Mein
Wouldn't
Kampf
you
in
be more worried
elementary?
about video games, social media, stuff
I mean,
like that?
I mean,
They
at
pick
this
up
point,
a
it's just the
book, and
beginning,
you guys
though.
are
At first, you
crying.
allow the books.
Oh yeah, just over taught me. That's fine. That's what always happens in here.
but I mean, but you're making a lot of assumptions. I mean, why do you
Yeah,
think
he ain't
that
playing the victim.
because
We all get overtalked.
why do you think that because I didn't allow my son to go to a disgusting public school that I somehow gave him social media? I didn't do that either.
That wasn't what I said. I didn't say
Well,
anything
you
about
said you
you.
have all these other problems, and I'm saying I didn't have any of those problems because I didn't give my kid access to that shit.
Okay, that's great. I made no assumptions about you. The topic of
Y'all
the room for the
don't,
last. Oh,
man.
there we go. There we go again. Topic of the
No,
room for
I'm
the
sorry.
last.
You just don't
There we
like
go
to stick
again.
with the implications
There
of
we
what
go
you
again.
said. Cracker clearly pointed out the implications of what you said, and you
As
trying
I
to
was
run from
explaining,
it.
you cut me off. This is how it
All
goes
right,
in
go
this
ahead. My
room.
bad. My bad.
The topic of this room for the hour has been explicitly books, books in the school library, books that kids are reading that are perhaps too explicit for their age. And I think that's hilarious. I think that's the absolute last thing any parent should be worried about. They should be worried about all the other stuff. That doesn't mean to say I don't think Cracker worried about the other stuff. I'm just saying as a topic of conversation, it was making me laugh because I'm sorry to tell you guys, kids don't even read anymore. But you're all worried about books telling them how sex. How about
This is
be
the
worried
most
about porn,
retarded argument
which
ever.
shows them how to have sex? Worry about that, not the
Maybe
book.
your kids don't read. Maybe your
No,
kids are
you're
fucking
all very
retarded.
selective.
Like,
You're all very selective in what you're afraid of and what you criticize and
Actually,
what
all
you
my kids
demonize
are
people
bookworms.
over, and who should be arrested and who should even be executed. That's a big talking point
So
on the
we're
right.
too selective
And
about what we afraid
Why are you
of.
cutting people
Maybe
off
you guys
again?
are too
selective.
open about what you're okay with.
No,
Can that be also
you're
true?
Cut people off.
when I say selective, it's a double standard. It's selective in that the Bible gets all of this nuanced, close reading, and well, just because
We
it's in
got
there doesn't
double
mean that it
standards. You have
advocates it.
no standards.
Al,
Which one of
stop
us is
Cut him
talking
right?
off
over me.
again.
Al,
Cut him off again,
shush.
Carl.
And then when it comes to these LGBTQIA books, it's just knee-jerk fear and moral panic. You also don't target the
because it's
Hooters
about the age.
Cut him off again.
and child beauty pageants or infant circumcisers. Your selective outrage and demonization is so politically motivated, and you've been captured by the hyper-conservative media machine.
Okay. Yeah,
And
only
you're
we
captured
have.
by the
No, that's
liberal media
bullshit.
machine. What's your point?
I know you are, but what am
Just
I?
worried
Fuck
about the
off.
books in the school that the kids
Yes, you
aren't
are, dude.
reading. It's a
You
really
still
good
went
use
on
of
a
your
90-second tangent to say we captured by the media. Like what, son?
You're
this-
selective, and you have double standards in how you
Nobody cares
apply
if it
these.
happens in college, though. Nobody cares if it
You
happens in
have
Yeah,
college.
double
It's not
ironically
standards in
enough,
how
we
you
elementary.
let the
apply your
adults in
outrage
college
and
read what the
panic.
hell they want. When we
You
worry
have
about kids, then it's said that we are too captured by the media when we're worried about what kids intake,
yeah,
but
like
we don't care
QAnon,
about the
save the
adults in
children.
college. This is
Again,
son, man, this is like incredible the way we just devalue and dehumanize kids. You
you're
guys are
so
the same
fucking
people that
gullible, so
will
gullible,
give
because
reasons why
every
people are
single
allowed to just abort their kids with willy-nilly. This is like
I told you
incredible to
twice
me.
So
already.
that's
I
just
told you
begging the
twice.
question. Calling them
I
a
told
kid
you
is just
twice
begging the
already.
question.
Every single moral panic cycles at some
Man,
point around
son.
threats to children and sexual threats in particular. And if you learn anything from the history of destabilized, unpredictable times and the moral panics that come with them, when the social reactionaries and the conservatives start to blame people like, in this case, trans. And in the 80s and 90s, it was the satanic panic and pagans and Dungeons and Dragons players and Ozzy Osbourne listeners. And in the 70s, it was gay teachers and the gay rights movement. In the 50s, it was post-segregation black men marrying white women and threats to young girls. And in the 1880s, it was Catholic immigrants and convents where nuns were going to abduct or lure and sexually groom your daughters into their convents. This is a repeating pattern in history. And if you haven't noticed it over the past 5 years, you got to crack some fucking books in whatever library of your choice.
Well, they can't because they took them all out of the library, so that's not going to
So,
work.
like, how do
crack a
Republicans
gym
how do
membership
how do
cost something?
Republicans even care about children when they have done nothing in the last like 3 decades to try and reform our foster care system?
Well,
which
we're
are
the only
living
ones
children's
School
making them.
shootings.
all you guys ever do
Crazy,
is like
man.
care about making sure that they get born, and the moment they're born, you tell them to fuck off.
Oh, this is
Climate
You
change
guys
is going to
don't.
affect
You guys don't want to
children
guarantee. You guys don't
disproportionately.
want to guarantee them health care. You guys don't want to guarantee them free lunches. You guys don't want to guarantee them
I
good
mean, what have the
education.
Democrats
You guys
even
don't want to
done in
guarantee
that
them
regard?
anything.
Okay,
Like you
great.
guys
Okay,
want to
Great.
guarantee that they
Hold
get
up,
What
hold
have
up,
the
hold up.
Democrats?
So I
Since the
don't
Democrats
make a
even done in that
promise
regard?
to
Since
help
the
somebody.
Democrats
That means
want,
the baby should be killed.
Hold up, Cal. Since the Democrats want to do all of those things, how come when they had Barack Obama in office for 8 years with a majority House and Senate for the first 2 years, when they had Joe Biden in office for 4 years with a majority House and Senate for the first 2 years, how come the Democrats always
didn't
run
have
a
didn't have a true
platform?
majority?
Be quiet
Incorrect.
when I'm talking. How
You're
come the
lying.
Democrats always run a platform on all these things they want to do for people, and yet for some reason they never even attempt to pass bills doing any of these things? That's a rhetorical
votes.
question. That's a
It's not
rhetorical.
that complicated.
That's a rhetorical
They do,
question.
and
I'm
they
not
get shut
asking
down.
you. I'm not
Because you
asking
want
you.
to
You're just
bloviate
lying.
for another.
The
You just want to
answer
make another
is
speech.
the
He just wants
answer
to
is
preach.
the answer is here.
No,
Let me
dude,
help
he doesn't
you
actually
out.
want to have a fucking debate. This guy's
The
a
answer
coward.
is
Fuck this.
because they want to grandstand on doing these things in order to get elected and to lie to people, but they never intend to actually pass any of them. And there's no greater example of the hypocrisy of the left. Shut up, bitch, when I'm talking. It's the
Stop
last
lying.
time I'm going to tell you. If I mute you again, Trick, I want to unmute you.
Okay, well you should fucking mute me. You're being a lying ass.
Bye. So
Yep.
anyway, it is no greater hypocrisy. These people don't have an attention span longer than a fucking SpongeBob commercial. There's no greater hypocrisy of the left than when we clearly see Barack Obama get into office and get a Nobel Peace Prize to end George Bush's wars, and instead he ends up bombing 5 more countries than what George Bush was already bombing. These people lie about what they represent. And when there is someone who might be honest and actually want to do the things that they claim they want to do, like let's say Bernie Sanders, for example, what do we see the Democrats do? They actually go against that person. They undermine that person. They work to lie about that person. So the Democrats in no way, based on anything they've represented historically, have actually passed bills to support the things that they claim to be for. It's a lie.
I think both parties are
Obamacare.
pretty adept at pretending like they want to help people and then just helping themselves. Like this is all these politicians are fucked type of situation.
Very often.
Like how's Trump doing with those files type of shit? Like both everyone is fucked. We don't
Tax
have
cuts
good
for the most
leadership.
wealthy.
We don't
Listen,
have good leadership anywhere in the US.
If you want to protect children, then how about some climate and pollution regulations, which Trump is eviscerating? Because children suffer disproportionately from climate disruption, pollution, and other environmental
That's insane.
toxins.
What do you mean? Are you talking in China and India?
The reason that yeah, of course, talk about them too. The reason that
right, so they can they need
the
we
reason
can't control what they do.
let Trax play the shut the fuck up game until I'm done. The reason that you hyper focus on the trans moral panic is because, and like the QAnon save the children fucking canard, is because it gives you the sense that you're protecting children, but in any measurable and concrete and decades-long policy perspective, all these other issues, school shootings, vouchers, education, food, availability of contraception, and climate collapse. Kids are going to suffer and die. Republicans don't fucking bat an eye.
Damn, this shit is not going to end well, man.
You fucking said it, Cal.
Yeah, this shit is not going to end well. The way y'all talk
we
about
need to-
children is like incredible, man.
I think
You have a
since we all
substantive point?
obviously care about children, we should find the things that we think are gonna help, like we agree are going to help them, and then force motherfuckers to just
There
do
are
that.
things that help children, but if I say them, you're going to disagree with me.
Well, that's why I said like both sides are
circumcising
gonna
them?
have unique. Well,
How about
both sides are
circumcising
gonna
them? Do you think that helps?
Both sides are going to find things that they disagree on. But I think obviously we have things that we all think are going to help children. So obviously you wouldn't want to toss out like the we could unite on that front and hopefully force someone to do something relevant, right?
Yeah, I'm not even saying it's simply political. I think more people need to either practice abstinence until they get married before they have children, and then I think if you do bring it up to a political level, instead of incentivizing people to be single parents, married couples should have incentives to start families by getting like I don't know, child tax credits, whatever they could do to incentivize married people to
already
get
have
married
that.
and have children.
Here's an
And take
example,
care of their
right?
kids.
You know,
Here's an
Harris tried to give
example.
tax incentives.
Here's an example of something both sides would agree on. Ideally, we'd have young people be abstinent so they don't run the risk. But since we know teenagers are fucking stupid,
Yeah, of course, chaos. Yeah, of course.
so teaching about and making available contraceptive and other type of things so they don't fuck their lives up and the lives of a child they're not ready to take care of, so they can avoid the abortion part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Would be also ideal.
But the
right?
problem is the pro-abortions want abortions to be an option. They're pushing for it, right? I think that
that's
the
why I
other
said
A word that does with pregnancy is better, which is adoption. So if
here's the
people
problem.
inevitably have kids at a super young age, they know that they're gonna deal with having a hard life, whatever. I think it should be more encouraged for somebody to put up their child for adoption if the family of that person doesn't want to take care of it or whatever. To
Even
just
better
kill
than
the
would
kid
be better-
becomes like a
do you
moral
think-
thing that
You
I
know, he
think
was
shouldn't
talking
even be
about
played
birth.
with.
He was talking
Do
about
you think
birth
it'd be
control.
better to have birth control to prevent
And
that kid from having to get? Because forget about abortion, just birth control
Oh
and
yeah, I don't have a
teaching
problem
people
with birth
about
control,
condoms.
but that's not
Right.
abortion.
Given to
Right,
teens.
exactly. It's not abortion. We
So
agree.
my
The
point,
better solution is to
in
have
bringing it up,
comprehensive access to contraception and age-appropriate sex education. And G, which is the party that won't let those policies
That's not.
proceed?
Oh my god.
You all crying about sex a minute ago. Now you want to give teens birth control?
This is why I agree with you in principle, Manoiki, that we should be able to focus on the common ground, and I even try to do that. And some of this conversation over the hours has been actually kind of productive and been a lot of areas of agreement, overshadowed by the fucking theatrics. The problem is that the Republicans will obstruct sensible policy like on contraception and sex education, and then in this dysfunctional system they will blame Democrats and big government for its inefficiencies and failures. So it benefits them to keep things fucked up. You see this at the border also, and then they just laugh with their fucking Fox News media royalty checks and influencer Bitcoin and fuck all. And they have this profit motive and not a politically constructive motive. I really wish we could find the common ground in our common interests. There is one party which is more responsible for the aggression and retaliation of the culture wars, and we know which party that is.
Left.
You notice that some figures on the right have suddenly noticed that the battle is not between right and left, between people in power and people without power. But you wouldn't expect, like this Owens. And
You lagging,
Green.
Haiti. I can't hear what
Oh, sorry.
They pay lip service to that, but then they call Jeff Bezos like a communist. And they call like Nancy Pelosi a Marxist communist fascist. It's like they can't even identify why the powerful figures are distorting the system.
Who the hell
They have to
calls Nancy
twist it
Pelosi
for
a
their
communist?
political shit throwing
Who
and distorting
Nancy
and confusing
Pelosi
people.
literally fucking
I
inside
think
rigs the
that's
goddamn
literally
market. I
again
mean, Nancy Pelosi is one
politicians.
of the biggest fucking capitalists in fucking Congress. Who calls her a
I
I
communist?
think
don't disagree with
politicians
you.
on
She's
both
not a
sides are
communist Marxist
professionals
fascist.
at pretending like the other side is evil. Because
Yeah,
the
that's true.
politicians pretends like regular people are like just the absolute extreme of both sides, when in reality most of us probably agree on much more than we think,
That's true.
aside from
I don't
the
think
most
so.
divisive
That's a bunch of
topic.
Narnia nonsense. Look, the problem
No,
here is that
no,
you're
there's research to
conflating.
show.
The problem here is that you're conflating sides on the dichotomy of the
I think it's
politician. Shut up. You're debating side. You're conflating sides based on the dichotomy of the politicians versus their constituency. I don't consider sides based on the politicians. I consider sides based on the constituency. The politicians come and go, okay? But what the people who put those politicians in power want is what matters to me. And there is one side that wanted our fucking borders shut down to goddamn illegals. And there's another side that absolutely was okay for this fucking river of human trash flowing into our fucking country. And there is one
I think
side that wants to get rid of these degenerate fucking homos,
It's a felon.
transes, and everything else out of our fucking school systems. Get rid of their goddamn pride parades, exposing themselves to
Thank you,
children,
bigot.
and all this
I
type of
think
Honestly,
shit.
you're
bigot.
There's one side
I
of the
think you're
constituents.
conflating
Shut
with your
up, bitch!
opinion
I'm
with the
talking.
average.
There's
River of
one. Let
human
me just
trash.
mute you.
It's the
There's
felon.
one side of this fucking constituency that wants these things. And there's another side of this constituency, the blue haired brigade, the fucking crazy eyes, the goddamn people that are celebrating fucking Charlie Kirk's fucking murder. There's another side of the constituency. And yes, frankly, your politicians are better representatives of your views than you, the constituency, are. On the Republicans, I happen to think it's the other way. I think the constituents are better representatives than the politicians are. But frankly, your side's fucking loony ass crazy. You could say the Republicans are corrupt. You might even say some of their views are immoral based on things like universal health care. But what they're not is fucking batshit ass crazy.
Horseshit. Let's talk about vaccines, climate, and
believing
evolution.
shit like
Oh my
men can
goodness.
be women. Believing that you can go to a fucking college and come out of it thinking that a man can transform into a woman and then swear up and down you got a fucking college education and you're somehow educated and you know something and you're an academic. And in reality, you're a crazy piece of fucking shit. So, That's the reality. That's the difference. Fuck this, we're all the same shit. That's bullshit. We're not the same. And I don't want to be associated with you crazy motherfuckers, frankly.
So, am I good to, like, do you realize that someone just as left as you are right could go on an equally valid rant about the right and sound the same?
I doubt you have the talent for it, but feel free to try.
Well, I don't buy into either side's extreme devaluing of the other. I think it's kind of dumb. I think I think they're easily manipulatable and kind of dumb people on both sides that feed into the overgeneralization of the other. Like, it's so common that it's unreal.
Yeah.
Like,
There
I
is some
don't think
research
the
to
right,
show that
I don't think the right is just full of racist, homophobic, like Christian extremists, and I don't think the left
Do
is
you
full
think
of
the left is
Satan
full of people that
worshiping, like,
believe men can be
pedophiles.
women?
I think the left is full of people who want to believe that, and I think it's also full of people who are a bit confused about it,
there you go.
but value people's
Batshit
opinions.
crazy.
civil rights.
Okay,
Listen,
but then
there is research.
don't you see how someone could point at the right and be like, well, don't you see how, like, we've got a whole side of people who are pushing for lawmaking based on fairy tales or something like that, like, or how, like, flat
Intelligent
earth
design.
someone could bring up, which I think is mostly a right-wing kind of
You
thing.
think there's any significant portion of the right that believes in fucking flat earth, dude?
There's like
Conspiratorialism. That one's a bit more agnostic,
isn't
I
there
think.
a whole
Listen,
isn't there like a whole channel?
The delusional science denialism really has been owned by the Republican and conservative movements, going back evolution, climate, vaccines, the insane takes to try to wiggle out of January 6th responsibility.
But don't you
and
have to assume that your conclusion
revision
about
of
those
history,
things is right?
Shush.
Dang.
The revision of history in real time that we saw after January 6th was fucking jaw-dropping, okay? Now, there's actually a very good point that Manoiki says. There is research to indicate that both opposing sides tend to overestimate the extremism of the opponents, that they tend to think that the fringe and the loudest are more representative of, like, the right, of center population, more representative of that population than they actually are. The fringes, hold on, the fringes do tend to be loudest. They do tend to get most publicity. And also, they do tend to be most radicalized by the type of content on Facebook, Twitter, the fake news, and the red meat. They tend to be most resonant and persuaded by it and mobilized by it, where most people in the center and towards the middle of each sector are not persuaded or mobilized.
Is it a fringe element of the left that thinks men can be women? I'll wait.
So I think
again, I mean, like the real radical trans, like liberationists and stuff like that. Yeah, I think they are part of the wing that is not as major representative as you might think. And also what Manoiki said before, a lot of people on the left are progressives, like they don't quite get the whole gender thing and the pronouns and the identity fluidity, but they want people to have civil rights. And they're like, just because I don't get it, or I think it's a little bit gross or icky and I'm not attracted to them, I'm not going to demonize them, restrict their rights, and blame them for school shootings.
Specific question.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
It's a fringe on the left that think men can be women. Let me change it. Let me put it in your language. Do you think it's a fringe on the left that believe that trans women are women?
Not necessarily, but someone could point out the same that, oh, well, do you think it's a fringe on the right?
After he answers the question. I don't care about the right. I'm asking him a question. Is it a fringe? I'm asking you.
I'd say it's like a plurality. Let's say it's a plurality, not a majority. I mean, I'm not sure, but that'd be my feeling. A fringe, no, not quite. Gender liberation and sexual liberation has been part of left-wing organizing and civil rights for quite a while.
Okay, well,
so no, I don't think it's.
I've been told that if you don't believe
not this transgender ideology, like Marxism with lipstick.
I've been told that if you don't believe trans women are women, that's transphobic. So does that mean your party?
I think that's wrong.
So does that mean your party? So does that mean your party has a bunch of transphobes in it?
Well, I disagree with that
I don't agree
statement,
with
though.
that definition of transphobia.
So you're denying
Yeah,
the
me
lived
neither.
So you're denying the lived experience of the transgender people on the left?
Deny their interpretation and their criteria for transphobia.
And that's how the
it's not
left
saying
eats each
deny their
other.
lived experience.
Imagine that.
Exactly, yeah.
Imagine two
And
cisgendered males are sitting here saying that trans women.
And that's how the
so
left
here's
eats itself up.
Here's where I would sit with this. Like, I disagree with the left
This is
demonizing people over not just like acquiescing to all of that, right? Like the same way that I don't agree with people demonizing like non-Christians. Like it's all this. It's just
listen,
as
I'm
dumb.
fine with you being a transphobe. Doesn't bother me at all.
I just
Now
don't
you
think
gotta
that
have
that-
you gotta have an in-house debate with your party because they would vehemently disagree with you. This is how the left turns out eating itself alive. This is a problem.
You're just full of exaggerations, Cal. Honestly, you talk like a fucking idiot.
Well, I
so
think
full
that
of exaggeration.
Cracker Barrel just made a great. You're not listening. He just made a
I'm
fantastic
listening
point.
very closely. You miss points like it's your fucking job. Miss points like you're playing golf with a fucking basketball.
I'm telling you, he wants to use. Like he just made a basketball. He wants to use the M word so bad.
Yeah,
I can
exactly.
feel it.
You're a slanderer.
I can feel he's got
Cracker
the M
bitch.
word on the tip of
Slanderer
Yeah,
and
dude,
a
it's
demonizer.
right, son. I'm just waiting for it.
Slanderer and a demonizer.
Real God, just call him Steven. If you really want to do it, just call him Steven.
Son, it's right.
What's
Yo,
that
the
supposed to mean?
amount of racial little remarks made, like, damn, son. Oh man.
Yeah, he hit him with
What's
the basketball.
racial?
He hit him with the basketball.
Reference to a basketball? And golf with a basketball. You would make no points.
Yeah.
I could have said
Would you
bowling
have
ball.
ever thought of making some kind of sports reference to me that had to do with golf?
I did. My one was related to golf. I'm saying that you miss points like it's your job.
about
Like you're playing a
tennis?
game that you can never score points in.
Oh man, yo.
And you were criticizing like the idea that leftists twist and distort things to fit their narrative about shooters and ideologies.
He knows what the dog whistle was.
Leftists are the true
now
racists.
you're reaching to racialize my
What about rugby?
insult.
The true racist.
Dog, it was a dog whistle. Everybody here heard it.
Make
They
a
try to
rugby
play
remark
golf with
about. I'll be okay if
basketball.
you say
Such a
something
famous-
about
such a
rugby.
famous
If you want to
racist
insult
dog
my
whistle.
if
Trying
you
to-
want to insult me with a sports analogy, use rugby. How about that?
Trying to play golf with a basketball
You
is not a
insulting
racist
a black man's
insult.
intelligence by telling him he can't play basketball, dog. Like it's obviously a dog whistle.
He's saying I'm trying to play golf, but I mistakenly got a basketball. Like my brain just couldn't let go of basketball that much that I went to a golf game with a basketball. I just
That's
can't
how
let
often you miss
basketball
points.
go, Cracker Barrel.
I do think you're fucking dumb. Race aside.
He's whistling to his Democrat friends.
You think I'm dumb because I took the basketball to the golf course, right?
You're dumb enough to do that. You missed the point logically, just like you'd miss points in that frivolous game.
Oh,
Just say it. Just say it. Get it out of your system. just say the N
This
word.
is why I
Just say it.
tell
Just
the
take
left
projection on your
stop
part.
acting like allies.
Just go ahead and get it out your system.
Projection on your part. Projection.
Yeah, man.
Say
This is why I
Never-
tell
never
them,
insulted
yo,
anybody's
remember I made
race.
the point an hour ago. The left need to stop acting like allies to black people because I know what you guys really think. All
You
right,
know
like
what
I'm not
what Dennis
stupid.
Prager thinks.
I'm not. I'm disillusioned.
Well,
I'm
I think
not
you are
like under this spell like a lot of black people that I got some sheep over there trying to be my ally when you guys are
Prager, you and
wolves.
Candace Owens fill
Absolute
your
wolves.
micro brain.
Hey, Cal,
Absolute wolves. The way you attacking me is insane. But you're somebody that will
Prager,
go
you
to
and
another
Candace
black
Owens
person and act
coming
like
out
an
of your
ally.
mouth.
Hey, Cal, check it out.
Such
Who
horseshit.
will be the first motherfucker to tell a black person we can't have voter ID because black people can't get a fucking ID?
Exactly. They think I don't know
They tell you
to
can't
go
get
to
an
the
ID,
Atlantic
dog.
Mall in Brooklyn
Prager,
and
you
give me an
bullshit.
ID. They think I can't
Prager,
like
you
figure that out.
propaganda.
Yeah.
Prager, you propaganda.
They're racist
It's not
as
because
fuck.
they're too dumb to
It's
figure
not
it out.
propaganda. You want me to
because
send you a video
it
of it?
is. Pal, it's not because black people are too
I'm
dumb
glad
to
you.
know
Let
how
me
to
get
get
this.
an
I'm gonna show
ID.
you.
It's
I'm
because they
gonna
have
show you what.
historical
I'm
and
gonna show you
structural
what you're starting thinking
obstruction.
me.
Because they have
I'm gonna show
historical
you.
disadvantages and
I got
structural
the same video,
inaccessibilities.
Cal.
That's why.
I bet it's the
You
same
know what
video.
I'm talking about, right? I'll be on the
They
same. This is why
say
it is
they
one of
can't
the
get on the
best
internet.
videos
They
ever.
said they can't get on the internet. to get a license.
It's
You
not
guys,
because
all
of
right, so you guys
stupidity.
know.
It's about discrimination and history. That's the reason
That's why
that
they
they
can't
can't
get on
get
the internet.
Yeah, because we all
IDs as
know about
equally
these
as
internet
people.
providers denying internet to black people.
exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Economic
what was
forces
that?
don't exist. Economic forces do not
Just
exist.
racist ass Democrats.
My
Right.
brothers, man, y'all already know, son. Now, I want to see. I don't think he knows though. You need to watch that video, son, and look how your side talks about us. They think we so effing stupid. We don't know where the DMV is. They think we don't know how to use computers. You know what this lady said?
I already explained to you why you're
Governor
fucking
of my
lost. I already
damn
explained
state?
to you.
Kathy Hochul. This lady sat up there and
yeah.
said, kids in the Bronx, they need to know what a computer is in order to be able to do these things. They need to know how to use the internet.
Right.
Like we monkeys.
You know that
Like
during
what the
COVID,
hell do you guys think of us?
here's what we think. During COVID, there were school children in
Voters.
New York City
That's
who
what they
could
think
not
of you.
attend remotely from home because they didn't own fucking computers for historical, economic, and
They think
sociocultural
of you as
reasons.
voters.
Not
Yeah,
because,
and
not
some of
because they're
my
fucking stupid.
some of my poor white friends had the same issue as some of my poor black friends.
Wait, is a
Yeah.
computer
Why do
the
you
Some
only
guys
of
way you
yours
focus
can
on the
get on
black
the
anecdotally.
people?
internet? What about a phone
But if
for voter ID?
you look, and they also lack access to many of those technologies too.
You know what we did?
my
You
God.
know when I was poor and young growing up, we went to the effing library to get free internet. How did I know how to do that?
Same.
Because you have good parents or you have good family support and you have.
It's not
I'm not
because I
calling black
saw
people stupid.
He's saying
advertisement
it as
that
if
said the
it's rare for
library has
black
free
people.
internet, so I went, right? It's not because of that. So people with bad parents,
Structural
they're not gonna know
reasons,
how to
man.
figure out how to go to the library to get internet.
I'm not calling black people stupid. I'm calling you as an individual stupid. You're regurgitating
You
and you're
don't
gullible.
understand. It's going over your head, bro. This is why you need to stop.
Nah,
The
he
left
don't
needs to
get it.
This is
stop
Prager
this.
He don't get it.
University.
You
You don't
don't
own a
get it,
car.
man.
How do you get
It
to the
is
Prager
library?
University
How did
parrot.
they get to the
Yeah, he
library?
don't get it.
Prager
Now he's
University
talking
parrot.
about some Jewish shit. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, dude. This dude's crazy.
Man.
Cal
This is
got
part of
to the
Prager
library from
University's outreach to black voters. This is
yeah,
part of the
Cal
way that
got to
Prager
I
the
had to
University
wait
oh my
for
god.
my
to black
beautiful
voters.
Oh my
Democrats
god.
to come give me a ride to the library and tell me how to use the computers there.
Wait, Cal, why are you lying? It was clearly a trans bus driver that came and picked you up purposely, taking a detour into your neighborhood.
Exactly.
Why are you lying?
They came and saw me hoveling on the ground and crying and wondering how I'm gonna use the computer. Like, I don't. Oh man, son, it's just like
You're willfully
absolutely.
dense now,
Did
not
you
listening
know
to a
that
fucking thing we're
computer
saying.
literacy has been slowly dropping? A lot of schools haven't been keeping up with like actual computer classes, let alone like full typing classes and things like that. Computer literacy is lower than it was when I was like a kid.
What, for black people only, or is that like
I'm
for
saying
a
for
lot of?
everyone, just for everyone.
Okay, again, so it's still not about just black people, right? Like black people are not like specially stupid, right?
Well, if you're part of a group,
None of us said
maybe
that.
Oh, here we
None
go.
of
Going
us
back
said
to
have
part
that.
of a
lower
group thing. This is
socioeconomic
always how they
status,
start.
that's going to
If you're part
impact
of a
you.
group that has like half a brain and in a poor neighborhood, like what are you about to say? Let me hear this then, Fexy. I shouldn't have interrupted you. Let me hear it.
If you're part of a minority class that has a lower socioeconomic, like historical backing, I mean, you can run into issues like that. Like, do you have transportation? Do you have gas? Do you have clothes? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
You have
Can
to
you pay
pay
your
for
rent?
utilities, and you can't
It's so
afford
I
crazy.
can't. Yeah, it's incredible,
It's
man.
so crazy.
It's incredible.
Listen to what she just said. Okay, I
Can
want
you?
y'all to listen.
They don't
Can
get it,
If
son.
you're part of a class that has historical, socioeconomic issues, then in 2025 you might not have access to car and gas and clothes. Now, think about this, right?
Yeah,
What we're
that's true.
saying here is, hey, if there was some oppression back in the day, you might be having trouble today. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Who is
I think you might be too
who
silly
is
to understand that.
more, not per capita, but just on raw numbers, who is more in poverty in this country in total numbers? Black folks or white folks?
Measure what you mean by poverty, generational wealth, property ownership.
We have a definition for poverty. If you don't know it, go look it up. The answer,
Yeah, your terms are ambiguous.
Shut up. The answer is white people. Far more white people, right? You expect that. It's a majority white country. Okay, great. Is there poverty today because of historical oppression? No. So even your
in some
framing
areas.
here, even your framing here is trying to be racist. Even your framing
No,
of
you're
why
just
a person
oversimplifying.
might find themselves in poverty. a motherfucker might find themselves in poverty for all kinds of reasons. And yeah,
True.
there might be some black folks in poverty that can't get to do a certain thing. Guess what? Plenty of white folks too. Why make it a race issue? I know why. Because it fits your
both
narrative.
sides of them. It's disproportionate.
So,
Because it fits your
what would you
narrative.
think my life would have been like if I had parents to one give me like the information for my FAFSA because they refused to give it to me ever, so I couldn't get like student aid until I was 25. Additionally, like both of my siblings got sent to schools across the country. I haven't talked to my parents in like 10 years. How do you think that would have impacted me, like economically, since I didn't have that backing of like family to help me? Like, you can obviously track on how that would have affected me throughout my life. I'm not complaining. I don't really care at this point. But, I mean, that has tangible
Did you end up
effects on
figuring
people.
out how to do those things without your parents?
I'm simply talking about the, like, economic parts of it.
It would
Not
have
having
affected
parents
you
to
the
back
same
you
way
up
it
and things like
affected
that.
any other person, regardless of race,
Yeah.
that was in the same
What are you
situation.
talking? I just made a direct comparison to my siblings.
You know what? Yeah, but
There's also
Fexit, you want to
discrimination at the application
But
process.
that's
There can be
specifically because I'm
discrimination at the
trans. I didn't get that
application
because
process.
I'm
in all
transgender.
Yeah, but
What do you
Fexit,
think?
you want to conveniently skip to the part where you got affected negatively. I'm saying you had to figure things out in order to not get to try to repair what damage would have happened, right? Or to repair what damage already happened. My point is, you have the ability to work those things out, to figure it out. Why can't people make that case for these said lower whatever class, minority groups, whatever? Why
They
when you
can.
look at them we get like, we feel like they're like
It's like
puppies
common
that like
knowledge.
can't do anything? Like, I don't understand.
They can. You
What's the
can.
difference all right, they can,
I
right?
mean, but
Meaning
like,
there's no
if you look
difference
at like
between me and you.
data, you don't really pull yourself out of poverty all that often. Like,
Yeah,
like most people's
well,
economic,
actually,
like,
this is the most
states don't really
economically
change.
mobile country in the history of the world. But
Then why isn't it happening?
Because people
It
make
is
bad choices.
Especially at the topmost.
The majority of the country makes bad
simple
choices.
question. Here's a very simple question.
The majority?
What is better to tell a group of people? That you're in poverty because of factors you can't change that are due to the past, or you're in poverty because of things that you can change. And by the way,
False dichotomy.
why do we not feel the need to tell white people this story about the past? Right? The reason, by the way, is because we know it's a bullshit story. There's no story to tell white people. Right? So
bullshit.
have you ever considered that maybe the message that you're sending one race versus another might have something to do with outcomes? Have you ever considered that?
Yes, consider that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So listen,
I mean, you can study those things
Fexia.
psychologically.
Fexia, I tried to argue with Cracker Bitch like 2 weeks ago about the existence of like systemic opportunities and inaccessibilities and how it can vary among regions across the country, access to schools, access to hospitals, access to employment, and he just like is a pull it up by your bootstraps individualist. Those structural things don't exist or they're minimal.
You're gonna get helicoptered out an hour and a half to your nearest hospital, and you're gonna fucking like it.
And I can
America.
argue
He just like doesn't believe in structural factors. He like doesn't accept structural historical factors.
So I can argue this information any kind of way you want to argue it. You're going to lose.
You think sociology is bullshit?
From the past, feel free. I will kill it because
It affects the present.
I mean,
and it doesn't mean you can't change anything about the present. You can still make changes and change the future with knowledge of the present and the past. You just present a false dichotomy.
That people are in poverty today because of the past.
Here we go. Here we go.
The best
Zero
you can
evidence.
do is
This fucking fool.
correlative analysis that suggests that people who suffered certain conditions in the past are more likely to be part of some cohort today.
What about what do you think about how it's majority? How do you think about the majority of trans people that are murdered are black, like 90%?
Okay, what about it?
Does that not like point to some sort of fucking issue? Like, why is it only the black ones? Majorly, the majority.
I don't know why it's only the black ones. Who's murdering them?
I would have to see how that data is broken
what's
down.
the motive for the murders? That would be the question to ask.
Yeah.
Who's murdering them?
Mostly men, but
yeah. Well, let's break down a little analysis here, since you
I'm
don't
at work,
want
so
to
I'm still
investigate it
listening
too
now.
deeply. I'll help you. Who typically murders most people?
Men.
I'm not asking about the
Oh my God.
gender.
Humans.
Yeah,
Dogs.
right,
Just
but
Pigs?
is it strangers? Is it spouses? Is it people that they know?
I don't know. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't remember off the top of my
So,
head.
well, when you ask that question, I think these would be the places to start looking. What are the motives of these murders? Who are the people that are murdering them? I mean, are you
Probably
what
they're
is your
trans.
suggestion, or what is your implication in asking me the question?
I mean, the major reason is because they're trans, and the minor reason would probably be race.
Okay, well, who kills most black people? Let's start there.
I don't know.
You don't.
Tell me about it.
Why are you
Because I know you're
talking
going
then
to.
if you don't
Lord,
know?
what is
CEOs of
The answer
how is the
McDonald's,
conversation turned?
The
Popeyes,
answer is black people
Coca-Cola.
overwhelmingly kill the majority of black people.
What kind of turn did this conversation
Just
take,
like
bro?
white
What?
people kill the majority of white people, right? Most
I was just
crime
about to
is
say, Craig,
I don't know.
but
I
that's
just
how
woke
you
up. I'm
ask
just
it to
going.
make some answer. Yeah, that's
most.
that you have to.
Yeah,
Oh, my
you
bad. Go
do.
ahead.
No, you're fine. Most crime is intersex. Most murder is interracial rather.
Yeah.
Intersex? That doesn't exist.
No, I didn't say
No,
inter. I
No.
said
he
intra.
misspoke. He
Well, that
misspoke.
But
kind
I
of
meant
makes
to say
sense, right? Like
intraracial.
people are gonna kill the people who are like
That's the
nearby. So
point.
that makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making.
The
So, like,
so
what are
if
you
you
saying by these black
okay.
people being killed? Are you trying to suggest that they're being killed because of their race? Because by the crime statistics, we know most people are killed by their own race.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we talking
It
about
was
Black Death in general? Because
it
yeah,
was
I mean
like
we
if
be
I could
putting caps, bro.
I don't think you're really wanting to have this argument, so I'm not going to be as aggressive, Fexia, or however you say your name, as I was going to be. I'm going to let this go.
I just don't have the I actually don't have the knowledge to
No, it's
back
yeah,
up
fine.
no,
this
she
point.
being
And
I
cool.
I
was just throwing
Yeah.
something
appreciate
out as an
you.
example that I could think of.
That's fine.
Honestly, I probably shouldn't have tried the
No,
point
she
if I
being
couldn't
cool.
defend
Yeah,
it.
yeah. But
No, I
if you
appreciate you
follow the
saying that.
line of when it comes to like violent crime, black males tend to be, the largest group of perpetrators for that, right? And just socially, I don't know if y'all noticed, but black people tend to be very vehemently against this LGBT stuff. I don't care what you deal with in public. I'm
Oh
telling you what
yeah,
black
hundred
people say in
percent.
their households. Yeah. In their
Oh,
households,
100.
it's a different story. I'm telling you. Don't be deceived. Black people hate this shit. And we don't believe that it's our fight historically. It's not our
Hey
group.
now,
Right?
hey
So
now, bro.
I'm just saying this is not
His
like I'm just saying what they say, right? Like some of you guys might not believe this, but black people talk like this in their homes. That this stuff is not us historically. It's
I
not for
mean,
us.
Javon,
So
I
do
think
you
it's
know
a
Javon Cal?
combination for us
Have you met Javon?
between.
Just
I
real
think
I'm
quick.
it's a
Hold
lot
on.
of black people being. Oh my bad.
Just real quick. Let me ask. Have you met Javon
yeah,
Cal?
yeah, I know Javon.
Okay, he
Yeah,
says the exact same shit. Like it's
yeah, exactly. All
Oh,
right,
it's
So
true.
y'all heard it before, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
big true.
if you follow that line, that we tend to, black males tend to perpetrate the violent crime the most, and then they tend to be way more hateful about this LGBT stuff, and it's growing in the black community. People going to that side. It would stand to reason that this would be happening more within the group, right? So when you say something like black trans people tend to be killed more, and you leave it there, you're kind of implying that there's some nefarious like group of people out there who hate black trans people more than other trans people, which I think is not true, right? So, but people tend to kill who's around them, commit crime, but who's around them. Black trans people have other people that's part of their group around them. So it makes sense that they get destroyed more because we're committing the violent crime more. This is the kind of stuff you have to think about when you just say black trans people are being killed at an alarming rate. It's true and it's horrific, but also with other violent crime against black people, it's happening at a higher rate proportionally than in other groups, right? Like black people tend to kill each other at 3 times the rate within our group than white people within their group. Even though we kill each other more than going to other groups, right? So like those things can be true at the same time. But I'm just saying, it's something to be looked at, fixing it. Like you can't don't let somebody just leave you at like, well, black trans people are killed more. That's like too like cloudy. You know, like what does that even mean?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that I've done historically debating this topic, when it comes to like black crime, for example, is I've always ran down the rabbit hole with people and disproven their claims as to why we see a disparity. And I think it's pretty easy to do. Most leftists say something like historical oppression, and then you disprove that, and then they say uh, crime and socioeconomic status, poverty. So I go through each one of these things and show them why it doesn't really seem to be true. And then they kind of make a circular argument out of these things. They try to basically say each one of these is created by the other. Anyway, um, I'm starting to lean on, and I'm just curious what anybody thinks of this. When they've asked me, when I do this argument with them, and I can never answer the question, they say, "Well, you tell me then, what causes black people to commit more murder than white people, for example?" And I always say, I don't have an answer. I don't know the answer, right? But I'm starting to lean on this idea that if you're a young black man in America and you've been raised with the Democrat message your entire life of how bad America is and how racist it is and how held back you are and how discriminated you are and how the police are hunting you down, I'm starting to lean on the idea that this may have an effect. I like this argument, and I'm just curious what other people think about it.
Well, what is it about? I think despair is a big factor in why anyone does anything negative. So it's not wrong necessarily. But I'm curious as to like, what do you mean when it comes to like, what's it called? Like being poverty and um recovering from past stuff like as not being reasons for why the crime is happening.
So let's say that this gets into the weeds. Okay, so let's say that we're trying to explain a certain statistical data point, right? The problem is when we look at something like, let's say, black murder rates versus white murder rates. The problem is what leftists have come up with in these academic spaces that are full of just total retards. They've come up with a reason to explain the disparity between blacks and whites, right? They've not come up with a reason to explain why black people commit murder. They've come up with a reason to try to explain why black people commit more murder compared to white people. Now, it's typically not in comparison to Mexican people or in comparison to, say, Asian people, but for some reason they compare the murder rate of black people to white people all the time. And they say, look, there's a disparity here, as if white people are the baseline. They never consider maybe white people just aren't murdering enough, for example. They always assume that the disparity is on the black side, and their reasoning, be it social economic status or historical racism or something like that, is always to explain the difference. Not the total amount of murders, but the difference between blacks and whites murdering. Well, just on the premise, this is a ridiculous concept, right? And academics will tell you this whole story that I just told you and use a bunch of different words, and they will think what they just said sounds really smart. I mean, people with full fucking degrees, masters, whatever, they'll think that what I just said was really smart. And what I've come to learn about academics is most of them are very smart in a very niche area, and they really don't have the ability to think outside the box. They're very limited.
That's just autism.
And so, for whatever
So
reason, and this is why they're easy to like hustle, for example. They'd have no street smarts. They'd have no common sense. You could just take them for all their money and shit. They're stupid. So, this disparity seems like a stupid premise, okay? And that's where I'm starting at. That's my answer to your question.
well, I think each individual thing that people try to point at are like they're all what's it called? Like probability raisers, right, for crime happening. Like poverty or what's it called? Like resentment after resentment and trauma after being like mistreated or whatever racially, and the increased population density in the specific kinds of areas where you would expect crime to occur more than other places, like in rural areas compared to like deep urban
Yeah,
kind of
this is a
situations.
terrible argument. You're just going down the path of making the left hard argument. I'm sorry.
I had family just
Well,
get in trouble
I'm
for
gonna
throwing
cut
shit
you
off a
off
bridge
because
because it's
this
so
is just a
fucking boring in
well,
rural
that's
areas.
this
well,
is a
that's what I was
terrible
kind of
argument.
trying to ask. Is if they're each individual factors and then grouping them together, you would expect them to
Yeah.
compound.
But yeah, except that we can just look back historically. This is my counter to this claim. We can, if you're claiming that, if you're claiming that oppression breeds poverty and poverty breeds crime, and then crime leads to negative familial outcomes, and then this cycle continues or something like this. This is typically the left-hard version of this argument. Okay, great. Then let's just work
I don't
backwards in
think
time.
that's all though,
Yeah, I got it. Let's just work backwards
because
in
I agree
time.
with parts of what you're about to say.
Yeah, let's just work backwards in time toward the 1964 era, pre-Civil Rights Act, and let's look at a time for blacks when they were in densely populated urban areas, when poverty was greater, and when racism was worse, meaning they were more oppressed. Okay, let's look at that time period, and then let's try to figure out if what you just said is true, which of course it's not. Why
I
we
don't think I
don't
put in like
see an increase in crime and specifically murder as we converge on this time where all of these elements that you're telling me are responsible for the murder are greater, but we see much less murder. Why is it that when blacks were poor and they were in densely populated urban areas and the country was more racist and they were more oppressed, why was there less murder? If the
Well,
factors
I
you're
don't
Less
think
claiming,
that
people.
that was well, specifically, I don't think everything that I listed are all of the factors that like play into
but
it.
then now you're
Because,
just
and
going to
that's
be
why I said
reaching
like
for
I
a
was
bunch
gonna
of other.
agree
Then
with.
give me the factor. Just okay. Stop beating around the bush. Give me the factor then.
I do think like social discohesion, because I could be tripping, but I think blacks as a people we were more united communally in the past than we are now. There was the whole crack thing, which is a rabbit hole that I don't really have a whole lot of knowledge on, just bits and pieces of how that played out, um, which helped degenerate it more. And then the deliberate propping up from different industries of particularly destructive things as something to be idealized helped kind of push the ball. I think it's a whole bunch of different shit. It's
Yeah.
not
Why would
just
you assume
like the
that one of
poverty
those
X, Y,
things
and
would
Z.
be?
It's social too.
Yeah, one of those things would be gangster rap. So we see gangster rap arise out of the crack era. I assume that's what you were pointing at anyway. You didn't say it, but let's just go with it. So propping up. Propping up is a loaded term. That being said, uh, okay, great. Why did it sharply rise again? So even with the crack epidemic, you can clearly see a decline in the murder rate, and then you can see it sharply rise again after the crack epidemic ended. And I do remember it.
Did
I was
crime
there.
rates
I lived it.
universally did crime rates universally go down like going into the early 2000s?
I said murder rate. And even if it did, we're not
Or
worried about universally because we're looking at specifically the black murder rate.
well, I think it would be like if the black murder rate didn't drop by like a significant margin more than all the other
Why
murder
would we
rates, I
look at
think it'd just be
universal
attributed to
factors
the
when you're
same
not
thing.
making a claim about universal factors? You're making a claim about something that's unique to the black community. This is what you have to prove.
Well,
See,
so I'll tell.
we've
Well, I'll
already
tell
hold
you.
up. We've already went into a circle here. Okay, the first
Well,
three
hold on.
things you
I'll take
said
that.
easily
Okay.
disproven. Okay, the next thing you said crack epidemic easily disproven. So what you have to do is you have to go back to the 1960s and you have to show me what unique factors that the black community was exposed to. Now, I'll give you one that you can think about, and then you can answer the question
Well,
more
can
if you
I?
want. But one that you might want to think about is one of the things that happened around this time period is blacks all of a sudden switched to the Democrat Party. And they start following the Democrat message. And they take the Democrat welfare.
So I think back kind of to the 90s thing, the reason why I started talking about universally, because when you say like, well, in the coming out of the 90s, it went down. The reason why asking if it went down universally is important is because if there's a universal factor that would explain why it went down in the black community and it like affected every other one, then that would be why.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Yes, son, I understand. I'm not asking you to fucking give me a Jesus. I'm not asking you to give me the factor to explain the dip. I'm asking you to give me the factor that explains the sharp fucking increase since the dip.
Oh, coming back out of it?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. Was that unique to the black community or universal as well?
If it wasn't unique to the black community, we wouldn't be sitting here having a conversation about the disparity.
Oh, well, I'm ignorant to it, so that's why I was asking.
Okay, really quickly, like there doesn't. Okay, there's you guys are doing this like factorization thing, right? You can actually do the math here. You don't need to all this idea of like compounding factors, right? It's like a smoke and mirrors thing, and you can actually just do the math to normalize like the numbers, right? So for example, we know that the total white population, right, is about 60% of the US population. We know the total black population is about 15%, right? Now if we were to take
Closer to
the
12,
bottom
but keep going.
well, yeah. It's today. Today it's closer to 15. So
12.
it's 12 in most of the stats. That's old. Those stats are old, but I won't get into that. Like the whole point is, we know that roughly, in order to get like that white population, like if we wanted to calculate, hey, what percentage of the white population has the same criminal rates, the same rates of criminality that the African American population does, and we find that basically about 15% of the white population, which only boils down to about 6 to 7% of the total U.S. population, has similar criminal rates. All right. So what that means is that the real disparity in criminality between African Americans and whites is whites' criminal rate for their entire population, right? That's similar to the African American population is only about 7%. So that means that the bottom 7% of white people
You just
commit
went
this.
total
Hold on.
nadia, dude. What you just said is
No.
total nadia.
Yeah, so
Try to use
that
your
has
brain and
nothing
don't
to do
interrupt
with
me.
why.
I'm not going to finish. I'm not
I
going to finish.
understand
I mean,
these
I am going to
statistics
finish.
better
Sorry.
than you ever
Try to use
will.
your brain. Try to use your brain, right,
Son,
and not
there's
interrupt.
nothing you're
Right?
going to
It's not
tell me
that
about this.
difficult.
I'm using my brain.
Right?
You're
That
completely
means that
wrong here.
that 7% of white people commit the same amount of have the same average crime responsibility as 15%
People on the
of the entire.
opposite sides of
Hold
this
up,
are
as
both
the entire
trying to.
argument, right? So this
No,
idea that there are
it's not the
factors that
argument
you
at
can
all.
use to account for the
Not the argument
disparity,
at all.
you can't. The African
Well,
American population, even when you account for all the factors, commits at least 2.5 times the amount of crime
well,
that the white
Charmander,
population
do
does.
you have
Full stop.
something that? Do you have
If
something
you
that
can't
I
figure
could?
out mathematically,
Do
go
you,
back to college. Not
Char
my fault.
Son,
Charmander, do
do
you have
you think
something
that
that
anybody
shows
was
that
sitting
if
here
you
talking
account
about
for all
rate?
of those?
Do you think we weren't talking
You
about
no,
rate
we
this
just
entire
I'm
time?
explaining to you. Like even
Could I
taking
ask
all the
something of
factors.
Charmander really
Are
quick?
you dumb?
Do you have something I could see that says that where if you
Yes.
remove all of the factors people try to talk about that it would still be worse?
He didn't
Yes.
remove any of the factors we were talking about.
Dude, Cracker Barrel, you're a fuck. I don't want to
So
cuss you.
oh my
You're
god,
not intelligent. You're not intelligent.
there's no
I'm just gonna
need to
finish.
insult anyone who's talking right now, any of us, because none of us are being
Dog,
assholes until the insults come out. Please
miss
stop.
me with the don't need to insult. Look, first of all, we were always talking about the rate anyway. Second of all, there's nothing this dude just said that removed any of the
Dumb.
disparities that
I'm
we're
from the
talking
South,
about.
man. You're a
Third of
dumb
all,
redneck.
Well,
he's
I know.
completely
You are
I know,
wrong
that's
a
fine.
on the
misrepresentation of the
population.
perspective.
That's
You're
shut
dumb,
up, bitch, when I'm
right? I
talking.
get that the math,
Okay, here,
put
let
your
me
brain
help
in a
you out.
tizzy. Like I
Put
understand,
put
buddy.
this mute dick in your mouth and suck it, boy. Anyway, he didn't remove any of the factors by telling us that, and he
I
completely
know.
misled you on the population, on the percentage of blacks who would actually be committing the crime. By his logic, we would have to look at the percentage of the black population that's actually committing the crime. That would be the way to do that actual math. Not what this retard said. So he
Yeah,
just compared the.
that's all I was just.
Yeah, it's complete fucking nonsense, dude. Like
that's why I asked that specific question. Was like, okay, well, do you have data that shows removing these factors? Like,
I mean, that's a separate
there's
question
still
from
a
the
You're gonna
disparity.
mute
And,
me?
like,
Real mature, buddy.
Don't talk over.
I can't respond.
Listen, you can talk about me being from
If
the
it's
South and redneck and all that shit. I don't care. Doesn't matter. But don't overtalk me. Other than that,
what is the alternative if it's not systemic? Is it just inherent neurological differences?
what I said
well,
was
yeah, that point would
the
just be
the
racial,
reason
I
I
think.
started this conversation was I said I've always answered the question with I don't know, and I still don't know. But one of the things I like to argue is perhaps there is an explanation in that during this time period, black people started following the Democrat Party and they started receiving the message about how fucked up the country they were in is and how racist it is and how the police are trying to hunt them down and how there's these disparities economically and they're never going to make as much money as white people and on and on and on, all the shit the Democrats say. Perhaps that affects young men when they are growing up in a country listening to that message, and it has some influence over their behavior. I mean, it is an ideology after all. So perhaps that's part of it. I don't know. But that's a new argument that I'm experimenting with, which was my point. So
Okay, so it's genetic. The issue is genetic. That 50% genetic, maybe I don't
Here
know
he
the
goes.
percentage, but it's both genetic and socially constructed. Right? There's a book that I recommend, right, in general. It's called The Stories We Live By: Personal Myths and the Making of the Self by a guy named Dan McAdams, right? He explains this idea of like how information at its fundamental level is allegoric, right? And he also like there's other things you need to read too to understand how epigenetics play, which or environmental genetics, right? This idea that the environment that you're in actually causes certain genes to express and other genes not to. This is a part of like human evolutionary adaptation. So if you're in a really bad environment that's really ruthless, right, the genes that will give you the best rate of survival in that environment are going to express because the environment is demanding it.
Yeah.
Right?
what made
Charmander,
what
can I
made the
ask you something
environment
really
hold
quick?
on. What made the
If you think
environment
the
ruthless?
environment,
Well,
well,
that's
that's
why you
what I
have
was
to read
about
the
to say.
first
If you
book.
think it's environmental, then it wouldn't be inherent to black people. It'd just be inherent to anyone in that situation.
Yeah, what
Okay,
made the
nothing is
environment
necessarily
ruthless
inherent.
though? Can you answer that?
That the narrative approach. That's why that book that I'm recommending, what's perpetuating the ruthlessness in the
Okay.
environment
Because
is the
that's a chicken and the
veneration.
egg problem, frankly.
No, it's not a chicken and the egg problem, right? Like because the community itself venerates and these adaptations that are occurring, right, in an allegoric way, right? They have store like the easiest way to understand that in like layman's terms is like because people like Jay-Z are the role models in society, there's a foundational story that young black people tell themselves about, like especially young black men, about
About how to act.
about what masculinity is and what their role in society is and like all these things, and they're it's very deeply ingrained. It's psychosocial. It's not something that like can
Wait,
just be like
hey,
waved away.
Charmander, that was one of the factors I was bringing up earlier that you said wouldn't account for the problem, by the way.
Because the problem can only be controlled by the group itself. Like it's not that people no
Well,
one is
I
making
don't
black
disagree.
people.
I don't necessarily disagree. I don't think we can outsource a problem to fix our
Yeah,
community.
but this
No,
still
no, but
But
doesn't explain
my
why
point
we see
was
the
that was
beginning.
the part of the issue that
Okay,
started the
but
snowball.
you're doing a post hoc analysis. You're looking backwards and you're saying, "Look, see how we
yeah.
have Jay-Z now? Jay-Z is the explanation." Guess what? The problem was here way
I
before
think you could
Jay-Z.
predict it.
No, the problem was here way before Jay-Z. So what you're going to have to do is historically demonstrate why we see these things happening when we first
Just
see
read
them
Thomas
happening.
Sowell.
No,
Then
I
there
don't
you
need
go.
to
If
read
that's what you
Thomas
want
Sowell.
to,
I don't need to read Thomas
then
Sowell.
you don't know what you're talking about.
Right, because if I don't read about one black economist that you follow, I don't know what I'm talking about. Shut the fuck
No,
up,
no,
retard.
he attempted to answer that question. I don't know of any other scholars that did
So
the legwork
anyway,
to
the
legitimately try to
question that
answer
will
that
have to
question.
be
Okay,
answered
you
is,
can just overtalk me.
yeah, because I was talking. The question that's going to
That's
have
your
to
one
be
rule, though,
answered
right?
is, yeah, because I was talking. question that's going to have to be answered is, what happened historically to change from one rate to another rate? And you're not going to be able to blame it on Jay-Z, and you're not going to be able to blame it on fucking gangster rap, and you're not going to be able to blame it on crime, and you're not going to be able to blame it on crime because the crime didn't get there first.
Okay, Thomas Sowell is the only scholar that I know
Oh my God!
of
If you say
that,
Thomas
that
Sowell
has.
again,
Can
you're
you not
muted.
interrupt me? Can you not interrupt me?
Dude.
Thomas Sowell.
Oh my God! So anyway,
oh, so you're still talking?
If you have an explanation, you don't need to quote Thomas Sowell, or you don't need to say his name rather.
You don't. If you don't understand the relevance, that's not my problem.
I understand you've read one economist in your life. Okay, I got it. He happens to be the only. It's
not even about the economy.
He is an economist. Shut up. He happens to be the only black guy on fucking YouTube that sits around and makes excuses for white people to feel better about black people's behavior. I don't care what Thomas Sowell has to say.
You're actually a retard.
So anyway.
So I think here's where I think an issue comes up. I think that we could recognize that it's a problem, but not try to pretend like it's not our responsibility to fix it. That's where the fucking remember how I was saying earlier, like people on the extremes of both sides are just on some fuck shit. I think it's like, well, A, we can acknowledge that A through G led to this situation, but that does not absolve us of fucking taking care of our own shit. Right.
That's fine. That still doesn't give us an answer as to why this change happened. And by the way, if you just want to concede and say you don't have an answer, I'm fine with that because that's my answer. I don't have an answer.
What an enlightened conversation.
It's just
well, it's not that we don't have a consistent idea
based on what's being claimed. So,
because kind of like writing off of what he said and what you said, coming out the 90s, more of that culture became what's it called? Basically subsidized in the entertainment industry, propped up and idealized as, yes, aspire to sell drugs, fuck a bunch of randoms, and
you're gonna go
like
back to
shoot
that.
people for standing on your
you're gonna go back to that. I'll just disprove it. It's boring and you're not getting the picture. I'll just disprove this. Who bought the most rap in the 90s? Who purchased and listened to the most rap in the 90s?
Bro, it's not about rap.
Shut
dude.
up,
Am I gonna be able
bitch. That's what he
Can I
just
respond,
said.
retard? You dumb. Mute me, dumb.
Mute you. So, who purchased and listened to the most rap in the 90s? It was white kids. That's the answer. Great. So, we see white kids consuming more of this culture, as you put it, this entertainment, and yet we don't see them with the same behavior. Wait, listen. And we don't see them with the same behavior. So, it's obviously not the fucking rap. And let me tell you why. Because the rap is downstream of the crime. When you first listen to NWA, which I'm sure you never listened to, but if you'd listened to NWA or Public Enemy, you would have realized that they're behind a few years. What they're rapping about in the late 80s took place in the early 80s. When Bone dropped a fucking horror show called the East 99 album in fucking 95, that ghetto ass fucking horror show was about what they experienced in the late 80s and the 90s, not what was happening at the time. So there is a lag that happens behind when you hear the music and when the fucking shit that they're talking about is actually happening. It's in no way causal by the fucking music. So I just disproved that by showing you white kids consuming more.
I think you keep looking at it as less of a multivariate thing and more on, well, this one factor doesn't explain the whole thing, and therefore, which I think
one
is
factor
flawed.
doesn't explain anything. Can we just move on besides your rap fetish?
No. So now you do the final thing
Who
that
was
leftists
that?
always do. The leftists always
Well, I don't.
result in saying, well, it must be multivariate, it must be multiple causes, and
Well,
therefore we just have to throw our hands up in the air. Okay, great.
The
Now
only
here's my
alternative is
question.
being like inherent to a race, and I just don't think that's true.
Great. Now,
and considering how
I
much
could
you can change
explain.
bone expression and other behaviors using hormonal medications, I just don't think that's true.
great.
Well,
Now,
because I could explain why white kids wouldn't get
question.
more.
You don't have to. Here's my final question. If we just
that
say
was-
it's a multivariate analysis, then we're no longer trying to explain the disparity. Great. So now just tell me
That's
why
not.
So now just tell me why white people are committing murder.
Well, it's not. Well, it would be. If explaining the disparity is multivariate, you're still trying to explain it. You just have to take into account
How? When you're pointing
that
at disparities that
literally.
all happen at different times in different places, that's impossible.
Well,
You don't
we
even
kind
understand
of
what
keep
I'm saying
jumping
when I'm
back.
saying you're no longer explaining the disparity. I'll make it easy for you.
Well,
Tell me why
the
white
issue
people
is
are
we keep
committing murder.
jumping. Why white
Yes,
people
I'm
commit
moving quickly,
murder
dude. I'm
in
trying to get through this
general.
conversation.
It's
Yes.
not that you're moving quickly. It's that I can't like address fully one thing
Okay,
before
well,
we hop to another topic.
keep up. I'm asking you a question. Why do white people
Like,
commit murder?
move on. In general,
That's the question we're answering right now.
it depends on the person.
Oh, that's your
Well,
answer.
it
That's your whole
depends.
answer.
Answer to everything in life, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because just explaining why people murder in general is like such a broad question
In
that it's
general, as
literally
opposed
just
to what?
it
What do you think we're
depends.
asking about black people right now?
Okay, well, saying why do they commit X amount compared to another group is different than why do people murder.
Okay, and we've already explained that you're relying now on a multivariate analysis, which take place at different times in different places, which couldn't possibly explain the disparity. So now I'm asking you, why do people
Well,
commit murder?
you're saying it couldn't explain the disparity before we get the chance to kind of link the things together to show why it would.
How is the fucking rap in the goddamn 90s and the poverty in the fucking 60s going to merge together to fucking explain the increase we see over time between the 60s and the 90s?
So you would look at the situation in the 60s, all of the social things that happened, what kind of like communities and whatnot got attacked or torn down.
We're
You
going in
go
circles.
into
We're going in circles.
drug dissemination, social discohesion, the peak in the 90s due to the economic good, going back down due to like that's why bouncing back and forth to the other things before the initial things get
Well,
like off the ground
I
isn't
took you on the
helpful because we
ride,
lose
dog,
the thread.
and you didn't look at the scenery because I just showed you that none of the shit you said lined up in any kind of way. Okay.
Well, I didn't get the chance to respond. Like, for example, we moved on from why the white
You've
kids
been
didn't
talking.
like
You've
blow
been
up in
talking. What do
crime
you think's
before
coming
I
out your
could talk
mouth?
about it. Like, we didn't even talk about why white kids or the white community wouldn't have responded the same way to rap and rap sales and popularity as compared to like the blacks. We just kind of said, well, white kids
Here's
didn't
the
do this and
problem.
moved on.
Here's the problem. Every single time that I point out when you make a claim and I show you where your claim obviously falls short, then you fall back to another case of special pleading.
That's not what happened. I didn't get a chance to
100%
address it and we just moved on. I didn't even get a chance to talk about it. That's what has happened multiple times. You'll say something like that, like, well, white kids bought the most rap and that didn't increase. And then before I could talk about it, we moved on.
Okay. Feel free to talk about it.
How about we find the white population
There we
anywhere
go,
in the
you
world that has
fucking
a similar
coward.
crime rate to the black people in America, and then we can look at common factors. Ever thought of that?
Yeah, before I leave, because I know you're too much of a bitch to handle this conversation. You're insecure coward,
Just
Cracker
stop
Barrel.
complaining. Stay on topic, you big fatty.
Yeah, stop eating toffee as well, you gaggle too. Fuck.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go.
You're too insecure to handle.
I'm gonna go hook up this customer real quick.
Oh, you got anything to say, Mickey Ray? You're gonna let your little buddy mute me?
Get the toffee out of your
He's
mouth.
actual
Get the
intellectual
toffee
business.
out of your mouth, bro. Get your toffee out of the mouth. Come on.
I think I've talked to this dude before, and
Yeah.
he's always like this. I don't know why.
Well, maybe there's a trend here that you're always a stupid lummox who abuses your mods and like overtalks people and just asserts that you're right
You
without
crazy
arguing.
lummox. I have never heard that word before.
You got
in
muted
my
4
I
other
have a
times.
strong vocabulary. It correlates with my high IQ.
Mate, you got muted for over talking. That's the point.
Mickey, I have you turned down, so it's whatever.
Yeah, no problem. You fat fool.
Clearly
No
he's
problem.
a mod in
Yeah,
here,
you're a
right?
fat fool.
It's
It's all right. I don't stoop to that fat guy's low level. Don't worry.
Yeah, but you making the whole thing about rap was completely absurd. If you wouldn't have interrupted me, like you would understand that the reason I was trying to quote people that you like had an. You're a retard. Why would you do? Why would you
I
just
didn't do
constantly
that,
do
dog. I didn't do that.
What a pussy.
Dude, I didn't do it.
Whatever your buddy, whoever, whatever, it's completely stupid.
It was
Right?
kind of funny.
The whole reason we bring up the scholars that we do and the literature that we do is because when we're talking about this allegorical imperative, we're talking about the way cultures and groups tell stories over time, right? And this was studied by the individual you don't want me to name. He specifically studied how did the African American culture that we know today, how did it gestate? How did it form from them coming over to the United States as slaves to the modern day? And he talks about their exposure to the lowest to quote unquote crackers, or the lowest percentage of the white population that had the highest rates of criminality, and how they started to share
Dude, do
culture
you
with
think
one
I don't
another.
know this
And a lot of
already?
this culture came from places like Ireland, like with among their criminal classes and things
Do
like
you
this,
think
right?
I don't know about
And then
black
over time
rednecks
it
already?
began to perpetuate,
Do you
right?
think I don't know? Hey,
Like it's not as simple as just rap
do you
music,
think I
right?
don't
Rap music is just a modern
testing?
example of how their culture tells stories.
Do you think I don't know about black rednecks already?
Like, can you comprehend that?
Did you hear me?
No, I was speaking.
I said, do you think I don't know about black rednecks already?
I don't know what you do or don't know about based on the way that you've interact. So I don't try to mind read. That doesn't make sense.
Okay,
I
well,
don't. I can't read your mind.
You're not saying anything unique. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, that's not an argument.
By quoting Thomas. Well, listen, I understand your view. Okay. My view is that your view isn't a good enough explanation to simply say, well, Thomas Sowell said it.
Well, that's not my view. That would be a misrepresentation.
I just don't think that not having any other. If you can't explain an alternative, wouldn't that make like systemic factors being the like closest accurate reasoning for it?
Well,
like if you have no alternative, if you don't know what it is, isn't like that the closest thing?
No, but I think that we do know what it is. I think that it's not. You
I
can't
was talking to
outright.
Cracker mainly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem. Let's look at.
Because you said you don't know what it is, and I asked if you thought it was like an inherent difference in the race.
Yeah.
And you said you don't know. So
Yeah.
wouldn't like the systemic factors be the closest thing that you do know that has a measurable impact that we can measure that?
Do you agree that we're trying to solve for the reason blacks commit murder, or the reason blacks commit murder at a higher rate than whites?
I don't think it matters. They both have the same implication if it's not systemic, usually from the people arguing on the other side.
Okay, well, let's pretend it is systemic for the moment.
And I just don't think it's that.
Okay, let's pretend it is systemic for the moment. Can you explain the systemic reason behind the disparities between whites committing murder and Asians committing murder? Why do whites commit so many more murders than Asians? What are the systemic reasons
in America?
for that? I'm not asking you, dude.
They might want to answer for me.
No. Nobody's gonna answer for you. This
Well,
was
no,
your.
yeah, it's. I mean, you
Let me
can.
shut this
Well,
dude
we're
up.
having like a discussion. I don't have to like defend this on my own. I don't have the.
I didn't ask you to defend anything. I'm asking you to think. Right? You're suggesting that if I don't have a reason, that doesn't the systemic answer make the most sense? So now what I'm doing is I'm giving you a similar situation, and I'm asking you, can you give an explanation for the systemic reasons for the disparity in the murder rate between whites and Asians?
Let Minochi answer, because like I'm in between work. I was just posing you a question because you said you didn't have an alternative.
That's
So I
a
was wondering
no.
why you picked like nothing. Like you would choose like this position where you don't have
question he just
any explanation versus a position that has like some sort of empirical backing. That was like my main question. Yeah.
The answer to the question you were just asked is no. You cannot provide any explanation.
I don't think that's an answer to a question. I don't think a question's an answer to a question.
Can you provide any explanation to account for the difference in crime rates between white and Asian?
That's not very gentlemanlike. I asked first.
I was just trying to figure out if we're talking about in general or the U.S.
I'm always talking about the U.S. I don't know anything about any other country. I'm a stupid redneck from Tennessee.
Hey, bro, rednecks are some of the most ingenuitive at. First of all, let's not hate. Let's not hate on the rednecks.
I'm not hating at all. I'm acknowledging my position in life.
One factor might be mental health. People under stress, people who have experienced violence as youth, people who have had broken families, all these mental health things. I would imagine are highly correlated with criminality.
I think Asians are like a way more, seemingly anyway, concretely structured familial unit. I think that's a super important factor in keeping people from doing stupid shit is having a reliable family.
Okay,
so that could be part of it.
How about
Also,
we use Hispanic and white? They are Christian, largely. They come from agrarian populations. How about we use Hispanic and white? Here's my point. I'll just circumvent it since nobody really wants to answer it.
I mean,
the attempt to use a systemic argument is in my view, is a special pleading of sorts to attempt to explain a disparity between one group and another group. And if you look at any other two groups, we don't see people trying to make these claims. We don't see begging for systemic explanations. Now, it could be the case that there's, God damn it, you didn't want to talk before I started talking. It could be the case that the disparity between, let's say, Latinos and whites has a systemic explanation. It could be the case. Okay. But it doesn't seem to be the case. No one makes that argument. Okay. So, what I'm saying about the disparity with blacks is that when we look at these factors, they don't seem to be true. From my point of view, based on the arguments that I've made. Okay. Now, if you think they are true, or if you think that, there's some like combination of factors or something, then I would simply ask, when you do get to your answer, whatever your answer is, great. How much of the disparity is due to those factors? Why are we only solving for the disparity? How do we account for the rest of the murder that blacks are committing? I would ask all of these questions, and I would get none of them answered sufficiently, by the way.
Could I? Well, I think you could ask that question for any race. Why are people committing murder? And you won't get an answer that isn't super general. And I don't mean to keep like interrupting. It's just you'll say like multiple. I hate calling it claims things. Like you'll make multiple points that are like interreliant on each other. And I'm a little slow with when it comes to memory, so I just try to cut in at a point that seems. Is this dude fucking special, bro?
Nah,
Are you good?
He's totally just playing, dude. He's a good dude. He's just playing. He's just fucking around.
Oh, like right now.
Sorry, you just okay.
Wait,
Okay, are you? But are you done with that monologue?
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna forget.
I know
what
you're
saying,
not
bro.
done.
I am retarded, bro. Chill. So like I see people use the word systemic a lot, and I don't like it because it makes it sound like the government is like forcing people to commit crime. But for example, like I don't see the conversation happen at all with regards to Mexicans. But I'm sure that a lot of the similar things would come up, like, oh well, look at the state of Mexico and how many people are out here having to do fuck shit just to get by, sort of thing. Having to, quote unquote, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's the point that Cracker Barrel was making, that systemic arguments are weak arguments because they don't explain everything.
They don't need to. I think looking for an answer that explains literally everything is misguided. Because again, you can explain to the degree like a disparity between groups by looking at what factors produce crime in general and seeing how much of each factor is present within a certain group or area or whatever. But trying to ask the question, why are these people murdering to any degree, is like trying to ask why there's life on the planet. You're not going to get an answer to that that's sufficient other than, well, some people are crazy, some people get emotional, some people are on drugs, some people get into
fine, but it doesn't explain why there's such a huge disparity, which is what we started with.
Well, that was a different conversation. Like
But you can measure that, like, affirmative
Well,
action also improves these factors.
Despite the
Sorry, I
fact
didn't
that it
mean to
was a
overtalk
different,
you.
despite that it was a different conversation, Cracker Barrel was pushing back on the fact that someone was trying to say that the reason is systemic. So Cracker Barrel's pointing out, well, if that's true, then why do whites commit more crimes than Asians? Is it also systemic? If you
Well,
can't,
you could point at stuff like that, yes. You could, though. You could make the argument, like I was saying, well, Asian families are fucking rock solid. The ones that are coming over here are usually already in a decent position in the first place, and they're there on a serious mission for like academics or
You
some shit
understand
usually.
what you're saying right now, right? Because that's not
Yeah,
systemic.
dude.
You're saying all you're saying
Well, that's why I said
because the
I,
Asian
I don't
like
like
you're
the
literally
word.
you're
I don't like the
saying the
word
Asian
systemic. That's
families
why.
are just better than the fucking white families. That's all you're
right. Yeah, that's what you're
So
saying.
here-
You're saying that Asian families are better, and you're also pointing out that if that's true, then that's probably also true. Say for hold on. I just want to land this. If what you're saying is true, then it may also be true that that black communities don't have strong families, and thus
Yes,
that's why
I agree. As a black person, I agree. That part is a huge issue. Family started to fall apart. And as to why that happened,
So
again,
it's
a
not
multivariate
systemic.
but that's why I said earlier, I don't like the word systemic. That could be part of it, certain things being inflicted on a community from the government, but I don't like relying on like, well, this is purely like the government is mind controlling people to go commit crime.
Well, you're leaving
That's
out
not
the other
my
half of the
that's not
argument.
my position.
You're first of all, you're leaving out the other half of the argument. What people actually say when they try to explain this disparity, they don't say systemic. They say systemic racism.
No, it's not. I think people lean on. I think they lean on racism as the catalyst and full explanation when it would just be a factor that played a part in the story. Because it's like humanity's entire existence is a story. This is a timeline of events. Everything we do is a domino effect.
Yeah, it doesn't
So
seem to
people
be.
who are just like, well, government,
doesn't
bad,
seem to be a
blacks,
factor.
innocent, and absolved of their responsibility has always been annoying. I'm black. I grew up in a white suburb and then moved to like an inner city thing. There are differences in culture and communities that people try to pretend like don't exist, which is dumb.
Doesn't seem
But
to be.
why
Doesn't
and
seem to
how
be true. Doesn't seem to be the case that racism played a part, because I can draw a direct correlation between in inverse proportions of as the country became less racist, the crime went up. So
that's only if you look at
there's
it.
just no truth to that. So
That's only if you look at it univariately,
no,
which you can't ever do
doesn't
with a social issue.
Son, it doesn't matter if you look at it in multivariate. The trend is still going the opposite
Well, it would.
direction. If what you're saying is true, oh my God, I feel like I'm gonna bash my fucking keyboard through my monitor. Look, you're making a claim about an effect that should show a trend based on that effect getting better or worse. In spite of the other fucking factors, if we see trend A moving in a particular, or if we see factor A moving in a particular direction,
I see the issue.
yeah, the trend
Hold on.
is going the opposite direction at the same time that the factor is becoming less of a factor. That's the
So
problem with
is
your
your
fucking thing. It's the problem with the whole
is your
thing.
issue that poverty increasing doesn't always increase crime rates, or
Oh
like
my God.
oppression increasing or decreasing doesn't always follow X,
Look,
Y, or Z?
dude,
Like
I
as an
love the fact
individual.
that you're
Wait, I'm
curious.
asking.
I know,
Wait, I
but I'm
need like
getting
an
annoyed.
actual.
Look,
Well,
I'm
because
gonna
the answer to that
explain
question
this. I'm gonna explain this one
is
more time.
important.
I'm gonna explain this one more
Wait,
time,
will you
and
answer
then
the question? Because
I am about to answer it. I'm gonna explain this for the last time, and I'm moving on from it. Somebody else can talk about it if they want. Any of these factors that you point at, okay, all of the ones that you pointed at, the major factors. As we move backwards in time, and we start at a particular place that we decide. I decide 1964. Why? That's the Civil Rights Act. Okay, great. Poverty was worse. Presumably, racism was worse. Systemic oppression was worse. All the major factors that you're pointing at. Okay? Time moves forward. We see all of these factors getting better. And at the same time, we see the murder rate rising almost proportionally with it in the wrong direction. So there's no fucking amalgamation of trends or fucking multivariate analysis that you're going to be able to pretend is in any way causal because they're not even correlated. It's moving in the
so
opposite direction. That is the
so your
problem with your
answer
claim.
so your answer was that racism isn't at all correlated specifically, not disregarding the other factors.
Oh my God.
Because the question that I asked was, is the issue that these trends don't always follow a curve, which again, if it's multivariate, one variable increasing or decreasing isn't necessarily going to cause the whole entire system to shift in that direction. Like for example, back in the what's it called, the 50s and 60s, not only is it like if you're wiling out, are you way more likely to just get hunted down by randoms and murdered? So you're not going to be going around breaking into houses. The family unit was far more powerful. X, Y, and Z. That's why looking at it, well, this one thing went up here, but the other thing didn't go up at that same time at this one point in time, would beg the question, do you think something like poverty doesn't affect crime rates at all, or do you think it's not a big enough pull by itself? And if either of those questions or the answers to either of those is yes, well, we know poverty affects crime rates, so that would be wrong. Whether or not it's a big enough pull by itself is an important question to ask. But if there's a bunch of different factors that affect one outcome, like murder, for example, then you can't just look at one
Dude,
thing
you've
and say,
said
well,
this
that
like
doesn't.
3 times now in this same fucking paragraph. I got it. And the answer is still no. The 3 biggest things that you can name, racism, poverty, systemic oppression, all of these things were the worst in 1964. 1974, they were better. 1984, they were better. 1994, they were better. And at each consecutive benchmark, the murder rate was worse. It doesn't matter about these other factors because if you're pointing at these 3 factors as being significant, even in a multivariate analysis, if we see them going in the opposite direction and yet your fucking trend is that the murder rate is getting worse, it's obviously true that these 3 factors aren't the fucking cause. They're not even related because they're not correlated.
So if you're
Anyway,
saying that none of those
I don't want to have to
factors are
explain it again. Listen,
correlated,
I don't want to have to explain it again. If
if
you
you're
didn't get it, listen. If you didn't get it right then, you're never going to get it. Okay. So
so
I don't
if you're
want to do
trying
that.
to say that none of those are correlated at all to
Christ.
crime rates, I think it's just a matter of like competing data
Okay. Well,
at that
you're
point.
just going to have to show me on a trend line where we see poverty getting better, and I presume you will go with me that racism is getting better as we move forward through time. Poverty is getting better, and systemic oppression is getting better, and yet we see murder going up. If you have a trend line, if you have a graph that shows anything different than what I just said, feel free to put it in the side chat. Other than that, Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, dog. Like I've explained it as many ways as I know how to explain it. So.
I mean, if you want to have a conversation at some point where we like trade studies, because like I don't
need a
go over.
study for what I just told you. Like it's simple. Go
Well,
put
you
in
would.
fucking
You're making
ChatGPT.
claims based off of data, though, which requires studies,
Yeah,
right?
listen, that's for you to do. Go get in fucking ChatGPT.
What, bro? That's not my job.
Yeah, it's not my job either, motherfucker. I'm not trying to prove
Well,
shit to
that's
you.
why I said if we wanted to have a conversation where we trade competing
And I'm
data
telling
rather
you
than
what to go ask for, and you can do it and have the conversation with yourself. Go ask ChatGPT for a graph that overlays in the past 40 years for the black community, poverty, murder, perceived racism, and changes in any laws that represent systemic oppression. You can have 4 lines on the graph. They can move forward over a 40-year period, and what you're going to see is 3 things getting better and 1 thing getting worse, and that's a guaranteed goddamn fact. So I don't know what the
I'm
fuck
gonna
to tell you.
type
And by the
in
way, the last thing I'll
how
say
we're
on this for any of you out there who are still buying into this bullshit is let me tell you a secret that these people are never going to tell you. Poverty doesn't drive crime. Crime drives poverty. It's always been the other way around, and that's a fucking fact.
That's so heavily academically contested that that's not even funny.
You know what else is academically contested? That men can be fucking women. So you know what? Call me a science denier. I don't give a fuck.
I'm not in that crowd. So you're talking to the wrong.
Well, you just said it's academically contested. Is it academically contested that men can be women?
So there's a difference between empirical academic data and philosophical back and forth, for which I don't care, right? I don't care about the trans thing with regards to this issue, right? Like that's a different group of people. That's not me. But I am interested to see when ChatGPT tells me that when crack was introduced, crime rates and murder rates didn't go up.
I didn't say fucking crime rates and murder rates didn't go up.
So this is the first time I've ever heard this, Cracker Barrel, and I did a quick search, and yeah, there are studies on this that show that crime causes poverty in inner cities.
Poverty. Yeah, people get it backwards.
Yeah,
it's the biggest misnomer that we have around this conversation. Where you see crime, you will see more poverty. And if you don't believe me, simply look at the lists of places that in recent years have been dramatically closing their doors. I could do one better. Here, let me show you. Just go look at fucking Detroit today. You know why there's houses for sale all over Detroit that are like 10 grand? Yeah. So
yeah, because here's the main key to this idea. First of all, the abstract here says most poor people are honest citizens whose opportunities for advancement are stunted by drug dealers, muggers, and other criminals who terrorize their neighborhoods. These predators prey on the property and sometimes the lives of the poor, who suffer higher rates of victimization than wealthier people.
Correct. And it's a tiny little percentage of people who are actually driving this crime.
Right.
In any population. It's always that way. So, yeah.
I've never thought about this. That's crazy.
I'm just setting off truth bombs today. Just fucking, yeah. Crime drives poverty, man. Make no mistake about it. This is one of the biggest lies that they've told around this issue. And
well, and the other thing the abstract says is that poor people have little mobility and cannot escape their neighborhoods. Like it, and also they don't have the resources. They don't have the resources or the. I mean, they're trying to figure out how to get their next meal.
Correct. Yeah.
Escape the neighborhood. Why don't you fix the neighborhood?
Well, I think this is part of the point that crime in that neighborhood keeps people where they're at. It prevents them from, again, taking advantage of opportunities.
Neighborhood. Don't leave the neighborhood. Start picking up the trash. Open a business. You might need a couple of shotguns the first 2 years. It's just, this is like, what is it called? Headhunting globally. Like America's taking the top of the cream off every nation. That means all these poor nations won't have all these brilliant people to help change it. You just keep these poor nations poor by taking all their professionals. Now, if you're going to do that to an urban community, you let all the nice people out or poach all the nice people out, it'll always be a shithole.
Sounds like you got it all figured out. So what do you think about this idea that crime causes poverty?
I think you got it backwards. Poverty causes crime.
It's both. It's a feedback. They do both. Poverty fuels crime. More crime fuels more poverty. People with money don't want to live in a place with a bunch of crime if they do not have to.
So
I don't know. When rich people no, hold up. When rich people commit crime, they just get richer. I don't think it follows
it's a different kind of. It's a different kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
like,
also
tax
much less
fraud
of the crime, by the way.
Like tax fraud isn't gonna be
I'm not
an
talking
issue
about
for your
tax
property
fraud. I'm talking
value.
about violent crime.
So an easy way to understand this, Akila, I understand it sounds backwards, which is why I introduced it as an idea, because my belief is that people have it backwards. And the way you're saying it, that, poverty drives crime, that's been the explanation for a very long time. And this is part of the explanation that is went in to try to explain the disparities that we were focused on earlier racially. And I think it's backwards. I think everybody else has it backwards. And part of the way to understand this, to where it might make sense, is just consider white flight. What is white flight really? So I think this is a great explanation for how you have crime in an area, and then people with money and ends and means leave. What's left behind? Look at the crime that we're seeing in places where they've made shoplifting, not a crime as long as it's under $1,000, not a arrestable offense that they just ticket you. Look at what's happened in those places. We've shut down stores, and what's happened to those areas? They've become much poorer. Now we have places in New York where they're talking about, government-run grocery stores. Why? Because the actual grocery stores were shut down. Why? Because of crime.
That's economic pressures. It's not crime.
Well,
That's just on stores.
but listen, think about this though too. This is also super interesting, because typically people who will commit crime, they're typically opportunistic. But when you have organized crime, that's actually systemic, because people will. The neighborhoods that they're in, they will make sure that the people who are in those neighborhoods are complying with the way in which they're doing things, and they use crime as a deterrent to get what they want. So it's very interesting, because this whole conversation started because we were talking about systemic X, whatever it may be, systemic racism, blah blah blah. But this is a very interesting idea. Yeah, I think I'm convinced that crime does cause poverty.
I want to reply to the white flight thing. If the white people didn't flee,
it's pretty old. I'm getting rid of it.
If white people don't flee an area when crime starts up, and they instead react to the crime,
Really as good on it as I want it to be. Yeah,
it's like there's programs of. Can this muttering mutt shut up?
He's hot.
You have, when you have like things like neighborhood watch programs, police community engagement, so the people are telling the police, look, there's this crime, you need to pay attention at these hours, and the police patrol at those hours. You don't get if you don't have the white flights, you get the crime underhand, and the community doesn't deteriorate.
I want you to consider, Akila, that if it were not for white flight, you would still be in Africa, sir.
Amen.
I know. Well, you could say,
joke, but, yeah.
I know. If you want to make the joke even worse, it's like all the people who could swim across those big rivers to get up north are the ones who left.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you're black.
So shut up, Giomi. So yes, I'm not disagreeing with you about if the white stayed, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm merely making the example of white flight to demonstrate that when crime goes to a certain level, people who are responsible for making the community richer are going to leave, primarily because those people can leave. And this is no different than the mass exodus we see in California, for example, where they're just literally hemorrhaging fucking tech companies and shit. You know, so this is how crime is driving it. You know,
But don't you think these tech areas, if they said, look, we are funding the state police disproportionately above any other industry in this area, we demand higher policing so that if anyone throws up on the footpath, they get fined. If anybody takes a poop in the bushes, they're arrested. It's just crack down. It'd be the nicest area in America.
Listen, I'm not against what you're saying. I would just simply say, back at you. You tell me. I can't tell you why 80,000 homeless people are living on the streets with poop maps in the largest blue state and the third richest place in the world. I can't tell you why they're living like that in a state that's supposedly run by Democrats that have all of the money and are run by Democrats and leftists that tell us that they just want to help poor people, that they just want to help homeless people, that they want to build affordable housing, and they have all this money from all these tech companies and Hollywood and everything else, and yet we see 80,000 homeless people living in LA County alone with none of these programs that Democrats supposedly always want to do being done. So I can't tell you why they don't do any of the things that they're capable of doing in these places, but I can just tell you what is.
Perhaps contrary to popular myth, that the richer people become, the more tolerant they become. It's
Can I say something?
Or kind, sort of like this misplaced kindness.
Hey, what's up, Phil? Hey, can I say something?
Say it, man.
Fuck the gays.
No, don't.
That's everything.
That just makes you one of the gays.
I don't know what that even means, but yeah.
You want to fuck some gays? Hey, homo, would you stop it?
Fuck the gays.
Yeah, we got it. You want to fuck the gays?
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually
just
got
walk into
this.
some.
I got this idea tail recursion from a podcaster I follow, and what he did was he started studying crime in New York, particularly through the crack epidemic, and then the fall, of course, once Giuliani took over and straightened the city out, and followed the trends very closely of crime in that city because that's where he's from, and he's the one that actually put me onto this research about crime driving poverty and not poverty driving crime. And
yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, I found it fascinating.
It's definitely changed my point of view.
Yes.
Not that I never really believed that poverty caused crime per se, because again, I look at crime as it's opportunistic.
Well, my pushback would always be things like, I would say, look, I come from Tennessee. I come from the hills of Appalachia. I'm surrounded, and as a child was surrounded, and my father was one of the poorest people in the nation. I'm talking about barefoot during the summertime, shoes in the wintertime type of poverty. Not this bullshit made up poverty where everybody's fucking overweight because they got $1,000 worth of food stamps and shit. I'm talking about you grew tobacco and fucking corn and shit, and that's what you ate. And real poverty, genuine poverty. Like my daddy fucking had holes in his fucking overalls 6 months out of the year, and he got a new pair at Christmas. Like that kind of fucking poverty. And he skipped school so he could work the farm. And And the thing is as poor as them folks were, as poor as my dad and grandparents and all the people that lived down in that holler around him wearing shit, they wasn't criminals. They wasn't criminals.
Mm-hmm.
They went to church on Sunday. They worked hard every day. They was poor as fucking dirt. So that just told me right there. As soon as I looked at my own history and I said, well, why do I come from some of the poorest people in the fucking country, but they're not a bunch of raving lunatic fucking criminals? And I immediately realized that I was being told a lie about poverty driving crime.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of studies on the psychological drivers of crime. For example, if you look at there's a lot of very well-off people who have millions of dollars who engage in like different types of petty crime. And the psychology behind it doesn't point to desperation. It typically points to other, I don't know, what would you call it, like hubris, narcissism, like different psychological aspects that don't have anything to do with desperation.
Yeah, for sure.
I disagree. Fuck the gays.
But
I don't think anyone's gonna give you what you want.
No, I don't care about what Giomi says. But yeah, man, you look at this, trend, and it makes you realize that, like, oh yeah, of course, people could be really poor, and they could be really well behaved, really well mannered, not criminals.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, and
I think we just forgot.
Sorry,
that.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Right. Well, and the other thing too, that when you see a lot of like poor communities, and again, when I use the word poor, I'm speaking of this relativity as a relative aspect of when you have like really rich areas next to poor areas. This is where typically you'll see more issues come up because, yeah, like people who are satiating their needs, getting what they want, they're not getting everything they want. Because typically people who commit crime, they're insatiable. They want everything. They want it all. And this is why they're choosing strategies to subvert the systems rather than engage with it honestly.
See, and I used to wonder, like, if there was something different about me as a human because I never lusted for material wealth, right? I used to sit back and think, like, does everybody just lust for material? And I realized one day that it was just the people I was around, right? But this is, before I went to prison and when I was in prison, I realized one day, like, oh, I'm just surrounded by fucking criminals. That's why I see all this fucking disease, right? Because I realized my parents weren't that way, but I just always attributed that to, oh, my parents worked hard and they were successful and they had a pretty good material life. And so that's why they weren't that way. But, I come to realize after going through prison, getting out, getting a job, getting married, and all that, and having my own life, having my own house, having my own car, I'm super content. Like, I don't sit around and ever think about this person has this and I wish I had it and all this type of shit. I'm very content with my life and the life I'm able to provide for myself. I don't want for basically anything.
Yeah. And as someone, sorry, go ahead.
No, and I was just gonna say, I didn't realize for years that I think so much of that was driven by the fact that I was around these people. But
yeah, and I've worked with a lot of wealthy people, and what's interesting is that they're typically very isolated. They have the groups that they hang around with are typically groups that are like them because, when they get asked for money all the time, like there is a downside to having a lot of wealth that a lot of people don't seem to
more money, more
acknowledge or think about. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm with you in the fact that as I've made more money, I've realized there's making more is not a net positive.
Well, and I mean, in my town too, I've known people. I mean, I don't want to just talk about my dad's wealth, but he made a lot of money building houses. and owning rental properties and stuff like that. And that was later in my life. But he worked on it for years before it happened. And, I was already grown by the time he really became like very successful, what I would consider very successful. And what I realized about my dad, because my dad is the least material person I've ever met. Like Christmas for him is 100% about giving to other people. And I mean, he's just not a material person at all. He'll wear the same clothes till they fucking fall apart. He's that type of dude. But what I
There's
realized
words
about
for
people like him was that like he came into wealth without a desire for wealth. He came into wealth because he had a desire to work hard and build a good business. And being
Cracker
wealthy
Barrel.
was just a side product of that, And I found that interesting to realize. Yeah.
Cracker Barrel. When you're talking about your dad when he was in poverty, growing up, but there wasn't this sort of like desire to be flashy and taking shortcuts to it. That's humility and modesty.
Agreed. And he had plenty of that, or he has plenty of that. Yeah.
And it's like, to tie it back to the thing of the rap music, I've only listened to a little bit of it. I really dislike it. But that genre of music does not exemplify either humility or modesty. It's
Yeah,
like
you know what?
brag.
Hubris is a vice, humility is a virtue. I agree with that. Is that what you're saying?
And humble people and modest people don't get offended.
I said humility. I'm sorry. Hubris is a vice. Humility is a virtue. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Holy fuck.
I don't know how related that
Yeah, I don't know
your
how you got
desire.
into this channel or how you even uttered a single word towards me, but why don't you back up? Why don't you take a big step back and fuck your own face? How about that?
Are you just wanting some attention?
I just want to fucking destroy you. I want to dominate you. I want to take your mind, body, and your soul. That's exactly what I want.
Well, I can
You know what?
assure
I
you
want
that
Elohim
in
to
this
actually
space,
just fucking.
you're not going to
wait.
defeat me in any kind of way.
No. I'm actually telling you the truth.
You don't pat the butt when it's
So
taking
the
big
truth
shit
will
on
cut
the carpet.
through deception like a righteous sword. Then, do you agree with that?
I'm fine to let you talk and be a part of the
To let me
chat
talk.
if
So what you
that's
think you're the boss? You think you're in control?
if that's what you want to do.
So you think that you're in control of this fucking Discord, DC?
But the only time I'm going to ask you is now.
So the only thing that you're being in control of is this channel in Discord.
Is to be chill if you want to be here.
You're not being chill. What has been chill about anything you've said so far?
First of all, who are you angry at,
First
and why
of
are you
all,
angry?
why aren't you speaking English?